In the past few days, Xiao had been exploring Songjiang City and knew his sister's thoughts when Xiang Pavilion was going to open a branch. Recently, Baozi was looking for a location. To be fair, Baozi had a good eye. On the busiest street in front of the government office, there was a shop available for lease. After searching the entire city, Baozi chose this place. Today, Luin came to check it out herself. If everything looked good, they could finalize the deal, and of course, Xiao would come along. The siblings were very satisfied with the shop Baozi found. The front area was not large, as Wenxiang Pavilion focused on a small and exquisite style, so a big space was unnecessary. The back courtyard was quite spacious. After negotiating the price, they quickly went to the government office to handle the paperwork. With Xiao's face as a guarantee, the process was incredibly fast. After everything was settled, Baozi hurried back to Lin County. The plan was to transfer a clever and reliable worker from the main store of Wenxiang Pavilion to manage the new shop, and Baozi would inform Gao Qing to prepare a candidate. The shop needed some rearranging, which would take a few days. The workers were sourced by Xiao. Once the shop matters were settled, Luin could relax for a few more days. The job recruitment notice was already posted at the shop entrance, monitored by Cuehua. Xiao also arranged for the second steward of the estate to oversee things. This steward was very reliable and skilled at selecting people, ensuring that the hired workers would be diligent and hardworking. One day, Luin accompanied her adoptive mother for a stroll, which she called shopping. Madame Chu hadn't been out for a while and found it refreshing. After they got tired from walking, they stopped at a tea house to rest. The second floor of the tea house had private rooms, with curtains separating each table. Yu Ji chose a window seat for the lady and the young miss. The two sat down, enjoyed their tea, and chatted. "It's really unfortunate. We were the first to show interest, but someone else took it from us. Madam, let's not go to that gold shop anymore." As the conversation continued, several maids approached, surrounding a noble lady who sat diagonally across from Luin's table. Although separated by a sheer curtain, it was still easy to see that the lady was beautiful and elegantly dressed. The second floor was already quiet, and the lady had a clear view of Luin. "Madam, what's wrong?" asked one of the maids who had spoken earlier. She noticed her mistress looked unwell, staring intently at the table across from them, and quickly inquired. The lady, Mrs. Qi, snapped back to reality upon hearing the maid's question. "Oh, it's nothing," she replied. Seeing her mistress's expression return to normal, the maid assumed Mrs. Qi was simply upset about the earlier incident at the jewelry store. After Luin and Mrs. Chu had rested enough, they got up to leave the tea house, and shortly after Mrs. Qi also departed. Mrs. Qi was not from Songjiang, she was just passing through to visit family. Once back at the inn, Mrs. Qi asked her maid to summon Nurse Su, who had cared for her since childhood, and accompanied her to her husband's home. "My lady, what's the matter?" Nurse Su asked, genuinely concerned for the girl she had raised. "Nurse, today at the tea house I saw a girl who looked about 13 or 14. She resembled that woman, but her eyes were different," Mrs. Qi whispered. Nurse Su was taken aback. "Did you perhaps see wrong? There are people who look similar. Besides, that woman fell off a cliff. There was no chance of survival. I am sure. If that child is alive, she would be the right age. Nurse, it has been 11 years, and I still can't let go. That woman's body was never found, only blood at the scene." Nurse Su frowned, her expression troubled. However, she tried to comfort her. "My lady, it could just be a coincidence that the girl looks alike. Besides, the young lady is already 9 years old. Why are you still so troubled? Nurse, please ask Qi Meng to investigate." "I don't feel at ease," Mrs. Qi insisted. Seeing her mistress was very determined, Nurse Su nodded and arranged for Qi Meng to look into it. Qi Meng was Mrs. Qi's bodyguard, sharing her surname and having been with her like Nurse Su. After hearing Nurse Su's words, Qi Meng immediately left the inn to investigate at the tea house. After more than half an hour, Qi Meng returned to the inn and reported to Mrs. Qi. "My lady, the mother and daughter you saw at the tea house are the wife and daughter of Lord Chu, the governor of Songjiang. Governor Chu Zhuang, the family of Lord Chu? Indeed, as the tea house owner said, it must be true. Madame Qi lightly tapped the armrest of her chair, her brow furrowed. After a while, she suddenly said, "No, this is very wrong. That mother and daughter do not look alike at all. Qi Meng, go investigate again and do it quickly." Madame Qi stood up abruptly, her face turning pale. This frightened Nurse Su, who hurried to support Madame Qi. Seeing the urgency in the young lady's demeanor, Qi Meng quickly left and didn't return until evening. "How did it go?" Madame Qi asked anxiously. "Just as you suspected, that girl is not Lord Chu's biological daughter. Lord Chu has 3 sons, and that girl is his adopted daughter, named Luin. She is 13 years old and from Liang County, Kaoshan Village."
Luan, Luan.
Madame Qi kept repeating the name. After Qi Meng finished speaking, he stepped aside, while Nurse Su stood there looking worried, and the room fell into an eerie silence. "Qi Meng, go to Kaoshan Village and investigate the Lu family. I want to know everything right now." A glint of determination flashed in Madame Qi's eyes. Without wasting a moment, Qi Meng quickly packed his things and rode off at a fast pace from the city. Luin was unaware of all this. After returning with her adoptive mother, she ran to her adoptive brother's courtyard. Chu Sanxiao was in his study discussing matters with the shopkeepers from the city when a servant came in to say that the young lady had arrived. Chu Sanxiao was about done, so he sent the shopkeepers away. When Luin entered the study, even though they were siblings, they needed to be cautious, so the door was left open with Lu Xiang guarding it. Madame Chu naturally heard the servants talking and thought even more highly of this young girl. "Third brother, I noticed that our adoptive father seems troubled these past few days. Is he facing some trouble?" Luin got straight to the point, having noticed her adoptive father frowning lately. Chu Sanxiao had indeed overlooked it. "I really didn't notice, but you are quite observant, sister. I'll find a time to ask father when he returns." That evening, Chu Sanxiao did go to Lord Chu's study. When he asked, Lord Chu said, "Didn't tell you." "Father, how did you guess so quickly?" "Humph, you young man, always focused on money. When have you ever cared about your old father? Truly unfilial. You are far behind in. She is much more thoughtful." "Hey, I was busy checking the accounts with the shopkeepers these past few days. It's indeed my fault and I apologize." He then playfully massaged his father's shoulders and legs. Lord Chu has always spoiled his youngest son, and now he has lost his temper because of the 3rd young master. "Father, what is troubling you so much? You look like you might turn gray overnight. You're not seeing someone else outside, are you?" Smack. Lord Chu gave his son a light slap. "I'm your real father."
How can you say such things about me?
"Unfilial child. I am innocent." The 3rd young master was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Lord Chu sighed and said, "There was a flood in Lijiaban recently, and many disaster victims left the area, heading to nearby cities. Both Suzhou and Songjiang are their chosen destinations. A few days ago, the governor of Suzhou sent a message asking me to prepare in advance. Father, the court has always had measures for disaster victims, like opening rice shops and providing grain. After the disaster, they give them travel expenses to return home and rebuild. What is there to worry about? This time, the number of victims is huge. If we don't settle them properly, it could lead to chaos. We can't use force against unarmed civilians. Father, let me call my sister. Don't underestimate her age. Sometimes her seemingly casual suggestions can be very helpful." With that, the 3rd young master ran out. Lord Chu no longer saw his adopted daughter as just an ordinary child. Previously, he thought of Luan as a naive little girl, but after spending time with her, he realized she often understood things better than adults. Before long, there was some noise outside, and the study door opened. The siblings walked in one after the other. "And greets my adoptive father." The girl's bright voice instantly lifted Lord Chu's spirits, easing much of his recent worries. The 3rd young master closed the study door, and the 3 of them sat down together. "And your brother must have told you about the situation." Please share your thoughts. Lord Jue asked directly, feeling there was no need for pretense between father and daughter. Luin nodded and said seriously, my brother and I just talked about it. Since we still have a few days, we have time to prepare. Adoptive father, here's what I think. Besides the government opening granaries and providing travel expenses for the victims, the first thing is that the victims need to help themselves. Help themselves? They have no money. How can they do that? If they could help themselves, they wouldn't have left their homes. The third young master replied with some confusion. Third brother, when I talk about self-rescue, I mean getting the disaster victims to take action, not just waiting for meals. They should have tasks to do, which means they can work for their living. If people are busy and earning money, they won't gather idly in one place, reducing the chances of trouble. For the elderly, sick, and disabled at home, they can do some handicrafts or help the men with chores. We can also organize the children and hire some teachers to help them learn to read. There are many barren hills outside the city. We can organize strong workers to cultivate the land. There are many disaster victims, and if there aren't enough tents, we can build temporary shelters with wood since the weather isn't cold right now. Lord Jue listened carefully, and third young master nodded in agreement. Second, after a major disaster, there is often a big outbreak of illness. We need to prepare medicine in advance and organize the pharmacies in the city. Doctors should be ready to ensure that the victims do not get sick, or if they are ill on the way, they can be treated in one place. Third, we need to maintain order. Local troops and officials should be flexible in their deployment to prevent any troublemakers among the victims. Also, third brother, we can organize a donation drive, taking from the people to help the people, which will lessen the pressure on the government. We can collect money, blankets, clothes, and shoes. To encourage donations, adoptive father, your calligraphy can come in handy. Write more characters, and whoever donates the most will receive a piece of your writing. Wow, having the calligraphy of a governor at home is impressive.
Ha ha ha.
Third young Master Chu laughed, holding his belly. Adoptive father, I'll donate 10,000 taels of silver. I don't have many banknotes on me, so please write more for me to display in my shop. The sign for the fragrance pavilion will also belong to you, hee hee. Luan looked at him with sparkling eyes. Lord Jue instantly felt that a little cotton-padded jacket was truly warm. Adoptive father, these are just my random thoughts, and I don't know if they are right. But if we prepare in advance, when the victims arrive outside the city, we won't be caught off guard. We can carry out disaster relief in an orderly manner. After the flood recedes, we can organize the victims to return home and help each village rebuild their homes. When the disaster victims arrived, they first looked for their village leaders to gather everyone in designated areas for registration. They needed to ensure there were no opportunists among them. You really are a little blessing. Lord Jue praised her repeatedly, gently ruffling the girl's hair before heading to the government office to organize various tasks. Luin and the third young master quickly began their fundraising efforts. On the day of the fundraising, Lord Jue personally attended the event, collecting donations while also giving out framed calligraphy. The merchants and wealthy families who received the calligraphy were extremely grateful. Receiving recognition from the governor was truly a blessing. Lord Jue was known for his dedication to the people, and this further enhanced his reputation. The governor of Suzhou also received Lord Jue's quick message and, seeing the effectiveness of his approach, immediately decided to follow suit. Within a few days, a large number of disaster victims arrived outside the city. Upon reaching the city gate, they were astonished to find everything organized. The officials had already set up a large porridge tent. The warm porridge and bread were right in front of them, making the victims feel like they were dreaming. Soon, everyone gathered at the designated spots by village. Tents were distributed to each household, and for those who needed more, there were wooden shelters already prepared. Each family received 2 blankets, and sick victims were gathered for treatment, while the healthy were given medicinal soup to prevent illness. The victims felt reassured, losing all the anxiety and fear they had during their journey. Lord Jue personally visited them, telling them not to be afraid, as the government would take care of them and help them rebuild their homes. Someone started it, and soon the people knelt down in gratitude. They thanked Lord Chu, the just ruler, and the emperor. The common folks didn't use fancy words. Their simple expressions conveyed their gratitude. Outside the city, there was a lively scene. Strong workers went to clear the mountains, women managed household duties, and children recited the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. Though they were far from home, these simple people still held on to hope and worked hard to live. Those who tried to take advantage of the situation were quickly identified and faced the consequences from the authorities. Lord Chu's approach proved to be remarkably effective. Within a few days, the disaster victims outside the city were smiling, filled with energy, and their eyes sparkled with hope. The imperial envoy sent by the court was Lord Chu's mentor, the esteemed Wu Golao. When the elder arrived at the city gate, he was taken aback. Is this really the disaster victims? The elder rubbed his eyes and looked around, deeply doubting whether he had taken the wrong path. Lord Chu brought his mentor into the city and explained everything in detail, while Elder Wu listened and praised him continuously. Lord Chu did not mention Luin, as she was his adopted daughter and part of the family. Moreover, the third young master had warned his father that Anin's background was suspicious and might involve the capital. Lord Chu could not let Anin be exposed to others. The elder praised the measures taken in Songjiang Prefecture to resettle the disaster victims, noting that they were busy but calm, and everyone was confident about returning to their hometown. The elder was very satisfied with his disciples' performance, and the emperor's commendation would surely follow, possibly leading to further advancement. Setting aside matters of the capital, let's talk about Qi Meng, who rode straight to the distant Lin County. He successfully gathered information about Kaoshan village. Disguised as a traveling merchant, Qi Meng arrived at Kaoshan village carrying a load. Since merchants often visited, no one paid much attention, only noticing that this seller looked unfamiliar. Upon inquiry, it turned out he was the cousin of Lu the merchant, who had fallen ill and asked his cousin to take his place for a day. There were women in the village who had ordered items in advance, so he had to come. The villagers were simple and believed Qi Meng's words. Once in the village, Qi Meng did not venture far in but stayed near the entrance. The village was truly beautiful, with lush trees and clean, tidy paths. At the entrance stood a large courtyard with the name Lu Residence written on it. This must be the home of Luin, as the lady had mentioned. Coincidentally, Lu returned to the village that day. Hearing that a merchant had come, she needed some silk thread for her home and stepped out of the courtyard. Qi Meng spotted Lu immediately. He had been by the side of Madame Lu before her marriage, so upon seeing Lu, he squinted. Her face was very familiar to him. Half an hour later, after the village women had finished their shopping, Qi Meng picked up his goods and left Kaoshan village. Just as he exited the village, he brushed past Liansheng, who was about to enter. Seeing the merchant carrying his load, Liansheng felt a stir in his heart. This merchant was skilled. How could a martial artist be a traveling merchant? Having lived 2 lives, Liansheng had sharp eyes and a keen mind. Thinking about his and Anin's backgrounds, he couldn't help but feel something was off. His companions, De Feng and Yu, also noticed that the merchant seemed suspicious. He walked lightly, indicating he had some martial skills. Qi Meng was lost in thought and didn't notice Liansheng and the others. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly returned to the Lu residence. Aunt Yu, have you seen the traveling merchant? Liansheng asked when he saw Lu. No, he said he was Lu Huolang's cousin, and he came because Lu Huolang is sick. What's wrong? Lu replied, feeling confused. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought he looked unfamiliar, Liansheng said, not wanting to say too much for fear of worrying Aunt Yu. Lu didn't think much of it and went back to her tasks. De Feng quietly said, Master, I'll find out if Lu Huolang has a cousin. Liansheng nodded and looked at Yu, saying, keep a close watch on Aunt Yu and Muyang these days. If anyone poses a threat, eliminate them immediately.
Yu nodded.
Liansheng suspected that this person wasn't after him but was instead targeting the Lu family. Since Aunt Yu had never been to Lin County, it meant something was wrong with Anin. Anin had been recognized in the capital. In the evening, De Fong returned with expected news. Lu Hualang did not have a cousin. Someone had given Lu Hualang 10 taels of silver to borrow his cart for a day. Everything became clear. The merchant was a disguise used to investigate. It was very likely that an attack on the Lu residence was imminent, or someone related to Aunt Yu would soon appear. Regardless of who it was, within an absent, he had to protect the family. Qi Meng returned to the county and quickly sent a message back to a inn in Songjiang Prefecture using a carrier pigeon. Nanny Su brought the message from Qi Meng to Madame Qi. After reading it, Madame Qi clenched the note tightly in her hand, filled with frustration and anger. Miss, that woman is really lucky. It seems she is living well now. Should we do something? Nanny Su suggested, making a gesture across her throat. Tell Qi Meng to kill her. Madame Qi said, harboring deep resentment. That woman was like a nightmare to her. Just thinking about her filled her with hatred. What about that girl? Nanny Su asked. Let her live for now. She is the adopted daughter of Governor Chu. If we harm her, Governor Chu will surely seek revenge. We should leave first, and once Qi Meng is done, he should return quickly so we can discuss what to do about her. Hearing that her mistress had made a decision, Nanny Su quickly went out to send the message. Sure enough, on the third night, dark-clad figures entered the Lu residence. However, due to the rain and strong winds, the black-clad man did not succeed and was even injured. In the end, he barely managed to escape. Liansheng had placed a tracking incense on him, which could not be washed off for 10 days. Dafeng had arranged for someone to follow him. The fight at the Lu residence did not disturb anyone in the courtyard. When Qi Meng entered, Liansheng, with his face covered, whispered, "Brother, there's a small grove outside the village." Qi Meng was so startled he almost twisted his ankle. Seeing the 3 masked figures in front of him, he realized he was exposed and that he could not complete his mission, so he quickly fled the Lu residence. Area stayed put to prevent the black-clad man from returning, while Liansheng and Dafeng followed closely behind. Qi Meng wanted to return, but noticing one masked figure was missing, he knew he couldn't go back to the Lu residence. Qi Meng was skilled in martial arts and was not afraid of the people in front of him. He charged forward with his knife, but immediately regretted it. The 2 opponents were just as skilled as he was, especially the masked young man, whose moves were fierce and deadly. Dealing with one young man was already challenging, and with the other one, Qi Meng felt overwhelmed. He regretted underestimating them. If he had another chance, he would definitely not be so reckless. If given another opportunity, he would advise his young lady to live their own lives peacefully instead of trying to eliminate threats completely. Without the strength to do so, it was foolish to try. As a result, he was caught off guard and struck through the heart by the young man's sword. This time, Qi Meng truly cried. He barely managed to escape, but it was because Liansheng had intentionally let him go. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of survival. Liansheng wanted to use Qi Meng to find the person behind the plot. After letting Qi Meng go, Liansheng and Dafeng quietly returned to the Lu residence. The next day, after breakfast, Sushi took Zai Muyang to school, and Liansheng repeatedly reminded Sushi to stay close to Zai Muyang. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt uneasy and called Liansheng over. Liansheng then shared everything that had happened the night before, and Lu Yu was silent for a long time after hearing it. Aunt Yu, don't be scared. I have sent someone to follow that assassin, and we will definitely find out who is behind this. What is meant to come will eventually come, Lu Yu said softly. Aunt Yu, are you remembering something? Lu Yu nodded. I am starting to recall some things, but it's not completely clear yet. It's okay, I'm not afraid. If I back down in fear, I would be letting an down. She has sacrificed too much for me and Zai Muyang, and I also don't want to disappoint those who care about me. Aunt Yu, during this time, I will have De Fong secretly protect you. Muyang has 4 happy events, so you can rest assured. The man in black is injured and won't return for a while. Lu Yu reached out to touch Liansheng's head. Good child, I'm sorry to worry you. With you and in here, I'm not afraid of anything. I won't be afraid anymore. Some things need to be faced. Life continued as usual. After the appearance of the man in black, Liansheng told Grandpa Feng everything that happened. In the back mountain valley of Sanshizhai, there were indeed a few female dark guards among the group training, which Liansheng had prepared for Luan. Now that Luyu had been exposed, Grandpa Feng decided to bring one female dark guard out of the training camp early. Luyu looked at the girl named Zi, who had her hair in a high ponytail and looked impressive, feeling very grateful. Zi was in her 20s and was happy to see the elegant and gentle lady in front of her. With Zi by her side, Luyu felt safer. It had been over 2 months since Luin left, and that evening, the siblings finally returned to Lin County. After Luan finished her bath, she didn't spend much time talking to her mother before falling into a deep sleep. She really missed her soft, big bed. Xiao was taken away by Liansheng. Naturally, Liansheng couldn't hide the matter of the man in black from his adoptive brother and needed to make him aware. After hearing this, Xiao's expression became serious, urging Liansheng to quickly bring in the dark guards to protect Anan. One Cui Hua and one leopard were clearly not enough, and Lu Xiang didn't know any martial arts. He needed to hurry back to the Chu residence to see if there was any news from his grandmother. Luan slept soundly, while Lu Yu had a restless night. She had a dream that felt so real. "Madam, everything is packed." It was the voice of her personal maid. "Mom, Dad is going too." The little girl in her arms, delicate and beautiful, looked up with eyes that resembled her father's, blinking at her. "Yue, come back early. I can't go with you and our daughter to the capital this time." The handsome man walking into the room as he spoke was her husband. "Dad, hug." The little girl stretched out her small hands towards him. The man's eyes were full of affection as he picked up the little girl, holding her like a treasure. A skilled man, he embraced his daughter as if she were his whole world. "And Bao, I can't go this time. Next time, okay?" "Next time, Dad will definitely take my Bao with him." The man gently comforted the little girl. The scene shifts, and I am traveling with my daughter, along with some maids and guards. I need to go to Liaodong because my husband's grandmother is celebrating her birthday this year after returning home last year. Since my husband cannot leave due to work, I have to take our daughter with me to visit her grandmother, who is getting older and really wants to see us. Suddenly, the carriage stops, and I hear the captain of the guards shout, "Madam, keep an eye on the young lady." Then, sounds of swords clashing come from outside. I lift the curtain and see dozens of men in black fighting with the guards. There are too many of them, and the maids and servants are falling. The captain and the few surviving guards are covered in blood, desperately protecting the carriage, but they are losing. "Madam, take the young lady and go quickly." I grit my teeth and tie my daughter to me with a ribbon before stepping out of the carriage. I straighten my back and grab the whip, urging the carriage to speed away. The sounds behind me grow fainter, but I realize I've taken the wrong path, and a cliff blocks my way. Soon, the men in black catch up, which means the guards must have fallen. Holding my daughter close at the edge of the cliff, I ask, "Who are you? What do you want from us?" "You don't need to know." "Well, I have nowhere to run now. Just tell me so I can understand why I'm dying." One of the men hesitates. "We are just hired to do this." "It's fine to tell you. You got in someone else's way." "Is it Qi Enran?" The man in black clearly hesitates and does not deny it. As they step closer, I look down at my innocent daughter in my arms and say, "My dear, I won't let you become a victim. We will face this together." With that, I jump off the cliff. To my surprise, there is a hidden river below. However, as I hit the water, I knock my head on a rock and lose consciousness, drifting along the current. When I wake up, I find that my daughter is safe in my arms. But I can't remember anything except that my last name is Liu, my name is Yue, and my daughter's name is Anan. We wander and beg for food, not knowing how far we've traveled or how many days have passed. I am covered in wounds and faint in the mountains until I meet Wang Fugue.
Yue, Anbao.
Luyu suddenly wakes up, tears streaming down her face as all her memories return. Z, who has been waiting outside, hears movement inside and quickly gets up to ask, "Madam, are you awake?" Luyu clutches her chest, gasping for breath. Z heard something was wrong and said, "Madam, I'm coming in." After that, she entered with a lamp. "Madam, what's wrong?" Seeing Madam with tears on her face and looking pale, Z was startled and quickly took a large robe to cover her. After a while, Luyu managed to speak. "What time is it now?" "It's almost dawn. Go call Enin and Liansheng over, quickly," Luyu instructed while getting up to dress. Z immediately turned and left the inner room to fetch the young lady and Master Liansheng. It was just getting light outside, and Liansheng was already up, practicing in the yard, but Luin was still asleep. Lu Xiang woke up early, and when she saw Z, she quickly went inside to call the young lady. When Luin heard her mother calling her, she was surprised, as this was unusual. What could be wrong? Without wasting time, she quickly got dressed and tidied up a bit before running to her mother's courtyard, where Liansheng was waiting at the door. "What's wrong with mother?" Luin asked anxiously. "Z just said that aunt seems to have had a nightmare and called for us right away," Liansheng replied quickly as they walked. He hadn't had the chance to tell Enin about the black-clothed people from last night. Seeing that Enin looked tired, he decided to wait until today to tell her. "A few days ago, we encountered black-clothed assassins in the village, and they were after aunt. I didn't tell you last night because you were too tired, but I informed my brother. I placed a tracking scent on the black-clothed person and arranged for someone to follow. Besides Z, there are 2 hidden guards on the way. Think about it. It's very likely that someone discovered you while you were in the capital." There wasn't time to explain in detail, but Liansheng had made things very clear. Luin clenched her teeth. Without thinking too much, they arrived at Luyu's courtyard. Luyu was already prepared and waiting in the hall. Z stood at the door. "Master, please go in. I'll stay here." Luin entered the hall and saw her mother's serious expression. She quickly approached and half-squatted down. "Mother, what's wrong?" Luyu looked at her daughter, thinking about how much hardship her young girl had endured while fleeing with her. Tears fell again. "Mother," Luin called out, feeling her mother's deep sadness, which broke her heart. Liansheng brought over 2 small stools and sat down beside his aunt. Luyu reached out and gently touched the heads of the 2 children. "Today, I discussed with Mr. Wu to choose a good date to officially arrange your engagement."
Ah!
Luin was confused. What was happening? Was this really happening? Liansheng was also puzzled. He was eager for the engagement, but why did his aunt suddenly make this decision? First, the engagement. When Enin turns 16, you will officially become husband and wife. Luin's racing heart finally calmed down. Liansheng also quietly sighed in relief. He was worried about Enin, but 3 years was enough time for him to return to the capital. By then, he would have a grand wedding to bring Enin home, making sure his girl had a beautiful ceremony. Luyu's decision was clearly final. After settling this important matter, Luyu said, Liansheng, listen carefully to what I say next." The 2 nodded eagerly, paying close attention. "Enin, you took your mother's surname. Your birth surname is Rong, and your biological father is Rong Jue. I was also born into the noble Rong family." Luin felt as if a bomb had gone off in her ears, leaving her stunned. She had suspected her mother's background was not simple, but she never imagined she was a lady from the Rong family. Liansheng felt equally bewildered. Enin might not know much about the noble families in the capital, but he, having lived 2 lives, knew General Rong Jue. In his previous life, the Rong family had tried several times to persuade the emperor to uncover the truth about his father's matters. The emperor was furious, not only putting Lord Rong under house arrest, but also sending Rong Jue and his brother Rong Yu to the border, forbidding them from returning to the capital without summons. Later, when Prince Xian ascended the throne, the 2 generals from the Rong family returned in glory. It was rumored that General Rong's first wife had indeed met with an accident while visiting relatives, leaving no trace behind. He never followed up on whom General Rong married afterward. When he entered the capital, Rong Jue and his brother had already been sent to the border, and he died before he could see Rong Jue return. He also knew about the Rong family. Lord Rong Cheng was said to have favored a concubine greatly, and after his legitimate wife passed away, he made the concubine his main wife, as the household was already in disarray. He never expected his aunt to be the legitimate daughter of Lord Rong Jue and the wife of Rong Jue. Luin softly recounted the past, remembering everything. She felt it was necessary to tell the two children that their future might not be peaceful. The Rong family in the capital had a long history of integrity, deeply respected by the ancestors, a noble family for over 100 years. In Liansheng's generation, he was exceptionally talented, with one son and one daughter, and a harmonious family. Luin was promised to the young master of the Rong family, Rong Jue, since childhood. They grew up together, waiting for Luin to come of age for their wedding. When Luin was 8, her mother fell ill, and her health declined. Liansheng went to the capital to inspect disaster relief and returned 6 months later with a woman who had saved his life. The woman's father entrusted her to Liansheng. After bringing her home, Liansheng discussed with his wife that the woman had lost her purity to save him, and he felt responsible for her. He decided to take her as a concubine to provide her with a safe place to live. Liansheng's wife, being kind-hearted and in poor health, reluctantly agreed. Thus, the woman from the Qi family became a concubine of the Duke of Rong. She came from a low background, being the daughter of a fallen scholar and previously divorced. Being a concubine was already a high position for her, but she was humble and served Liansheng and his wife well, gradually gaining acceptance in the household. Unexpectedly, a year later, Liansheng's wife passed away, leaving the household without a mistress. Luin was still young, and Luin's brother had not yet married, so the Qi concubine took charge of the household affairs. One day, a young girl named Qi Yanran came to the duke's residence, seeking a match. She was alone and quite pitiful. Liansheng was pleased with the Qi family's performance over the years and allowed Qi Yanran to live with her mother in the household. As Liansheng grew closer to the gentle Qi, he disregarded the objections from his children and relatives and elevated her to the status of his main wife. From then on, Qi held significant power in the duke's household. They later had a son, which gave Qi even more confidence, leading to a difficult life for Luin and her brother. The relationship between Duke Liansheng and his children grew distant. After Qi Yanran moved in, she acted like a young lady and immediately set her sights on Rong Jue, insisting she wanted to marry him. Qi began to scheme to switch the engagement to Qi Yanran. Liansheng, still clear-headed, did not agree, and the Rong family was also not fond of Qi Yanran. When this plan failed, Qi devised another, wanting to marry both sisters into the Rong family. Liansheng, feeling overwhelmed, went to discuss the matter with the Rong family, only to be met with anger from the elder Rong. In the end, Qi and Qi Yanran's various attempts to marry Rong Jue were unsuccessful. Qi still wanted to control the marriage of Luin's older brother. However, Luin's brother, Lu Rufin, pleaded with the emperor, who granted the marriage, allowing Lu Rufin and his beloved to become husband and wife smoothly. To pave the way for her son, Qi planned to separate Lu Rufin from the Duke of Rongjue's household, but the family members disagreed. At that time, Qi's son, Lu Rujiang, was just a clueless child and not capable of handling such responsibilities, so the family wouldn't agree. Qi then began to create difficulties for Lu Rufin and his wife using various excuses. Fortunately, Lu Rufin's wife was smart and resourceful, and she also protected her younger sister, Lu Riyue, so Qi didn't gain much from her schemes. Liansheng didn't manage the household affairs, and Qi operated secretly, so there were many things he truly didn't know. Soon, it was Lu Riyue's wedding, and Rong Jue brought home the girl he liked with a grand procession. Qi Yanran was certainly unwilling to accept this, and she visited the Rong residence several times under the pretense of seeing her sister, secretly trying to entice Rong Jue, but he saw through her attempts each time. In the end, Qi Yanran made a desperate move and paid a large sum to hire assassins to ambush Lu Riyue and her mother while they were visiting relatives. As for Rong Jue now, Lu had no idea. Over a decade had passed, and she and her daughter were likely considered lost to the Lu and Rong families. After hearing her mother's past, Luan felt a chill in her hands and feet. It was infuriating. Lu Cheng was such a fool. Perhaps her grandmother's death was also related to Qi Yanran? Suddenly, Luan recalled the lady who came down from the second floor at the tea house with her stepmother. That lady had looked at her several times. Could it be? Luan shared her thoughts with her mother and Liansheng. Liansheng was silent for a moment and said, "It's very likely that woman is Qi Yanran." Considering the timeline from the tea house to the ambush, there were only 6 or 7 days in between, which fits perfectly with the travel time from the capital to Lin County. Mother, we have no ties with the Lu and Rong families in the capital anymore, but I still want to go to the capital. This matter can't just end here. I want to see what kind of person Rong Jue is and what connections the Lu family has. Lu Yu initially didn't plan to let her daughter go, fearing what might happen in the capital. Mother, the current situation is that we want to live peacefully, but they may not allow us to. Instead of waiting for the other side to strike, it's better to take the initiative. There might be a way out. Luan insisted on her plan. Now that Qi Yanran had already taken action, she couldn't wait any longer, and she wouldn't give her any time. Anin, Lu Rufeng is your uncle, and your aunt is Su Rui. Your brother and sister-in-law treated me very well back then. I wonder how they are doing now. I don't know anything about the family situation. So, Mother, I must go. I will face any danger for this. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Aunt, I will accompany Anin. That's not acceptable. Lu Yu and Luan said in unison. Liansheng, you carry the deep grudge of the Su family on your shoulders. Compared to your situation, my mother and I have minor issues. In a few days, my brother-in-law and I will also go to the capital to visit Brother Chu and our grandfather. With my brother-in-law there, I will be safe. Luan absolutely could not let Liansheng take risks. Lu Yu was even more firmly against it. The Duke Jingyuan is a great hero of the Qi dynasty, beloved by the people, and Liansheng is his only descendant. Nothing must happen to him. Lu Yu knew her daughter was determined. She wouldn't do anything without confidence. Moreover, her daughter was right. If trouble has come to their door, they can't hide forever. Besides, with Chu Xian accompanying them, she felt reassured. After the two children left the main courtyard, Lu Yu had breakfast and discussed the matter with the eccentric Grandpa Wu, sharing her background as well. Grandpa Wu was quite surprised. Don't worry, Anin's mother. I have prepared 2 bodyguards, Lan Yi and Qing Yi, to protect Anin. Additionally, I will arrange for a caretaker to accompany her to the capital. Jean Mama is someone who served Liansheng's mother closely. She survived 3 knife wounds and was saved. After her injuries healed, her appearance changed so much that no one could recognize her. Grandpa Wu made thorough arrangements. He was indeed the most trusted person by Duke Jingyuan back in the day. Thinking about the 2 children, Grandpa Wu added, "There's no better time than now. The day after tomorrow is a good day for the 2 children to formally bow to us. This matter is settled. I apologize to Anin for the inconvenience, but once everything is resolved, we will celebrate grandly." Lu Yu understood the current situation of the 2 children. It was best to keep this low-key, only known to the family. She was anxious, fearing that the Lu or Rong families might use Anin's marriage as leverage in the future. 2 days later, in the small courtyard, Luan and Liansheng bowed to Lu Yu and Grandpa Wu, and also bowed to the memorial tablets of Liansheng's parents. The engagement of the 2 children was officially settled. The next day, Jean Mama arrived with the 2 female bodyguards, Lan Yi and Qing Yi, at the small courtyard. Lan Yi and Qing Yi were dressed similarly to Zi, with high ponytails and dark, fitted outfits. The girl in blue was calm, while the girl in green was more lively. They quickly became friends with Cuehua and Lu Xiang. The poor leopard looked quite pitiful. The girl in green patted the leopard's shoulder and cheerfully said, "Leopard sister, I will take care of you from now on." This made everyone burst into laughter. Grandma Jean cleared her throat a couple of times, and the girls immediately became serious. She pointed at them and said, "Our Lady and the young miss are kind and won't blame you, but you must not behave like this in front of outsiders. It would embarrass your master." The girls stuck out their tongues and nodded vigorously. Even the leopard felt a bit nervous looking at the serious Grandma Jean. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Luin didn't want to be too strict with them, but they still needed to follow certain rules, especially when going to the capital, where a small mistake could lead to trouble. Grandma Jean was in charge of teaching Xuehua and the others, while also focusing on Luin's manners and etiquette. Fortunately, Luin had a good foundation and passed with flying colors, which made Grandma Jean very happy. In just one day, Luin successfully won over Grandma Jean. To Grandma Jean, Luin was not just her young master. She also saw her as a younger generation to care for, and Luin respected her greatly. Liansheng decided not to go to the capital with Luin. Instead, he had long planned to enlist in the army. He wanted to make a name for himself on the battlefield, so he could help the Su family and provide better security for Anin in the future. Luin fully supported him, and Lu Yu naturally listened to her daughter. San Lei and Si Dian would follow him, while De Feng managed the construction at Xiangyang Mountain Villa, and Yu continued training the secret guards. Before leaving, Liansheng made a special visit to Chu Sanxiao. "You want to enlist? Do you know how difficult this path is?" Chu Sanxiao almost jumped up. "I know, but I must go. Third brother, I have a family vendetta to settle, and I want to provide for Anin." Chu Sanxiao looked at the young man before him, who exuded a strong aura and had a fierce determination that reminded him of his second brother. For a moment, he saw not just a boy, but a seasoned general who had fought many battles. He knew Liansheng was not ordinary and was aware that Liansheng's parents and siblings had faced misfortune, but he didn't know who Liansheng's enemies were. "All right, go ahead. Take care of yourself. You can trust me to look after things at home. And you must come back safely. If you let my sister down, I'll make sure to break your legs." Chu Sanxiao said playfully. "Thank you, third brother." Liansheng leaned in close to Chu Sanxiao and whispered, "Brother San, my real name is Su Zhao, courtesy name Liansheng. My father was the Marquis of Jingyuan, and I am his youngest son." After saying this, Liansheng turned and walked away quickly. Chu Sanxiao fell off his chair in shock. Lying on the ground for a while, he said with a sigh, "That little rascal, I must have owed you something in my past life. Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister and Aunt Yu." A few days after returning to the Chu residence, Chu Sanxiao had not yet received news from the old lady, but soon a letter arrived from the capital. It was a letter from the eldest brother of the Chu family. The letter mentioned that he had reviewed the old records and found some information. 11 years ago, General Rong Jue's wife, Lu Riyue, and their 2-year-old daughter, Rong Anin, were killed by bandits while visiting relatives, leaving no trace behind. However, the eldest brother of the Chu family managed to uncover some clues. The bandits were not after money but were hired by someone with a lot of money. Moreover, less than 6 months after the incident, the Duke of Rong married his stepdaughter, Qi Yanran, to Rong Jue. They now have a daughter who is under 10 years old. At the same time, the eldest brother found out that Rong Jue had been stationed at the border for many years, while Qi Yanran and their daughter remained in the capital. Rong Jue had only returned a handful of times in the past 10 years. After reading the letter, Chu Sanxiao said, "It seems like Rong Jue and the young Qi don't have a good relationship, do they?" "Humph. The Duke of Rong favors his concubine and has elevated her status." Back then, the main wife even caused a scene about marrying the young Qi into the Rong family. The young Qi entered the Rong residence within 6 months. It's hard to believe there wasn't some manipulation involved. The old lady was furious whenever the Duke of Rong's matters were mentioned. "Grandmother, I will go find Aunt Yu. With Anin's personality, she will definitely want to go to the capital. Then you must protect your sister. They are coming with knives. We can't just hide away. If we can act, we shouldn't just talk. If our Chu family can't protect them, you might as well find a way to end it all." The old lady was very assertive. She was protective of her family. Anin was such a good child who had suffered so much and deserved justice. Chu Sanxiao immediately went to find the waiter. After reading the letter, Lu Yu and Luin remained silent for a while. Anan, go ahead. Don't worry about mother. The Rong family has nothing to do with me anymore.
Go and seek justice.
As for the Liu family, aside from your uncle and aunt, the others are not my concern, so don't mind them. If your grandfather had not favored the Qi mother and daughter, we wouldn't be in this situation today. What father-daughter bond is there? When he listened to the Qi family's words and wanted to marry Qi Yanran into the Rong family, the bond between us was gone. Liu Yu was truly heartbroken. Ever since the Qi mother and daughter entered the house, she and her brother had become distant from their father. The only one she cared about now was her brother, and she imagined he wasn't living comfortably either. The son of the Qi family was now around 17 or 18 years old. If their father was a bit softer, the title of the Duke of Rong would belong to the Qi family son. Just thinking about it made Liu Yu furious. Of course, Chu Sen Xiao thought of this too. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, aunt. The emperor is not easily fooled. Uncle was a top scholar in his time and is now a grand scholar in the Hanlin Academy. The title of Duke of Rong is not something anyone can just take." Liu Yu pressed her lips together, paused for a while, and then said, "Anan needs to be careful. Mother will take care of things at home and then come to the capital to find you. Mother, I will go check the situation first. When you need to come, I will send you a message. Please don't blame me. I will definitely cause a stir in the Liu and Rong families. I will not let the Qi mother and daughter get away with this." Chu Sanxiao sent Liansheng to the border to find his second brother. The Chu family's second master was a general stationed at the border, and he sent a secret letter to his brother, ending with Liansheng, the youngest son of the Su family. Liansheng did not refuse. He guessed that his third brother would send him to the Chu family's second brother. Back then, many spoke up for his father in court, but unfortunately, the late emperor did not listen and punished many who defended his father, including the elder Chu. He would remember this kindness and one day repay those who helped his father. When Liansheng left, he did not disturb anyone, only leaving a note for Luin. "Wait for me to come back and marry you." He couldn't bear to say goodbye to Anan in person. He feared he wouldn't want to leave. He felt cruel leaving the young girl to face everything alone, knowing the pain in his heart. Luan looked at the note for a long time. In her past life, she had learned about the dangers of the battlefield from TV and movies, especially in this era of cold weapons. However, a good man aims for the world, and she understood Liansheng's decision. She would wait for him to return. After carefully keeping Liansheng's note, Luan felt revitalized. She had her own battles to fight. Liansheng, along with San Lei and Si Dian, rode 3 swift horses straight to the border, hardly stopping except to eat, sometimes resting briefly in the woods. Liansheng had changed his appearance, and his face now looked like that of a handsome young man. Before this, San Lei and Si Dian had never seen his true face, and there was no need to hide it anymore as they arrived at the border camp. After nearly 20 days, the 3 of them finally reached the main camp at the border. The second master of the Chu family received a secret letter from the third brother, revealing that Liansheng was the youngest son of the Su family. The second master of the Chu family read it several times, then suddenly stood up, nearly knocking over his chair. A soldier outside called out loudly, "General, what happened?" "Oh, nothing," replied the second master of the Chu family. This young man named Liansheng, who came to join the army, was from the Su family? He carried a family grudge and was actually the son of the Duke of Jingyuan? The second master of the Chu family broke into a sweat. "Third brother, you really are something." He respected the Duke of Jingyuan greatly. His own father had once advised the late emperor on behalf of Lord Su, but unfortunately, the late emperor was misled by the Li family. Well, since he was the orphan of the Duke and the future husband of his own sister, he had to look after him. When the second master of the Chu family saw Liansheng, he realized this unassuming young man was the youngest son of Lord Su. Liansheng understood that the second master still had doubts, so he asked San Lei and Si Dian to guard outside, and the second master also instructed his soldiers to stay away from the main tent. Only then did Liansheng remove his thin mask, revealing his true face. The second master of the Chu family looked at him and thought, what a handsome young man. Over a decade ago, when he was still a youth, he had seen the Duke of Jingyuan. Lord Su was a fierce general, known for his ruthlessness on the battlefield. But off the battlefield, Lord Su was a dignified and gentle person. Liansheng was like a younger version of the Duke of Jingyuan. Second brother, Liansheng said with a deep bow. No need for such formalities. Your third brother has already sent word to me. The Duke has always been someone I respect. Justice will prevail, and the Duke's grievances will be cleared. Thank you, second brother. Many years ago, our grandfather in the Chu family was unjustly punished by the late emperor due to my father's matters. I will always remember this and will repay it in the future. The second master of the Chu family nodded and patted Liansheng's shoulder firmly. Based on Liansheng's situation, the second master arranged for him and his companions to stay in the vanguard camp. The commander of the vanguard camp was General Goma, who was known for his straightforward personality and was highly valued by the second master of the Chu family. When General Ge saw the general personally delivering a young man and two young men, he thought to himself that these two young men clearly respected the boy. He felt a bit displeased, thinking another young master from the capital trying to gain experience. He decided to test Liansheng's skills by having his deputy engage him, wanting to give Liansheng a taste of reality. The second master of the Chu family watched closely, knowing that his vanguard camp was not to be underestimated. Any one of them could take on 10 opponents. Nature also wanted to see what Liansheng was made of. Unexpectedly, when the deputy general fought with Liansheng, not only did Lord Chu feel uneasy, but even Goma felt a chill. Liansheng didn't even use all his strength. If he had, the deputy general wouldn't have lasted 10 rounds against him. Goma touched his head, realizing that if he faced the young man himself, it would take some effort. This young man not only had solid skills but also seemed experienced in battle. He wasn't just fighting blindly, he was clever. Lord Chu secretly admired him, thinking that as a descendant of the Jingyuan Marquis, this young man's future was bright. After the deputy general stepped back, he patted Liansheng on the back and laughed. Good kid. I thought you were just a pretty face, but you have impressive skills. Little brother, I'm Zhang Meng. Liansheng cupped his hands in greeting. That was just brother Zhang letting me win. Zhang Meng waved his hands dramatically. No, that's my true skill. Ha ha. Zhang Meng was delighted. In just this short time, Liansheng had earned everyone's respect. Goma leaned closer to Lord Chu and whispered, General, I want to personally train this kid. What do you think? Lord Chu raised an eyebrow. You like this kid? Just so you know, take good care of him, but he's already engaged and has a fiancé at home. To put it simply, he's going to be my future brother-in-law. What? Goma nearly fell to the ground, almost pulling down Lord Chu's pants, his mouth wide open. Oh my goodness. Big brother, can you be a bit more reliable? I almost gave your brother-in-law a hard time. You won't hit me, right? Lord Chu shot Goma a disapproving look. Just keep this to yourself. Don't give this kid special treatment. Let him fight for himself, or how can he be worthy of my sister? Lord Chu knew his future sister-in-law, who had been praised to the skies by his third brother. With his third brother's personality, few could impress him, especially a young girl who hadn't even reached adulthood. Besides, their father had also written to praise her. A child who could earn their father's praise was remarkable. He still felt nervous when he saw his father. So he decided to help Liansheng grow. Liansheng and Sanlei stayed in the forward camp, training daily with everyone, and Liansheng offered many good suggestions during practice. Goma was so pleased he could hardly contain his smile. Liansheng had really helped him a lot. In just a few days, Liansheng completely won over the entire forward camp with his skills. Liansheng is grateful for his experiences from his past life on the battlefield. Those challenging days helped him grow quickly and gain a lot of practical experience. Of course, Liansheng's abilities attracted some jealousy, and a few people tried to create trouble for him. However, these tricks seemed insignificant to Liansheng, who had lived 2 lives. He didn't harm them but made them suffer enough that they no longer dared to provoke him. Liansheng didn't want to hide his strength anymore. He didn't have much time. In 3 years, he needed to establish himself in the military and build his connections. He didn't conceal anything from Lord Chu, who would naturally support him. With the truth about Duke Jingyuan coming to light, the emperor would grant Liansheng the title of Duke Su, and the Jingyuan duke's household would soon see brighter days. Moreover, Lord Chu knew that the current emperor was not the previous one, and the Li family's influence was weakening. The injustice faced by Duke Su would surely be revealed. Thus, Liansheng began his military life, while a competition awaited in the capital. Luin had a special way to contact Liansheng. A few days later, after arranging matters at home, she received news from him. Liansheng had safely arrived at the border and was under the care of Chu's second brother, which reassured Luin. Baozi, Suehua, and Lu Xiang stayed at home. They discussed how to handle some shop matters, knowing they needed to protect the young lady's interests. Jean Mama, along with the women in blue and green, accompanied Luin to the capital. On a sunny day, the group quietly traveled by carriage to the capital. They took their time on the journey to care for Jean Mama, and Chu's third young master sent someone ahead to the capital. After being rescued, Jean Mama returned to the capital once her injuries healed. Although Grandpa Feng and the others had been away for years, they often received news about the noble families in the capital, thanks to Jean Mama. During the journey, Jean Mama shared detailed information about the noble families with Luin. With her strong memory, Luin remembered everything after hearing it just once. On the third day, Luin received news from Dafeng. Upon opening it, she discovered it was about the black-clad individuals. Liansheng had used a tracking scent, and his men followed the black-clad person, who first hid in a farmhouse to recover. After a few days, they headed to the capital and eventually entered the general's residence. The general's residence was not heavily guarded, and the men were skilled enough to easily sneak inside. After hiding in the general's residence for 2 days and observing the situation, the black-clad man returned and met with the general's wife. After a failed assassination attempt, she was very angry. The general's wife, surnamed Qi, is the adopted daughter of the Duke of Rong, Qi Yanran. The next day, Qi Yanran returned to the duke's residence, where she had a secret discussion with the Duchess that lasted an hour, the details of which are unknown. After reading this, Luin thought to herself that no matter what they were plotting, she would face any challenges head-on. That afternoon, a group finally entered the capital city. Not far from the entrance, they encountered the eldest son of the Chu family, Deputy Minister of Justice Chu Heng, who had come to greet them. Luin greeted Chu Heng warmly. Since there were no daughters in his generation and both he and his younger brother had sons, he was very fond of the polite and generous Luin. With his younger brother absent from the capital, his sister-in-law and his wife had already started preparing, and the boys at home were eager to meet their little aunt. They happily made their way home and soon arrived at the entrance of the Chu residence. Mrs. Chu, the elder, is surnamed Luan, and Mrs. Chu, the younger, is surnamed Wang. The two sisters-in-law, along with a group of children, were already waiting at the door. As Luin got down from the carriage, before she could speak, one of the boys exclaimed, "Wow, little aunt is so pretty, like a little fairy." Luin smiled at this compliment, dazzling everyone with her charm. "Little sister and greets elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law," she said as she stepped forward to pay her respects. The elder lady quickly reached out to support Luin and smiled. "We've been looking forward to your arrival. Now that you're home, there's no need for formalities." This morning, the magpies were chirping, which meant you were on your way, the younger lady added with a smile. Seeing this young girl so poised and confident, the two ladies felt even more pleased, as she was no less impressive than any noble young lady. At just 13, Luin was even younger than Chu Heng's eldest son, Qingge, by a year, yet she showed no signs of shyness. After all, someone who could run a business and collaborate with her uncle must be quite capable, or she wouldn't have caught her grandmother's attention. "Don't you two sisters-in-law miss me?" Chu Sanxiao pretended to be sad. "Hey, you little rascal, you hardly come home all year. How could we not think of you?" The elder lady, who treated him like a son, playfully slapped Chu Sanxiao. The older boys gathered around, some hugging her arms and others her legs, showing great affection. "Little aunt, hug," called out the youngest, the 4-year-old son of Chu Eryi. Jing'er didn't bother since Shu. Taking advantage of being young, with his big, cute eyes, he jumped into Luan's arms. This startled the second lady, who was about to stop him, but Luan had already picked Jing'er up. Having held little Mu Yang many times, Luan was very skilled at holding children. Jing'er affectionately hugged his little aunt's neck and pressed his cheek against hers, looking incredibly adorable. The second lady saw that Imei didn't mind the child at all and held Jing'er comfortably, which warmed her heart. A few older children quickly gathered around, calling out to their little aunt. Luan smiled and responded, reaching out to give each of them a gentle pat on the head. The mischievous little ones were quite well behaved. The two ladies exchanged a glance, both seeing approval in each other's eyes. The whole family cheerfully entered the courtyard, where Grandpa Chu was waiting. When Luan came in, she set down the little one, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Grandpa Chu. He smiled and accepted the greeting from his granddaughter. Jean Mama and a few others went ahead to prepare a room for the young lady, while Luan stayed behind to chat with everyone. Chu San Xiao brought up the gifts Luan had brought. The family was filled with joy and laughter, which echoed into the courtyard, making the servants feel that the sunshine was especially nice today. The first and second ladies chatted for a while before going to prepare the meal, taking a few of the mischievous kids with them, knowing that Grandpa and the others had matters to discuss. Grandpa Chu got straight to the point and asked, "Girl, I want to hear what you think." "Grandpa, I want to meet my uncle first. My mother misses him very much, and I definitely want to visit the Lu family openly. I'm not afraid of any trouble they might cause. I want to ask Duke Rong in person if he remembers my mother. If he does, he wouldn't let that Qi woman bully us. As for the Rong family, I need my brother to help me uncover the truth from back then. I will make sure that the Qi mother and daughter end up in prison. As for Rong Jue, since he has remarried, he has nothing to do with my mother anymore. Once everything is settled, I will leave the capital. Except for my uncle, I will have no further ties with the Lu or Rong families." Luan's face showed no emotion, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes had no warmth, only sarcasm and disappointment. What kind of life over the past 10 years has forced a child to bear burdens that should not belong to her age? Forcing this child to use her small shoulders to support her mother and younger brother. Old Master Chu felt very sorry for the little girl in front of him. He glanced at his eldest grandson and said, "Once something is done, there will be traces left behind. We need to give in and her mother justice. Grandfather is right. I have already arranged for someone to watch Qi Yanran and Qi Meng, as well as Yanran's nurse, Su. I also want to look into the Rong family. I feel there is something hidden here." Old Master Chu nodded. After discussing for a while, the eldest lady came over to say that the meal was ready. "Come on, girl, let's go eat. You need to fill your stomach and rest well to have energy." "Okay, I will listen to grandfather." Luin smiled brightly and went to support old Master Chu. Chu Heng and his younger brother followed behind. "This girl is so young, yet she seems like she has been through a lot," said Chu Heng as he walked with his younger brother. "Brother, children from poor families mature early. Besides, Anan has spent 10 years with the Wang family, which is enough to make a child grow up quickly." "Yes, and did you hear? She started a cooperative in Kaoshan village, uniting 3 nearby villages to become prosperous together. That cooperative is quite a novel idea. Brother, this girl's talents haven't fully shown yet. Last time, she helped our father a lot with the disaster relief, and it's very likely that our father will advance further because of it. So, brother, we need to help our sister get justice." Chu Heng patted his younger brother on the back, saying, "That is a must." The family sat together, enjoying a lively reunion dinner. After the meal, the servants cleared the table and served fragrant tea. Except for Chu Heng's eldest son, the 14-year-old Qing'er, the other children were quite young. After eating, the slightly older Li Ger took his younger brothers and left. The others stayed behind to chat. They talked for over half an hour before Old Master Chu told Luan to go rest, considering the long journey they had all endured. Luan didn't hesitate and followed Chu family's second sister-in-law to her courtyard. Seeing his eldest son, Qingge, looking a bit down, Chu Heng jokingly asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Father, my little aunt is even younger than me, but I feel she knows so much more." During our chat, she shared many insights I had never heard before. Feeling ashamed, Qingge lowered his head. Old Master Chu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Qingge, it's great that you think this way. You have grown up in the capital with a good family background, but your little aunt has lived a tough life since she was 2. Just because she grew up in the countryside doesn't mean she lacks experience. Especially in business, you have to interact with all kinds of people. Growing up in the Wang family taught her to read people's expressions. Although she is only 13, she is much more mature than her peers." Rong Jue went to the battlefield at 11, became the commander of a battalion at 16, and earned the title of general at a young age through his impressive achievements. His child can't be any less capable. At that moment, Chu Sanxiao entered from outside. Sanxiao smiled and said, "Qingge, you don't need to feel inferior. Just now, your aunt specifically came to find me." Guess what she said? "Uncle, what did my aunt say?" Qingge asked curiously. "Your aunt said that you are very talented and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Our paths of growth are different, and our directions are also different. I am just a businessman, and making money is my motivation. But you, Qingge, are a boy with ambitions for the world. You should learn well to benefit the people in the future. Your aunt also said that you must not learn from me, as I am quite obsessed with money." Chu Sanxiao mimicked Luan's expressions and tone perfectly. Everyone in the room burst into laughter, and even the old master laughed so hard that he teared up. This girl really sees things clearly. Qingge also laughed, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head and said, "Uncle, I was being too stubborn." The madam also laughed, saying, "Your aunt is really thoughtful. Son, you should talk more with your aunt in the future to learn from each other." After hearing this, Qingge nodded vigorously. Luin returned to her courtyard, which was arranged very warmly, clearly showing the care of the 2 sisters-in-law from the Chu family. Old Mama Jean was also very happy and instructed the maids in blue and green to help the young lady rest. After Luin finished tidying up, she went to bed and told Old Mama Jean and the maids to rest as well. She slept soundly until evening. The madam, concerned about Luin and Sanxiao's tiring journey, sent dinner to their respective courtyards. Luin was not polite and had dinner before going to bed early, wanting to recharge her energy. The night passed without incident, and the next day, Luin was fully refreshed. Except for the 4-year-old little Bao, the other children had gone to the academy. After having breakfast with the old master, Sanxiao planned to take Luin to explore the capital. With Chu Sanxiao accompanying her, Old Mama Jean did not leave the house. Since it was the first time for the maids in blue and green to visit the capital, Old Mama Jean allowed them to go out and explore, which made the 2 girls very happy. A group of people left the Chu residence. The capital city was indeed a bustling place, with busy streets much livelier than the city they came from, lined with numerous shops. They wandered around for a while, had lunch at a restaurant, rested a bit, and then headed out of the city. Outside the city was Deju Temple, which Luin had enjoyed visiting in her past life. Deju Temple was quite crowded, and the sound of chanting made everyone feel very calm. After donating some money for incense, the group made their way to the back mountain. The scenery at the back of Deju Temple was beautiful, filled with tall pine and cypress trees. Climbing up to the halfway point, they reached an octagonal pavilion. From the pavilion, they could overlook the entire temple. The pavilion was spacious, with several stone tables, and at that moment, 2 men were already sitting inside. After Luin and the others arrived, they chose a stone table to sit at, just 1 table away from the 2 men who were chatting. One of the men said, "Our master treats the young lady very well. Even though she and the little miss have been gone for many years, the master visits a few times each year. Alas, The master isn't living well at home. The old lady has never liked him. If it weren't for our wise lady, would there still be a place for him in this family? I wonder what the Duke is thinking.
Keep your voice down.
I just feel sorry for the master. Luin and Chu Sanxiao exchanged quick glances. It sounded like they were talking about the Lu family. After a while, the two men stood up and left, and Chu Sanxiao quietly followed them while Luin waited in the pavilion. The two men made their way from the back mountain to the front, and indeed one of them was Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng, accompanied by two attendants, hadn't walked far when Chu Sanxiao caught up. "Lord Lu, please wait." Hearing someone call him, Lu Rufeng stopped, and his two attendants turned around cautiously.
Who are you?
Chu Sanxiao recognized Lu Rufeng, partly because he resembled Lu Yu, his sister, and also because he had seen Lu Rufeng at poetry gatherings while accompanying his grandfather in the capital. He clasped his hands together and said, "Lord Lu, I am Chu Xian, and Chu Heng is my elder brother." "Oh, it's the third young master of the Chu family.
What can I do for you?"
"Lord Lu, could we go to the octagonal pavilion on the back mountain?" Lu Rufeng nodded, though his attendants looked uneasy. "You two wait here while I go with the third young master." The attendants had no choice but to agree and waited at the temple entrance. Chu Sanxiao walked quickly with Lu Rufeng toward the back mountain, while the attendants in blue and green had already come down from the octagonal pavilion and were nearby, keeping watch. Lu Rufeng walked to the back mountain and saw a young girl sitting in the octagonal pavilion. From a distance, she looked quite young, and two women dressed as guards were standing nearby. He hesitated for a moment, and then third young master gestured. "Lord Lu, please." Lu Rufeng had no choice but to step forward. At that moment, Luin saw a very refined man approaching, whose appearance resembled her mother's. She stood up just as Lu Rufeng reached the pavilion. When he looked up, he seemed stunned, standing there in shock, his lips trembling as he murmured, "Yuer." "No, Enen." Luinen and Lu Yu looked quite alike, except for their eyes. Luinen's eyes resembled Rong Jue's. Luinen suddenly felt a wave of sadness. All these years, just as her mother had said, her uncle had been thinking of them. He believed they were gone and had lit a perpetual lamp for them in the temple. Tears filled Luinen's peach blossom eyes as she choked out, "Uncle, I am Enen." Lu Rufeng swayed, and third young master quickly supported him. With a pale face, Lu Rufeng pushed third young master away and stepped into the octagonal pavilion. "And is it really you?" "It's me, I am Enen." "My child." Lu Rufeng embraced Luinen tightly. Though men rarely cry, Lu Rufeng was sobbing uncontrollably at that moment. Luinen was also in tears. "Enen, where is your mother? Is she here?" Lu Rufeng held Luinen's small shoulders, his heart filled with fear. For 11 long years, he had been in torment. His beloved sister was gone, and they hadn't even found her remains. What about his sweet little niece? Who besides their couple remembered them? That scoundrel Rong Jue. He was unworthy of his sister. "Uncle, my mother is still alive." Suddenly, Lu Rufeng felt weak and sat down on the ground, laughing with relief. Luinen and third young master hurriedly crouched down and called out in unison, "Uncle." After a while, Lu Rufeng stopped laughing and stood up.
"Great.
My sister's alive. That's wonderful. And Uncle will go home." "Uncle, wait a moment. There are some things I need to discuss with you." Third young master interrupted Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng frowned and asked in confusion, "Third young master, why do you call me uncle?"
Are you?
You dare to pursue my little cabbage? Just wait until I deal with you." After speaking, Lu Rufeng swung his fist towards Chu Sanxiao. "Uncle, don't hit him. He is my sworn brother." Luin quickly hugged her uncle's arm tightly, almost hanging onto Lu Rufeng. Lan Yi and Qing Yi also rushed over, and it was close. Sanxiao almost got hit. Chu Sanxiao hid behind Lan Yi and Qing Yi, cautiously peeking out, and said, "Uncle, Enen is my sworn sister. She is my father's goddaughter." Only then did Lu Rufeng lower his fist. He really wanted to knock this brat's head off. Chu Sanxiao patted his chest, relieved he almost got a beating. Luin pulled her uncle to sit down, while Lan Yi and Qing exchanged a silent look of disdain at Chu Sanxiao before stepping back outside the pavilion. Chu Sanxiao cautiously moved closer. "Xiange, it was my uncle's fault. Please sit down," Lu Rufeng said apologetically. "And quickly tell your uncle what has happened with you and your mother over the years." Luan recounted everything in detail, and Chu Sanxiao also contributed a lot during the story. Lu Rufeng felt a chill run through him, his clenched fists bulging with veins, and a drop of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Uncle!" Luan exclaimed. Hearing the girls shout, Lan Yi and Qing Yi quickly rushed back in. Seeing this, Qing Yi took out a small medicine bottle from her pocket, poured out a small pill, and placed it in Lu Rufeng's mouth. Sanxiao took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Lu Rufeng's mouth, and it took a while for Lu Rufeng to catch his breath. What a Qi Yanran! What a deceitful old woman from the Qi family! And everything is with your uncle. This debt needs to be settled. You don't need to worry about Rong Jue. Although he didn't know about the incident back then, he married Qi Yanran just 6 months after your incident. He is a scoundrel. You don't have to acknowledge him. Once we clean up this mess at home, I will bring your mother back. Uncle, my older brother is in the Ministry of Justice. He has been secretly investigating the events from years ago. It's been a long time, so it's a bit tricky, but he has found some information. Chu Sanxiao said in a serious tone. What has been uncovered so far? Lu Rufeng's expression darkened. After his sister's sudden incident, he truly thought she had encountered bandits, but later he realized something was off. Rong Jue's guards were all highly skilled. How could they not handle bandits? He had raised questions before, but several guards had already lost their lives, and the only surviving maid insisted it was bandits. However, that maid drowned in the river the next day. Uncle, before my mother jumped off the cliff, she asked the person who was trying to kill us. That person said my mother was blocking someone's way. Who could she be blocking? Only Qi Yanran. Moreover, according to the information my brother has gathered, the men in black from that year were not after money. They were hired for a large sum. My brother is currently looking for their whereabouts and has made some progress. Another important piece of information is that Qi Yanran's guard, Qi Meng, once sneaked into the Lu family home to attack Aunt Lu. Qi Meng is quite skilled, and I suspect he was definitely one of the men in black. Otherwise, Rong Jue's guard wouldn't be so difficult to handle. Chu Sanxiao added some details and shared everything he knew with Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng thought for a moment and said, Xian, thank you for your efforts. You must protect An well. I will return to the residence to make some arrangements. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of my little sister. Lu Rufeng nodded with a smile. He then said to Luin, and in a few days, I will take your aunt, along with your older cousin and cousin sister, to visit the Chu residence. You can't show yourself yet. Your aunt, and I will first investigate the situation from back then. We might uncover something. Luin nodded and thought for a moment before saying, Uncle, the 2nd day of next month is Grandma Qi's birthday. I heard she always hosts a grand celebration. I specially invited the Qing troupe to prepare a good show. Please try to invite all the important people in the capital. Lu Rufeng quickly understood Luin's intention. All right, don't worry. I will make sure this is done. Grandma Qi loves to show off, doesn't she? Then let's give her something to show off about. After talking for a while longer, they finally left the back mountain of Daiju Temple. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Rufeng's thoughts were racing. He hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep in over 10 years. The sudden loss of his sister and niece felt like a wound to his heart. After their mother passed away, he and his sister relied on each other, while their father favored the Qi family. Especially after the Qi daughter entered the household, she bullied his sister both openly and secretly, and their father turned a blind eye, repeatedly saying his sister lacked tolerance. How blind can a father be? After his sister's departure, he was also to be driven out of the duke's residence, as they wanted his good son to inherit the title. If Lu Rujiang were a good person, he might have spared him for the sake of their brotherhood, but Lu Rujiang was a scheming man. Why should he show mercy? Throughout the journey, Lu Rufeng had many thoughts. Knowing the malicious intentions of the Qi family, he had nothing to hold back and decided it was time to act quickly. After returning to the duke's residence, Lu Rufeng instructed his trusted subordinates to quickly bring his wife and children to the study. When Mrs. Su heard this, her heart skipped a beat. What was going on with her husband? Soon, Lu Rufeng's son, Lu Huanping, and daughter, Lu Huanyan, arrived at the main courtyard. They were confused about why their father wanted them in the study so urgently. Lu Huanping was 16 and Lu Huanyan was 14, both raised very well by Mrs. Su. I don't know what your father wants, but don't worry, let's go see him, Mrs. Su said softly as she led them to Lu Rufeng's study. Once inside, Lu Rufeng's trusted aide waited outside. In the study, Lu Rufeng sat behind his desk, a smile surprisingly appearing on his face. Mrs. Su was puzzled. It had been so long since she had seen her husband smile that she couldn't remember when it last happened. Her sister-in-law and niece were a painful memory for him. My dear, what's going on? Mrs. Su asked cautiously. Lu Rufeng smiled silently, tears streaming down his face, which startled Mrs. Su. Lu Huanping and Lu Huanyan hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling in front of Lu Rufeng, and asked in unison, Father, what's wrong? Lu Rufeng looked at his children and gently patted their heads. He then looked up at Mrs. Su and said, Rui, Yue, and Enin are still alive. Mrs. Su's mind went blank, and she swayed slightly, grabbing Lu Rufeng's arm tightly. What? My dear? Please say that again. When the incident with Lu Yu happened, Huanyan was only 3 and too young, but Huanping was 5 and remembered playing with his little aunt. Moreover, Mrs. Su often talked about the children's aunt, so they remembered her very well. Father, our aunt and sister are still alive? Both children exclaimed in surprise. Yes, your aunt and sister are alive. Mrs. Su's legs weakened, and she nearly fell to the ground, but Lu Rufeng caught her. Covering her face with her hands, Mrs. Su's shoulders shook with emotion. When she married into the duke's residence, her sister-in-law was not yet married, and they had a very close relationship. And little Enin, whom she had watched grow from a baby to a toddler, suddenly gone, had broken her heart. Hearing that both mother and daughter are still alive, Madame Su was overwhelmed with joy and cried. After a while, she calmed down. Sir, where are Yue and Enin? Why can't they come home? Are they doing well? Yue and Enin cannot come back yet. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Lu Rufeng then explained everything about Lu Yu and Luin in detail. After hearing this, Madame Su was so angry that her hands and feet felt cold. If the 2 children weren't there, she would have wanted to shout. That wicked old woman. Qi Yanran is such a terrible person. Lu Huanyan kept cursing. Normally, if Lu Huanyan spoke like this, Madame Su would have slapped her, but this time, she didn't stop her and joined in the cursing. Father, my aunt and sister have suffered so much. We cannot let Qi and her daughter go unpunished. Lu Huanping paced back and forth in the study, clenching his fists like an angry little beast. Of course we can't let them go. Rui, Enin reminded me to investigate the circumstances of our mother's death. Yue mentioned that our mother was not well, but it shouldn't have been fatal. Madame Su's expression darkened upon hearing this. The duke's residence was under the control of the Qi family because her father-in-law favored them. Madame Su focused on her own small household and did not interfere with the duke's affairs. Over the years, she had been battling with the Qi family, holding onto a shop and a small estate as part of her dowry. The Qi family controlled the household finances, while she relied on the income from her shop and estate, along with Lu Rufeng's salary, to support her family. The Qi family had not gained any advantage over Madame Su, showing that she was quite capable. Now, after hearing the duke's words, Madame Su understood immediately.
Don't worry, sir.
After our mother passed away, the servants in the courtyard were sold off. As long as someone is still alive, we can find 1 or 2. Leave the matters of the household to me. Pinger, Yenner, you must not let a word about your aunt and sister's situation slip. Huanping and Huanyan nodded in agreement to their mother's warning. There are no good people in the residence, and they cannot let anything out. Anin is at the Chu residence. We will make arrangements to visit them. Let's wait for the show on the second day of next month. Lu Rufeng sneered. While Lu Rufeng's family was discussing in the study, things were not going well for the Qi family. In the main courtyard of the Duke's residence, Madame Qi, the wife of the Duke, was sitting in a small flower hall with a very unpleasant expression. Her personal maid, Jean Zhu, gently advised, "Madam, please calm down. The second young master is still young. He will grow up and things will get better in a few years." Young? He is already 18. It really makes me angry. Who do I work so hard for every day? Not only is he not serious about his future, but he is also competing with others for a role. If the Duke knew about his behavior, how could he give him a title? The family members are all against him and support that other person. Madame Qi kept talking. Lu Rujian is her only son and her entire hope. Since he was little, she has spoiled him, making him very willful. He didn't succeed in school and spent all his time with some wealthy young men, eating and drinking. She hid many things from Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng didn't care much about the matters in the inner house, and luckily, Lu Rujian was very obedient in front of him. But if the truth came out, she was really afraid Lu Cheng would be furious with this disappointing son. Also, a few days ago, Qi Yanran returned. That mother and daughter pair are still alive. They are doing well, which almost drove her to the edge. If they returned to the capital, what would happen to her Yanran? Everything from the past would come to light, and Lu Rufu would surely make them suffer. So these days, Madame Qi felt like she was getting gray hair. "The second master is here," a maid announced from outside. "Mother, I'm back." A young man walked in, looking somewhat like Lu Rufu. If it weren't for the sly look in his eyes, he would actually be quite handsome. "You still know to come back? You should just stay out there," Madame Qi said angrily. "Mother, my dear mother, please calm down. I was wrong, I will change," Lu Rujin said with a big smile, half kneeling in front of Madame Qi. Madame Qi truly cared for the son, and Lu Rujin knew that his mother loved him. So he acted out more outside, but was still somewhat obedient in front of Madame Qi. Madame Qi sighed and said, "Zhang, you are my only son. I hope for you in the future. You need to behave better outside. Otherwise, what will happen to your title if your father finds out?" Lu Rujian narrowed his eyes, a hint of cruelty flashing in them. "Mother, what does my father mean? Does he not want to pass the title to me?" "It's not that your father doesn't want to, but the emperor disagrees, and several elders do too. They all support Lu Rufu, and the emperor values him highly." Lu Rujian stood up and sat to the side, snorting, "Those old fools, what does Lu Rufu count for? This duke's residence is mine, and no one can take it away. Mother, if it doesn't work, let's find someone to deal with him." "Absolutely not." Madame Qi didn't care about Lu Rufu's life, but she couldn't let her son get blood on his hands. She and Qi Yanran's hands were already dirty, but her son couldn't be. Lu Rujiang pouted and fell silent. Although Lu Rufin's family lived in the duke's residence, they only ate together during festivals. On other days, they had separate meals. Qi initially wanted to separate Lu Rufin, and Lu Cheng had the same idea, but they were scolded by several uncles in the clan. Moreover, the emperor found out and reprimanded him. Even if Lu Rufin were to split off, the title would still go to the eldest son, so the separation matter ended up unresolved. She wanted to assert her authority in front of Madame Su, but she couldn't control her. She could only manage everything in the residence. So, Qi felt quite frustrated. However, Lu Rufin's family was very happy and eagerly awaited a big event to come soon. 3 days later, Lu Rufin quietly brought his family into the Chu residence. When Madame Su saw the beautiful young girl in front of her, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and cried out, "My child." She tightly hugged Luin, crying heartbrokenly, and Lu Huanping and Lu Huanyan also shed tears. Luin embraced Madame Su, feeling the love from her family, and also began to cry. No wonder her mother often thought of the past and kept her uncle's family in her heart. Only her uncle and aunt truly cared for her mother in the Duke's residence. After a while, Madame Su finally stopped crying. The Chu family left space for them, thinking that the people they thought were gone were now alive and standing right in front of them. Surely they had a lot to talk about. The family sat together, and Luan also met her cousins. Lu Huanping jokingly said, "Anan, when you were little, I used to carry you." Madame Su shot him a playful glare and said, "How can you say you carried your sister? You only held her head while her little body almost touched the ground." Luan burst into laughter. Lu Huanyan also covered her mouth, giggling. "Sister, I don't remember anything. Mom said when you were a few months old, I couldn't walk steadily. When my brother wanted to carry you, I thought he was trying to take you away, so I fiercely protected you and ended up biting his ear. Did you really do that, cousin?" Luan widened her sparkling eyes, looking at Lu Huanyan. "Yes, at that time, Huanyan was protecting you." The three children quickly became engrossed in their conversation. Madame Su also asked about Lu Yu, and Luan shared the details with her aunt. "Aunt, my mother remembers the past and has always been concerned about you, uncle, and our cousins. She worries that you may not be doing well in the Lu family. I haven't brought my mother to the capital because the situation is unclear. Once things settle down, I will have her and my brother come." Mrs. Su nodded. "As long as your mother is well, I will feel at ease. Just thinking about the hardships you two have faced over the past 10 years makes my heart ache." Mrs. Su wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "Aunt, we have left the Wang family, and they have faced consequences. Although those days were tough, we got through them. Please don't be sad. We will be fine from now on." "Yes, mother, aunt, and sister Nan and brother Muyang are all doing well now. Please don't worry. Our goal is to resolve the issues in the household so that aunt can return safely." Lu Huanping also encouraged Mrs. Su. "Anan, leave the household matters to your aunt. Trust me, I will handle it well. We won't keep anyone troublesome. Now that we know the truth, it's time to settle the scores. What are your plans regarding the Rong family?" Mrs. Su needed to clarify, as the Rong family included Rong Jue and Anan's grandfather, as well as Rong Jue's father, Lord Rong. Lord Rong held a high position in the court as a second-rank censor. "Although Rong Jue is my biological father, he married Qi Yanran just 6 months after my mother's incident. I will never forgive him or acknowledge him. After the Qi mother and daughter face justice, we will have nothing to do with the Rong family. That's my niece. That scoundrel Rong Jue, I will hit him every time I see him." Although Lu Rufeng was a scholar, he had trained in martial arts since childhood and was quite skilled. "On the day Rong Jue married Qi Yanran, your uncle gave him a beating. He was injured by your uncle's sword and did not retaliate, saying he would owe your mother and you for life. Since then, Rong Jue has not set foot in the Lu family. He has been stationed at the border for many years and has rarely returned, and it seems his relationship with Qi Yanran is not very good." Mrs. Su, being in the capital, naturally knew some things. Luan remained silent. After a moment, she spoke. "No matter his reasons, the fact remains that he remarried and has a daughter. My mother also had Muyang. It's best for us to stay well apart." Luan's thoughts were simple. She would not acknowledge a man who married her enemy, no matter his circumstances, because he did not deserve it. Around noon, the third young master came to Luan's courtyard, inviting uncle's family to the dining hall for a meal. Lu Rufeng finally found some time and naturally went to greet old Master Chu in his courtyard. It was already quite rude that he waited so long to pay his respects. However, old Master Chu would not blame Lu Rufeng for this. Madame Su took the children directly to the dining hall, where the 2 ladies of the Chu family and De Bao were already waiting. Before long, Lu Rufeng and Chu Heng accompanied old Master Chu to the dining hall, and everyone took their seats. They all enjoyed a happy meal together. After the meal, Lu Rufeng did not linger and took his family to say goodbye. The servants of the Chu family, following Miss Luan's instructions, had already loaded 2 large boxes of gifts for Lu Rufeng's family onto their carriage. When Lu Rufeng's family got onto the carriage, they saw the 2 big boxes. "Dad, Mom, These are gifts from Sister Nin, Lu Huanyan said softly. Madame Su slapped her forehead. I can't believe I forgot. When I first met Nin, I didn't even give her a welcome gift. Lu Ruffing smiled and patted Madame Su's hand, saying, You were too busy crying. Don't worry, I already gave Nin a welcome gift. But I haven't given anything. As her aunt, how can I accept gifts from a child?
Mom, it's fine.
Sister Nin won't mind. Once everything is settled, we can tidy up the courtyard and decorate it nicely for Sister Nin and our little aunt. Lu Huanyan and her brother quickly comforted Madame Su, as their mother's emotions had been quite overwhelming today. The courtyard of the Duke's residence was not a good one for Lu Rufing's family. The best courtyard belonged to the De Qi family, and even Lu Rujiang's courtyard was better than theirs. Their courtyard was in the most remote area. Madame Su didn't mind and opened a back door in the courtyard for easier access. Since both sides disliked each other, the Duke didn't oppose it, and the De Qi family preferred not to see them. So, the carriage left through the back door. The servants in the courtyard were all trained by Madame Su and were very loyal, especially since she also brought some maids and helpers from her family. When the servants saw the master's family return, they quickly came out to carry the boxes into the master's courtyard. Once the family was inside, the servants went back to their tasks, while the head maid stayed in the courtyard, ready to follow Madame's orders. Pingur, open the boxes and see what your sister's gifts are, Lu Ruffing said with a smile. Okay. Lu Huanyan replied loudly as she hurried to open the first box. Is it clothes? Lu Huanyan exclaimed in surprise. The first box was filled with clothes, consisting of 4 large bundles, but they weren't tied too tightly, as that would wrinkle the fabric. Each bundle had a small cloth tied to it, indicating whose clothes they were. Lu Huanyan carefully opened the bundle with her name on it and asked, Mother, what kind of fabric is this? She truly didn't recognize the materials. It's floating light brocade.
Edgerly, Madame Su.
Lu Huanyan was taken aback. She had heard of floating light brocade, but had never worn it. Although she was a young lady from the Duke's residence, the family power was held by her step-grandmother, the formidable Madame Qi. Their branch relied on her mother's small shop and her father's monthly salary to live, and they had many servants to support, leading to significant monthly expenses. The silver they had was carefully budgeted by her mother, so they could never afford clothes made of floating light brocade. No wonder Nin asked so many detailed questions about our situation last time. I didn't think much of it. It turns out she made us new clothes. Lu Rufin recalled the incident at the octagonal pavilion on the back mountain of Deju Temple. Madame Su looked at her own clothes. She and the elder master hadn't bought new clothes in 2 years, and the children had very few decent outfits. Nin must have noticed your clothes were getting faded. She's thoughtful and realized we were having a hard time in the residence. Madame Su's eyes turned red again. This is our little girl's heartfelt gesture. We should accept it. Lu Rufin felt warmth in his heart. Mother, there are still many fabrics below. Lu Huang brought out more fabric from the box. Madame Su saw that the fabric was also allocated per person, with 4 pieces for each, including cloud silk and jacquard silk, all high-quality materials. Lu Huanyan held her clothes, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, my sister is so considerate. Of course. Your aunt is especially thoughtful. We get along like sisters, and Nin takes after her. Mother, there's another box. Lu Huaping said as he reached to open the second box. The first layer contained 4 small boxes, each labeled with a person's name. Lu Huanyan quickly opened her small box. Madame Su swayed, nearly sitting down. Inside was a small box full of jewelry, including red gold bangles, coral earrings, and blue and green hairpins, dazzling the whole family. Not to mention the jewelry for Madame Su. Dad, brother, what did sister send you? Open it and see. Lu Huanyan's eyes sparkled as she looked at her dad and brother Lu Huanping. Little sister Nin can't just give me jewelry. I bet there's silver inside, Lu Huanping said confidently as he opened the small box in his hands.
Ah!
The siblings exclaimed, bumping heads and causing Lu Huanyan to wince in pain. Inside the box lay a silver note and a short knife, with a beautifully carved wolf's head on the sheath. Lu Huanping's eyes were fixed on the knife, his excitement clear. He loved it. As he pulled out the knife, a glint of light flashed. Lu Huanyan was too close, and a gust from the blade caused a few strands of hair to fall. What a great knife! Hey, there's also a note. Lu Huanyan took out a note and read aloud. Cousin, Uncle said you like martial arts. I got this short knife by chance, hope you like it. Also, this silver note is for you to buy whatever you want, don't hesitate to spend it. Lu Huanping stared at the 2,000 taels of silver still lying quietly in the box, completely stunned. Mom, you take this. It's too much. This is from your sister. You should keep it, Mrs. Su insisted. Lu Huanping had no choice but to accept the silver note, thinking that one day he would protect his brother and sister when he was able. As for Lu Rufeng's special small box, it contained a set of brushes representing the 12 scenic views of Jiangnan. Lu Rufeng recognized their value. This set was priceless. He felt as if his eyes might pop out. Of course, these treasures were collected by Mao Chun. Dad, Mom, there's more here, Lu Huanping said, already numb, as he pulled out some Ganoderma, ginseng, and an envelope. Inside the envelope were a full 20,000 taels of silver. Mrs. Su covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. After so many years in the Duke's residence, she had never held 20,000 taels of silver. Lu Rufeng gently patted Mrs. Su's arm. Over the years, his wife and children had suffered with him. He hadn't been able to protect his only sister or provide a wealthy life for his wife and children. Seeing the pain in Lu Rufeng's eyes, Mrs. Su understood her husband's feelings. Dear, you are a good father, husband, and brother. You have endured so much. Your sister has always cared for us. It's all in the past now. It should all come to an end. Lu Huanping and Lu Huanyan stood by their father's side. In their eyes, he was the best father, bearing the weight of their grandfather's pressure alone, quietly shielding them from the storms of life. A family of 4 huddled together for warmth, and Lu Rufeng made a firm decision. Madame Su packed away 2 boxes of items, while Lu Huanping and Lu Huanyan carefully stored their gifts in their rooms. The 2 children were understanding, so Lu Rufeng no longer hid the matter of their aunt from them. The family sat down to discuss their next steps. The second day of the upcoming month was the birthday of the elderly Lady Qi, which was a significant event. This was the first step for Luin to expose the Qi mother and daughter. It was important to invite the right people to attend. The guests needed to be influential families in the capital so that they could help spread the news about the Qi mother and daughter. This would cause them to become flustered and reveal more flaws, allowing for the collection of more evidence to take action against them. The family spent most of the day discussing and finalizing their plans. Meanwhile, in the Qi courtyard, Lady Qi was complaining to Duke Rong, Lu Cheng, Sir, Jiang is already grown up. He can't just do nothing every day. We need to find him a job. Lu Cheng glanced at Lady Qi. He has no skills in either literature or martial arts. How can I find him a position? But he is my only son, and I am counting on him for the future. Am I supposed to rely on that household? Lady Qi said, her tone growing sharper. You are also Rufeng's mother. He has the duty to support you. How can you not rely on him? Lady Qi nearly choked on her words. Goodness, he supports me? If he doesn't drive me away, I would consider myself lucky. Today, Lady Qi dared not mention the title again. Last time, Duke Rong Lucheng brought up the idea of giving a title to Lu Rujian and a memorial to the emperor, thinking the emperor would agree. But instead, the emperor rejected it again. The emperor's message was clear. If Duke Rong brought it up again, his own title would be at risk. Without a title, the duke's residence would be just like Lu's, and their reputation among the noble families in the capital would plummet, especially since Lu Rujian was nothing. However, Lady Qi was unwilling to accept this. If Lu Rufeng inherited the title, the duke's residence would change masters, leaving no place for her and her son. She had no hope from Qi Yanran. Ever since Qi Yanran successfully married into the Rong family, the Rong family wasted no time in separating. Rong Jue was separated out, and his father, Lord Rong, lived with his older brother, Rong Yu, with little interaction. During festivals, when Qi Yanran wanted to visit Lord Rong, she was turned away and not even allowed through the main gate. I initially thought that after the birth of Rong Shu, the daughter of Qi Yanran and Rong Jue, their relationship would improve, but there was still no sign of any easing. Did Qi understood very well that if it weren't for Rong Shu, the Rong family would have already kicked Qi Yanran out. This is why she was anxious to have Duke Rong arrange a position for Lu Rujing. In the end, after much persuasion from De Qi, Duke Rong agreed to arrange a position for Lu Rujing in the Ministry of Justice. However, when he later learned that the deputy minister, Chu Heng, was the adoptive brother of Luin, he regretted it deeply. Lu Rujing fell into the hands of Chu Heng, and if he were a good person, Chu Heng wouldn't have made things difficult for him. Unfortunately, Lu Rujing acted like a young lord, offending many people and even killed a singing girl in public. Chu Heng was strict and dealt with matters fairly, resulting in Lu Rujing being sentenced to exile, where he ultimately died on the way. This is, of course, a story for later. The northern fortress of De Qi is the most important among all fortresses, and the main general stationed here is General Rong Jue. The late emperor once suppressed the Rong family because they spoke out for the late Marquis of Jingyuan. The Rong family is also a family of military leaders. Both Rong Yu and Rong Jue are military generals, although Lord Rong is a civil official. The current emperor, who is the former prince of Xian, restored all officials who had been suppressed by the late emperor to their original positions. Rong Yu was recalled to the capital to oversee the 4 camps and ensure the safety of the capital, while Rong Jue was assigned to the important northern fortress of Baiqing. Qi Yanran thought Rong Jue would take her to Baiqing, but unexpectedly, Lord Rong separated from her before she even entered the house. In fact, he chose to separate on the very day she arrived, which was a slap in the face to Duke Rong Lucheng, and Rong Jue had no intention of taking her away from the capital. On that day, Rong Jue left the capital. Therefore, the general's mansion in Baiqing was left with only a few strong servants and some young attendants. Local wealthy merchants had tried to offer their daughters to Rong Jue as concubines, but he rejected all of them. There was also a local official's daughter who persistently visited, but she ended up being thrown into a brothel by Rong Jue. Although she did not lose her purity, being thrown into a brothel tarnished her reputation, and her fate was to be sent to a family temple, living a life accompanied by flickering candles and ancient Buddhist statues. Everyone believed that General Rong was deeply devoted to his wife, but only the parties involved knew the truth. After that incident, no woman dared to approach the general's mansion again. At this moment, on the training grounds of the general's mansion, a tall man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood with his hands behind his back on a high platform. The man had charming peach blossom eyes, but his gaze was cold and fierce, exuding a strong aura of authority as he watched the guards practice below. This man was General Rong Jue. The chief steward of the general's residence, Steward Rong, hurried in. The deputy commander, who was also the general's personal guard captain, Xiao, jumped down from the high platform. Steward Rong spoke quietly with Xiao for a moment. Xiao nodded and returned to the platform, approaching the general to say softly, "General, something has arrived from the capital." From the capital? Rong Jue frowned. It was sent by the Qi family. The messenger said there is also a purse embroidered by the young lady. Having grown up with the general, Xiao was well aware of the family matters and did not like the Qi mother and daughter, so he referred to them simply as the Qi family. "Send it back," Rong Jue said coldly. Xiao nodded and quickly left to inform the steward, saying, "Steward Rong, from now on, any items sent by that woman do not need to be reported to the general. Just return them all." Steward Rong nodded. He knew how to handle items sent solely by that woman, but there were also gifts from Miss Rong Shu, which is why he reported to the general. He did not expect that after all these years, the general still did not favor the young lady, so he understood how to handle things in the future. Seeing the general's expression grow colder, Xiao cautiously suggested, "Master, I heard that a new storyteller has arrived at the Wang Tea House." Would you like to go listen and relax a bit? Rong Jue did not respond at first, but eventually nodded. He occasionally visited the tea house to unwind, but he only sat there, not to listen to stories or music. After Xiao arranged matters at the training ground, he followed the general out of the residence. The Wang Tea House was not far from the general's residence, located on a quiet little street. However, it was quite popular, known for its good tea and occasional guest storytellers, attracting many regulars. Rong Jue did not enter through the main door but used the back entrance, as Xiao had informed the owner in advance. The owner understood the general's intent and wanted to avoid drawing attention from the tea house patrons, so he found a private room for Rong Jue upstairs. The owner personally served tea and snacks before leaving. Before long, the storyteller appeared downstairs. Since it was not a private room, closing the door would block the noise from below. The private rooms were separated by screens, allowing a clear view of the happenings downstairs. The storyteller looked young, and some regulars recognized him from previous visits, so they began to applaud. The storyteller stood confidently in front of the table, clapped his hands, and said, "Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The right path in life is full of ups and downs." Ladies and gentlemen, today I will tell you a new tale.
Great.
What's the new story? We can't wait to hear it. Yeah, hurry up and share it with us, huh? Alright, everyone, listen closely. Rong Jue also looked down to hear what new things the storyteller had to share. The storyteller spoke slowly and clearly. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy man who had a kind wife and 2 children, making his life quite complete. One day, while he was out on business, he felt unwell and fainted on the road. When he woke up, he saw an old man and his daughter by his side. The man thought the father and daughter had saved him, so he thanked them profusely. The old man was a retired scholar, and since his daughter had been sent back to her family, he saw the wealthy man as a good match for her. The daughter also liked the wealthy man and said that to save him, she had personally helped him clean up, disregarding the differences between men and women. The wealthy man was touched, although the woman was young. She had sacrificed her dignity for him. Seeing this, the old man added fuel to the fire, saying that his daughter had lost her purity to save the man and could no longer live a normal life, so she would have to become a nun. The father and daughter wept together. The wealthy man, feeling pity for the girl who had lost her purity because of him, thought it was unfair to let his benefactor go to a temple. After he recovered, he gave the old man enough money and took the girl home. At home, his kind-hearted wife, though reluctant, agreed to let the girl stay as a concubine, seeing that the girl was honest and had sacrificed so much to save her husband. Little did they know, the kind-hearted wife had unknowingly led herself and her children into trouble. With a loud clap, the storyteller struck the wood again. The audience began to murmur. What trouble? It's obvious. That woman must have bad intentions and wants to push the main wife aside. Exactly. This wealthy man is blinded. Having a concubine will surely cause problems. An honest concubine might be fine, but if she's not, there will definitely be trouble. The crowd buzzed with various opinions, filling the hall with excitement.
Clap.
The storyteller clapped again, and everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. The storyteller cleared his throat and continued. Everyone here has sharp eyes, that's right. After this woman entered the house, she was initially well-behaved, but within a year, the lady of the house passed away. Although the lady was weak, it shouldn't have led to her death. After her passing, the master saw that the concubine was obedient and caring, so he let her manage the household. Before long, despite the objections of his 2 children, he elevated the concubine to the position of the main wife, and from then on, she acted as if she owned the place. The daughter who had been left behind after the divorce was brought back and stayed in the house, appearing as a young lady of the household, while the original couple's children gradually became distant from their father. Especially after the new wife gave birth to a son, the original children faced great hardship. The most infuriating part was that the new wife's daughter actually set her sights on the fiancé of the legitimate young lady. The new wife wanted to swap the legitimate young lady's marriage for her daughter's. The young man refused, so she proposed marrying both young ladies to him, regardless of their status, as sisters sharing one husband. Wow, everyone listening was in chaos. What is happening? The father actually agreed? What is this? Several older guests began to bang on the table and curse. Xiao suddenly looked at his second master. Why did this story sound so familiar? At that moment, Rong Jue showed no expression, but he crushed the teacup in his hand, spilling tea all over the table. Xiao didn't dare to breathe, knowing nothing about it. He just thought his master was in a bad mood today and wanted to lighten it up, but he didn't expect to hear such a dramatic tale. Xiao cautiously watched his master, feeling weak in the knees, and knelt down. Rong Jue didn't look at him, his eyes fixed on the storyteller downstairs, lost in thought. Xiao didn't dare to get up, shrinking like a scolded child, kneeling on the ground. The storyteller continued slowly. Dear audience, you are angry, and I am even angrier. The master is simply blind and foolish. Fortunately, the legitimate young ladies-in-laws were sensible, and since their son had known her since childhood, their bond was special, which prevented the new wife and her daughter from getting their way. The legitimate young lady married successfully, but just a few years into her happy life, the new wife and her daughter struck again. This time, they directly aimed for the legitimate young lady's life. One day, while the legitimate young lady was out visiting relatives with her young daughter, they encountered robbers who, unbeknownst to them, had been hired with a large sum of money. The young lady's companions were all killed, and with her young child in her arms, she found herself at a cliff, feeling hopeless. Not wanting her child to die, she tied the child to her and jumped off the cliff. Fortunately, there was a hidden river below, and they survived the fall, but the young lady hit her head and lost her memory. When she woke up, they had floated far away. Without her memory, she and her child had to beg for food and even fought with wild dogs for scraps, enduring hardships worse than bitter herbs. After many days of wandering, they got lost in the mountains and were rescued by a farmer. However, their troubles were not over. With a piece of the table was broken off by a man named Rong Jue, who realized the storyteller was speaking about his own wife and child. His eyes lit up. Could his wife and daughter still be alive? What kind of trouble? Someone shouted from downstairs. The storyteller sighed heavily. He explained that saving a life is worth more than building a temple, but this family was poor. The man who saved them, named Wang Lair, had no wife and took an interest in the young lady. As a weak woman with a child and injuries, she had nowhere to go. She thought she had found a kind person, but the next night, Wang Lair forced himself on her. The poor young lady, if she didn't have her child, might have ended her own life, but she couldn't leave her child behind. So, for the sake of her child, she swallowed her humiliation. She thought about escaping but failed and nearly lost her life. Soon, she discovered she was pregnant again. Although this child was not from her husband, it was still her flesh and blood, and she couldn't bear to part with it. The helpless mother had no choice but to stay with Wang Lair as his wife. From then on, they lived a life worse than that of pigs and dogs. The suffering they endured could not be fully expressed in 3 days and nights. By the age of 3, her daughter was sent to gather pig fodder, and by 5, she was washing clothes for the whole family, including dirty underwear and sanitary items for the other women. Her half-brother, at 5, was smaller than her 3-year-old daughter, with a thin neck supporting a large head. The women worked the hardest but ate the least, often going without food and drinking only the water from washing pots. They were frequently beaten and scolded. Wang Lao even had an affair with another woman, and the chubby son from that household was his child. This life continued for a full 10 years. If one does not erupt in silence, they may simply die in silence. The girl finally got tough. If she hadn't, her family would have perished at the hands of this family. This young girl was nearly tricked twice, once into a ghost marriage and once to become a concubine. If it weren't for her cleverness, she would have died many times over. She didn't care about her reputation and, with the help of kind-hearted villagers, fought desperately to escape the wolf's den with her mother and younger brother. Good. This girl has spirit. What a brave little girl. Even if we have to beg, we can't let them suffer anymore. Rong Jue felt a buzzing in his ears and a metallic taste in his mouth, and he spat out blood. Xiao crawled up quickly, took out a small bottle from his pocket, and put a pill into the second master's mouth. Rong Jue swallowed the medicine with the blood, feeling as if his insides were being fried, causing cold sweat to break out. He understood everything. The storyteller had come for him, and Xiao had been by his side since childhood, unaware of this matter. Even if he hadn't come today, the storyteller would have found a way to summon him. At that moment, someone downstairs asked, "What about the woman's husband? What about her family? Why aren't they looking for her?" Good question. The storyteller clapped the table and continued, "Dear audience, you may not know, but the woman's family is controlled by her stepmother, and her biological father favors the stepmother. She does have a brother, but he thinks she died at the hands of robbers and has not been treated well at home. The stepmother has her own children. As for her in-laws, the woman's husband is quite the scoundrel. Half a year after the incident, he married the stepmother's daughter and had a child. He has completely forgotten about the mother and daughter. The happy family of 3 is living well. That man is truly heartless. He is an ungrateful person." The storyteller sighed and said, "You may not know, but the poor child still doesn't realize her father has taken a new wife. She hopes that one day her biological father will come to save them." Hearing this, Rong Jue suddenly stood up, but in an instant, everything went dark and he fell straight down. "Master!" Xiao exclaimed in shock. The storyteller had keen hearing. He glanced up at the elegant seating area, and a cold smile crossed his lips. Having finished his story, the storyteller packed his things and left the tea house. When Rong Jue woke up, it was already dark, and he found himself lying in his bedroom. Xiao was staring at him intently, and the military doctor stood by, looking anxious. "Second master, you're awake?" Black Yao carefully helped Rong Jue sit up. The military doctor quickly brought a pillow to support Rong Jue, and then bowed and left the room. Rong Jue leaned against the headboard and hoarsely asked, "Where's the storyteller?" "Sir, the storyteller has disappeared. I sent someone to look for him, but it seems he vanished into thin air. The tea house owner doesn't know where he came from. He said he had no travel money and was only telling stories for a few days. No need to search. That storyteller came for me." "Sir, the owner said the storyteller left a few words before he left." "What did he say?" Rong Jue asked in a low voice. "He said, 'The pain my girl has endured is far more than this. My girl returns covered in blood.'" "Sir, do you think the girl he mentioned is our young lady?" Black Yao lowered his voice, asking with some excitement. Rong Jue pressed his lips together. "What has his wife and daughter gone through?" "Black Yao, the storyteller is right. That girl's biological father is a scoundrel, a heartless man." "Sir," Black Yao called out, his voice trembling. "His master has not had an easy time these years. Not a day goes by without him missing his wife and daughter. That woman in the capital is like a decoration, and the second young lady of the general's house has never entered the general's heart either. The Qi mother and daughter. They ruined his wife, ruined his daughter, ruined his master, and destroyed a happy family. Sir, someone has delivered a letter." The steward hurried in with a letter. Rong Jue took it and his expression changed. "Black Yao, arrange for someone to investigate quickly. Keep an eye on the Qi mother and daughter, as well as those around them." Black Yao took the letter, confused. "Sir, who is this from?" "Whoever it is, they should not have any ill intentions." Black Yao nodded and asked, "Sir, do you want to return to the capital? If the storyteller is connected to the young lady, and he said she returns covered in blood, then she must be coming to the capital. I need to go back. Recently, the Empress sent a decree for me to return to the capital to discuss some matters. You go arrange it, and let's head to the capital as soon as possible." Black Yao nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. Rong Jue got off the bed and walked to the bookshelf, taking out a small box. He opened the box to reveal a row of adorable little monkeys, 13 in total, as his daughter was born in the year of the monkey. He carved each one by hand, and every year on his daughter's birthday, he would make one himself. His daughter is now 13. Rong Jue sat alone at his desk. The light from the lamp was dim, and he was shrouded in darkness. His fingers gently touched the small monkeys, and a tear fell onto one of them.
Yue Anbao.
Rong Jue whispered the names of his wife and child, thinking they were separated by life and death, but to his surprise, they were still alive. His wife and child had returned. No matter how they treated him, he accepted it as his fate. Although he had been schemed against, Duke Rong, Liansheng, had caused trouble at the royal court, but in the end, he compromised for the sake of his family. Rong Jue had gained fame at a young age, full of pride, yet he had been outsmarted by the Qi mother and daughter, which made him seethe with anger. Now, thinking back, the guards he arranged for Yue were all top experts. What kind of bandit could defeat them? Unless there were others among the bandits like Qi Meng. Rong Jue tightly shut his eyes. It was him. Qi Meng was the guard that Qi Yanran brought from Lu's residence. Duke Rong Liansheng really went to great lengths. Moreover, there was an invisible hand behind it all, plotting against everyone. To avoid alarming the enemy, he allowed Qi Yanran to enter, all for that hidden hand, but now there were no traces left. At that moment, Rong Jue's eyes were filled with killing intent. What a scheming old woman Qi was, what a cunning Qi Yanran and Liansheng. These debts needed to be settled. Meanwhile, at the general's residence in the capital, Qi Yanran watched as everything sent to the border was returned without exception. Furious, she broke her own nails. Madam, please don't be angry.
Nusukin be advis.
Nurse, how can I not be angry? Every time I send something, it gets returned. This time, even the pouch embroidered by Xiao was not accepted. He has never cared for us. I devoted myself to him, and he treats me like this. Seeing the furious expression on her face, Nurse Su sighed inwardly. A marriage arranged through schemes could hardly be beautiful. Moreover, if the general found out what Madame and her daughter had done, wouldn't they be in grave danger? Nurse Su couldn't help but shiver. The general wouldn't spare her either. Mother, when will father come back? A little girl rushed in, her face strikingly similar to Qi Yanran's. It was her daughter, Rong Jue. Qi Yanran quickly regained her composure, as she still loved her daughter dearly. I don't know. Matters at the border are very important. Your father must stay there. Rong Jue pouted and said unhappily, Mother, father doesn't like me at all. Stop talking nonsense. You are your father's only daughter. How could he not like you? Mom, I'm almost 10 years old. Don't lie to me. Dad doesn't like me. We live in the general's mansion, and the maids gossip behind our backs. My grandfather is an official, and my uncle is close to the emperor, but I've never even spoken to them. That mansion never even let us in, and you still say Dad likes me? You?
Who told you that?
Qi Yanran was almost furious. Mom, it doesn't matter who said it. It's the truth. My classmates at school talk about how you plotted to marry Dad, and that you're not the main wife. So Dad doesn't like you, and left us here in the capital.
Slap.
Qi Yanran raised her hand and slapped her. Nonsense. Where did you hear such talk? Rong Jue was taken aback and glared at Qi Yanran. Sure, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. Qi Yanran suddenly realized, crouched down, and tried to touch Rong Jue's little face. Rong Jue suddenly pushed her hard, knocking Qi Yanran to the ground, and ran out. Nanny, go quickly. Qi Yanran's face turned pale as she urged Nanny Su to chase after Rong Jue. She gasped for breath, sitting in a chair, feeling everything was beyond her control. The Lu family from Kaoshan village clearly had someone protecting them, and she only had Qi Meng and Nanny Su. The duke's residence was not her family. Although she and Lu Rujian were half-siblings, Lu Rujian had always been selfish and never valued her. Her maternal family was just a fallen scholar's family, and her grandfather had long passed away. Her biological father was a merchant, How could she compete with Lu Riyue? She had a good dowry when she married, and with her mother around, she received many good things from the Lu family. But over the years, she had been spending her dowry, and Rong Jue had never given her a single coin. The old man of the Rong family didn't even acknowledge her as his daughter-in-law. He only recognized that wretched Lu Riyue and treated her like a concubine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept her and Rong Jue outside. What should she do? Accept her fate? No, she was unwilling. After a while, Nanny Su returned, saying she had calmed Rong Jue down. "Nanny, where is Qi Meng? Go find him. I need something done." Qi Yanran wanted Qi Meng to go back to Kaoshan village and find a way to deal with Lu Riyue and her daughter. "Madam, Qi Meng left yesterday and hasn't returned. I don't know where he went."
What?
Qi Yanran suddenly stood up. "He left yesterday? He hasn't come back today?" Su Ninyang shook her head and said, "Madam, don't worry. Qi Meng often acts like this. I heard from the servants that a distant relative of his has come, and he must be helping them with something." Qi Yanran then sighed in relief. She realized she had been overly anxious. "Ninyang, when he returns, have him come see me right away." Su Ninyang nodded in agreement. The Rongwa Gongfu was busy preparing for the upcoming birthday of Madame Qi, which was just a few days away. Lu Rufeng specifically approached his father, saying that this year was a significant birthday for their mother, and they should celebrate it well. He suggested inviting more guests and even arranged for the Daqing troupe to perform at the celebration. Lu Cheng was very pleased to hear this, as his eldest son had not been on good terms with the Qi family for many years. Since his son was interested in improving their relationship, he felt happy and readily agreed. He then instructed his eldest son to have his daughter-in-law come help out. Madame Qi did not think much of it. She felt that Lu Rufeng wanted to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. To be honest, she was not grateful and did not wish to improve things. If they wanted to work, they could do so. The servants could handle it just as well. However, she did not expect that on the day of the birthday, Lu Rufeng would bring her down completely, leaving her unable to get up and even spitting blood. The Qi family birthday banquet? Father, what does this mean for the Rongwa Gongfu? Is Lu Rufeng out of his mind? How could he throw such a big birthday party for that old woman? And he personally delivered the invitation? The speaker was Rong Jue, the eldest son of the Rong family and the older brother of Rong Jue. Mr. Rong looked at his son and shook his head. "We haven't had much contact with the Rongwa Gongfu in recent years. It's a pity for Lu Rufeng. He has endured a lot there. However, he came today and I noticed he looked quite happy, with a hint of joy in his eyes. He mentioned there would be a good show and urged us all to attend, saying we must not miss it."
What?
Rong Yu's mouth dropped open in surprise. He actually admired Lu Rufeng, who was about his age. Lu Rufeng had been a top scholar in the past, with impressive knowledge and abilities, even praised by the emperor. Now, he was in the Hanlin Academy, a place that nurtured future prime ministers, and Lu Rufeng would surely be a standout in the Lu family. Since the incident involving his younger siblings and niece, and after Qi Yanran entered the Rong family, their contact had basically ceased. However, Lu Rufeng would always send a gift to the Rong family during the holidays. He personally delivered it, saying it did not represent the Rongwa Gongfu, so the Rong family still had some interactions with Lu Rufeng. "Dad, are we going?" "Yes, since Rufeng mentioned it, I feel he has something important to say. We will all go, and if he needs help with anything, remember to support him." "Understood, Dad." Rong Jue was always eager to cause trouble for the Qi family. Before long, it was the second day of the new year. Early in the morning, the Rongwa Gong mansion was decorated beautifully, and many guests were invited today. Lu Rufeng, the eldest son, was responsible for welcoming the guests at the gate. At such times, the Qi family did not want to create any issues, so they did not let Lu Rujiang come out. Lu Cheng stayed inside to entertain the male guests. When he saw the Rong family arriving, Lu Cheng quickly went to greet them with a smile, saying, "In-laws, we have been looking forward to your arrival." Lord Rong gave a slight hum. With so many people around, there was no need to lose face right away, so he nodded slightly. Lu Cheng hurriedly invited the Rong family inside. The guests whispered among themselves about the arrival of the Rong family. The capital knew that after Rong Jue married Liu Cheng's adopted daughter, the Rong family had separated Rong heir, which, to put it bluntly, meant he was kicked out of the Rong mansion. Unexpectedly, the Rong family had come today as well. While everyone was speculating, they suddenly heard someone shout at the entrance, "The old prince has arrived." Liu Cheng was surprised. The old prince? Everyone was stunned. The Liu family had actually invited the old prince? How could the old prince come to the Ronggong mansion? This was quite surprising. The Rong father and son exchanged glances, realizing that today's event seemed to be quite grand. The old prince was the brother of the late emperor. Displeased with the late emperor's actions, he had distanced himself from the capital. It was only after the new king ascended that he was invited back. This old prince was known for his strong character, having spent his life opposing the Li family to protect the former prince. However, he never attended such banquets, so the Ronggong mansion must have a significant reputation. Yet, some felt that the banquet at the Ronggong mansion was not as lavish as in previous years. The commotion in the front yard quickly reached the backyard where the female guests were. Madame Su felt a chill in her heart. "Dichi, I hope you have a strong backbone. Otherwise, this meal won't be enjoyable." Upon hearing that the old prince had come, Dichi was delighted. Qi Yanran quickly brought Rong Jue to the front yard upon hearing the Rong family had arrived. She greeted Lord Rong and his son, saying, "Daughter-in-law greets you, father and brother. Sure, quickly greet your grandfather and uncle." Rong Jue remained silent, and Qi Yanran gave her a gentle tug. Rong Jue suddenly shook off Qi Yanran's hand, straightened her neck, and shouted, "I am not his granddaughter. Ronganin is his granddaughter." Qi Yanran turned pale. Ronganin? The guests present realized this was the granddaughter that Lord Rong had lost. Lord Rong's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Qi Yanran, who remained silent, and Rong Yu's face also looked grim. Qi Yanran quickly said, "Father, Shuer is still young. I will teach her well." "It doesn't matter if you teach her or not. She is right. My only granddaughter is Anin." Lord Rong replied coldly. "Father?" Qi Yanran stepped back a few paces, her lips trembling. The people present were unaware of the past, as the events from years ago had not been revealed. Everyone thought the Rong family did not favor Qi Yanran. After all, she was just the adopted daughter of the Liu family, and her status was too low. Moreover, Qi Yanran entered the family only 6 months after the incident with Liu Ruyue and her daughter. Yet, Lord Rong seemed to dislike Rong Jue as well. After all, this child was also from the Rong family. There clearly seemed to be a story here. The guests were sharp and could easily read the Rong family's attitude. They could imagine a dramatic tale unfolding. It was likely that Rong Jue was being blamed for something, having lost his wife and child just 6 months ago, and now he was involved with his so-called sister-in-law. One must not judge solely by appearances. No one noticed a seemingly inconspicuous servant in the distance, whose eyes flashed with a cold glint. Duke Rong, Liu Cheng, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Qi Yanran, having hit a wall, could only grit her teeth and leave. Her own daughter had dug a huge pit for her. It made her heart ache. The crowd remained silent and began chatting with familiar faces, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Soon, the banquet began, and the highlight of the day was the Diqing troupe. The Diqing troupe was quite famous in the capital, and the old prince loved to listen to them. Many officials often invited the Diqing troupe to their homes, but they were not easy to book. The troupe did not frequently stay in the capital, and everyone had not heard from them for months. They did not expect to hear the Diqing troupe perform at Duke Rong's residence today. As the stage was set, the opening drums sounded, and the male and female guests quickly quieted down. The show was about to begin. A man dressed as a wealthy gentleman stepped out from behind the stage, singing, "In the beautiful spring of March, I leave home to check on my shops, while my dear wife and children await my return. I hurry home." Oh, it turns out he is a businessman who left home to inspect his shops, and his family is eagerly waiting for him to come back. The beautiful singing captivated everyone, and the old prince smiled with his eyes closed as he tapped along. However, as the performance continued, especially when the master brought home the daughter of his savior to become a concubine, some began to sense something was off. Why did this story seem so familiar? The main wife passed away within a year. The concubine took her place, and the master distanced himself from his own children, even planning to swap his biological daughter's marriage for that of the stepdaughter. The men were unaware of the matters in the inner chambers, but the women present felt a stir in their hearts. This situation was eerily similar to what happened in the Rong Jue Duke's household years ago. The lady at the main table, Mrs. Qi, was becoming restless as she overheard several women whispering, and her smile was fading. Qi Yanran felt a shiver of anxiety. Mrs. Qi wanted the performance to stop, so she sent a maid to find the troop leader. But the leader said, "Duke's wife, the old prince loves this play. We cannot stop now." Mrs. Qi felt frustrated but had no choice but to endure it. The scene shifted, revealing the stepdaughter's repeated attempts to the legitimate daughter's husband, all of which were discovered. The stepdaughter then plotted with her mother to ambush the legitimate daughter and her child while they were out. Old Master Chu slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "What a pair of wicked mother and daughter! What a blind and foolish master!" Young Master Chu shouted even louder, "Shameless mother and daughter, taking what isn't theirs." With young Master Chu leading the charge, the guests joined in the outcry. The Rong family father and son were left in shock, staring blankly at the stage. Those who understood the backstory realized that the performance mirrored the events of the Rong Jue Duke's household. It was unmistakable. Duke Liansheng felt as if his skin had been peeled away, leaving him exposed and humiliated. Lu Rufeng. How clever. No wonder Mrs. Qi wanted a grand celebration for her birthday. She was waiting for this moment. What a wicked child. At this moment, Duke Liansheng was filled with resentment towards his eldest son, Lu Rufeng, completely unaware of the plot in the play where the concubine and her mother planned to attack the legitimate daughter and her child. Then the scene changed again, and a young girl appeared from backstage, dressed in plain clothes, clearly a country girl. However, her face was veiled, hiding her features except for her bright, dark eyes. With a nimble figure, she twirled on stage and began to sing. As she opened her mouth, Lu Rufeng's eyes nearly popped out, and Madame Su also looked surprised. It wasn't in. I hurried to the capital, not fearing the difficulties, to clear my mother and me of our grievances. For 10 years, we had no one to listen to our suffering. How pitiful it is that we, mother and daughter, have endured so much bullying without anyone to care. Heaven has opened its eyes, allowing us to escape, and kind-hearted people have helped us start anew. My mother was once a noble lady, but her father favored his concubine over her, mistreating her and her brother. My biological father married the daughter of our enemy, while he enjoys a happy life with his new wife and young son. Oh, father, your daughter lives in luxury, but you do not see me fighting with stray dogs for food. Oh, father, your daughter has never done hard work, yet you do not see me washing clothes and cooking while being bullied. Oh, father, your precious daughter has been spoiled, but you do not see me being drugged for a ghost marriage. The king have said I should not die, sending me back to seek justice for my grievances. The Wang family imprisoned my mother for a full 10 years, and Wang Fugue has no conscience, mistreating her. My mother endured humiliation for my sake, swallowing her blood and tears. I do not care about my reputation. I will sever ties with the Wang family for my mother and younger brother. My mother remembers the past and sheds tears. I will seek revenge for her in the capital and find our enemies. Even if it costs me my life, I will make that enemy pay with theirs. The young girl's sorrowful singing struck deep in the hearts of the audience, and the ladies below were already in tears. Lord Rong was in tears, his hands trembling. He had confirmed that the child on stage was his granddaughter, Ronganan. Among the crowd, a servant, with a mouth full of blood, greedily stared at the small figure on stage with his bright red eyes. Luin turned around on stage a couple of times and suddenly knelt down. She bowed deeply 3 times towards the old prince sitting in the main seat, startling him. The old prince was clearly moved and quickly stood up, walking to the edge of the stage. "Good child, please get up." As the old prince moved, several ladies also rushed to the stage. Luin glanced at the crowd and the old prince, then reached up to lift her veil.
Ah!
A lady couldn't help but exclaim. Those close enough could see clearly that her face was very similar to that of Lu Riyue from years ago, especially her eyes, which looked just like Rong Jue's. With tears in her eyes, Luin cried out, "I am Lu and from the mountain village, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rong, Lu Riyue, and the daughter of General Rong Jue. I ask the old prince to take care of my mother and me." After saying this, she bowed deeply once more. At that moment, Lu Rufeng, along with his wife and children, also stepped forward. Lu Rufeng knelt before the old prince with his family and said, "Old prince, my mother did not pass away due to illness. She was harmed by the Qi family. My only sister and niece were also killed by assassins hired by the Qi mother and daughter. I ask you to seek justice for my family." Gasps filled the air as those around them processed this shocking news. The old prince, known for his strong sense of justice, was furious. "Lu Rufeng, you are speaking nonsense. I will punish you." Lu Rujiang, who was unaware of these events, became angry when he heard Lu Rufeng slandering his mother and sister. Before he could rush forward, Rong Yu kicked him hard, and the servants from the Rong family quickly restrained Lu Rujiang. Lord Rong stepped forward, tears in his eyes as he reached out to his little granddaughter. Luin looked at the kind old man before her, feeling a bit confused. Madame Su quickly said, "This is your grandfather and your uncle." Lu Rufeng explained the situation with the Rong family, mentioning that they still did not acknowledge Qi Yanran and that even Rong Shu was not very close to them. Luin did not blame the Rong family. She understood they thought her mother and she were gone, and it was normal for them to remarry. However, she was upset that Rong Jue married an enemy, but she did not hold it against the rest of the Rong family. "Grandfather, uncle," Luin called out, and tears of frustration fell down her cheeks. Lord Rong gently patted his granddaughter's head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your grandfather and uncle are here." Luin wiped her tears away. The old prince looked displeased and turned to Duke Rong, asking, "What do you have to say?" At that moment, Lu Qing looked pale and cold. He turned slowly to the Qi mother and daughter nearby and asked, "Qi, is what he said true? Did you orchestrate the deaths of Xiao and the matters involving Riyue?" Xiao was the childhood name of Lu Yu's mother. The Qi matriarch rushed forward, hugging Lu Cheng's legs and crying, "Duke, what he said isn't true. My sister passed away from illness. How could I harm her? It was Dr. Lu from the estate who diagnosed her. Don't you remember? The matters involving Riyue have nothing to do with me." Lu Cheng remained silent, but uncertainty showed on his face. "Qi, you are quite skilled. Let's call Dr. Lu and ask him directly." Lu Rufeng looked at his father with disappointment on his face. The head maid beside Su quickly understood and left in a hurry. Before long, Dr. Lu arrived. "Dr. Lu, how did the lady really die back then? Please tell the truth," asked Duke Rongwell Lu Qing. "Dr. Lu, this is the Duke's residence. You must speak honestly." Lu Rujian was being held by a servant from the Rong family, and the veins on his neck were showing as he shouted loudly. Qi Yanran didn't dare to speak, her mind racing. Years ago, her mother had bribed Dr. Lu, and since his family was still under her control, she believed he wouldn't risk their lives. As for the men in black from that time, she firmly claimed she didn't know anything. What could Lu Rufeng do to her? After all, she was the wife of General Rong Jue and had children. She didn't believe Rong Jue would abandon them. Dr. Lu knelt on the ground, expressionless, and bowed his head. "Your Grace, this matter has weighed on my heart for many years, and I can hardly breathe. I am sorry for the late lady." Dr. Lu cried, tears streaming down his face.
What more was there to understand?
"Dr. Lu, think carefully before you speak." Dai Qisher glared at Dr. Lu, wishing she could bite him. The Duke's wife threatened me with my family's lives, and I had no choice but to comply. The late lady was weak, but she wouldn't have died without help. The Duke's wife added slow-acting poison to the late lady's medicine. Do you remember, Your Grace, how the Duke's wife once brought a jade ring from the temple, claiming it would keep the late lady safe? That ring had also been soaked in poison. Your Grace thought she was kind and praised her, personally giving the ring to the late lady, who believed it was a gift from you and wore it every day. The poison in the ring complemented the poison in the late lady's medicine, and she passed away within a year. Your Grace, I am guilty. I am sorry for the late lady. Please spare my family. They know nothing. I am willing to accept punishment. After saying this, Dr. Lu bowed his head several more times. Lu Ruffling waved his hand, and his men took Dr. Lu aside. At this moment, Dai Qisher's face twisted with rage, her eyes glaring at Dr. Lu as she shouted, Dr. Lu, how much silver did you take from Lu Ruffling to slander me? Dr. Lu is not lying. Duke's wife, do you still remember me? A hoarse voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see a masked man in black leading a limping old woman inside. Hey Yao! Rong Jue exclaimed. Hey Yao greets you, sir. The second master is aware of everything. Someone has secretly helped us, and we have finally found a few people who knew about the situation back then. The Emperor has given the second master a task. He cannot appear himself and has ordered that those who kill must pay with their lives. No, he can't do this to me. I am his legitimate wife. He can't treat me like this. Qi Yanran shouted with red eyes. She couldn't believe that Rong Jue could be so heartless. After all, they had a child together. Lord Rong snorted and said, Everyone, you may not know, but when Miss Qi entered our family, we did not include her in the family tree. This was because my son always suspected that there were hidden hands manipulating the situation. To avoid alarming anyone, we kept it a secret for 10 years. Miss Qi, you are not my son's legitimate wife. You are just a concubine. From today on, you have no connection to the Rong family.
No.
This isn't true. Rong Jue, you have such a cruel heart. Qi Yanran collapsed to the ground, but no one showed her any sympathy. He Yao didn't even glance at her and bowed to Luin, saying, Miss, years ago, the Duke sent the second master to the Lu residence, saying there were some belongings of the lady. The second master went without suspicion, but someone drugged his tea. The two Miss Qis threatened with their lives. At that time, the Rong family was in a critical situation due to the late emperor's anger, and the second master had to endure for the sake of the family, which allowed Miss Qi to enter. On the day Miss Qi entered, the second master angrily left for the border and has rarely returned in 10 years. When he did come back, he never entered the general's residence. After the lady and the young miss met with misfortune, the second master secretly sent people to search, but found no trace. Moreover, the second master has always suspected something about that incident, but someone erased all traces. This person is hidden too deeply, and we still do not know who they are. Miss, the second master has been searching for the truth all these years and has never forgotten the lady and the young miss. The second master has kept the lady's hairpin and the young miss's bracelet close to him all this time. Miss, he is suffering.
Boom.
It felt like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. No wonder Rong Jue stayed at the border. No wonder Qi Yanran made such a grand entrance. Yet Rong Jue didn't even include her in the family tree, treating her as a mere concubine. No wonder Lord Rong denied her identity and wouldn't let them step into the Rong residence. It all made sense now. After hearing this, Luin felt a mix of emotions. Should she feel resentful? Do you hate her? For the past 10 years, it hasn't just been the mother and daughter who have suffered. But who should she turn to for justice? Madame Su sensed that Luin was acting strangely and quickly pulled her into an embrace. Luin trembled all over, her teeth chattering. "And dear, don't scare your aunt." Madame Su held her tightly, gently stroking her back. It took a while for Luin to catch her breath. At that moment, she saw the limping old woman and sat down on the ground, her face pale and her lips trembling. Lu Rufeng recognized her as someone who had been close to his mother years ago. The old woman slowly approached Qi. "Your Grace, sir, I am a servant who attended to the lady. When I noticed something was wrong with her health, I intended to inform you, but Qi took advantage of my absence to silence me. I was stabbed 3 times, and by some miracle, I survived. I was too afraid to return, so I fled the capital. Recently, I was found and learned that the lady had passed away, and the young miss and little miss were also harmed. I returned to testify against Qi. Sir, the lady died unjustly." The old woman knelt on the ground, crying out in sorrow. "Your Grace, do you remember this old servant?" Then another elderly voice spoke up. Everyone was already numb. What new witness was this? An old man entered from the crowd, wearing faded clothes but looking quite lively. Upon seeing him, Lord Rong paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and said, "Are you Wang Lijing?" The man, known as Wang Lijing, knelt down and bowed. "Your Grace, it is indeed me." Lord Rong Lucheng hurriedly helped Wang Lijing up. "Wang Lijing, I didn't expect to see you here." Wang Lijing sighed and said, "Yes, Your Grace. I came today to tell you that it was not the Qi family who saved you back then."
What?
Oh my! Another shocking revelation. The Qi family was not Lord Rong's savior? Lord Rong was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Lu Rufkin glanced at Madame Su, and both were filled with confusion. The Qi family was not their father's savior? Wang Lijing slapped his thigh and said, "Your Grace, after you got separated from your men and lost your way in the mountains, you fainted from hunger and thirst and were bitten by a snake. It was a mute boy from our village who saved you and carried you back. The little mute boy was too young and couldn't move when he reached the village entrance. Just then he ran into Scholar Qi and his daughter. The little mute asked them to watch over something while he went back to the village to get help. But by the time we returned, you had already gone home with Scholar Qi. We didn't think much of it. I went to Scholar Qi's house to check on you, and seeing you were fine, I felt relieved. But a few days later, you surprisingly left with Qi's daughter. Scholar Qi said you had your eye on Qi Lianhua and wanted to marry her as your main wife. We were puzzled because Qi Lianhua is a divorced woman with a daughter. How did she get such good fortune? Alas, it seems today, my lord, I must say something disrespectful. Your judgment isn't very good. Qi Lianhua was divorced because she caused trouble in her in-laws' home and didn't behave properly. We never expected her to be so capable, jumping around in the capital among high officials. A woman like that would have been dealt with harshly in our village, yet you treat her like a treasure." As soon as Wang Lijing finished speaking, the face of Duke Rong turned a rainbow of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, showing both embarrassment and anger. He, a dignified duke, was being outsmarted by a woman. "Wang Dazhu, you speak nonsense. The duke was saved by me and my father." Qi Shi shouted, refusing to accept it. "Qi Lianhua, if you say you saved him, then tell us where in the mountains? How did you save him? Go on, tell us." Qi Shi was momentarily speechless, struggling to catch her breath, as she didn't know the details. At that moment, someone from the crowd spoke up. "That's enough. It's time to take all involved parties away." Everyone turned to see it was Magistrate Zhang from the capital. He approached the old duke and bowed deeply. "I greet you, my lord and the duke. I have received a complaint from Lord Lu and the villager Luin, accusing the duke's wife and daughter of murder. I am here to take all involved parties away." The old duke nodded. "Magistrate Zhang, make sure to investigate this matter thoroughly. Murder must be punished, and there will be no leniency. Rest assured, my lord, I will enforce the law fairly and take them away." Magistrate Zhang waved his hand, and his men stepped forward to take the people. "You dare? My mother is the duke's wife. Let's see who dares to touch her." Lu Rujiang struggled free from the servant and stepped forward, glaring at the officers. Lu Rufu stepped up and struck Lu Rujiang on the back of the neck. "Throw him back into the courtyard." Immediately, a servant came forward and carried Lu Rujiang away. Lord Liansheng of the Rong state could no longer bear it and finally fainted. The Qi mother and daughter, along with several witnesses, were taken away by the magistrate Zhang. Lord Liansheng was carried back to the courtyard by his servants. Lord Rong ordered someone to take Rong Jue back home. After all, Qi Yanran was taken to the government office, and although Rong Jue was a concubine's daughter, she was still young. Moreover, Nurse Su and Qi Meng had long been imprisoned, leaving few people in the general's residence. Rong Jue was brought to the front hall, ready to be handed over to her master. As soon as she entered, she saw Luin. Although no one told her, she guessed that this must be the infamous Rong. Why did you come back? Why didn't you die? I am the legitimate daughter of the Rong family. You and your mother should be dead. Rong Jue shouted, pointing at Luin.
Enough.
This is your elder sister. Who gave you the courage to speak like that? Lord Rong scolded sternly. Elder sister? I don't recognize her. She's just a lowly country girl. My mother said that if she knew you were alive, you should be sent to a brothel.
Slap.
Lu Huanyan stepped forward and gave her a hard slap. She couldn't let Luin retaliate, but she could defend her sister. Your mother is just a concubine. Do you even know what that means? You claim to be a legitimate daughter of the Rong family?
Uffed.
Your maternal grandmother is just the daughter of a poor scholar. Does your mother think that being the adopted daughter of Lord Rong makes her noble? She's just the daughter of a small family. Your grandmother impersonated Lord Rong's savior for wealth and status. Truly, she is the most shameless person in the world. If your mother hadn't drugged General Rong, would you even exist? If we're talking about being lowly, your whole family is lowly from the start. Rong Jue was nearly 10 years old. She wasn't a clueless child. She understood everything happening around her. Lu Huanyan's words pierced her heart deeply, causing her to feel immense pain. She thought she was the legitimate daughter of the Rong family, high and mighty, only to realize her mother was just a concubine and she herself was a concubine's daughter. Her grandmother was merely the daughter of a poor scholar. It was only because of impersonating Lord Rong's benefactor that they had their current status, and her mother wasn't even Lu's biological daughter. Luin coldly looked at Rong Jue. If she were a good child, she wouldn't make things difficult for her, but it seemed this child was rotten to the core. Rong, just wait. When I grow up, I will definitely come to take revenge on you, peel your skin, and drink your blood. With a clang, the woman in blue and the woman in green drew their swords, the cold tips resting against Rong Jue's neck. Luin stopped them, saying, "Don't dirty your hands. Rong Jue, after your mother and grandmother are executed, I will feed their bodies to wolves. I will scatter their ashes, so they can never be reborn. I, Luin, keep my promises. So, I will wait for you to take your revenge." After saying this, Luin turned and left. Rong Jue trembled, feeling a bit scared. Rong Jue felt a sharp pain in his heart. How much suffering had endured to say such harsh words? He whispered to Rong Jue, who nodded and instructed a subordinate. The subordinate led Rong Jue away from the duke's residence. In the carriage on the way back, he offered Rong Jue a cup of water, saying, "Second miss, have a drink." Rong Jue rolled her eyes but accepted the water, taking small sips before falling into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was 10 days later. She opened her eyes to see a woman beside her.
Who are you?
At this point, Rong Jue had lost the fierceness she had at Lu's house and had become a naive young girl. "Suehua, did you hit your head and really forget your mother?" "I am your mother, and your father is outside driving the carriage. We just returned from the clinic." Rong Jue, or rather Suehua, touched her head and felt a large bump. She gasped and said softly, "Mother, I'm sorry, but I seem to remember nothing." The woman smiled and said, "It's okay. Let me tell you. Our family is from a village on the northwest border. We came out to visit relatives, and you accidentally fell from a tree. From then on, Rong Jue's life came to an end, and Suehua began a new life." The birthday banquet at Lu's house caused a stir in the capital. Duke Rong flaunted fake jewels, allowing his concubines to act with arrogance, leading to the death of his first wife and causing his own daughter and granddaughter to suffer for 10 years. The emperor learned of the situation at Duke Rong's residence and ordered the magistrate Zhang to punish the assassins severely, showing no mercy. The Jingzhou prefecture acted quickly. With clear evidence and witnesses, He Yao provided 2 black-clad individuals who had participated in the assassination of Liu Yu. Qi Meng initially resisted the magistrate Zhang's interrogation, but he could not withstand He Yao and revealed everything. From the moment Qi Xiaocai and his daughter impersonated Duke Rong's saviors, all the misdeeds of the Qi mother and daughter were brought to light. Qi did not let Lu Rujian get involved in any trouble, and Lu Rujian learned about the things his mother and sister did. This was a big to him. Who could he hate? All of this was caused by his mother and sister. After the Duke of Rong was carried to the yard, he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw his eldest son by his side, but his favorite son was not there. The Duke looked at his eldest son, unsure of what to say. It was true that the root of everything lay with him. I am sorry for your mother and your sister. It is all my fault. The Duke seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Father, your mistake was not just mistaking the savior, but trusting and indulging Qi too much. My sister and you complained, and I told you several times that Qi acted one way in front of you and another behind your back. You should have investigated, but you didn't. You blame us for being ungrateful and lacking tolerance. You would rather believe a concubine than your own children. How could my sister, who is so well-behaved, not accept the Qi family? Your second mistake was promoting Qi as your main wife against our and the family's wishes after my mother passed away. Your third mistake is that your judgment always favors Qi's daughter. You say she is pitiful for not having a father, but is my sister not pitiful for not having her own mother? Your fourth mistake was agreeing to Qi's proposal for her daughters to marry Rong Jue. I truly don't understand why you would agree to such a ridiculous decision. Your fifth mistake was allowing Qi to deceive you into bringing Rong Jue home. You didn't seek the truth and forced Rong Jue to marry Qi Yanran. Given Rong Jue's feelings, how could he ever love Qi Yanran? Why didn't you think this through? After I got married, you even wanted to separate me and hand the family over to you and Qi's son. Father, the title of Duke of Rong was not given to you for free. It was because of your abilities. But you have disappointed people too much over the years. The Duke tightly closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. After a while, he choked out, I will never be able to face your mother again. I caused her death. When she left, she asked me to raise you well, but I have ultimately failed her. The Duke slapped himself several times, and Lu Rufu did not stop him. There is no medicine for regret. No matter how much one regrets, everything has already happened. His mother would not return, and his sister's family was broken. Who would compensate for the 10 years of suffering that Yue and Enan endured? From now on, let Rui manage this household. After all, Jiang is your brother. Even if we are not close, he is still part of the Lu family. As long as he behaves, after a few years when he gets married, we can let him go on his own. Duke Rong looked at his eldest son, his eyes filled with pleading. Lu Rufu felt a cold laugh inside. If he behaves and accepts his fate, I will spare his life. Otherwise, given his attitude towards us over the years, I will not let him off easily. As for whether he gets married or not, it's none of our business. Neither Rui nor I will interfere, nor will we care about him. He is the son that father loves the most. Father, you should rest well. I will take my leave. With that, Lu Rufa turned and left the room. Duke Rong Lu Cheng fell seriously ill and could not get out of bed. A few days later, he summoned several clan elders to the Duke's residence and, in front of them, handed over the family management to his eldest son, Lu Rufu. The elders spoke bluntly, having been driven nearly mad by Lu Cheng over the years. Unfortunately, he was the Duke, so they had to hold back their frustrations, but this time they finally felt relieved. It should have been given to Rufa long ago. Letting a minor concubine manage the household for so many years has truly brought shame to the Lu family. Our ancestors must be turning in their graves. You treat such a person like a treasure. Lu Cheng could only smile bitterly. Rufu, manage the household as you see fit. Your wife is the main mistress. Anyone who disobeys will be sold. Yes, prepare a place for Lu Yu and the girl in. Our Lu family's aunt must be brought back. Anyone who disagrees will have to keep quiet. The speaker was the third and fifth uncles of the Lu family. They also shot a fierce glare at Lu Rujing, who kept his head down, not daring to look up at anyone. Madame Su was not without means. Within a few days, she cleaned out the household staff again. The courtyard where the Qi family lived was renovated. Lu Rujing's two capable servants met with misfortune the next day and were killed in a gambling house. Duke Rong knew his eldest son would not handle matters concerning the second son, so he arranged for two new servants, unaware that they were actually Lu Rufu's people. In just a few days, everything in Duke Rong's residence was under Lu Rufu's control. Lu Cheng finally realized that his eldest son had simply been too lazy to deal with the Qi mother and son and had distanced himself from him. He truly did not care about the Lu household. Otherwise, with his eldest son's capabilities, he would have already driven the Qi mother and son out of the Lu residence. Moreover, Lu Rufu did not even regard the title of duke. He was sure that the emperor would not grant a title to Lu Rujing. With the emperor's favor and support for him, the position of the chief minister would surely be his in the future. His eldest son was just looking for an opportunity to completely break away from the Lu family, and at that time, the Lu residence would become an ordinary household. Given the personalities of the Qi mother and daughter, it would be a blessing if they didn't end up begging for food. That would be when the eldest son's revenge truly began. At that moment, Duke Rongjue was sweating in fear. Father, something's wrong. Father. Lu Rujing rushed in anxiously.
Liu Cheng shouted angrily, I'm fine.
I'm not dead yet. No, father. You have to save me. Lu Rujing was almost in tears. Tell me what happened. What trouble have you caused this time? Lu Cheng slammed his hand on the bed, thinking that with such a reckless child, he might lose 10 years off his life. Father, Lord Chu Hung is actually Luan's adoptive brother. Father, I'm finished. Luan will surely kill me. What happened? Lu Cheng felt like he might blood. Father, Luan calls Lord Chu brother. I found out that Lord Chu's father adopted Luan as his daughter. I thought so. After I entered the Ministry of Justice, Lord Chu laughed coldly when he saw me. Father, I can't live a good life anymore. What should I do? Lu Rujing was genuinely scared. To be honest, he was a child who had been spoiled since he was young. Apart from eating and drinking, he only knew how to fight. Although he seemed impressive on the surface, his reputation was ruined, his status was low, and his sister was still a concubine in the Rong residence. The friends he used to play with had long distanced themselves from him. Now that Lu Rujing was in charge, given his previous behavior, he would be in serious trouble. Lu Cheng had not expected his granddaughter to have such a significant fate. Just focus on your duties and do a good job. Don't be so reckless like before, and Lord Chu won't deliberately make things difficult for you. After crying for a long time, Lu Rujing couldn't get any sympathy from Lu Cheng and returned to his courtyard in despair. In just 5 days, news came from the Jingzhou prefecture that the case of the Qi mother and daughter had been concluded. As expected, the evidence against them was solid, and Qi Meng and the others would be executed in 3 days, while Nurse Su and Dr. Lu were sentenced to exile. Duke Rongjue Lu Cheng also submitted a request to grant the title to his eldest son Lu Rujing, and the emperor approved it immediately. Lu Rujing became the new Duke Rongjue. Everything was settled. After the execution of the Qi mother and daughter, Luan really threw their bodies into the mountains outside the city. Some say she is heartless, and others agree. 10 years of living without dignity cannot be erased with just a few words. Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise them to be kind. After knowing this, Lu Cheng said nothing, and Lu Rujiang dared not speak either, fearing that Luan would harm him. The Qi family marked the end of their lives, leaving no trace behind. Later, Lu Ruifeng took leave from the emperor and went to Ling County's Kaoshan village with his eldest son, Lu Huanping, to bring his sister and little nephew home. At that time in the Rong family, Mr. Rong called his eldest son, Rong Jue, his daughter-in-law, Madame Lin, and his youngest son, Rong Jue, to the study. When the family split, Rong Jue was truly driven out, with not a single coin given to him. In truth, Rong Jue and his wife understood that their father favored Rong Er the most, but he could not accept Qi Yanran entering the household, which led to Rong Er being expelled. Once the truth was revealed, Rong Er would surely return. Their courtyard had been regularly cleaned and maintained by servants all these years. Rong Er, now the emperor has called you back to the capital to lead the 10,000 tiger guards. You should close that general's residence and come home. Anan and her mother have suffered greatly. You are not divorced. Anan's mother is still a member of the Rong family, and that child named Lu Muyang is innocent. Bring them both home. Madame Lin had previously had a good relationship with her sister-in-law, Lu Yu. Hearing her father-in-law's words, she added, "Second brother, Lu Yu did nothing wrong. The fault lies with us. We fell into someone else's trap. You missed 10 years together, and it's time to reunite. No matter how Lu Yu treated you, you should endure it. Yes, second brother, everything is in the past. Let's start anew." Rong Yu also felt for his brother. When they were 5, their mother passed away, and he had watched his brother grow up. Of course, he felt pain for him. "Thank you, father. Thank you, elder brother and sister-in-law." Rong Jue knelt and bowed 3 times to his father and siblings, and Rong Yu stepped forward to pull his brother up. The letter from Luin was sent back by Lan Yi, who also reported the situation here to the family in detail. One day, Luin received a letter from Xiao saying that her father, Rong Jue, wanted to see her. A few days earlier, Rong Jue had visited the duke's residence, but she did not want to meet him. Luin did not know how to face her father, but if she could not avoid it, she might as well see him. She truly resented him, even hated him. But after hearing Xiao's words and seeing the attitude of the elder Mr. Rong at the scene, she realized that her father had not forgotten them. He was also an innocent victim. After getting ready, Luin took Qingyi to the tea house. As she opened the door to the private room upstairs, Luin immediately saw a man standing by the window with his hands behind his back. He stood tall like a pine tree, with sharp eyes beneath his sword-like brows, exuding a strong and noble presence. The intense aura around him was striking. Luin calmly closed the door and walked to the table as if she were in her own garden. She sat down confidently and said, "I heard you were looking for me?" The man was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smiled. His beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled like stars, and the fierce aura around him vanished. Luin blinked, wondering if she had misjudged him. Looking at her daughter, who tilted her head and frowned, Rong Jue felt a rush of colorful emotions in his heart. "Anbao, I'm sorry. I should have protected you and your mother better. It's understandable if you resent or hate me. Daughter, can you give me another chance? The emperor wants me to stay in the capital, while your grandfather wants me to go home. Our old courtyard is still there. I've missed 10 years of your life, and I don't want to miss any more." Rong Jue felt a bit emotional, his eyes reddening as he cautiously looked at his daughter. He was now just a father trying to please his daughter. Luin lowered her head, and the room fell silent, causing Rong Jue's heart to ache. "Anbao, if you and your mother don't want to return to the Rong family or the capital, can I at least visit you? Your mother is my only wife, and there will be no one else." A tear unexpectedly fell onto Luin's hand, striking Rong Jue's heart deeply. Luin looked up at the man before her, who was trying so hard to please her. The caution, hope, and pain in his eyes softened her heart once more. This era was different from her past life, with many family rules. Although her mother was forced to stay with the Wang family, she had a son with Wang Fugue. The Rong family only recognized her mother as a member of their family. No matter what her mother had gone through, she deserved to return home with respect and understanding. In this era, and even in modern times, which man truly wouldn't care? The young and famous Rong Jue was willing to set aside all his pride, hoping for his wife's forgiveness, and she found it hard to refuse him. "Father." Luin truly cried. Rong Jue was taken aback, then filled with joy. His daughter acknowledged him. Rong Jue stepped forward and carefully held his daughter in his arms. Luin wrapped her arms around her father and cried loudly. Outside, Xiao and Qingyi heard the girls' cries. They exchanged a glance, and both felt sad, their eyes turning red. Rong Jue gently stroked his daughter's soft hair. On Bao, I promise I will never let you suffer again. Trust me. The father and daughter cried for a while. Rong Jue carefully used a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. On Bao, will you come home with me? The yard is ready, and we can go together to pick up your mother and brother. Dad, please don't blame my mother. She hurt her head when she jumped off the cliff and can't remember anything. She only thought of the past, and Mu Yang, the Wang family doesn't like him, but he is a good kid. Please don't take it out on him, okay? Seeing his daughter's tearful eyes filled with dependence and trust, Rong Jue's heart softened. How could I blame your mother? As long as she doesn't blame me, I will accept her as she is, and I will treat Mu Yang as my own.
Dad.
Luin rubbed her little face against her father's chest. How wonderful it is. In this life, she has a loving mother, an unconditionally dependent brother, and this father who tries so hard to please her, along with so many relatives and friends who love her. Luin felt truly happy. Dad, uncle, and cousin went to pick up my mother. I also wrote a letter to her. Can we give her some time? Can you be patient a little longer? Looking at his daughter with her innocent big eyes, sparkling like a child asking for candy, Rong Jue gently tapped her delicate little nose. Okay, I will listen to you. Dad, what happened to the bracelet I used to wear when I was little? Luin extended her small, fair hand, looking determined. Rong Jue helplessly took out a pouch from his pocket. The pouch looked old and a bit frayed, containing a small hairpin and a tiny gold bracelet, both very smooth. Rong Jue took them out to look at almost every day, which is why they were so polished. Luin felt a bit sad looking at the pouch. What does it feel like to miss someone for 10 years? She had never experienced it, but even though Liansheng had only been gone for a short time, she already missed him. What about 10 years? Her mother had lost her memory and remembered nothing, but what about her father? Dad and Mom will definitely be reunited. Even if your mother doesn't forgive me, I will stay by your side. I want to see you get married, and I want to grow old with your mother. When it came to marriage, Luin felt a bit uneasy. Her father didn't even know about her engagement yet. Should she tell him? Or not? Seeing his daughter's eyes darting around, Rong Jue squinted and said, Daughter, are you hiding something from me?
Hee.
Luin chuckled awkwardly. Father, there is something I need to tell you. My mother has arranged a marriage for me. With a loud crash, Rong Jue suddenly stood up, breaking his chair into pieces. What do you mean your mother arranged a marriage? Which boy is it? I'll deal with him. Rong Jue was furious. Outside, Xiao and Qingyi heard the commotion and rushed in. They saw their young lady hanging onto the marquee, who looked furious, smoke practically coming out of his head. Get out. Rong Jue's face was dark with anger, and Xiao quickly pulled a struggling Qingyi away. Let me go. Our lady is still inside. Qingyi kicked Xiao hard. Don't worry. The marquis would never let anything happen to her. Just stay out of it. Xiao felt his heart racing. He felt sorry for the boy he hadn't even met yet. If he wanted to marry their lady, he would have to face the marquis's wrath. Luin's future father-in-law was already angry with him, and marrying Enin would be a challenge. Rong Jue was furious. He had just found his daughter, and now his wife had arranged her marriage?
Who could he talk to about this?
Luin felt warm inside watching her father, who was like an angry bird. Like all fathers who love their daughters, the thought of her getting married felt like losing a piece of himself. Hanging onto her father, Luin whispered in his ear, Father, my fiancé is from the Su family, the only surviving son of the late Duke Jingyuan, Su Xiao. Rong Jue's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Daughter, explain clearly. He asked in a hushed tone, now more curious than angry. If it was the Duke's son, it was worth considering. Luin explained everything about how she met Liansheng and what they experienced together. After listening, Rong Jue nodded. He lowered his voice and said, "When the incident with the Marquis of Jingyuan happened, I was 17, following your uncle in the military, so I don't know all the details. At that time, many officials in the court pleaded for the Marquis. Your grandfather and the old man of the Chu family were also suppressed by the late emperor because of this. I was sent to the border with your uncle, and everything returned to normal after the new emperor took the throne. Dad, the Marquis of Jingyuan was wronged. He was framed by the Li family, and Liansheng's whole family is gone. Yes, many people know the Marquis was framed, but the late emperor wouldn't listen and favored the Li family. At that time, the new emperor still trusted Prince Xian and almost fell into the Li family's trap. If it weren't for the old prince having the late emperor's will, it would have been hard for Prince Xian to ascend the throne. Dad, will the emperor clear the Su family's name? Since taking the throne, the emperor has diminished the power of the Li family significantly. Their influence is not what it used to be, but it's hard to investigate the past. The emperor is also waiting for an opportunity. Where is Su Liansheng? Since Rong Jue already knew about Su Liansheng, he couldn't just stand by. He had to help, or what would happen to his daughter? Luin informed her father about Liansheng joining the military. Rong Jue thought for a moment and said, "This kid has spirit. He wants to earn military achievements to persuade the emperor to investigate the Su family's case. Dad, Liansheng will face a lot of hardships. Will he be in danger?" Luin knew that the battlefield was dangerous, especially in the era of cold weapons, where lives were at stake. Rong Jue rolled his eyes. That kid has some nerve, thinking he can pursue my daughter. Rong Jue thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I'll send He Lang to protect him a bit. Also, I will send a letter to Chu Laoer. This kid wants to clear the Su family's name. He has to take this difficult path. If he doesn't grow up, I won't let you marry a useless man." Luin smiled, her eyes shining brightly like her father's.
Thank you, Dad.
Luin hugged her father's neck and rubbed her cheek against his face. In her past life, her father passed away early and she grew up with her mother. After her mother remarried, her stepfather was okay at first. But after her little sister was born, her mother and stepfather gave all their love to the sister, telling her to be generous and understanding. But she needed love too. After starting high school, she worked while studying and never asked her family for money. When her sister got married, the family's situation was average, so she gave her sister a generous dowry, which moved her stepfather, who repeatedly said he felt guilty for her in the past. She said nothing because she had already let go of it. She didn't want to make her mother uncomfortable. Fortunately, fate was kind to her, and she found her father. Everything she had missed came back to her, which was wonderful. Luin talked with her father for a while. Rong Jue asked his daughter to come back home with him, but Luin said, "Dad, I need to go back to the Chu family and talk to my grandfather and my brothers first. Is it okay if I return in a couple of days?" Rong Jue thought it would be better for him to visit the Chu family first. They had helped his wife and daughter during tough times, and he appreciated that. So he said, "Anan, go back and tell your grandfather that I will visit him tomorrow." He mentioned wanting to find a good time to thank the Chu family, so tomorrow is perfect. Rong Jue had been busy with his new responsibilities at the tiger camp, needing to reorganize many things, and he happened to have time tomorrow. Luin nodded in agreement, and Rong Jue reluctantly watched his daughter leave the tea house. The next day, Rong Jue, along with Lord Rong and his older brother Rongyu, arrived at the Chu residence with gifts. After General Rong Jue returned to the capital, the emperor granted him a marquis title, and Rongyu was also a second-rank general, along with Lord Rong, who was a second-rank censor. The Rong family had become quite prominent, and their home was bustling with visitors. Knowing that the Duke of Dingwa was visiting, Chu Hong waited at home. A servant rushed in to report, and Chu's elder brought Chu Hong, Chu Sen Xiao, and Luin to greet them at the door. Luin was the adopted daughter of the Chu family and also the biological granddaughter of the Rong family, so the two families had become one. Everyone happily gathered in the main hall. During the conversation, Chu San Xiao took the opportunity to share everything about Luin, knowing that his sister would only share good news. Previously, Rong Jue had sent He Yao to understand the situation in the village, and today he learned from Xiao about the hardships his daughter faced after leaving the Wang family. A small shoulder had taken on the burden of supporting the family. Although his daughter was much more mature than her peers, she was still not an adult, which made his heart ache. Lord Rong also realized that his little granddaughter was quite remarkable, truly a worthy descendant of the Rong family. The family enjoyed a joyful conversation together. Far away at the camp on the western border, Liansheng quickly established himself with his own strength. Lord Chu admired this young man very much. Since he couldn't keep Liansheng in the vanguard camp, Lord Chu carefully selected thousands of soldiers to form the fierce cavalry camp, with Liansheng as the commander. None of Lord Chu's subordinates were dissatisfied. Those who were previously had been overwhelmed by Liansheng's strength. Though Liansheng was young, he was fierce and fought like a wolf on the battlefield. The vanguard camp and the fierce cavalry camp were both directly commanded by Lord Chu, serving as his two sharp blades. The relationship between Gema from the vanguard camp and Liansheng was particularly good. A secret letter from young Master Chu arrived at the border camp first. After reading the letter, Lord Chu was stunned and took a while to gather himself before pushing his chin up. His grandmother had taken in a little granddaughter, who turned out to be the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Lord Chu felt overwhelmed by Liansheng's various achievements. Despite his young age and lack of battlefield experience, Liansheng seemed to know more than those who had fought. Before he could fully process Liansheng's impact, he was surprised again by his little Yimai, adopted sister. The niece of the current Duke of Ronghua, Rong Jue's daughter, made the world seem so wonderful. Everyone said Luin was lucky to be connected to the Chu family, but who knew that the Chu family had hit the jackpot by becoming family with the Duke of Dinghua and the Duke of Ronghua. Not only was he surprised, but even the governor of Songjiang, Chu Zhifu, was astonished. What incredible luck his son had. Not only did he benefit from the young girl in business, but he also gained a powerful ally by taking in an adopted sister. Chu Zhifu looked at his wife, and they both chuckled. Their little daughter and him was truly a lucky star. The Imperial decree had arrived in Songjiang, and unexpectedly, Lord Chu was promoted. Due to his years of achievements, especially in handling the Lu family Bei flood, the emperor was very pleased, promoting Lord Chu to the position of Buzheng Shi, elevating him to the second rank. Some people may never rise even one level in their lifetime, but Lord Chu had jumped several steps at once. And is truly a blessed child. When she gets married, we need to prepare a proper dowry for her as a legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Otherwise, we would not be worthy of her sincere heart, Lord Chu remarked with great emotion. He knew that the Rong and Lu families had played a role in this, and he kept that in mind. Meanwhile, Rong Jue arranged for the Black Wolf to take his personal letter to Lord Chu, and the original courtyard of the Duke of Dinghua had already been tidied up. The place where his daughter would stay, Qinyaxian, was so well prepared that Rong Jue was almost ready to pave the floor with gold bricks. Sister-in-law Lin sighed and said helplessly, "Second brother, why did you make the little girl's courtyard so flashy? A little girl should be soft and delicate, but look at what you've done. It's too gaudy." Rong Jue rolled his eyes. "Sister-in-law, do you know? My daughter can casually go into the deep mountains and dig up 1,000-year-old ginseng, which is worth half a courtyard. Even the young master of the Chu family admires my daughter's business skills. I just want to give her all the good things because I owe her so much." Madame Lin watched her brother-in-law talk endlessly about his daughter and shook her head. Did he think he was bullying her for not having a daughter? Well, she really didn't have one. She only had sons who were not very impressive. When Luin arrived at the Rong residence and saw her courtyard shining with gold, she felt dizzy. Rong Jue noticed his daughter rolling her eyes in disdain and quickly stepped forward, reaching out his hand. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Daughter, I'm afraid you'll roll your eyes so hard that you'll fall over." Madame Lin laughed heartily from the side. Rong Yu said, "You deserve it for not listening to your sister-in-law and filling the place with flashy things." Several nephews secretly laughed but didn't dare to make a sound, fearing they would get scolded. Although the old Master Chu was reluctant to let his granddaughter leave the Chu residence, he knew Rong Jue was watching closely, so he sighed helplessly. Fortunately, the two families were not far apart, and Luin could come back anytime, which made him feel better. Luin quickly adapted to the Rong residence and got along well with her brothers, bringing a lively atmosphere that hadn't been felt in years. Even the servants noticed the change in the Rong household. To celebrate his granddaughter's return, Lord Rong specially arranged for his daughter-in-law, Madame Lin, to pick a good day for a banquet at the residence. Their precious granddaughter needed to be introduced to the whole capital. Madame Lin had already planned this. On that day, Madame Lin returned to her family home. The Lin family was not very prominent in the capital. Her father was just a fifth-rank official, which was quite ordinary in a place filled with high-ranking officials. However, Madame Lin was chosen by Rong Jue himself. She had a generous personality and a good heart, quickly gaining recognition in the Rong household and managing household affairs with ease. Therefore, both Lord Rong and his brother Rong Jue were very satisfied with her. News of the Rong and Lu families spread throughout the capital, and as soon as Madame Lin returned home, she was surrounded by her mother and sister-in-law Xiao, who bombarded her with questions. Madame Lin felt like her tongue was going numb from all the talking. Madame Xiao asked, "Sister, your younger brother-in-law is now a lord, and you haven't separated your families. Who will really be in charge of this household in the future?" Lin's mother was not pleased to hear this. Her daughter-in-law was good in many ways, but she was too calculating. This is the Rong family's matter. Why worry about it? The Rong family will naturally be led by the father-in-law. After saying this, Lin's mother glanced at her daughter and added, "Don't listen to your sister-in-law. Even if Anin's mother returns, you are the elder sister-in-law, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Anin's mother and her siblings have suffered too much over the years." Lin's mother wiped away her tears. She remembered the soft-spoken woman who was beautiful and kind, treating her daughter like a sister. "Mother, I know. In a few days, when you go to the Rong residence, you will see Anin. I'm not boasting. That girl is born to do business. In just over a year, she has opened several shops and even a large estate. The third young master of the Chu family praises her." Talking about Lu and Anin made Lin's mother smile. None of the old, worn-out cotton jackets in their home could compare to the thoughtful young girl. On this trip home, she brought gifts from Anin for the family. "Mother, look at this colorful fabric and flower-patterned silk. I brought some for you and my sister-in-law to make clothes." "Oh dear, that child Anin is still thinking of us?" "Of course, mother. Anin said that once the family is settled, she will come to visit." "She really is a thoughtful child," Lin's mother said, her eyes reddening again. Madame Xiao rolled her eyes and asked, "Sister, Luin is 13 now, right?"
So.
Before her sister-in-law could finish, Lin's mother's expression darkened. She said impatiently, "Sister-in-law, don't even think about it. Anin is the apple of my second son's eye. Kwang'er is a good boy, but just because of Anin, my second son would never be able to meet the standards for the daughter of a lord." Madame Xiao felt displeased upon hearing this. "Listen to yourself. You just said Kwang'er is good. If Anin could marry into our family, with the support of the Lu and Rong families, plus the Chu family, wouldn't our Lin family rise even higher? Wouldn't that make you, as the aunt, even more respected?" Not only Lin's mother, but also Lin's mother was furious. Madame Xiao was clearly being calculating. "Kwang'er's mother, our Kwang'er is indeed good, but Anin is the only daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Can she marry down? To put it plainly, our Kwang'er cannot aspire to the daughter of a lord. What do you expect your sister to say?" "Mother, if Luin can marry in, then the Duke of Dinghua will have only one daughter. How can we not help our brother? I am thinking of the family." Madame Xiao's face was serious. How could her son be considered to be reaching too high? Luin, a girl raised in the countryside, could never compare to the noble ladies of the capital. It was Luin who was trying to reach for her son. Her son was 17 and praised by the teachers at Jing Mountain Academy. Luin probably couldn't even recognize many characters. Could Madame Lin not understand what her sister-in-law was thinking? Elder sister-in-law, Anin has been learning to read with Ruyue since she was young. Anin not only knows how to do business, but she can also paint and write. Now she is learning medicine from a master. This girl may have grown up in the countryside, but she is no less than a noble lady. Besides, she has a capable nanny with her. Madame Lin wanted to tell her sister-in-law not to underestimate Luan as just a country girl. Madame Lin was surprised. This young girl truly was a child of the Rong family. Madame Xiao felt a jolt in her heart, not expecting Luan to be so capable. Madame Lin did not expect her words to not only fail to scare her sister-in-law, but also strengthen her resolve. She was determined to have her son marry Luan, even if it took some clever planning. Madame Xiao was indeed going down a dangerous path. After returning from her family home, Madame Lin shared her sister-in-law's thoughts with Rong Jue, who became anxious upon hearing it. Tell your sister-in-law to quickly abandon this idea. Anin is the apple of our second son's eye. While that child is good, your sister-in-law is not. She is always scheming. Not only will the second son not agree, but I also do not support this. You don't want to mix families, do you? Rong Jue did not like his brother-in-law's choice of wife either, but since it was not his family's matter, he felt it was not his place to say much. However, he was annoyed that Madame Xiao had set her sights on his niece.
Hey, what are you saying?
I already refused your sister-in-law. You must not tell the second son about this. If he finds out, won't he come knocking? I will talk to your sister-in-law about it. My mother does not approve either. Only then did Rong Jue's expression improve. Before long, they arrived at the Rong family banquet. Early in the morning, Madame Lin went to Luan's Qinya courtyard to help keep an eye on things. With Nanny Jean and Qingyi there, Luan was already well prepared. Lu Huanyan arrived early with the wife of the Duke of Rong, Madame Su. After arriving, Lu Huanyan ran to her sister's courtyard while Madame Su helped Madame Lin greet the female guests. Luan only uses skincare products made in her family's workshop. When Madame Lin saw Luan, she was truly amazed. If this child grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. Wearing a light pink dress, the hem of which subtly revealed exquisite embroidered shoes adorned with large white pearls, her bright little face had a light touch of makeup, and she wore a fine white jade hairpin. Without too much jewelry, she looked just like a fairy from the mountains. And then looks really beautiful. Madame Lin couldn't help but praise her.
Thank you, Auntie.
You've worked hard today, Luan said, taking a string of white pearl necklaces from the makeup box on the table. She gently removed the necklace from Madame Lin's neck, handed it to a nearby maid, and personally put the pearl necklace around Madame Lin's neck. Auntie, doesn't this make you look even more beautiful? My uncle will surely be mesmerized when he sees you. Looking through the beautiful glass mirror that Rong had spent a fortune to acquire, Madame Lin noticed that with the pearl necklace, her whole aura felt different. And this pearl necklace is too expensive. I can't accept such a gift, Madame Lin said, knowing the necklace was quite valuable.
Auntie, it's fine.
I would spend any amount of money for you. Madame Lin felt warm inside. What a thoughtful child. She would make sure to repay her kindness later. After getting ready, Luan took Lu Huanyan's hand, along with Granny Jean and Qingyi, and followed Madame Lin to the 100 Flowers garden. She didn't expect that there would be something waiting for her there. All the guests had arrived at the 100 Flowers garden. Many ladies and young misses were present. The gentlemen were hosted by the Rong brothers, while the younger men were welcomed by Rong Jue's eldest son, Debao. Of course, young Master Chu was also there to help, easing Debao's pressure with his charm. When everyone saw that Madame Lin was with a delicate-looking young girl, they recognized Lu Huanyan, which meant this girl was Luan, the treasured daughter of the Rong Marquis. Some of the ladies and young misses had already met her at the banquet in the Duke of Rong's residence. Madame Lin introduced Luan to familiar ladies and young misses. Everyone was secretly amazed. Who was it that said this little girl might not even know how to read? Who claimed she lacked manners? Who said she wasn't presentable? If they stepped forward, they would surely regret it. A daughter like this would be a treasure to have. She may not be very prominent, but She fought hard for her mother's justice, and for that, this girl deserves respect. After Lady Lin finished her introductions, she asked Lu Huanyan to keep Luin in company, as Huanyan knew quite a few young ladies, and they could chat together. Lady Lin then went off to attend to her duties. Before leaving, Madame Su, the Duchess, repeatedly reminded Lu Huanyan to take good care of her younger sister, mentioning that Granny Jean and Qingyi were also nearby. In her past life, Luan had seen many grand occasions, including banquets at the Chu family in Songjiang, so she was not intimidated by today's event. Before long, she was mingling with the other young ladies. "Are you Luan?" a clear voice asked. Luan looked up to see two young ladies approaching. The one speaking was a girl in green, a few years older than her, and quite pretty, though Luan did not recognize her. Huanyan whispered, "The girl in green is from the Li family, and the chubby one beside her is Gao Ying, the legitimate daughter of Lord Gao from the Ministry of Rights." The Li family? Luan's heart skipped a beat. The Li family in the capital, the Empress Dowager Li. Luan felt a bit shocked but did not show it on her face. She smiled and said, "I am Luan. Hello, ladies." The chubby girl smiled back, "I'm Gao Ying, and this is Li Lingxue, the granddaughter of the Prime Minister." "Miss Gao, Miss Li," Luan greeted them warmly. "What are you talking about?" "It sounds lively from afar," Gao Ying asked with a smile. "We were discussing the new fragrance cream from the Chu family's Yujij," replied a girl with big eyes. The young ladies continued their conversation, and Gao Ying naturally joined in, while Li Lingxue mostly listened and occasionally glanced at Luan. Luan noticed, but pretended not to. She was unsure of Li Lingxue's intentions, so she chose to ignore her for now. However, given that the Li family was involved, and considering that her brother had suffered at their hands, Luan had no good impression of Li Lingxue. She wondered why her father had invited the Li family. In fact, it wasn't Rong Jue who invited them. The Rong family and the Li family were not on the same path. How could the noble Rong family associate with the Li family? Li Lingxue had come with Miss Gao and was a guest, so Lady Lin couldn't just send her away. Li Lingxue was interested in Chu Xian. She was 18 and still unmarried. The Li family was struggling, not just financially, but also because the emperor had dealt them a harsh. The Empress Dowager was now like a toothless tiger in the palace. Chu Xian is like the god of wealth for the great Qi. The Li family needs someone like the third young master who can make money, and by getting close to Chu Xian, they can also connect with the Lu and Rong families. The Empress Dowager has always favored the virtuous prince because she has no sons. The virtuous prince is the second son of the late emperor, and both his mother and the Empress Dowager are from the Li family, while the mother of the trustworthy prince is the Jade concubine, making him the third son of the late emperor. The Empress Dowager needs an obedient emperor to ensure the Li family's wealth for at least 50 years. At that time, the trustworthy prince and the Empress Dowager were not united, and she could not control him, which is why she suppressed him. Later, Liansheng also noticed that this life's path is somewhat different from the last. Although the trustworthy prince worked hard to ascend the throne, he did not raise an army to eliminate his rivals, perhaps because his rebirth changed some of the previous events. However, after becoming emperor, the trustworthy prince still dealt with the Empress Dowager's supporters just like in his past life. He no longer rushed back to the capital, so he wouldn't meet the virtuous prince or Li Lingxue. The fourth prince, who once secretly communicated with Li Lingxue, had already lost his influence due to the late emperor's abdication and the trustworthy prince's ascension. Yet, the virtuous prince remains true to his name, being virtuous and polite, but he is also a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's unclear who Li Lingxue is targeting this time. Liansheng guessed correctly. Since he wouldn't recklessly return to the capital, Li Lingxue's target has indeed changed. After sitting for a while, Li Lingxue realized that Luan did not like her. For Li Lingxue, who comes from the Li family, her ingrained pride wouldn't allow her to lower herself to please others, especially someone like Luan who grew up in the countryside. So, Li Lingxue made an excuse to stroll around the garden and left. Her purpose for coming today was to get closer to Chu Xian. In the Duke Dinghua's garden, There is a large area of lotus flowers which are currently in full bloom, and some young ladies suggested going to see them. The young girls excitedly ran towards the lotus pond. Gao Yingying, being lively, pulled Luin along, and Luin didn't want to spoil her fun. The pond is quite large, with a small bridge and a hexagonal pavilion, and the vast lotus flowers beautifully cover the pond. There were also several ladies around the pond, while the gentlemen were chatting in a nearby bamboo grove. A few young masters stood by the pond chatting as well. Luan, Lu Huanyan, Miss Gao, and several other young ladies went onto the small bridge, while Granny Jean stayed by the pond, and Qing Yi followed her young lady. The young girls were chatting on the bridge when a little maid rushed up from the other end. No one paid much attention, as the ladies and young misses were attending a banquet, and it was common for maids to be around, possibly looking for their mistresses. The little maid seemed anxious and hurried towards the girls on the bridge. The bridge wasn't wide, but two people could walk side by side without issue. No one expected that the little maid might trip and fall to one side. Unfortunately, she fell right towards Luan and Lu Huanyan. Luan could swim, but she knew Lu Huanyan couldn't. Qing Yi stepped forward to catch her young lady. Unexpectedly, Luan pushed Lu Huanyan towards Qing Yi and fell into the lotus pond herself. Oh no! Someone has fallen into the water. Luan has fallen in. Several girls shouted in panic. A man nearby heard the commotion and jumped into the water, swimming towards the direction where Luan had fallen. Qing Yi shouted, "Miss Huanyan, stay still," and then prepared to jump into the lotus pond. Unexpectedly, the little maid clung to Qing Yi's leg, her face full of pain. "Sister, why did you hurt me?" This made Qing Yi furious, and she struggled to free herself from the maid's grip. Gao Yingying, being a bit older, forcefully grabbed the little maid and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Quickly get off the bridge." The nearby crowd quickly gathered upon hearing the noise. When Granny Jean heard someone had fallen into the water was her own young lady, she jumped in without hesitation, as she was a good swimmer. She swam towards the bridge. Madame Su was the first to arrive, and Lu Huanyan was terrified. "Mother, Anan has fallen into the water. Ah! Someone's going to drown." Before Madame Su could react, another girl shouted. Gao Yingying was still holding the little maid tightly, trying to pull her up when everyone suddenly noticed a hairpin stuck in the maid's chest. Chaos erupted on the bridge. Qing Yi was too late to jump into the water, as two girls held her back because the maid had just said, "Why did you hurt me?" Now that the maid had fainted, Qing Yi was seen as the culprit. Meanwhile, Luan, after falling into the water, remained calm. Why did this situation feel so familiar? She had read many novels about family struggles, and she had seen this scene of someone falling into the water several times. Someone would jump in to save her, probably a man, who was trying to harm her. As soon as she arrived in the capital, she was already causing trouble for others. Diving under the small bridge, Luan quickly grabbed a lotus stem. The stem was hollow, and although she could hold her breath for 3 to 4 minutes, why not use a breathing tool if it was available? So, with the lotus stem in her mouth, Luan swam underwater, clearly hearing the commotion above. Someone was framing the young man in green. At that moment, a young man swam over, someone she didn't recognize. Luan felt a chill. A bit further away, Grandma Jean was also swimming over with all her strength, but the young man was closer and faster. Now, the young man was almost near her. He shouted, "Miss Anan, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." Grandma Jin's eyes widened in shock. If that man touched her girl, she would have to pay with her life. She thought, great, now everyone knows you're here to save me. Luan kicked her legs and swiftly swam away like a nimble fish, glancing back at the stunned young man in the water. Grandma Jean was also surprised. Could her girl swim? Her heart finally settled. However, Grandma Jean didn't leave. She swam toward the young man. While he was still in shock, she reached him and threw a punch. Then, Grandma Jean grabbed the young man and started to scold him. Because there were large lotus leaves nearby, no one could clearly see what was happening. At this moment, Mrs. Lin, who had rushed over from the front yard, was almost frantic. Lord Rong, Rong Jue, and a Bao also ran over. Old Lord Chu, supported by Chu Hung, walked over quickly, panting heavily. Another strong woman who could swim had jumped into the lotus pond. Oh dear! That rescuer is my nephew. He's a good swimmer. Don't be afraid, madam. My nephew has a kind heart. Mauga, find Anin and bring her up. Mrs. Lin's sister-in-law, Xiao, shouted loudly. Be quiet. Mrs. Su scolded sharply. Xiao was startled. Mrs. Su looked like she wanted to strangle her. Seeing Mrs. Su's pale face, Xiao dared not speak again, but she secretly hoped her nephew would personally bring Luin up. After Rong Jue and Chu Senshao jumped into the lotus pond, the others anxiously waited on the shore. There was also a fainted maid on the bridge, so Lady Lin quickly arranged for the house doctor to come, while Rong Yu took Qing Yi aside. Chu Hung also approached, as investigating cases was his strong suit. When he saw the maid had been hurt by a hairpin, his instincts told him something was wrong. Help! Aunt, come quickly! A man's voice called from the water. Everyone then realized that the man who jumped in was being fiercely beaten by an old nanny. The nanny was too strong, and the man was no match for her. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Why was there a fight? Someone recognized the old nanny as the one who was close to Luan. Lu Huanyan was anxiously jumping and crying, while Madame Su felt her heart racing. Meanwhile, Rong Jue and Sanshao dove into the lotus pond and began to look around. Rong Jue quickly spotted a little girl swimming around like a fish not far from the other end of the bridge. She occasionally changed her position, clearly having a great time in the water. Rong Jue's heart finally settled. He was so scared. Luin and also noticed her father and brother. She secretly waved her hand, and Rong Jue and Sanshao quickly swam over. The few of them quietly swam to a corner, and with the cover of the large lotus flowers, Luan popped her head above the water.
Dad.
Brother. Luan smiled widely. Rong Jue, with a serious face, poked his daughter's forehead. Do you want to scare me to death? I almost lost my mind. Hearing her father's trembling voice, Luan felt a rush of warmth and gently bumped her head against his chest. Rong Jue was truly frightened. He feared losing his daughter again. If something happened to her, he wouldn't be able to live, and neither would Yu Er. Seeing his sister was safe, Sanshao felt relieved. Dad, brother, someone is trying to harm me. Luan quickly recounted everything that had just happened. Unbelievable. Sanshao angrily splashed the water. A fierce look flashed in Rong Jue's eyes. Daughter, go back to the courtyard through that small path. Leave this to your father. Don't worry, Qing Yi will be fine. A maid's death is nothing. Luan nodded and quickly ran up the shore, heading towards her courtyard along the stone path. Rong Jue and Sanshao submerged again and swam towards the small bridge. Not far ahead, they encountered a woman looking for someone. Rong Jue instructed, the young lady has returned to the courtyard. Go attend to her. The servants of the Rong family kept quiet. When the second master gave the order, it meant that the young lady was safe. The servant quickly swam to the shore and ran towards the young lady's courtyard. Not far from the small bridge, Chu Sanshao surfaced and shouted, Anin is fine. The servant has already taken her back to the courtyard. Chu Sanshao didn't mention that Luin could swim, and everyone assumed that the servant who jumped in to save her had successfully brought her back, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. When Lord Rong heard that his granddaughter was safe, he quickly instructed the steward to send the family doctor to Luan's courtyard. Madame Su's legs felt weak. She had been holding her breath, and now that she heard Anin was okay, she finally relaxed. Huanyan, go check on your sister. Hearing her mother, Lu Huanyan wiped her tears and, forgetting her manners, ran out, lifting her skirt. Madame Qiu's disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it didn't escape Madame Su's notice. What a bold Qiu Tong! Madame Su's expression darkened as she stepped forward to confront Madame Qiu, raising her hand to slap her hard.
Ah!
Madame Qiu covered her face. Madame of the Duke of Rong, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? Qiu, sure. Xiao Tong, who gave you the courage to scheme against the young lady of the Duke of Rong's household? Madame Xiao's heart raced, and everyone present was stunned. What was happening? When the ladies of the Chu family, Liansheng and Wang Shi, heard this, they were shocked.
What?
Was it Xiao Shi who plotted against Anan? The two sisters-in-law stepped forward, grabbing Madame Xiao and starting to hit her, making her scream. Madam of the Duke, please calm down. Nephew's wife, stop. Let's talk this out. Madame Lin quickly intervened, feeling that this matter was somehow related to her sister-in-law. Luin was the adopted sister of Chu Heng, and Chu Heng was the nephew of the Rong family, which is why Madame Lin referred to the sisters-in-law as her nephew's wives. Madame Lin had also heard her sister-in-law shouting for Mao go heir. But in front of so many people, if her sister-in-law was confirmed to be involved, the Lin family would truly lose face in the capital. Lord Chu quickly added, eldest, second, stop fighting. Madame Wang, also from a military family, rolled up her sleeves and said, don't worry, grandfather.
We know how to handle this.
Someone laughed. At this point, Madame Xiao's face was bruised, and her hair was a mess. No one will care about Maoga, who is still being beaten in the water. Maoga was dragged to the shore by Granny Jean like a dead dog. A few servants from the Rong family pulled Maoga up. At that moment, Rong Jue and young Master Chu also swam to the shore. When Madame Su saw Rong Jue, her anger grew even more. Lord Duke, 10 years ago you failed to protect Yue and Enan. Now that Enan has just returned for a few days, you still haven't kept her safe. If you can't protect her, I will take her away today. My little lady from the Ronghua Gongfu has her own protectors. Madam Duke, let's speak calmly, Lord Rong advised, noticing that Enan's fall into the water was intentional. What is there to discuss? This child just entered the mansion and fell into the water. What will happen next time? Will her life be at stake? If your Rong family doesn't want her, just say so. My Chu family values her. Old Master Chu was angry, and Lord Rong felt helpless, trying to appease the stubborn old man. Uncle, sister-in-law, I will give you an explanation. Trust me. Rong Jue bit his lip, looking at old Master Chu and Madame Su. Fine, I will wait here. You better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will make a scene at the court to seek justice for my Ronghua Gongfu. I will also wait. Anan is my granddaughter. I am her grandfather. After saying this, old Master Chu sat down on the ground. As a censor, Lord Rong was left speechless. Old Master Chu was too domineering. But he felt grateful that so many people were protecting his granddaughter. Everyone, my daughter fell into the water today because someone did it on purpose. Please do not leave for now, I apologize. Rong Jue cupped his hands, and the crowd had nothing to say. It was normal to keep everyone here after such a close call. Madame Xiao's face turned pale as she secretly glanced at her sister-in-law, Madame Lin. Madame Lin's heart sank completely. With the second young master's temper and both the Madame Duke and old Master Chu watching, this matter couldn't be suppressed. Aunt, help me. A man's desperate cry came from not far away. Everyone turned to look, shocked to see a man whose face was so beaten that it was hard to recognize him. Madame Xiao nearly fainted.
Maoga.
Who beat my nephew? I did. Granny Jean was also soaked, but stood there with a strong presence. You servant girl, how dare you hit my Maoga? Madame Xiao looked and saw an old woman. No matter how strong her presence, she was just a servant. Madame Lin's expression was also not good. Jean Mama, who was beside Luin, thought that one must respect their master when dealing with a dog. How could they treat Maoga like this? Jean Mama, what are you doing? Lord Rong spoke up. Jean Mama glanced at everyone, and with that one look, they all felt she was not an ordinary old woman. Without saying a word, Jean Mama stepped Maoga's calf.
Ah.
Maoga screamed like a pig being slaughtered.
Speak.
If you don't tell the truth, I'll crush your bones, and you won't be able to walk again. Jean Mama pressed down harder. Maoga's cries became unrecognizable, and Madame Xiao wanted to rush forward, but Rong Jue stopped her with a hand. Madame Xiao's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to move. Aunt, You can't just ignore me. Let me down to save him. If I hold Luin in, she will lose her reputation and won't be able to marry. You want to help Quanj propose, and I'm only following your advice. Wow, everyone realized what was happening. You're talking nonsense. You jumped in to save him. It has nothing to do with me. Madame Xiao shouted, her face red with anger. Aunt, you can't turn your back on me. I'm getting married next month. Do I need to jump into the water to save someone? There are plenty of maids who can swim. Why would I rush to save anyone? That maid who caused the accident is yours. Eldest sister-in-law. Is what Mauga said true? Madame Lin was almost furious. Even though she cared for her family, she couldn't ignore right and wrong. She was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Rong family. Madame Xiao trembled all over. Mother, why are you doing this? Madame Xiao turned and saw her eldest son Quanj looking at her with disappointment. Quanj had gone to Jing Mountain Academy early that morning because the teacher needed him. After finishing, he rushed to the Rong residence and happened to hear Mauga's words. Quanj, Madame Xiao didn't know how to explain to him. Mother, I told you before that I would make my own way. My aunt also said she would help me in the future, but I refused. Since my aunt married into the Rong family, she is part of the Rong family, and I can't make things difficult for her. Mother, have you ever thought about how important a girl's reputation is? I don't want a marriage that comes from such schemes. If I accept it, I won't be able to hold my head high for the rest of my life. Quanj, I was wrong. I thought if Anan could marry you, you wouldn't have to worry about your future. Oh, I was mistaken. Madame Xiao cried uncontrollably. Qiu Tong, you really had a plan. Even if today goes as you wish, the Duke of Rong's residence will never allow my daughter from the Lu family to marry into your family. Even if the Rong family has this plan, the Lu family will not allow it. The Duke of Rong's residence will take care of her for life, and even after I am gone, Lu Huanping will protect his sister. Madame Su finished speaking and shot a fierce glare at Rong Jue. Sister-in-law, Anan is my only daughter, and no one can harm her. Rong Jue quickly stated, fearing that the Madame of the Duke of Rong would take his daughter away in anger. Humph. Madame Su snorted. I will go see Anan. I won't leave today until I get an answer. With that, Madame Su turned and walked away. The two sisters-in-law, Luan and others, followed her. Madame Xiao sat on the ground, with no one sympathizing with her. She had used such underhanded tactics against a girl who hadn't even come of age. Madame Lin, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Rong family, was her sister-in-law, and she hadn't considered how this would affect Madame Lin after the truth came out. Rong Yu glanced at Madame Lin and said, "Send Madame Xiao back to the Lin family and let your elder brother handle it. This marriage is beyond what our Rong family can afford." Madame Lin understood. After the sister-in-law returned, she would surely be dismissed by her elder brother. The Rong family had already shown the Lin family enough respect, otherwise, she would have been sent to the authorities. The sister-in-law was truly blinded by her own foolishness. Second uncle, that maid is already confessed, said Chu Hung as he walked over. The maid who had intentionally bumped into someone had fallen and gotten a hairpin stuck in her chest, with Qingyi being blamed as the culprit. When Rong Yu arrived, he quickly arranged for the household doctor to save her. Otherwise, if she died, it would be even harder to explain. He Yao always carried some healing ointments and detox pills, and he quickly gave one to the maid. The hairpin was poisoned and had pierced her chest. Fortunately, it missed her vital organs, and since the antidote was given in time, the poison did not spread. The young maid survived. When the household doctor arrived, he treated her wounds promptly, and after a few days of rest, she would be fine. Qingyi had no reason to poison a young maid. Her first instinct was to jump in and save her, not to retaliate against the maid who bumped into her. However, when the young maid insisted that Qingyi wanted to kill her, it was unclear what method Chu Hung used, but the maid eventually gave in. The young maid was indeed close to Madame Xiao, who had instructed her to find an opportunity to push Luin into the water, but the idea of using a hairpin to harm her was not Madame Xiao's plan. In short, this was another scheme within a scheme, and the hairpin had nothing to do with Madame Xiao. The young maid said that someone found her and gave her 500 silver notes, asking her to hurt herself with a hairpin to hold back the girl in blue. She didn't know the hairpin was poisoned. If she had known, she wouldn't have done it. She didn't want to die. However, the young girl said she didn't recognize the person who gave her the silver and the hairpin. They wore a veil and were dressed like a maid. Rong Jue had all the women and their servants wear veils and asked the young maid to identify the person. The young maid looked for a long time and shook her head, saying that the person was not among them. At that moment, Gao Yingying suddenly said, "Where is Liansheng? Why isn't she and her maid here?" "Oh, Liansheng left a long time ago. She said she had matters at home," one girl replied. Rong Jue frowned, narrowing his eyes, unable to hide the killing intent in his gaze. Everyone seemed to understand something. "I apologize for the delay. Please make sure to inform your family and servants that today's events should not be spoken of outside, to avoid bringing trouble home," Lord Rong said. Everyone nodded, understanding the seriousness of his words. After this incident at the Rong family, no one lingered, and they left with their families after saying goodbye. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you should go back personally and take Xiao Shur and her nephew home. You know what to say." "Brother Chu, let's go to the study," Lord Rong said in a deep voice as he turned to leave Baiwa Garden. "Hey Yao, don't let that young maid harm herself," Rong Jue added. "Don't worry, my lord. She doesn't even have the strength to bite," Hey Yao replied before leaving. Meanwhile, Madame Lin quickly arranged for a carriage to take Sister Xiao and Xiao Mao back, and Quanga followed them to the Lin family. Sister Xiao wanted to have a good talk with her sister-in-law, but she knew that returning to the Lin family wouldn't end well, especially since Madame Lin didn't even share a carriage with her. Quanga didn't plead for his mother either. His mother had acted too dishonorably, ruining someone's reputation. The Rong family didn't report her to the authorities, which was already generous given their relationship. Therefore, he felt embarrassed to speak to his aunt. If his aunt helped his mother, his uncle would surely resent her, leading to a real rift between the Duke of Dinggua's family and the Lin family. Soon, they arrived at the Lin family. The eldest brother of the Lin family had just returned from an errand that morning, so he hadn't gone to the Rong family. Madame Lin sent her eldest daughter-in-law with gifts, but her grandson Hugo was feeling a bit feverish, so Madame Lin stayed to take care of him and couldn't go. When Madame Lin saw her daughter return, she asked, "What happened? Why does your sister-in-law have bruises on her face? Who is that young man next to you? His head looks like a pig's." Lin's mother didn't recognize that it was Xiao Mao. "What happened to you? Is everything okay?" Lin's mother asked. Lin's eldest brother also looked confused. Did his wife get beaten by a crowd? "Mother!" Lin's wife called out, and tears started to flow. Lin's mother was startled. "Jingyi, what happened?" "Oh, I'm so worried. Please tell me quickly." "Mother, I can't show my face in the Rong family anymore," sob. Lin's wife felt very wronged seeing her mother. Her sister-in-law had caused a big mess. How could she face being the eldest daughter-in-law of the Rong family now? While crying, she explained everything her sister-in-law had done. Lin's mother felt dizzy and almost collapsed. Lin's eldest brother kicked Xiao's wife to the ground. Although their father's position wasn't high, he had lived a clean life. His younger sister marrying into the Rong family was considered a good match, and they treated her very well. His sister was humble and managed household affairs carefully, earning the Rong family's favor. Even though his wife loved to scheme, she hadn't made any major mistakes over the years, but she actually dared to plot against the daughter of the second son of the Rong family. Even a commoner's daughter shouldn't be harmed like that. How could his wife do something so cruel? Lin's eldest brother knelt down and bowed to Lin's mother. "Mother, I have failed as a son. Xiao's intentions are not right. I will divorce her to give the Rong family an explanation."
No.
"You can't divorce me. I have given you 2 sons. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Xiao's wife, ignoring her pain, got up and hugged Lin's eldest brother's leg, crying. Lin's eldest brother, with a dark expression, didn't even look at her. "Sister-in-law, I can't help you.
You've gone too far this time.
If I help you, there will be no place for me in the Rong family. Although Lin's wife felt a bit sorry for her, if she really helped her sister-in-law plead for mercy, not to mention the father-in-law and the second son, even the eldest brother wouldn't let her off. Why can't you help me? Luin is just a girl raised in the countryside. You all treat her like a treasure. Isn't she fine? If it weren't for the Rong family and the Marquis family, I wouldn't even want her as a concubine for my son. There's also Lu Ruyue, who has been with a countryman for 10 years, yet the Rong family still wants her. They might as well take a courtesan instead. Ridiculous. Madame Lin raised her hand and slapped her, not caring about being polite anymore. The slap left Madame Xiao stunned. Madame Lin was so angry she was shaking, unable to speak, and Quan Ger felt deeply disappointed. Eldest Lin instructed the steward to take Xiao Mao away to treat his injuries, as there were no outsiders left in the room. He looked at Madame Xiao with disappointment and said in a low voice, "You still don't understand the trouble you've caused. This is a trap within a trap. Your plans have been discovered, and the maid was used against you. If the maid had died in the Rong family, that servant girl is connected to Luin. She would face legal trouble, and my sister said that servant girl is a trusted person of Luin, which would be like breaking Luin's arm. Secondly, if you had succeeded, not to mention the Marquis, even Duke Rong would never allow Luin to marry into the Lin family. He would take Luin away from the Rong family, leading to a conflict between the Duke's and the Marquis' households. Thirdly, the Marquis cares deeply for this daughter. Rong Jue is also his child. Since Rong Jue was sent away, it shows Luin's importance to him. The Marquis would definitely leave the residence, and the Rong family would truly be divided. Fourthly, your brother-in-law and the Marquis are close brothers. The Marquis wouldn't force his brother to divorce, as this matter isn't your sister's fault. However, there would be a rift between them because your brother-in-law is from the Lin family. Fifthly, both the Marquis and your brother-in-law are important officials. One is the commander of the 4 camps in the capital, and the other commands the elite troops. If there's a rift between these 2 commanders, what would the emperor think? Sixthly, everyone knows Luin is the adopted daughter of the Chu family, who are famously protective. If anything happens to Luin, the Chu family will surely blame the Rong family and hate us even more. You almost made a wedding dress for someone else. With what you just said, if Rong Lao heir doesn't deal with you, I won't bear the Lin surname. Not only did Madame Xiao turn pale, but Madame Lin, and even Quan Ger were drenched in cold sweat. What a tangled web of schemes. The one who set this up was truly malicious, aiming to create chaos in the capital. Little sister, go back and tell Uncle Rong that I will handle Madame Xiao, and also warn them to be cautious of the Li family. Eldest Lin heard from his sister that Li Lingxue had also gone to the Rong family, but she wasn't invited. Moreover, she suddenly left before the incident. It's strange if she wasn't involved. Madame Lin was also very frightened. She also blamed Granny Jean for hitting Xiao Mao and the Luan family for hitting Xiao Shi. The Duchess showed no consideration for her own matters. Now, after listening to her brother's analysis, she finally understood everything. Madame Lin made it clear and then left the Lin residence. After her sister left, Madame Xiao was taken back to the courtyard by a servant. The eldest son of the Lin family knelt down and said to his mother, "Mother, for the peace of the Lin family and the harmony between the families, I cannot divorce her. To prevent her from being used again, let her stay sick in the courtyard." Madame Lin nodded. "My son, it's my fault for bringing you such a troublesome person. Let's do as you say. After this, you should visit the Rong family to apologize." Quan Ger had been listening the whole time. Madame Lin looked at her eldest grandson. "Quan Ger, don't blame your father. He couldn't protect your mother anymore. Grandmother, I am 17. Today's matter was caused by my mother. She should face the consequences. Thank you, grandmother, for not letting her leave the Lin residence. If what father said is true, even if she had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Madame Lin returned to the Rong residence and conveyed her brother's thoughts to everyone. "Your elder brother is very insightful. His analysis is spot on. Li Lingxue's move is too malicious. Qiu Shi and Qiu Mao must have been overheard by her. However, Li Lingxue underestimated and otherwise, this would have been difficult. Aranthan is truly a little lucky star, said Lord Rong sincerely. Li Lingxue must have dealt with the messenger. We still have no evidence, and she can completely deny it, said Old Master Chu. Rong Jue kept tapping the table lightly with his fingers. After a while, he slowly said, the Li family has several relatives in the military. We need to find a way to eliminate their influence there. It shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, my second uncle is right. I will also send a message to my second brother. He has a child from a branch of the Li family in the military, and we should deal with them too. Chu Sanxiao chimed in. The Li family also has shops. Although they are not as prosperous as before, having shops means they still have income. Leave this to me. I will completely cut off their financial resources. And just send a message through Qingyi, warning you to be careful of Li Lingxue, Rong Jue said, glancing at his young nephew coolly.
Huh?
What does my sister mean? What does it mean? Li Lingxue is 18 and still has no suitor. You are like a treasure to the great Qi. Everyone in the room looked at Chu Sanxiao, making him feel uneasy. Shrinking back, he was almost in tears. I can't do that. I still prefer men. Why would she be interested in me? A single comment left everyone in the room speechless. Rong Jue stroked his chin and looked at his young nephew with curiosity, saying, that's an interesting idea, but I worry that your uncle might break your legs. The young man cautiously glanced at his grandfather, who was glaring at him with a serious expression. He almost lost control. However, the next words from Old Master Chu nearly made everyone drop their jaws. That idea could work. Go talk to Gao Mingting. His stepmother doesn't like him, and his father ignores him. Plus, with Li around, if this matter is confirmed, you have your older brother and second brother at home, so there's no pressure for you to carry on the family line. Grandfather, this is just to keep Li Lingxue from focusing on me. I enjoy my freedom and have no plans to marry. My sister says that women are like tigers, and we want to become the richest in Qi. Chu Sanxiao puffed up his chest proudly, his handsome face beaming with confidence. Everyone in the room was at a loss for words. Rong Jue thought to himself that his daughter's ambition was to become wealthy, and he needed to help her achieve that goal. While the men discussed matters in the study, Madame Lin turned to An's courtyard. Madame Su showed no warmth when she saw Lin Jingyi. Madame Lin sighed inwardly. She couldn't blame the Duchess, as she might have reacted even more strongly in her place. Big sister-in-law, my brother will handle the situation with Brother Qian's mother properly. The Lin family will not let Nin be wronged, Madame Lin said with a forced smile. Luan remained silent. She wouldn't easily forgive those who plotted against her. If you scheme against me and I forgive you this time, what if you stab me next time? I'm not that easy to manipulate. Whether it's about being wronged or not, I really don't want to see Chiu Tong again, Madame Su added, not wanting to say much more. Madame Lin turned to Luan and said, I'm sorry you had to suffer. On behalf of the Lin family, I apologize to you. And this isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize for the Lin family. To be honest, this has nothing to do with my maternal grandmother or uncle. While Chiu's aunt plotted against me, she was also schemed against, almost causing discord among our families. If it weren't for her greed, she wouldn't have left herself with no way out. I'm sure she hates me deeply, saying I'm not worthy of her son because of my humble origins and that my mother is not fit to be part of the Rong family. Is she hoping to make her niece my stepmother? The people in the room were stunned. Chiu's niece? Mrs. Su thought, how come I didn't know about this? The Luan family sister-in-law wondered if they should teach Chiu's niece a lesson. Mrs. Lin was curious about how Anin found out. Her sister-in-law really meant it. She had mentioned that Xiao Lian had her eyes on the second son and wouldn't marry anyone else, even though she was already in her 20s and refused to get married. And how did you find out? Mrs. Lin couldn't help but ask. Luan covered her mouth and laughed. Andy, I run a shop and the most important thing for me is information. In an inconspicuous alley in the capital, there was a small tavern that looked plain from the outside, with only a cloth sign that read Worry-Free Tavern. However, this tavern had a delightful aroma and was elegantly decorated. If you wanted, you could drink all night, and the food was exquisite, along with various small pastries. There were only 6 small rooms separated by screens, and you had to make a reservation in advance. Otherwise, there would be no space available. Ba Do was the owner of the Worry-Free Tavern, accompanied by 6 young assistants. This news had been brought by Ba Do a few days ago. Mrs. Lin felt like she wanted to find a piece of tofu to knock herself out. The Xiao family was truly troublesome. She hoped Xiao Lian wouldn't cause any trouble. Her second son was not one to be gentle with women. Does he still think poorly of your mother? He's not clean himself. It's said that the old witch from the Qi family drugged him, and he was out of it all night. Where's his dignity? Did he lose it on the battlefield? Mrs. Lin's eyes widened. The Duchess was too fierce. The Luan family sister-in-law thought, "We really like the Duchess." Luin was rolling on the bed, laughing so hard her stomach hurt, while Lu Huanyan bit her lip, shaking her shoulders and scratching the wall. At that moment, Rong Jue, who was standing outside, shot a fierce glare at the laughing Qingyi, who instantly disappeared. Rong Jue helplessly said from outside, "Sister-in-law, please spare me some dignity. I have never looked down on you She and Unan are my everything." Laughter erupted from inside. Mrs. Su finally looked a bit better. "Get in here." Rong Jue walked into the room like a wronged little wife. The Luan family sister-in-law and Lu Huanyan didn't dare to breathe, quickly lowering their heads and slipping away. Mrs. Su sighed and said, "Sit down. Have you all discussed this?" "Big sister, we have all discussed it. We will remove the remaining influence of the Li family in the military. Xian will handle cutting off the Li family's business. My father will join forces with Uncle Chu and Chu Hung to suppress the Li family's power in the court. Once my brother brings you back, I will explain everything to him." Rong Jue shared her thoughts. Madame Su nodded and said, "Yes, when the Duke returns, there are a few people from the Li family in the Hanlin Academy. We should deal with them as well." Rong Jue wanted to eliminate the Li family's influence for Liansheng. Since she acknowledged Liansheng's identity, she wanted to help him. However, she had not told anyone else about Liansheng yet. The fewer people who knew, the safer he would be. While plans were being made to remove the Li family's influence in the court, there was a small cottage not far from Jingshan Academy. The cottage was peaceful and quiet. It was small, with a 2-section courtyard, and housed 4 people: an elderly man with white hair, a servant of similar age, a plump cook, and a man in his 30s. If Luin saw them, she would recognize that the elderly man was the grandfather living on the small mountain in Kaoshan village. This group had only recently moved from their home in the capital, Guangfu. Have Dala call that child over. There are some things she needs to know, the elderly man instructed the servant. "Master, after this is over, should we return to the valley?" the servant asked. "That's right. Once this matter is settled, we will leave the capital." "Ah, the valley is much better. I don't want to stay in the capital for another day." The servant smiled and went to inform Dalu, the man in his 30s, and then set up a chessboard. "Master, what if the emperor doesn't let you leave?"
Ha!
"That little rascal wouldn't dare stop me. If he tries, I'll make a scene. There are no obstacles left to prevent me now. The remaining influence of the Li family is not a threat, and the day of the Duke's vindication is not far off. Would he really stop me from enjoying my peace?" The servant laughed. If the emperor truly tried to stop him, the master would indeed lie down and make a fuss in the main hall. Luan had also been busy these days, preparing to open new stores for her Wenxian Pavilion and Luji Duowei Xiaofeng. Rong Jue fully supported her. A few days ago, news came from the Lin family that the Lin family's eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Xiao, was gravely ill and reportedly unable to get out of bed for the rest of her life. Luin understood that this was the Lin family getting rid of Madame Xiao. If the Xiao family is dismissed, the Lin family worries that someone might come after them. The already resentful Xiao family might do something even crazier. If she falls ill in the backyard and becomes useless, she will lose her value. It must be said that the eldest son of the Lin family is quite perceptive. He can be ruthless when necessary. He brought a heavy gift to apologize and also visited the Rong Jue Duke's residence and the Chu family. Lin's mother understood the situation, so this matter was settled. From now on, everyone could continue their interactions as usual. The Lin family's attitude deeply moved Mrs. Lin Jingyi. The fact that her in-laws and the Rong Jue Duke's family did not blame her made her feel much better. She became even more affectionate towards Luin as a way to make amends for her sister-in-law. That day, Jingyi hurried in and said, "Miss, someone has delivered a letter. I don't recognize the messenger. He is a man in his 30s. Luan raised her beautifully shaped eyebrows. "Oh, let me see it." Jingyi handed over the letter, and when Luan opened it, she suddenly stood up, her face filled with joy. "Miss, what is it?" Jean, Momo, and Jingyi asked in unison, puzzled. "Momo, Jingyi, this is from that old man who lived on the small mountain outside the village. He taught me to identify herbs and showed me many books." Luan's tears of happiness fell. She never expected the old man to be in the capital. Jean, Momo, and Jingyi were also very happy, as they had heard Luan mention him several times. "Miss, do you want to visit this old man?" Jean Momo asked. Luan nodded vigorously. The old man lives in a small village in the capital, not far from Jing Mountain Academy. "I will go tomorrow." Luan planned to visit the old man and did not hide this from Rong Jue. When Rong Ho heard that it was the man who had helped his daughter and taught her for a long time, he decided to go with her. The next morning, the father and daughter took a carriage out of the city, with Jingyi and Xiao following closely. Soon, the carriage left the city and headed straight for Jing Mountain Academy. The carriage arrived at a small village, which was indeed not large, and stopped in front of a quaint little courtyard. Jingyi went up to knock on the door. The door opened quickly, and it was the man who had delivered the letter. "Rong Ho, Missin, my master is waiting for you both," the man said politely. Rong Jue found the man somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. However, he was surprised that the man knew his identity. Without thinking too much, the group followed the man into the small courtyard, and he quickly closed the gate behind them. "Anan, my dear, we meet again." As the voice spoke, an elderly man with a head full of white hair walked out from the main room. Despite his age, he had a youthful appearance and looked very lively. Upon seeing him, Luan's eyes turned red, and she hurriedly took 2 steps forward, kneeling heavily on the ground. "I greet you, Grandpa. How have you been?" Luan was truly emotional. She was very grateful for the help the old man had given her in the past. Without him, she didn't know what her life would be like. "Good child, please get up," the old man said, bending down to help Luan into her feet. Rong Jue remained silent, completely stunned. How could this be? The elder, the teacher of the emperor. Although he had spent 10 years on the border and returned to the capital only a few times, he had seen the elder before. The emperor had always walked with the elder behind him. In Qi, whether among scholars or noble families, no one dared to disrespect the elder. The elder's knowledge, insight, and strategies were unmatched. The late emperor had also been taught by the elder in his youth, but later, the late emperor became increasingly stubborn, leading the elder to sever their teacher-student relationship in frustration. When the emperor was still a prince, he had repeatedly invited the elder out of retirement, but the elder had refused. Eventually, for reasons unknown, he was persuaded to teach the emperor and supported him throughout his journey. "Marquis Dingwa, it's been many years," the elder said with a smile. "Why you, elder?" Rong Jue stammered. "Grandpa, do you know my father?" Luin asked, looking confused. The elder nodded slightly. Rong Jue noticed that the elder's familiarity with Luan and didn't surprise him at all. His mind quickly raced, and something suddenly clicked. The old servant brought out hot tea, and they all sat at a small table under the tree. "Grandpa, why did you suddenly leave Kaoshan village?" Luan asked, puzzled. It was my disciple who insisted I come back. I had planned to stay in Kaoshan village for a few more years, but that restless disciple kept urging me. My ears were almost worn out from hearing it." Upon hearing this, Luan chuckled. She didn't ask who the elder's disciple was or what they did, but since the elder knew her father, and her father was a marquis, the elder's status must be very high. Hadn't she seen how her father treated the elder like a schoolboy? The elder noticed that this girl was clever and chose not to reveal everything. Although he couldn't guess that she was the emperor's mentor, he recognized her high status. This child really knows how to handle herself. After chatting for a while, Rong Jue couldn't hold back and asked, "Elder, did you already know that Anin is my daughter? Then why? Why didn't I tell you?" The elder shot a glare at Rong Jue. "Humph. To let Lu Yu and Anin be harmed by Qi Yanran again." "No, I. What do you mean by I? You married someone new just half a year after Anin and her mother had trouble, and you even had another daughter. At the 100 Flowers banquet in the palace, even though you weren't there, Qi Yanran attended and acted all sweet, talking about how loving you both were."
What do you want me to say?
"I wish Anin and her mother would stay far away from you." The elder grew angrier as he spoke, slapping Rong Jue's head twice. The old servant hurried over to stop him. The elder was so upset that he didn't hold back even with the emperor, so he certainly wouldn't be gentle with the Duke of Dinghua. Still, it was better to hold back a bit. Rong Jue quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Elder, please calm down. I was wrong. I owe an apology to An and Yuer. You're the one at fault. Even if you were set up, didn't you have other options? Instead of directly harming her, you could have waited for her to face consequences over time. Yet, you let her live for so many years." Luin felt warm inside. The elder truly cared for her and her mother. How lucky she was. "Grandpa, please don't be angry. My dad knows he was wrong. It's easy to get rid of Qi Yanran, but letting her live in misery is the harshest punishment. Let's not be upset." Luan quickly comforted the elder. After a while, the elder calmed down. "Good child, I know many talented young men. I'll find you a good father." Rong Jue was taken aback. What did he mean? This old man must be joking. He could actually do that. His daughter absolutely could not have another father. "Elder, please spare me." Rong Jue bowed deeply, sweating profusely. Luan smiled brightly, clearly enjoying the moment. The elder couldn't help but laugh heartily, and Rong Jue finally felt relieved. "Rong Ho, I need to talk to Anin alone." With that, the elder stood up and walked toward the main room. Luan glanced at her father. Rong Jue naturally trusted the elder, so he nodded at his daughter. Luan turned and followed the elder to the main room. The old servant poured more hot tea for Rong Jue and said, "My lord, please remain calm." Rong Jue nodded. Luan followed the elder into the main room, where the two of them sat on the floor. On a small table, there was a plate of unfinished chess and a small incense burner, filling the air with a calming scent. "And since you are here, you will be well in this life," the elder said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Luan felt as if thunder had struck her ears. Her face turned pale, and her lips trembled. She held back her anxiety and quietly asked, "Grandfather, why do you say that?" The elder looked at the little girl, straightened his back, and felt a deep admiration. "Child, you had an accident in a distant place and had no chance of survival. By a twist of fate, you came here, taking Luan's place to care for her mother, raise her younger brother, and avenge her. If she had your character, she wouldn't have been harmed at such a young age. Grandfather, I am not taking someone else's place." When I arrived, Anin was already gone. Luan felt worried, fearing the elder might misunderstand and push her away. The elder smiled gently. "I know. When you came, Anin was already gone. Grandfather, I don't know why I am here. When I opened my eyes, the Wang family was about to arrange a marriage for me. And you did not come here by accident. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. Anin is you, and you are Anin." Luan furrowed her pretty brows, wondering if this place was her past life, or even earlier. The elder seemed to sense her thoughts and smiled even more kindly. "Grandfather, is Anin okay? Where did she go?" The elder opened the small incense burner, adding a piece of incense, and soon a soothing fragrance filled the air. Anin, close her eyes. Luan obediently closed her eyes. After a while, What did she see? Tall buildings? Her own little courtyard, with her father still alive and her mother not remarried. Luin wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't. Just then, she heard a voice from the courtyard. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. It was her mother's voice. Luin was standing at the gate of her small yard. She reached out to push the gate open, but to her surprise, she walked right through it.
Wow.
This is quite a surprise. The yard looked just like she remembered. The tall crabapple tree, the small swing, the peonies her dad loved, and the wisteria she adored.
Dad, Mom.
Luin called out, but they couldn't hear her. Tears streamed down her face. She could only stand quietly to the side, gazing longingly at her parents who were so close yet so far. Dad, you can only have a little cup, don't drink too much. A sweet, pretty little girl walked out of the house, holding a tiny cup of wine carefully. Sweetheart, is it really just one cup? Can I have a bit more? Dad laughed as he took the small cup and gently ruffled the little girl's soft hair. No, just one small cup, the little girl said softly. Luin's eyes widened. Wasn't this her at 6 years old? Her dad had passed away when she was 5, so how could this be? Wait, the little girl looked just like her, but was much quieter. She had been quite the little troublemaker, always running around. Then Mom came out, smiling, and said, Aranan is such a thoughtful little girl. You know, since she got better, her personality has changed a lot. She used to be a little troublemaker, but now she's so sensible and sweet, haha. That's because Aranan has grown up. Kids can change in an instant. But whether she was a little troublemaker or now a sweet girl, she will always be our treasure. Dad slowly took a small sip of wine, and then hurried to serve her parents more food before she started eating a little herself. Luin watched the happy family of 3 and smiled. It was so nice that Dad was still here and Mom hadn't remarried. And thank you. In this life, you must be happy and have a good life. Luin whispered. As if sensing something, the little girl raised her head while eating and smiled sweetly in Luin's direction. Seeing the little girl smile so brightly, Mom asked, what are you thinking about? You look so happy. Mom, I feel so happy right now. I have you and Dad. We will always be happy together. Dad and Mom laughed when they heard this, and their laughter filled the small courtyard. Luin also laughed through her tears, feeling relieved as she turned to leave. Suddenly opening her eyes, Luin wiped her tears away and said, Grandpa, I will be happy in this life too. We will all be happy together. The elder nodded and said, Good child.
All right.
Another matter is settled. Grandpa, will I be able to see you again? Haha, I will definitely come to celebrate your wedding. Now, go home with your dad. The elder looked kindly at the little girl in front of him. Luin respectfully bowed 3 times to her grandfather before leaving the room. She didn't question who her grandfather was or how he knew she was from another world, but she felt he wouldn't harm her. She also didn't ponder whether she and Enin were connected in past lives. For now, she was happy to be with her parents and little brother, while Enin was in another world with her own parents. That was enough for her. When Rong Jue saw his daughter come out and noticed the elder didn't follow, he quickly approached her, noticing her red eyes as if she had been crying. What happened? Luin looked up at her dad and smiled. She hugged him tightly, burying her head in his embrace. Dad, I'm so happy to have you and Mom in this life. Hearing his daughter's strange words, Rong Jue felt confused. Did he and Yue pass away early in their previous life, leaving their daughter alone? He vowed to live a long life to protect his wife and daughter. Looking at the closed door, Rong Jue called out, I thank Elder Yuan again for his great kindness. Came the elder's cheerful voice from inside. Rong Jue took his daughter's hand, nodded to the old servant, and turned to leave the small village. On the way back in the carriage, Luin couldn't help but ask, Dad, how do you know Elder Yuan? Elder Yuan is a renowned scholar and the Emperor's mentor. He is the famous Qingshan Ke.
Ah?
Luin gasped in surprise, her mouth wide open. Oh my! Her grandfather was actually the emperor's mentor. She had heard of Qingshanke's name. Her master had said that every scholar's lifelong wish was to see Qingshanke, even from a distance. Oh my, how lucky she was. Luin uncovered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Looking at her daughter, who resembled a little fox, Rong Jue felt a bubble of happiness inside. The two of them exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao and Qingyi, who were at the front of the carriage, also smiled at the sound of their laughter. Xiao cracked the whip, and the carriage cheerfully headed towards the capital. After arriving home, Luan jumped out of the carriage and ran into the house like a joyful little bird, with Rong Jue closely following behind, worried that she might trip and fall. In the main courtyard study, Lord Rong heard the sweet laughter of the little girl outside. He put down his book and stepped out of the study. At that moment, his granddaughter bounced into the main courtyard. "Grandfather." "Hey, slow down, don't fall," Lord Rong said with a smile as he walked down the steps. "Grandfather, guess who I saw today?" Lord Rong pretended to think, patting his head, and after a moment said, "I really can't guess. Who didn't see?" Luan spread her arms, spun around happily, and proudly said, "That old grandpa from Kaoshan village." Rong Jue quickly stepped forward and whispered something in Lord Rong's ear, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. His face lit up with joy. "Oh, is it the old grandpa Anan mentioned before? Oh dear, I missed the chance to meet that kind-hearted old man today. What a pity." Luan looked at her playful grandfather and giggled. "Grandfather, there will be more chances. The old grandpa is really nice." Seeing his granddaughter's innocent and bright smile, Lord Rong smiled affectionately. "Grandfather, let's have dumplings for dinner tonight. I'll make the filling, and it's really delicious." Recently, the Rong family noticed that Luan had a preference for good food and was quite skilled in cooking, which made Rong Jue feel even more guilty. He had heard from Chu Sanxiao that Anan started cooking for the Wang family when she was 5 or 6 years old, as Liu had to work in the fields, and Anan prepared meals for the whole family. No one helped her, and once, a girl from the Wang family had pushed Anan from behind, almost sending her into a pot of boiling water. Thinking of this made Rong Jue's heart ache. Although his daughter no longer held a grudge against the Wang family, he would not let them off easily. Luan received news from Badu that Wang Meixiang had indeed given birth to a son, but due to complications, she did not survive. The eldest son of the Wang family fell while chopping wood and broke his leg badly, leaving him disabled for life. Lu Dana truly cares for his son, but some of the heavy chores at home have fallen on Zhang Huahua. Previously, when Wang Debao was exiled, he had his leg broken and later suffered an attack that nearly cost him his life. Even though he returned, he lost his ability to work. Wang Fugui's situation was even worse. He somehow went mad, and Wang Xiaotsue ran off with a traveling merchant, taking Wang Xiaobao with her. After reading about the Wang family, Luan said nothing. The outcome of the Wang family was no longer her concern. However, she suspected her father was involved. Initially, she chose to imprison only Wang Debao, the one who had plotted against her, without involving others. She even spared Wang Fugui for the sake of Xiao Muyang. Xiao Muyang was still young and lacked the ability to judge right from wrong. If she acted too harshly, he might hold a grudge against her when he grew up. She didn't want anyone to use the Wang family to manipulate Xiao Muyang in the future. Luan burned the letter from Bado, and from then on, the Wang family completely disappeared from her life. She personally prepared the filling for the dumplings, while Chef Huang and the maid in the kitchen made sure that the young lady didn't have to wrap the dumplings herself. However, Luan still had her fun, her small hands moving quickly, making Chef Huang feel a bit insecure about his position. At the dining table, in addition to dumplings, there were several plates of side dishes, fine wine, and fruit wine favored by women. The family sat together, and Lord Rong was particularly happy. Debao's children finally saw their grandfather's long-awaited smile. Dumplings and wine. The more we drink, the happier we will be. We will definitely be happy together. Cheers. Luan raised her glass, and the whole family echoed, cheers. We will definitely be happy together. Meanwhile, Lan Yi hurried back to Kaoshan village with the young lady's handwritten letter. Lu Yu had not been at the county residence for some time. Xiao Ying was managing the pastry shop now, and with an additional pastry chef in the kitchen, the shop no longer required Lu Yu's attention. Everyone in the county knew that County Magistrate Fan greatly appreciated Lu Xiaodong's family, and since Xiaodong was the adopted daughter of the Chu family, no one dared to trouble the Lu family. One evening, a weary Lan Yi finally returned to Kaoshan village. Just as Lu Yu set down her bowl, Lan Yi walked in. Seeing Lan Yi's exhausted appearance, Lu Yu quickly urged her to freshen up. Lan Yi handed the letter from the young lady to Lu Yu without hesitation and then went to wash up. Aunt Hua quickly served a bowl of chicken soup noodles to Lan Yi. Lan Yi ate the soup noodles quickly and then hurried to the lady's courtyard. Lu Yu finished reading her daughter's letter and remained silent for a while, her hand gripping the paper trembling. Her feelings were very complicated. The Chi family finally paid the price. Her older brother and sister-in-law were not happy in the household, and their mother's death was caused by the Chi family, all stemming from her father's foolishness. He was easily swayed by the Chi family's sweet words and tears, which only encouraged their arrogance. What troubled her the most was that man, Rong Jue. She didn't know how to face him again. She wouldn't stop her daughter from recognizing her roots, but her relationship with him was in the past. After all, she had Mu Yang, and the Rong family might not care, but she did. Lan Yi, tell me more about what's happening in the capital, Lu Yu sighed. She had to face things. Since her brother was here, she would have to go to the capital. Lan Yi then recounted everything that had happened since they arrived in the capital. Madam, in 5 days, the Duke will arrive in Lin County. I will go to welcome him, Lan Yi said. Lu Yu nodded, knowing she would see her brother and Pingger in 5 days. Grandpa Feng was also aware of the situation in the capital and advised Lu Yu. She replied, Uncle Wu, I know I can't avoid what I have to face. I will take Mu Yang to the capital with my brother, so I'll leave the house in your care. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things at home. Uncle Wu, when my brother arrives, I will also discuss Liansheng and Anan with him. An's letter said she has already spoken to Rong Jue, and he has arranged for people to protect Liansheng. Since Rong Jue knows, he will definitely take action regarding the Li family. Grandpa Feng nodded. Years ago, when the Marquis was wronged, many loyal officials spoke up for him. The Rong family, the Chu family, and even the old Duke wrote letters several times, which led to the previous emperor suppressing them. The old Duke was clear on major issues. How could he not see through these matters in the inner court? Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. She had unresolved feelings about her father. The Chi family had been punished, but her mother could not return. 5 days passed quickly, and on this day, Duke Lu Rufeng and his eldest son Lu Huanping arrived in Lin County. Lu Rufeng knew that the county magistrate was Mr. Fan and did not want to disturb him, as he was not there on official business, but for personal matters. However, County Magistrate Fan found out about it. By chance, when Captain Xiao returned from his duties, he happened to meet the ones in blue and purple on the road. Due to the connection between Xiao Ying and Gao Qing, the Qiu family was naturally close to the Lu family. Since the one in purple was next to Lu Yu, he recognized her. When asked, the one in purple said that the lady's brother had arrived from the capital to visit her. Captain Xiao quickly realized that Lu's brother, coming from the capital, must be from the Lu family there. That could only mean the Duke of Rong's residence. So, after returning to the county office, Captain Xiao immediately reported this to Lord Fan. Lord Fan quickly understood the situation. Although he was in Lin County, he had friends in the capital and knew a bit about what was happening there, especially something as significant as this involving the Lu family. Lu's brother was the newly appointed Duke of Rong, Lu Rufeng. Thus, Lord Fan set aside his work and took people to the 10-mile pavilion outside the county, which was the main road to Kaoshan village. Sure enough, after a short while, several carriages slowly approached, accompanied by the ones in purple and blue. The Duke of Rong's carriage had arrived. County Magistrate Fan stepped out from the 10-mile pavilion and stood by the official road. The one in purple saw County Magistrate Fan from a distance and said to the carriage, Your Grace, Ahead is County Magistrate Fan. He likely knows you have arrived and has come to greet you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruffing agreed, realizing that as he entered Lin County with several carriages and many guards, it would be strange if the county magistrate didn't know. The carriage slowly came to a stop. County Magistrate Fan approached the carriage and bowed, saying, "County Magistrate Fan Qingshan greets your grace." The carriage door was opened, and Lu Ruffeng stepped down. Although Lu Ruffeng held a higher rank than Lord Fan and could have stayed in the carriage, he appreciated Lord Fan's care for the Lu family. Lu Ruffeng helped Lord Fan up and said warmly, "Lord Fan, there's no need for such formalities. I am here for personal matters. Anan has mentioned how well you have looked after her and her mother." "Thank you, Lord Fan." Hearing this, Lord Fan felt reassured by the Duke's approachable demeanor. After exchanging greetings with the young master Lu Huanping, he said, "Your Grace, please get in the carriage. I will take you to Kaoshan village." Lu Ruffeng smiled and nodded, then turned to Lu Huanping, saying, "Bring the horse over so that I can ride and chat with Lord Fan along the way." Lu Huanping arranged for a guard to bring a horse for his father, and Lu Ruffeng mounted the horse, followed by Lord Fan. The two rode ahead, with the young master Lu Huanping closely following beside them, while the others trailed behind. Zi asked the young master for permission and then went ahead to deliver the news. Lu Ruffeng and Lord Fan chatted comfortably along the way. Lord Fan shared everything he knew about Lu Yu and her daughter with the Duke. He also mentioned how Lu Ainen helped the village prosper and even started a cooperative. The cooperative was doing very well, with 3 villages building new houses, greatly changing the village's appearance. The cooperative model was also being copied in other villages with great success. Lord Fan praised Lu Ainen endlessly. Duke Lu Ruffeng was shocked. He knew his niece was special, but he didn't realize she had such great influence. Lu Qingshan was also a top scholar in his time. Although the Fan family wasn't wealthy, they were well-educated, and Fan Qingshan was very talented and capable. Under his leadership, Lin County had improved significantly over the years, and there were no longer hungry people as there had been under the previous administration. He never expected that his own child could receive such praise from the county magistrate. Young Master Lu Huanping was also surprised by how impressive his sister was. Being several years older, he hadn't achieved what she had. He thought he needed to work harder to support his younger siblings in the future. Zi rode back home as fast as possible. Upon arriving, she informed the lady that Lord Fan was accompanying the Duke to Kaoshan village, and they would arrive in about an hour. Lu Yu felt a bit nervous, her hands twisting together. After 11 long years, she had finally found her home and was about to see her older brother. She never expected to reunite with family in her lifetime. "Flower Aunt, how does this outfit look on me? Should I change?" Lu Yu asked anxiously. Flower Aunt understood that the lady was feeling a bit flustered. After all, it was natural to be nervous before meeting family after so many years.
"Madam, you don't need to change."
"This outfit suits you very well," Flower Aunt replied with a smile. Lu Yu unconsciously clenched her hands when little Mu Yang ran in from outside. "Mom, is Uncle coming soon?" Lu Yu finally relaxed and, while wiping the sweat from Mu Yang's face with a handkerchief, gently said, "Yes, your uncle, my brother, and your older cousin are on their way." "Mom, is my sister coming back with you?"
"You miss her."
"Your sister has some things to do in the capital. We will go with your uncle, and then you can see her." "I miss her too." Lu Yu gently comforted her youngest son in her arms. Her son and daughter had a very close bond. Little Mu Yang relied on and trusted in a lot, and as a mother, she naturally hoped for their good relationship. Mr. Li and Grandpa Feng were both present. One was an An's teacher, and the other was Liansheng's grandfather, so they needed to meet the Duke. Lu Yu also arranged for village chief Xiao to come. The villagers knew that Lu Yu had found her family and that her brother was a high official in the capital. Today, her brother had come to the village, and everyone gathered at Lu's doorstep. Mai Zi's family did not come. They were too afraid to show up. They had bullied Lu Yu and her family before, but now her brother was a high official, and An's father was a noble. That was a powerful position, and the common people could not afford to offend them. So, for the past few days, Mai Zi's family had been too scared to make a sound, fearing the official might cause them trouble. Hu Zi's father led a group of men patrolling the village entrance, sending the swift-footed Mai Xiao to gather information. In less than a tea time, Mai Xiao returned and told everyone that the Duke and his party would arrive at the village entrance in about 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to the entrance. Lu Yu's heart raced, and her hands felt a bit cold. Little Mu Yang noticed his mother's hand trembling and held it tightly. Feeling the strength of her son's grip, Lu Yu looked down and saw his bright smile. In that moment, her heart settled. Soon, everyone reached the village entrance, and like Lu Yu, no one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the distance. Before long, they saw Mai Xiao running towards them, shouting, "The Duke is coming! The Duke is coming!" In the distance, a large group of people and several horse-drawn carriages were slowly approaching. Lu Yu immediately released little Mu Yang's hand and ran out without a second thought, lifting her skirt. Aunt Hua picked up Mu Yang, who obediently did not chase after her. No one tried to stop Lu Yu, not even Zi, as she ran forward, letting her tears blur her vision. From a distance, Duke Rong saw a woman running towards them and suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. It was his sister, Yu Er. Lu Rufeng jumped off his horse and ran towards her. Young Master Lu Huanping also dismounted and quickly followed. Lu Yu also saw the man running towards her. He was her older brother, who had played with her since childhood. After their mother passed away when she was 9, he had been her only companion. Suddenly, Lu Yu stumbled and fell forward. Before she could feel any pain, a pair of warm hands caught her securely. Lu Yu's lips trembled as tears streamed down her face. "Brother!" That one word held so much emotion. She cried in her brother's arms like a child, and Lu Rufin was also in tears. The siblings cried for a while, and when Lu Yu's eyes were swollen from crying, Lu Rufin gently wiped her tears. You still cry like you did back then," making a huge scene. Lu Yu smiled shyly.
"Aunt."
At that moment, Lu Huanping, who had been wiping his tears, stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yu. Seeing the young man in front of her, Lu Yu recognized him as her nephew, Lu Huanping. "Pingger, let me take a good look at you." Lu Yu reached out to touch Lu Huanping's face. Lu Huanping knelt down and looked up at her. Aunt's Pingger has grown up. After not seeing each other for over 10 years, the aunt and nephew felt a strong bond. At that moment, County Magistrate Fan approached Lu Yu to greet her, and she respectfully bowed to him. "Master Fan, let's go back together and have a good drink," Duke Lu Rufin said. "I will not impose," replied the magistrate. Lu Yu took her brother's hand with one hand and her nephew's hand with the other. "Brother, Pingger, let's go home." The group walked towards the village. As they reached the village entrance, Aunt Hua set down little Mu Yang.
"Mom."
Little Mu Yang ran over. Lu Yu held onto Mu Yang, bent down, and softly said, "Mu Yang, this is your mother's older brother, your uncle, and this is your older cousin." Little Mu Yang stood tall and respectfully greeted. Mu Yang greets uncle and cousin. Seeing her nephew, who resembled her sister, Duke Lu Rufin smiled and picked up little Mu Yang. Village Chief Xiao and others hurried over to greet Duke Lu Rufin. Duke Lu Rufin would not let the villagers bow to him, as they were all benefactors of Lu Yu's family. So he said loudly, "Dear neighbors, I am Yuer's older brother. Thank you all for taking care of Yuer and her family over the years. Lu Rufin thanks you all." After saying this, Duke Lu Rufin bowed to everyone. Seeing the Duke being so approachable, the villagers all smiled. Lu Yu introduced Lu Rufin to village chief Xiao, and the others one by one. When introducing Master Li Er, Lu Rufin met Li Qian, who was once a doctor at the Imperial Hospital and had treated his mother. "Master Rong, how have you been?" said Duke Ronghua. "Duke Ronghua, it's been a long time." The two exchanged smiles. The village chief and others thought to themselves that an An's master was impressive, as he was an old acquaintance of Duke Ronghua. Lu Yu then introduced Grandpa Wu, big brother, This is Uncle Wu, my father-in-law's grandfather, our family's relative. Upon hearing this, Duke Rong almost fell over.
What?
Father-in-law? I just found my niece, and now she's being promised to someone? Who is this guy? Lu Rufeng was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure and greeted him naturally. Grandpa Wu did not miss Duke Rongwa's sudden reaction. He thought to himself, as expected of Duke Rongwa, Lu Rufeng, a top scholar, maintaining his composure and not looking down on me because of my status. Big brother, I will explain it in detail later. Lu Rufeng nodded, thinking that he should indeed explain. His niece was only 13, and her mother had already arranged a marriage. He didn't look down on young men from humble backgrounds. If they truly liked each other, as her uncle, he would certainly help. However, Lu Rufeng had seen many people and could tell at a glance that Uncle Wu was not ordinary. His calm demeanor was genuine, and Mr. Wu was definitely not from a humble background. As everyone entered the village, Duke Rongwa Lu Rufeng looked around and thought, wow, what a beautiful village. With lush trees, smooth and straight village paths, well-arranged courtyards, and clean white walls with gray roofs. Each house had several large wooden barrels labeled as trash bins. Duke Rongwa understood what trash meant. These bins were for collecting waste. Your Grace, please take a rest, and later I will show you around our village. The good life we have now is all thanks to this child, and then, ha. The village chief genuinely liked Lu, and Lu Rufeng smiled and nodded in response. Uncle Village Chief, everyone is invited to my house tomorrow afternoon. I will ask Z to invite Master Chun from the county to come over, and we can all have a drink together, Lu said with a smile. All right, and Anne's mother. Everyone can head home now. We'll come back tomorrow afternoon, the village chief said, waving his hand as the neighbors chatted and left. Aunt Hua, along with the ones in purple and blue clothes, had returned to the courtyard to prepare the meal. It was already past lunchtime, and everyone was hungry. Lu called everyone back to the Lu residence. Before Magistrate Fan could enter the courtyard, someone from the county office arrived to ask him to return. Magistrate Fan shrugged and smiled at Duke Rong, saying, "It seems I won't be able to enjoy the wine today, Your Grace." Lu Rufeng smiled back. Tomorrow at noon, after you finish your official duties, we can drink then. Magistrate Fan took his leave, and only then did the family enter the courtyard. After Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, and young Master Lu Huanping came in, they carefully observed the Lu family's courtyard. The spacious courtyard had 3 sections and 2 small side courtyards, beautifully arranged, with flowers and plants meticulously trimmed. Uncle, my sister designed all of this. She can do everything and is amazing. When I grow up, I will help her and be her support. Uncle, this is Zhuang, my sister's little brother. He listens to my sister very well and is our family's secret protector. Uncle, you should come stay with us. Our home is big, and there's plenty of room. Little Mu Yang chattered away, his eyes sparkling whenever he mentioned his sister. Mu Yang and Anan are very close. Mu Yang grew up on Anan's back, Lu said with a smile upon hearing her son's words. The group arrived at the elegant pavilion in the front courtyard, which was designated for receiving guests and daily meals. Once everyone was seated, Xiao Ping and brought fragrant tea, and informed the lady that the food would be ready soon. Lu pointed at Xiao Kongping and said, "This child has had a tough life, without parents. He used to be called Garlic Head, and came to our home with Aunt Hua. I let him take the Lu surname, and now he is Mu Yang's little scholar. When he grows up, he will be Mu Yang's helper. He is a good child, just look at his bright, clever eyes." Duke Rong Lu Rufeng nodded in approval. At that moment, there were no outsiders in the room, so Lu Rufeng asked, "Why has Second Master come here? I was surprised when you suddenly left the capital years ago." Second Master Li sighed and replied, "To be honest, Your Grace, a noble in the palace framed the queen. Have you heard about it?" "I have heard a little. It is said that the noble was executed, and it also involved an old matter from back then, could it be?"
Exactly.
The noble was mysteriously pregnant at that time. Fearing the truth would come out, she framed me for using the wrong medicine. The emperor was furious, and that noble caused quite a scene, so the emperor expelled me from the palace. My home is in Lin County. After returning home, I felt very discouraged. If it weren't for that girl in, I wouldn't have been able to move on. After the incident, the emperor was very angry and realized he had wronged the second master. However, it's better that the second master left. The fewer people who know about royal matters, the better, said Lu Rufeng. Grandpa Feng added, yes, it's better for the second master not to go to the capital. The current emperor is a wise ruler, but the events of the past are still a royal scandal. Li Eri nodded. After I returned home, I pretended to be crazy to avoid involving my family. Although things are calm now, we have agreed on a unified response to outsiders. After I recovered, apart from medicine, I forgot many things, including my time in the capital. Now I just focus on teaching my 2 apprentices. That girl, An, is very talented, but her ambitions lie elsewhere. She wants to be the richest woman in Diqi. Luckily, there's also Mu Yang. Otherwise, I would be very upset. Everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh at Li Erye's words. Duke Lu Rufeng did not ask about Grandpa Feng's situation, as his sister wanted to tell him privately, indicating that Grandpa Feng's matter was quite special. At that moment, Aunt Hua and a few others brought in the dishes. The family gathered around the table. Aunt Hua's cooking was quite good, and she had learned many recipes from Luin. There was sauerkraut fish, boiled meat slices, stir-fried pork, large pieces of braised pork, cured meat with garlic sprouts, mushrooms with greens, and a big block of tofu that Tao Hua specially brought, filling the table. For Duke Lu, it was his first time trying sauerkraut fish and boiled meat slices. Anan has a special talent for food. Many of the dishes for Xian Gur's guests were provided by Anan, Lu said while taking care of her brother and nephew. When we first met Xian Gur, he called me Big Uncle, which startled me, and I almost scolded him.
Ah?
Why, Big Brother? Lu asked, confused. I thought he had taken Anan away. Everyone burst into laughter. I say, Duke, when you meet Liansheng, don't get angry. Liansheng treats Anan like a treasure, Li Erye said with a smile. I definitely want to meet this Liansheng. Grandpa Feng put down his chopsticks and said, Liansheng has gone to the army under the second master of the Chu family. He wants to make a future for himself. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of Arnan? Duke Lu Rufeng nodded in approval. Liansheng is a strong-willed child. However, on the battlefield, luck can be unpredictable. It doesn't matter if he can secure a bright future. Since he is a treasured guest of the Lu family, as long as the child works hard and strives, I will certainly look after my own children in the future. Grandpa Feng naturally thanked Lu Rufeng for his kindness. The family chatted and laughed while eating, especially with little Mu Yang, who often made Lu Rufeng burst into laughter. After dinner, Aunt Hua and others cleared the table and served fragrant tea. They chatted for a while longer, and then Li Erye and Grandpa Feng stood up to leave. Duke Rong, tired from the journey, needed to wash up and rest. Zi and Luan organized the gifts brought by Duke Rong. There were no servants at home, only the young scholar Kong Ping and Shi, who followed little Mu Yang. So, Lu asked Shi to take care of her brother and nephew, as it was inconvenient for Zi and Luan, who were both women. Shi readily agreed. Lu led her brother and nephew to the courtyard. In front of the courtyard was a very delicate little garden with a hexagonal pavilion, a small lotus pond, and a large bamboo grove. Behind it was a second courtyard where Grandpa Feng and Li Erye stayed in the front yard. Lu took her brother and nephew to the backyard. Everyday items had already been prepared, and Shi brought warm water for Duke Rong and the young master to wash up. Lu had also made arrangements for the guards who followed them. Lu said to her brother, Brother, please rest well for now. I will invite Uncle Wu over later. Lu Rufeng understood that this was about Liansheng and nodded in agreement. After Duke Rong and the young master Lu Huanping finished washing up, they rested for a while and regained their energy before heading to the main courtyard together. When Lu saw her brother and nephew arrive, she personally went to the workshop to invite Grandpa Feng. When Grandpa Feng was not busy, he would often play a couple of games with Li Eryi in the workshop, and the two got along very well. After inviting Grandpa Feng, Zi stood guard at the study door, while Lan Yi returned to the capital. Brother, Liansheng's real surname is Su, and his full name is Su Zhao. He is the only remaining descendant of Duke Jingyuan. As soon as Lu Yu said this, Duke Rong Lu Rufeng jumped up in surprise, and even Lu Huanfeng's expression changed. Although he was young and did not know about events from over a decade ago, his father had mentioned Duke Jingyuan's matters to him in private. Lu Rufeng looked at Grandpa Feng, who nodded with a smile. It turned out that Grandpa Feng was the strategist Mr. Wu Zhong, who had been by Duke Jingyuan's side. After the Duke was harmed, the black-clad men attacked the Duke's residence, and the Emperor, who was then Prince Xian, risked his life to deliver a message to the residents. The black-clad man moved too quickly. After Lady Ho entrusted the young master to Mr. Wu, the black-clad man arrived. Mr. Wu fought desperately with the young master to escape. Along with them was the head guard, who was relentlessly pursued by the black-clad man. They hid and ran for 3 months. To protect the last bloodline of Lord Ho, the head guard had no choice but to capture a begging grandfather and grandson, disguising them as Mr. Wu and the young master. Mr. Wu and the young master managed to escape, but the head guard and the grandfather and grandson lost their lives to the black-clad man. Later, Mr. Wu took Liansheng into hiding in a distant place, eventually settling in Lin County, where he coincidentally met Luan. Luan saved Liansheng, who had fainted in the street due to a fever. The Duke must already know what happened next. The grandfather explained the situation. Lu Rufeng bowed respectfully and said, "Rufeng thanks Uncle Wu for saving Liansheng." The grandfather and Lu Yu felt relieved, as it seemed that the elder brother, the Duke, accepted Liansheng. Uncle Wu, when the incident with Lord Ho happened, I had just started my career and didn't know the details. However, my father once returned home very angry and spent a whole day and night in his study. When I asked him, he only said, "The Emperor is becoming more confused," which must have referred to this matter. The grandfather nodded. Many ministers at that time spoke out for Lord Ho, but the late Emperor did not listen. Old Duke Rong even wrote several letters, but was scolded by the late Emperor and reportedly had his salary cut for a year. Lu Yu scoffed. I didn't expect he could still do something right. The grandfather and Lu Rufeng were taken aback. Lu Rufeng shook his head helplessly, realizing that his sister's worries were hard to resolve, just as he felt. Although the chief family faced punishment, their mother was gone, and his sister and niece had suffered for 10 years, which couldn't be forgotten with just a few words. The grandfather slowly said, Annen's mother. To be honest, the old duke was also a standout among his peers, a model for scholars, and contributed greatly to the great Qi. The title of Duke Rong is not just for show, but the old duke indeed lost his way in the inner household. Where your father now deeply regrets that after the Qi family was punished, their bodies were thrown into the mountains by Annen. He invited several clan elders to open the ancestral hall and removed the Qi family from the family tree. The De Qi family has fallen to the status of a concubine and is no longer eligible for the family tree. Lu Rujian is now also a son of lower status. As long as he doesn't act foolishly, I will spare his life. However, with his personality, he is likely to bring trouble upon himself. I know father is also trying to protect him. After all, Lu Rujian is his beloved child, and the 2 servants by his side are mine. However, he is now very cautious. He fears that Annen will harm him and has completely lost his previous arrogance. After hearing this, Lu Yu managed to smile a little. In Anne's mother, the old duke indeed made a mistake, and it was a serious one. It's a pity for the old duke's wife. But we still have to live our lives and look forward. You may not forgive him, but you cannot live with hatred forever. Grandpa Feng did not insist that Lu Yu must forgive Lu Cheng. After all, one cannot advise others to be good without experiencing their pain. However, he did not want Lu Yu to live with hatred. Moreover, filial piety is of utmost importance. Grandpa Feng also did not want Lu Yu to be talked about by those who do not understand the truth. Lu Rufeng understood Uncle Wu's thoughts. After a moment, he said, after everything settled down, Anan went to see father. He cried and asked Anan for forgiveness. But Anan said, "You hurt me and still want me to forgive you? How can that be right? I came to see you to show you that I am doing well now." Lu Rufeng sighed. The child has been hurt too deeply. Lu Yu remained silent, pursing her lips. Lu Rufeng himself could not forgive his father, so he could not expect his sister and niece to let go of everything. After this incident, their father was greatly affected. Now he is isolated and alone, which is a punishment in itself. There is no greater punishment than losing a beloved wife and having children turn away. Duke Rong then said to Grandpa Feng, "The other day, I received news from Rong Jue in the capital. He sent someone to the Chu Rui camp to protect Liansheng. Additionally, the Rong family has joined forces with the Chu family to eliminate the Li family's influence in the military. When I return to the capital, I will also ally with some officials to suppress the Li family's power in the court. Since An and Liansheng like each other, I will naturally protect this child." Grandpa Feng's face lit up with joy, and he stood up to bow deeply. "On behalf of my family, I thank Duke Rong. Uncle Wu, no need for such formality. By the way, Uncle Wu, are there still any of the old lord's former subordinates around?" Lu Rufeng asked. He knew that not only had the Jingyuan Marquis's residence been destroyed, but also that the Marquis's close subordinates had fallen victim to the Li family. Grandpa Feng sighed. "To be honest, Your Excellency, there are indeed a few of the Marquis's subordinates who were saved back then, but they are now far from the capital. Can I meet these people? Since we are now working to clear some obstacles for Liansheng's future, we need to understand the situation from back then in detail." Grandpa Feng nodded. They are currently in the Dawang Mountain Valley. The leader of the Dawang Mountain Sanshi stronghold is also one of the Marquis's subordinates. "When will you go, Your Excellency?" "We'll set off in 15 minutes. Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, did not want to waste time. The Marquis's subordinates needed to get moving too. Little did he know, Liansheng had already begun to make plans. Grandpa Feng immediately stood up to prepare. Lu Yu understood the importance of the matter and naturally hoped that Liansheng's father would be exonerated as soon as possible. Lu Rufeng hesitated for a moment but spoke up, "Yuer, Rong Jue has also had a difficult time these past 10 years. He is a victim just like you. Rong Jue has been sent away, and Lord Rong used a secret medicine. She is now just an ordinary farmer's child and remembers nothing of her past. This is good for her, considering the kind of mother she had. Anan is now living in the Rong residence, and she has accepted Rong Jue. Sister, a person's life is only a few decades long. On the Rong family tree, you are still Rong Jue's wife. Please think carefully about this." After saying this, Lu Rufeng left the study with Lu Huanping. Lu Yu sat quietly, knowing that Anan's letter was very clear. However, she could never get over the emotional hurdle, having spent 10 years in the Wang family. Rong Jue is a man and she is a woman. There are many injustices in this world against women, and she did not want to bring shame to the Rong family because of herself. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. Lu Yu decided not to dwell on it any longer. Grandpa Feng, Duke Rong Lu Rufeng and young Master Lu Huanping rode swiftly out of Kaoshan village, heading straight for Sanshi stronghold. Grandpa Feng, along with Duke Rong and the young master, rode 3 swift horses directly to Sanshi stronghold. Kaoshan village is not far from Dawang Mountain, and all 3 horses were strong. After an hour, the 3 arrived at the entrance of Sanshi stronghold. When Chang Dahu heard that Mr. Wu had arrived, he quickly came out to greet them. Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces beside Mr. Wu, he did not dare to speak hastily and instead laughed heartily, saying, "Why has the old shopkeeper come to my Sanshi stronghold today? Please come inside." Upon hearing this, the old man understood what was happening and said, "There's no need to be formal. Please, leader." So, the group went to the loyalty hall. After everyone was seated, the attendants brought tea. The old man said, "Leader, please let the brothers step outside for a moment." The leader was puzzled but nodded and waved his hand. The brothers stepped out, and the second in command, Chang Eru, who knew the situation, stayed behind to guard the door, allowing the leader and Mr. Wu to discuss important matters. "Leader, let's go to the inner hall."
Ah,
The leader was momentarily surprised. But his feet moved faster than his mind, and without asking Mr. Wu, he led everyone into the inner hall. "Qinghe, come meet Duke Rong Jue, Annen's uncle," the old man said with a smile.
huh.
Chang Qinghe, the leader, was completely stunned. He was aware of the situation in the capital, and since Annen had sent word back, he knew who Lu Yu's brother was from Mr. Wu. However, he didn't expect to meet Lu Rufeng so soon, and Mr. Wu trusted him so much. It seemed that Duke Rongjue already knew about the young master and would help him. Otherwise, Mr. Wu wouldn't have revealed his true name. Chang Qinghe greets Duke. Lu Rufeng quickly supported the leader and smiled, saying, "General Chang, there's no need for such formalities. The Duke is fortunate to have brothers like you."
Duke.
The leader's eyes were filled with tears. After everyone sat down, Lu Rufeng shared everything about the situation in the capital and the plans involving Rong Jue and the others. The leader knelt down, saying, "Qinghe thanks the Duke, and please convey my gratitude to Lord Rong and Lord Chu." "Get up." Lu Rufeng helped the leader back up. "General, please tell us in detail about what happened back then." Lu Rufeng wanted to understand what had happened to facilitate the plans ahead. The leader did not hold back and recounted the events of that time. "Our vanguard camp was ambushed in Heifeng Valley, and only a few of us survived. Me, Black Wolf, and Shin Mao. The others were lost. We never believed that the Duke would betray us. The Su family has been expanding the territory for the Great Qi since the time of the old Duke. The elder and younger brothers of the Su family died on the battlefield, and in the end, the Su family was brutally attacked by the black-clad men. If it weren't for Mr. Wu and the Duke's guards fighting their way through, the Duke's bloodline would have been cut off. Thinking about what the late Emperor did truly breaks my heart." The leader slammed his hand on the table, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Lu Rufeng slowly said, "What is important now is to find out who forged the letter in the Lord's handwriting and how they obtained the Lord's seal. The Lord's correspondence is handled by a dedicated person. If this person was bribed, it wouldn't be difficult for the other party to get the Lord's handwriting. However, the Lord's seal is kept by the Lord himself, and none of us close ones have access to it," said the crazy old man. He had suspected the Lord's closest person, which was the lady of the house. But the lady and the Lord grew up together and had a deep bond. The Lord had no concubines, so the lady had no reason to harm her husband. Moreover, after entrusting her youngest son to him, the lady fought with the eldest lady to block the attack from the men in black, ultimately sacrificing herself. The crazy old man sighed heavily at this thought. At that moment, a bird chirped outside the hall, and the chief immediately stood up and walked out quickly. After a short while, the chief returned with a small bamboo tube in his hand. The young master's secret letter. The chief handed the letter to the crazy old man, who opened it, and his expression changed. "Sir, what is it?" asked Lu Rufeng and the chief in unison. The young master said that Defeng encountered someone in the border city who looked just like the lady's maid, Farong.
What?
Farong, the lady's maid, is not dead? How is that possible? Besides you and the young master, no one in the Lord's house survived. The chief's face also changed. His mind raced. If Farong was alive, then who are the people who died in the house? Why is Farong alive? Who rescued her? What else did the young master say? Farong's face is half ruined and she looks much older, but Defeng and the others are familiar with the lady's maids and won't mistake her. Wu Bo, if that woman is indeed Farong, who faked her death back then we can explain the Lord's letter and seal. Lu Rufeng tapped the table with his hand. Since Farong was the lady's personal maid, she must have had contact with the Lord. Lu Rufeng's words reminded everyone that Farong was indeed the lady's dowry maid, and the crazy old man suddenly became clear-headed. Farong indeed admired the Lord. Usually, a maid would be taken into her master's room, but the Lord only had eyes for the lady. Later, Farong vowed never to marry, and the lady valued and cared for her greatly. "I'm really angry," This woman is not trustworthy. She must have colluded with someone to steal the Lord's letters and seal. The leader slammed the table in frustration. Send a message to the young master and have to phone bring the person back quickly. Keep it confidential to avoid any further trouble, Grandpa Feng instructed. The leader understood the seriousness and quickly left. Wu Bo, Farong is an important lead. I can't stay here long, so please make sure to get her to talk. I understand. You can return to the capital with peace of mind. I will take care of things here. When the Lord's grievances are cleared, we will repay your kindness, Wu Bo replied. Lu Rufeng waved his hand. After all, Liansheng will be my future nephew-in-law. As long as he treats Mayanan well, I don't care whose blood he has. The Duke of Rong's presence was commanding, and Grandpa Feng felt pleased. Since the time of the old lord, it has been a rule that Su family men cannot take concubines. Besides, Su family men are loyal, and the household is clean. You can rest assured, Duke. If Liansheng betrays Anan, I will be the first to oppose it. At that moment, the leader returned. Duke, let's go to the valley. The sea wolves and several generals along with their families are still there. Lu Rufeng nodded. He wanted to meet these people. They were loyal contributors to the Great Qi and did not deserve such treatment. So, a few of them quietly went to the valley. Luyi was at home, waiting for her brother and Ping Ger to return for dinner. She waited until nightfall but still didn't see them. She wasn't worried. She knew Wu Bo's skills, and her brother was also strong. Even Ping Ger could handle a few people easily. She asked Anhwa to keep an eye on things and prepare some late-night snacks. They waited until midnight when Wu Bo and her brother finally returned. Anhwa and Zi quickly served hot noodle soup, along with beef and scallion pancakes. The group quickly washed up and started eating. Luyu didn't ask where her brother had been. She knew they had important matters to attend to. Not far from the Western Army camp, there was a small village with only about 20 households. The station troops were the 10,000 soldiers of the second master of the Chu family. It was late at night, and in an abandoned courtyard not far from the village stood a young general with phoenix eyes, a high nose, and tightly pressed lips, exuding an innate coldness and nobility. This person was Su Xiao, the commander of the cavalry camp, Su Liansheng. Sanlei stood beside the young master. Today, Liansheng did not disguise himself. He came here to meet someone. Before long, the worn wooden door of the small courtyard was pushed open, and Sidi entered, carrying a woman on his back. Sanlei saw someone coming and whispered, "Master, the person has arrived." Liansheng nodded and stepped into the room. The room had been tidied up a bit by Sanlei. Tidied up meant placing 2 chairs. Liansheng sat down steadily. Sidi brought the woman into the room and placed her on a chair, then took out a small pouch and waved it under her nose. After a while, the woman frowned and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the person sitting in front of her, she exclaimed, "Sir, madam." No, you are not the madam. Who are you?" The woman was suddenly terrified and tried to stand up, but Sidi stopped her. "Farong, the maid who accompanied the wife of the Marquis of Jingyuan," Liansheng said slowly. The woman's eyes widened, and she trembled all over. "Who are you really?" "I look just like the wife of the Marquis of Jingyuan." "Who do you think I am?" You are the young master." The woman's face turned pale. After a moment, Farong, with her frail hands covering her face, began to cry softly, "This is all retribution. All retribution. Farong, you were my mother's maid. Didn't she treat you well?"
Why?
After a long while, Farong stopped crying. She looked up, and under the dim light of the oil lamp, her ugly and aged face was filled with sorrow. 14 years, a full 14 years. I have lived too hard. I regret it. The madam treated me like a sister, but my heart was eaten by a dog.
Tell me what you know.
Your parents and brothers are still alive. I have found them. Otherwise, I will send your family underground to reunite. Young master, I am guilty.
Please spare my family."
Farong then knelt down. "If you tell me what happened back then, I will consider sparing your family." "Young master, I don't know what happened back then. When I woke up, I was no longer in the Marquis's residence. I really don't know what happened. Farong knelt on the ground, digging her fingers into the dirt. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin, Liansheng said softly, snapping his fingers. Soon, sounds of movement came from the courtyard, accompanied by the soft sobs of a child. The door opened, and several men in black entered, escorting a few people. At that moment, Liansheng quickly put on a mask. Farong turned her head and immediately cried out, "Dad, Mom. Little brother. You're Farong?" The old woman looked at the person in disbelief. "Sister, is it really you? Are you not?" A middle-aged man, who seemed to be Farong's brother, asked. "Sir, why have you brought us here?" The head of the family, Farong's father, asked cautiously. "Yes, sir. We are just honest farmers. We haven't done anything wrong. Why have you brought our family here?" The middle-aged man asked as well. Liansheng looked at the family and slowly said, "Farong, years ago, the wife of the Marquis had a dowry. 14 years ago, the Marquis's family was wiped out overnight, and the only one missing was Farong. The woman who died in the residence was wearing Farong's clothes." After hearing this, Farong's parents and brother stepped back in fear. The dead person was not Farong, but wore her clothes. This meant that Farong had been swapped out of the residence, and the one who died was her substitute. "Farong, is what the sir said true?"
Who swapped you out?
"Dad, I can't say. Please don't ask any more." Farong shook her head desperately, her lips bleeding from biting them. "Farong, the lady has been very kind to us. If she hadn't taken us in, our family's graves would be overgrown. Back then, the lady was not even 7 years old, and you grew up by her side. Before she married, she freed our family." Farong's father said this, pounding his chest and slapping his own face. "Farong." The old woman was in tears. "Since the incident at the Marquis's residence, we secretly built a memorial for the Marquis and his wife at home, honoring our benefactors. My daughter, I don't know what you have been through all these years, but you must not betray them. Farong, if you don't tell the truth, I will crash my head against the wall right here." Saying this, Farong's father suddenly charged towards the door frame, but the man in black quickly stopped him. However, Farong's father's head still hit the door frame, knocking him unconscious.
"Dad."
"Old man." The middle-aged man and the old woman rushed over at the same time. "Dad, wake up." "Sister, are you trying to kill Dad?" The middle-aged man shouted, glaring at Farong, his face twisted with anger. "I deserve this." Farong slapped herself.
"Sir, I will speak."
Farong collapsed to the ground. After seeing the young master put on his mask, Farong changed her address and called him military lord. "It was the lady who exchanged me back then." Liansheng frowned. Why did mother exchange Farong? That night, a group of men in black suddenly stormed into the residence, attacking anyone they saw. The young lady took a knife and led people to the front yard. The lady told me, "Farong, the only thing I can do for you is to save your life. I can't give you anything else." Then, the lady suddenly knocked me out, and when I woke up, I was already in the woods outside the city. Did anyone else escape from the residence? Farong stared at the young general in front of her, looking at the eyes behind the mask that were just like the lady's. She shook her head. No one else survived. They all died. None of the servants thought to escape. I heard that the kitchen staff fought fiercely with the men in black using their kitchen knives. As Farong spoke, she looked up at the dilapidated roof. "I was the only one. I was afraid of death, haha. Did you ever think about why the lady saved you?" Farong's eyes widened in shock, and she trembled all over, tears suddenly streaming down her face. "Lady, I am so sorry for what I did." Farong bowed her head hard against the ground. She understood everything now. She had followed the lady since she was 5, when the lady was 7, and they grew up together. The lady treated her kindly and took her to the Marquis's residence when she got married. Farong admired the Marquis for many years, hoping that one day the lady would let her into his household. Even as a concubine, she would have been content. But the Marquis and the lady had grown up together. Their bond was deep, and the men of the Su family were devoted. Once they loved someone, It was for life. It turned out the lady knew everything. She understood Furong's feelings. Since she couldn't fulfill Furong's wishes, she saved her life instead.
Ha ha ha.
Furong laughed softly, her laughter filled with sadness and irony. I am the one who wronged the Marquis's residence. I am the sinner of the Marquis's house. Military lord, I have said it all. The room was very quiet, only Furong's hoarse voice recounting the events of the past. The Dragon Boat Festival was approaching again this year, and the Jingyuan Marquis's residence was filled with joy. The Marquis sent word that the border battles were going well and that he would soon lead the army back to the capital. In the main courtyard, the Furong courtyard, Lady Tao was embroidering patterns on a small garment. Her eldest son had already reached adulthood and had been married for 3 years. Lady Wan had not become pregnant again all these years, only having one son. Unexpectedly, after many years, heaven blessed them with another son. The Marquis, having a son in middle age, and the couple naturally cherished their youngest son deeply. The eldest son and daughter-in-law of the family cared for their younger brother very much, even putting their own son aside. When Wan Yang became pregnant again, she felt both happy and hesitant. Her daughter-in-law was about to give birth, and her own baby was even smaller than a grandchild, which could lead to ridicule. But the daughter-in-law said, "Mother, since the baby is coming, it must be fate. I really love children, and I will surely take good care of him." The whole family supported her, and after the baby was born, he became the family's treasure, receiving even more love than the eldest grandson. Of course, the Lord and Lady treated both the younger son and the eldest grandson equally. Wan Yang made small clothes, one set for her son and one for her grandson. Seeing how fair her in-laws were, the daughter-in-law felt even more affection for her younger brother. "Madam, look, these are the little outfits the heir's wife made for the young master." "The heir's wife is really good at embroidery," said Furong, Wan Yang's personal maid. A young girl outside lifted the curtain, and Furong rushed in, holding several small clothes. Wan Yang looked up and smiled gently. "You should practice your embroidery more. You handle the needle like it's an enemy, and your peony looks like a radish. Even a few young girls are better than you." Seeing her mistress teasing her, Furong laughed, covering her mouth. "Madam, besides embroidery, I can do anything you ask." Wan Yang shot a playful glare at Furong and set down the small clothes. "Has your father's health improved?" "Thank you for your concern, madam. My brother sent a letter saying that father's health is much better now," Furong replied gratefully. "In a few days, it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. Go find the steward and get some good ginseng from a storeroom. You haven't been home in years, so take this opportunity to reunite with your family."
Thank you, madam.
Furong was about to kneel to thank her. The lady treated her like a sister, and she felt very lucky to have met her. "We've grown up together, so there's no need for such formalities. Quickly pack your things and let Heir Zhu make a trip to send you home." Heir Zhu was the steward's youngest son. Furong quickly packed her things and left the capital with gifts specially prepared by her mistress. Furong's family had fled during a disaster and encountered the 7-year-old Wan Yang, who saved them and brought them along. Grateful for the life-saving help, Furong stayed by Wan Yang's side to serve her. 10 years later, when Wan Yang got married, Furong followed her to the Marquis's residence. Wan Yang freed Furong's parents and brother from servitude, allowing her family to return home and live peacefully. After arriving at the Marquis's residence, Furong gained the lady's favor. When the young lord accidentally fell into the water, Furong risked her life to save him, but she ended up with lasting health issues. Since then, the lady has treated Furong like a sister. After returning home, Furong didn't stay long before her parents urged her to come back. The lady had been very kind to them, so Furong felt she couldn't take advantage of that kindness and returned after just 2 days. As she entered the city, the carriage got stuck for some reason. Heir Zhu wanted to stay and fix it since they were safe in the city, so Furong decided to go back to the residence first. Not far from the gate, she heard someone call out to her, "Please wait, sister." Furong turned to see a girl she didn't recognize and asked, "Are you speaking to me?" The girl smiled. "Yes, are you Furong, the one serving the lady of Jingyuan?" Furong nodded. "Furong's sister, I'm Luan, a servant of the princess. My lady is at the tea house across the street, and she would like to speak with you. Farong was puzzled about why the princess wanted to see her. However, since the princess was of high status and she was valued by the lady of the house, she felt she should go. Thinking this over, Farong nodded and followed the princess's maid to the tea house. Servant Farong greets the princess. In a private room, a graceful woman in her 30s sat elegantly. This was the princess. Please rise, no need for such formalities. Farong stood up carefully. May I ask why the princess called for me? The princess smiled gently. It's nothing serious. I heard you are from Huzhou? Yes, I am from Huzhou, Farong replied. How interesting. My wet nurse was also from Huzhou. She often shared stories about her hometown when she was alive. I visited there once when I was younger and really liked it. Since my wet nurse passed away, no one has talked to me about Huzhou. Hearing that you are from there makes me feel a connection. The princess was very friendly and smiled warmly, which made Farong feel less nervous. Thank you for your kindness, princess. I haven't been back in many years. The lady of the house is very considerate and allowed me to visit my family. Oh, your lady treats you very well. Now that you're back, please share some news from Huzhou with me. Farong talked to the princess consort, who listened with great interest. Farong didn't want to waste time at the tea house, so she politely took her leave. The princess consort smiled and said, Farong, I really like you and want to keep you here, but your lady must come to ask for you, haha. You can't take her from the countess, princess. The countess treats Farong like a sister. Years ago, when Lord Jingyuan and the prince were drinking, they mentioned that Farong saved the prince's life and wanted to take her as a concubine, but the countess disagreed. This shows how much the countess cares for Farong, a maid beside the princess consort said with a laugh. Oh, I forgot about that. The countess must think that being a concubine would be unfair to Farong, which is why she didn't agree. Farong didn't know how she left the tea house. She kept thinking about what the maid had said. The lord wanted her as a concubine, but the lady disagreed. The lord liked her, but the lady wouldn't agree. Lady. Farong felt a surge of resentment. If it weren't for the lady's interference, she would have already become the lord's concubine. They say the lady treats her like a sister, but why won't she let her be with the lord? Farong had secretly liked the lord since she was 12, and she was so happy when she learned the lady would take her to the count's residence. Being there would bring her closer to the lord. She didn't want anything else, just to be a small concubine, and she would be happy. She never thought of taking the lady's love. She just wanted to be the lord's woman. Couldn't the lady accept her? When Farong returned to the count's residence, it was the first time she lied to Wanyang, not mentioning her encounter with the princess consort at all. Farong had been by the countess's side for many years and was quite clever, acting as usual without raising any suspicions. A few days later, Qinglan came to find her again. Sister Farong, Qinglan said, and then began to cry softly. What's wrong, Qinglan? Sister Farong, my family was robbed and my parents are gone. I'm so pitiful. I have no one left, sob. Qinglan cried very sadly. Farong, having experienced hardship and seen children who lost their parents or had them starve, understood Qinglan's feelings. Don't cry. Even though your parents are gone, you must live well so they can rest in peace, Farong gently comforted Qinglan. After a while, Qinglan stopped crying. Sister Farong, you won't dislike me, will you? Farong was taken aback. Why would I dislike you? Sister Farong, I have no family left. When I first met you, I felt a special closeness. Can I call you sister? Seeing Qinglan's helpless expression, Farong's heart softened. They were both servants, their lives tied to their masters. It was lucky to have a kind master, but a harsh one could lead to a terrible fate. Farong had her parents and brothers and life was good, but even the best mistress was still a master. She longed for a close sister. Though they had only met twice, she and Qinglan got along well. All right, let's be sworn sisters. When Qinglan heard Farong agree, she was as happy as a child. After this, Farong didn't tell her mistress. Unknowingly, She felt a distance between herself and her mistress. About 2 months later, Qinglan came again, asking her to choose some embroidery threads at the shop. They had met often, growing closer, so Furong asked her mistress for leave. Madame Wan was not strict with the girls, as long as they worked diligently, especially with Furong, whom she even indulged a bit. Furong left the house and saw Qinglan waiting at the shop. "Sister, come with me," Qinglan said, linking her arm with Furong's and leading her inside. However, Qinglan took her to an elegant room upstairs and Furong followed, unsure of what was happening. When they opened the door, Furong was stunned to see not only the princess but also the prince. She recognized the prince from attending many banquets with her mistress. "Furong is here, come in," the princess said, as kind and friendly as ever. "Greetings, your highness, your princess." Furong quickly knelt and bowed. "Princess, is this the Furong from the same hometown as the wet nurse?" the prince asked gently. "Your highness, ever since the wet nurse passed away, I've felt uneasy. Thanks to Furong, who often comes to share interesting stories from Huzhou, or I would be quite bored," the princess replied with a smile. The prince nodded. Qinglan pulled Furong up and said with a smile, "Princess, ever since I called Furong my sister, I've been very happy." The princess laughed, covering her mouth. "Qinglan, your sweet words are always delightful." A nearby maid slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I really should be punished. I forgot to buy pastries for the young prince at Chen's shop. What should I do now?" Hearing this, the virtuous princess felt very frustrated. "You keep forgetting things. Be careful when Jing arrives. You might get punished." The maid quickly knelt down. "Please, princess, help me." The virtuous princess glared at the maid and said, "Send Qinglan to go. She is quick. You wait outside." The maid hurriedly left. "Sister, wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon," Qinglan said as she exited the private room. Furong stood to the side, unsure of what to say. Since the virtuous princess didn't tell her to leave, she kept quiet. Only the virtuous prince and Furong remained in the room. The prince set down his teacup and asked, "Furong, are you a maidservant of the Marquis of Jingyuan's family?" Furong paused for a moment and then replied, "Yes, I have been with my lady since I was 5. The prince nodded and continued, "You live in Sanha village in Huzhou. Your parents and brothers are there. You had 3 brothers, but 2 have passed away. Your younger sibling died from illness 2 years ago, leaving behind a child under 6, right?" Furong was unsure why the prince was asking these questions but replied, "Yes, my lord." "Furong, I would like you to help me with some tasks. Are you willing?" Furong's face turned pale. She didn't know what she could do for the prince and said, "I am just a servant of the Marquis's household. I don't know how I can help you. Actually, you're already helping me." Furong was confused and looked up at the prince. Seeing the stern look in his eyes, she quickly lowered her head again. "You and Qinglan are sisters. When you chat, if you mention who has visited the Marquis's household, that information is enough for me."
"So you have been helping me."
Furong stumbled and sat down on the ground. She was not a naive child. Although she didn't understand the political situation, she was aware of the rumors about the Empress interfering in court matters. It was said that the Empress was very fond of the virtuous prince. The virtuous princess looked at Furong, who was trembling on the ground, and said softly, "You don't need to worry. The prince doesn't need you to do anything. Just tell Qinglan about the people who have visited the Marquis's household. The prince knows you are loyal to the Marquis, so he won't make things difficult for you. No, please, let me go. Furong, think about your family. You have already helped me. If the Marquis's residence finds out, they will surely take your life, and your family will be in danger because of you." The noble consort looked at Furong, who seemed lifeless, and added, "If you help the prince, he will fulfill your wishes." Furong suddenly lifted her face. "The prince won't harm my family's Marquis? Why would I harm the Marquis? Marquis Jingyuan is a hero of our great Qi. I only want the Marquis to see some truths. I will never harm him or his family. If you continue to help me, once this matter is settled, I will ask the Empress Dowager to grant you to the Marquis as a secondary wife." Upon hearing this, Furong's eyes lit up. A secondary wife? The Empress Dowager will agree, and Wanyang will surely approve. Then, Farong, you will have your wish fulfilled. Haha, if you have a son or daughter, you will have hope for the future. The noble consort clapped her hands and smiled. Farong lowered her head. Becoming the Marquis's woman was her greatest wish, but after all these years, she was still waiting for approval from the lady of the house. The lady had considered finding her a good match, but Farong only had eyes for the Marquis and vowed to never marry anyone else. Last time, the noble consort mentioned that it was the lady who stopped the Marquis from taking her as a secondary wife. The lady clearly knew the Marquis had feelings for her, but still intervened. It felt like she was targeting Farong while pretending to care for her, which was truly frustrating. Moreover, the noble consort did not intend to harm the Marquis or his family. She only wanted to win him over. With the Empress Dowager favoring the noble consort and the Marquis sharing drinks with her, their friendship was evident. If Farong only thought for a moment before making up her mind. After returning from the embroidery workshop, Farong kept thinking that she must help the Marquis, and he would surely notice her efforts. Perhaps she wouldn't even need the Empress Dowager's approval. The Marquis might take her into his home. Farong was quite clever. As the days passed, neither the other maids working in the household nor Lady Tao Wanyang noticed her intentions. Qinglan would also come to visit Farong from time to time. Since Qinglan was specially brought in by the noble consort from her family, she was unfamiliar to everyone. Farong did not reveal her background, only saying she was an embroiderer from her village. Everyone believed her, including Lady Tao. No one suspected that Farong willingly became the noble consort's informant. Days passed quickly. One day, Qinglan came to find Farong and brought a message from the wise prince. She asked Farong to find a way to get a letter from the Lord. Any letter would do, as long as it had the Lord's handwriting and seal. Farong was troubled because these items were in the Lord's study, and only the lady of the house could enter. They were not allowed in. Seeing Farong hesitate, Qinglan grew anxious. This is the wise prince's order. If you don't do it well, think about your family, she said. Farong replied irritably, I have been loyal to you, and I can't believe you would drag me into this. I treat you like a sister, and yet you are putting me in danger. Qinglan scoffed. If you weren't so infatuated with Lord Jingyuan, you wouldn't willingly get involved with the prince. Once you are on the ship, there's no way to get off. Besides, once you succeed, you will be the Lord's primary wife. What? Don't you want that? You? Farong clenched her teeth. All right, my dear sister, you should find a way to fulfill the prince's order. Your wedding to the Lord is not far off, haha. With that, Qinglan turned and left. A couple of days later, Farong spoke to Madame Tao. Madam, the weather is nice today, and the sun is perfect for drying the books in the Lord's study. Madame Tao thought for a moment and agreed. The books in her husband's study were precious to him, and she had been worried they might get moldy during the rainy days. Today was the 6th day of the 6th month, and it was said on the 6th day of the 6th month, every family dries their red and green. All right, the weather has been bad lately, but now the sun is shining, and today is the 6th day of the 6th month. Let's go to the Lord's study. Farong felt happy inside. See? Even the heavens were helping her. Madame Tao, along with several maids, went to the Lord's study to start moving the books outside to dry. The young lady also came, responsible for watching over her son and the little nephew. The two little boys, both just over 2 years old, were quite mischievous and didn't understand much. Seeing the books scattered on the ground, they got excited and wanted to run over, causing the young lady and the maids to rush to stop them. Farong rolled her eyes and smiled. Madam, why don't you take a break? There are still a few more books on the shelf. I will finish up with the maids right away. Madame Tao, not thinking much of it, hurried to grab her grandson, who had accidentally rolled into the pile of books. In that moment, Farong took a few little maids into the study. While the maids were busy with the books, she quickly opened the drawer of the writing desk and found several letters and a small box containing a seal. She quickly took a letter and a small seal and tucked them into her clothes. In just a moment, the young girls moved the books outside, and she quickly followed them. Farong was the most capable person by the lady's side, so she had her own room. In the evening, she happily looked at the letter. It was a handwritten letter from the Marquis Jingyuan, a greeting to her mentor, which had not been delivered before he left for battle due to time constraints. A few days later, this letter and seal reached the hands of the Prince Yen. However, Rong did not wait for the Empress to arrange a marriage. Instead, she encountered men in black. After everything was tidied up, Mrs. Tao had just put her youngest son, Liansheng, to sleep when she heard a commotion in the front yard. The strategist, Mr. Wu, and the head guard rushed in, saying that the prince had sent word. The Marquis was falsely accused of treason and was being escorted back to the capital with the heir, but he had been ordered to be executed on the way. Someone was targeting the Marquis's residence, and the prince warned the lady to leave quickly. Mrs. Tao was startled. After years as the mistress of the Marquis's household, she quickly regained her composure. At that moment, the young lady of the heir's family rushed in, saying that men in black had already reached the door, and the guards were fighting. Mrs. Tao picked up the sleeping Liansheng, kissed his little face with tears in her eyes, and handed him to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, I will repay your kindness in another life. My husband and eldest son are gone. I will not survive alone. Yu Hui, quickly bring me honor to Mr. Wu to take with him, Mrs. Tao said urgently to her daughter-in-law. Just as the young lady was about to leave, sounds of fighting came from outside. The men in black had reached the Rong courtyard. The young lady, Yu Hui, made up her mind. Mother, there is no coward in the Marquis's household. Liansheng is father's life. Mr. Wu, tell Liansheng to take revenge for his cousin when he grows up. With that, the young lady drew her whip and jumped into the courtyard. Mr. Wu, hurry and go. Mrs. Tao gritted her teeth and opened the secret passage in the inner room, pushing Mr. Wu and the head guard inside. Madam. Rong and a guard rushed in from outside. Madam, there are my subordinates here. You must leave quickly, the guard urged. Mrs. Tao grabbed Rong. The only thing I can do for you is to save your life. I cannot give you anything else. Jiahe, take Rong away. Then, Rong felt darkness envelop her and lost consciousness. When she woke up, it was already bright outside, and she found herself in a small forest outside the city, with guard Jiahe nowhere to be seen. She only remembered that many men in black had entered the residence last night, killing anyone they saw, and the house was in chaos. She was afraid to enter the city to gather information. After hiding for 2 days, she scratched her face and styled her hair like a woman's before finally entering the capital. When she inquired, her heart sank. In one night, the Marquis's residence had turned into ruins. The lady, the heir's wife, and the eldest of the Su family were all gone. The heir's wife died fighting against the men in black, and the lady set fire to the Lotus courtyard and the Marquis's study. A few days later, news came that the surviving strategist from the Su family, the head guard, and the youngest Su child, Su Liansheng, had also been ambushed by the men in black. The entire Su family was wiped out. At that moment, she realized that the virtuous king had deceived her. She wanted to ask Qinglan why the virtuous king harmed the Marquis. He had clearly promised her that he would not hurt the Marquis and would ask the Empress Dowager for a decree to appoint her to the Marquis, and she would help him. Why did he kill the Marquis and destroy the entire Marquis's family? But then she thought if she went, she would surely be silenced by the virtuous king. Since the lady had let her escape, she could not risk losing her life again. So, she went to a shop and pawned her only 2 pieces of jewelry for over 10 taels of silver, leaving the capital in a daze. She didn't dare return to Huzhou, fearing the virtuous king would come after her. When they were checking the Lotus courtyard, among the severely burned maids, Qinglan found a woman with a burned face and identified her as Rong from her half-destroyed clothing. The virtuous king was not at ease and sent people to watch Huzhou for half a year. Only when everything in Rong's family seemed normal did he withdraw his men. At that point, the virtuous king believed Rong was also dead. Liansheng struggled to control the urge to kill Rong, blaming her greed and obsession for pushing the Marquis's residence into despair. You are a monster. Rong's parents rushed in, desperately attacking her, and even her brothers kicked her. Liansheng waved his hand, and San Yu and Sidian stepped forward to pull the others away. Rong lay on the ground, her hair disheveled, with blood at the corner of her mouth. "Don't let her die," Liansheng said. San Yu stepped forward and put a pill in Rong's mouth. "Military, sir, let me die. I don't deserve to live." Rong raised her dirty face to look at Liansheng. "You deserve to die. But not now. After the Su family's revenge is fulfilled, you can apologize to the entire Su family." Liansheng stood up and ordered, "Take them to a safe place." Then he walked out of the room. Liansheng looked up at the dark night sky and thought of his parents, siblings, and the Su family. Su Xiao would surely avenge you all. San Lei and Si Dian watched their young masters straight back, feeling very sad. Just because of a single betrayal, the once great Ho residence had turned into ruins. Their young master should be at an age where he could ride freely, but he had been hiding and struggling since childhood. Because of a servant's betrayal, the mighty war god of De Qi lost his life, without understanding why. After a while, Liansheng turned around and said solemnly, "We still have many things to do. We cannot let Rong take her own life. Rest assured, young master." "I have made all the arrangements," Si Dian replied. Liansheng nodded and left the courtyard. No one in the village knew what had happened in the abandoned courtyard outside the village last night. The next day, Liansheng was studying a map at his desk when Si Dian walked in and whispered, "Young master, the general has arrived with a young man, sent by his family." "Family?" Liansheng raised an eyebrow, quickly putting down the map and exiting the tent. "General," Liansheng called out. Approaching him was Lord Chu with a young man. "Let's talk inside," Lord Chu said as he entered the tent, while Si Dian stood guard at the entrance. "Liansheng, this is Wu Dolph, the young father of an inn, sent by Lord Rong to stay by your side from now on." "Wu Dolph." Lord Chu suppressed a laugh and said, "Let him explain himself." Wu Dolph respectfully said, "I am Wu Dolph, originally named Hei Lang. The young lady suggested the names of the 5 elements, so I am now called Wu Dolph." Wu Dolph's voice grew softer as he spoke. Liansheng almost laughed. His little girl was so adorable. The fine Hei Lang had become Wu Dolph. "From now on, let's call you Wu Lang." "Thank you, young master, for the new name," Wu Lang replied. He sighed in relief. Wu Dolph felt too awkward, but he wouldn't dare disobey his young lady. "Master, here is a letter from the young lady," Wu Lang said, pulling out a handwritten letter. "Go rest for a bit and let Si Dian take care of you," Liansheng instructed. Wu Lang nodded and left the tent. "Second brother, do you know about things at home?" Liansheng asked. Lord Chu nodded. Wu Lang brought a secret letter from Uncle Rong. "The young lady's revenge has been taken. The Qi family has faced justice, and Uncle Lu has set off to pick up Aunt Lu from Kaoshan village. Also, Uncle Rong has already started to take action, so you can proceed freely here." After saying this, Mr. Chu handed Rong Jue's secret letter to Liansheng. Liansheng quickly read the letter and understood. He needed to speed up. "Brother, I have a statement."
Oh.
"Whose statement is it?" "It's from my mother's most capable maid, named Rong. She played a crucial role in the conspiracy against the Jingyuan Marquis' residence." After saying this, Liansheng handed Rong's statement to Mr. Chu. "Scoundrel." Mr. Chu slammed the table after reading the statement, lamenting how generations of loyal officials and a century-old marquis were harmed by treacherous people. "Where is she? We can't let her die. She must speak the truth in front of the emperor." "Brother, don't worry. She has been arranged for. The person who imitated my father's handwriting was silenced, but we have found out about him."
Oh.
"Tell me more." In Shiji village, far away in Dengzhou, there was an old scholar named Zhang Xiao, who ran a small private school. His unique skill was imitating others' handwriting, making it indistinguishable from the original. One day, someone approached Zhang Xiao to imitate a letter and offered 10 gold ingots. When Zhang Xiao saw the letter's content, he felt a bit scared. Although it looked like an ordinary family letter, when the lines were connected, it was actually a special letter. Zhang Xiao had an excellent memory and secretly noted the letter's content. After handing the letter to the visitor, he quickly wrote another one and hid it on his grandson Zhang Xiaoshan. As expected, that night, the person returned and killed Zhang Qiao with a sword as soon as he entered. Zhang Xiaoshan, being mischievous, was hiding in a cupboard playing hide and seek and witnessed his grandfather's murder. Being very clever, he stayed silent and, after the visitor left, quietly ran out from the cupboard and jumped out the back window. The person returned and set Zhang Qiao's house on fire. Zhang Xiaoshan remembered his grandfather's words about keeping the letter safe, as it could save his life in the future. Not daring to stay in the village, he found his parents who were working away and told them their house had burned down and that his grandfather died trying to save him. Zhang Qiao's son hurried back home, arranged the funeral for his father, and then took Zhang Xiaoshan back to where they worked. Years passed, and Zhang Xiaoshan was now in his 20s. A few days ago, Liansheng traced the lead from Zhang Qiao and found Zhang Xiaoshan's family, obtaining the letter that Zhang Qiao had left behind and ensuring their safety. After finishing, Liansheng handed the letter to Lord Chu. The letter was slightly yellowed, and when Lord Chu took a look, he saw it was just a regular family greeting. According to Liansheng, if you string together the first letter of each line, it startled Lord Chu. Follow the plan and take the Baiqing camp in one go. Baiqing in the northern border? That was the most important northern gate of Deqi, and later became the place where General Rong Jue stationed his troops. The Su family army of Duke Jingyuan was once in Baiqing. What a cruel plan. No wonder the late emperor was furious, and with Empress Dowager Li fanning the flames, Duke Jingyuan was nailed to the pillar of shame for treason. Zhang Xiaoshan and Furong are very important key figures. We must ensure their safety. We can't rush this. The Li family is powerful, and the Empress Dowager is still around, as is the wise king, who is very cunning. Just relying on Furong and Zhang Xiaoshan won't shake the wise king and the Li family. Second brother, I understand. I've waited 14 years. I can wait another 2.
Lord Chu nodded approvingly.
He was worried that Liansheng, being young, might be impatient, but it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Liansheng's cleverness was not typical for his age. The two discussed some military matters. Recently, the barbarian kingdom in the western border was becoming restless. Liansheng's cavalry and Gemma's vanguard were two sharp blades in Lord Chu's hands, and Liansheng had more battlefield experience than Gemma. So, Lord Chu favored Liansheng even more. After Lord Chu left, Liansheng took out a letter from Luin. The beautiful small script jumped into view. Although the letter was filled with everyday matters, Liansheng read it with great interest. He read it 3 times before reluctantly putting it away close to him. He really missed his little girl. For the sake of family revenge, and to be worthy of his little girl in the future, he had to work hard. He wondered if his little girl missed him too. No one noticed that Liansheng's ears turned red again. Before Lu Yu could finish her preparations to go to the capital, Luin returned with Lan, Yi, and Qingyi. Young Master Chu San stayed in the capital to handle more important matters, so he did not return to Lin County. Given the long journey, he also didn't send Granny Jean back and left her at the Rong residence. Luin didn't have to worry about the family workshop and store, but the matters of Xiangyang Farm needed to be prioritized. A letter arrived from Dafu, stating that the 2 workshops at Xiangyang Farm had been built and all the staff and managers were in place. The pears and peaches were nearing harvest time, and once picked, they needed to be canned immediately. These fruits couldn't be stored for long, or they would spoil. Luin had to return early to manage everything and finally convinced Rong Jue to help. On the 3rd day after leaving home, she met her daughter. Lu Yu had missed her daughter so much that she cried upon seeing her. They say a mother is strong, but her daughter always stood in front of her. Little Mu Yang clung to her sister, and the family shared a warm reunion, with Shuang Zhuang also hugging Lu in tightly. After the family had dinner, Lu Yu began packing for the trip to the capital while Lu and hurried to Xiangyang Farm. The Duke and his son were very interested in the farm and decided to come along. Before they could get into the carriage, Zhuang jumped up first. worried that his little owner might leave him behind, which made everyone laugh. Zhuang sat up straight and looked ahead seriously. Luin laughed as she pulled him onto her lap. From now on, I'll take you everywhere and won't leave you at home, okay? Zhuang nodded eagerly, showing off his bright white teeth. They soon arrived at the farm, and the person in blue went ahead to inform Lu He and the others. The Duke and his son got out of the carriage and looked up to see the name Xiangyang Farm carved on a large stone. The farm was full of life, with many farmers working in the fields, and busy figures could be seen on the distant hills. Uncle, we are currently planting soybeans in the fields, and there are pears and peaches in the orchard, along with 50 acres of grapes. Next year, I plan to expand the grape planting. Luan explained the situation of the farm to her uncle, Lu Rafeng. At that moment, Lu He, Wang Si, and others quickly approached from the farm. We greet the young lady, they said in unison. There's no need to be formal. This is my uncle and my cousin. They have come from the capital to see the farm, Luin said, not mentioning her uncle's title. The managers, knowing better, simply bowed and said, We greet the master and the young master. The Duke nodded. The young lady has finally returned. The pears and peaches will soon be ready for picking. As you instructed, everything in the workshop is prepared, and the cellar has been dug out, Lu He reported to her.
Great.
Tomorrow, I will teach the workers how to make fruit preserves. Today, please have someone steam and sanitize the tools and containers again. You all can get back to work, Luin instructed. Lu He and the others nodded and left to make arrangements. Luin did not hide anything from her uncle. She talked about wine, canned fruit, and her plans to try extracting soybean oil once the soybeans were ripe. Hearing his niece's plans made Lord Rong very happy. He thought, look at my Lu family's child. She is truly remarkable. And after you make the canned fruit, how will you store it? Winter is just a few months away, and if you don't store it properly, all your hard work will be wasted. Uncle, I have dug several cellars where I can store the canned goods. I also have a method to lower the temperature in the cellar even more. Sister, what method? Lu Huanping couldn't help but ask. In the past few days in Kalaotian village, Lu Shixi had been quite amazed, and seeing the Xiangyang farm today made him feel that his sister was growing further away from him. This distance was not about their relationship, but about the pace of growth. Uncle, cousin, follow me. Luin led her uncle and cousin to the main courtyard of the farm, called Linglongju. Lu Xiang followed Luin, and now a woman named Aunt Pang was in charge of Linglongju. When Aunt Pang saw the young lady arrive, she quickly came out to greet her. Welcome, young lady. Aunt Pang, this is my uncle and cousin. We are discussing some matters in the study. Please bring me a basin of clean water. Aunt Pang, having met the elder and the young master, went to prepare the water. Once they entered the study, Aunt Pang brought in the clean water and then left the room. Lord Rong Lu Ruffing and Shixi Lu Huanping were curious about what Luin was going to do. Luin took out a key, opened a cabinet, and pulled out a large box filled with white powder. The water Aunt Pang brought was not much. Luin used a spoon to add the white powder to the water several times, and soon the water in the basin began to freeze. This ice can be stored in the cellar to lower its temperature. For edible ice, you need 2 containers. Freeze the water in a larger container, and then use the ice from that container to freeze water in a smaller container. This ice can be used for eating, such as mixing it with fruit pieces or putting it in fruit wine, which is perfect for summer. Luin explained softly to her uncle and cousin. Is this saltpeter? Lord Rong asked uncertainly. Uncle, do you know about saltpeter? I heard from the palace eunuchs about making ice with saltpeter, but this ice is only for use in the palace. The old prince's family has some, but the Leaf family doesn't have much, as it was a gift from Empress Li. Is Uncle interested in this? Luin raised her pretty eyebrows. Are you planning to give Uncle the recipe for making ice with saltpeter? Duke Rong laughed. You little clever girl. How could Uncle want a money-making recipe from you? I have many ways to make money. This is the process of extracting saltpeter and making ice, plus there is a huge saltpeter mine. I have sold that mountain, and I wrote it in Uncle's name.
What?
Duke Rong suddenly stood up, nearly tipping over his chair. Girl, this is too much for Uncle to accept. Lu Huanping was also startled. He understood how profitable making ice with saltpeter could be, especially with a saltpeter mine involved. How could he not care for his sister? Uncle, I have sold the mountain and it has been registered with the authorities. It can't be changed. This is also my mother's wish. Would you like to discuss it with her? Luin spread her hands confidently. Duke Rong Lu Ruffing knew whose idea this was. His sister surely didn't know about this. It was all Luin's plan. What can I say to you, child? Duke Rong's eyes turned red. Luin blinked and handed the recipe and land deed to her uncle. This gift was indeed significant, but she felt no regret giving it to her uncle, as he was the person her mother cared about the most. Luin then took her uncle and cousin to see the orchard and vegetable garden. The 10 acres of vegetable garden produces more than we can eat at home. If we sell, the nearby farmers grow their own food, so we can only sell to restaurants or wealthy families. Duke Rong looked at the vast vegetable garden, worried about where the vegetables would go.
Uncle is right.
I plan to use all the vegetables from this garden for pickling and sell them in the county, city, and capital. These pickled vegetables can be eaten directly or used in dishes. Also, 10 acres isn't enough. I bought some more land nearby, all included in Xiangyang Farm. In the future, I will also buy from vegetable farmers to increase the supply. Pickled vegetables are a good idea. They can be sold in winter when fresh vegetables are scarce. If made into dishes, they can be consumed year-round. Lu Huanping quickly understood his sister's plan. Big cousin is absolutely right. Brother Sheng has opened a grocery store in the capital, where pickled vegetables will be sold under the brand Sunshine Farm. I want to make the Sunshine Farm brand known in every corner of the Great Qi. Seeing the little girl so spirited, the Duke of Rong smiled. His sister was truly fortunate. I'll cook dinner later and make a few dishes with pickled vegetables for Uncle and Big Cousin to taste. They are super delicious. Super delicious? That means very tasty, right? Lu Huan thought to herself, licking her lips in anticipation of an early dinner. After touring the entire farm, they returned to Linglong residence, where Aunt Pang and 2 young girls had already prepared the ingredients the lady requested. Qingyi, Lanyi, and Suehua were helping, while Lu Xiang had gone to the fragrant pavilion in Songjiang Prefecture. Recently, Gao Qing had a batch of urgent goods to deliver to the fragrant pavilion, and since he couldn't spare anyone, he asked his wife for help. Suehua and Lu Xiang stayed home instead of going to the capital with Luin, so Lu Yu sent them to make the trip. After delivering the goods, Suehua and Lu Xiang couldn't just sit around, so they helped sell items in the store. The store manager at the fragrant pavilion in Songjiang Prefecture, Mr. Zhang, noticed Lu Xiang's excellent communication skills. She explained the products very well. Suehua also realized that Lu Xiang was more suited for the store, and she enjoyed it too. When Suehua returned, she quickly wrote a letter to inform the lady about this. Upon hearing that Lu Xiang had this advantage, Luin thought it was a waste for her to stay by her side. She should be placed in a position where she could excel. So, Luin arranged for Lu Xiang to work under manager Zhang, hoping she would develop into a capable manager in the future. Luin put on her apron and headed to the kitchen. Aunt Pang and the young girls were ready to assist her at any moment. The Duke of Rong, Lu Ruffeng, sat in the main room and said to his eldest son, Pinger, you must protect your younger siblings in the future. There are 4 children in your generation, and as the eldest, you need to shield them from difficulties. Lu Huanping nodded vigorously. Father, don't worry. That's exactly what I think. It's truly impressive that Sister Anin can achieve so much at such a young age. Yes, Anin has faced a lot of hardships since she was little. This environment has forced her to grow up quickly. Your aunt's personality has changed a lot too. The environment can really change a person. I like the current version of my aunt more. She is gentle, strong, and brave. This is what they say about women being weak, but strong when they become mothers. Lu Ruffeng nodded in agreement. He knew his sister well. She used to speak softly. After their mother passed away, she endured a lot and often hid away to cry. After marrying into the Rong family, Rong Jue treated her like a treasure. The Rong family also protected her. If not for the sudden changes later, his sister would still be the delicate noblewoman who never did any hard work. But now his sister had changed a lot. She had become strong and capable. Although compared to his niece's way of handling things, his sister was still a bit weaker. The fragile Yue he remembered was long gone. "Uncle, dinner is ready." Luan's cheerful voice brought Lu roughing back to the moment, making the Duke of Rong smile. Several efficient maids quickly brought the dishes to the table. "Uncle, this is mincemeat with pickled green beans and boiled pork with sauerkraut. The pickled beans and sauerkraut are from Aunt Pang's house. They've been stored well in the cellar. Once the cabbage and cowpeas are in season, I will buy more. There's also preserved meat and dried radish. The radish is dried and then pickled." Listening to his niece's introduction, the Duke of Rong nodded continuously. The variety of pickled vegetables was impressive. Some could be eaten directly, while others could be used in dishes. Lu Huanting was so focused on eating that he didn't look up, and the Duke of Rong enjoyed it too, especially the small plate of pickled vegetables, which had a salty flavor with a hint of spice that made you want to take another bite. Women from farming families usually prepare some pickled vegetables to eat with porridge or bread for a meal. These ready-made pickled vegetables are refreshing to eat in any season. There are salty ones and mildly spicy ones to satisfy different tastes, and for those who like it spicier, there are directly pickled spicy peppers. The meal was lively, and the Duke of Rong even had an extra bowl of rice, not to mention Lu Huanting, who ate heartily. Lu Shizhi patted his full belly, leaning back in his chair without worrying about appearances since he was with family. After clearing the dishes, they chatted while digesting their food. Duke Ronghua had always been interested in the concept of cooperatives, so he asked, "Anan, what is this cooperative about?" "Uncle, here's the situation. Guozhuang, Zhaozuan, and Kaoshan village are not far apart. Kaoshan village has improved, but the other two villages are still struggling. As the saying goes, 3 days of hunger can make a thief. I have my own interests in this matter. If your family eats well while others are struggling, it's only natural to feel envious. Moreover, Guozhuang and Zhaozuan have more people than Kaoshan village. It's better to share joy than to enjoy alone. The villagers have simple wishes: to be well-fed, warm, and have a little extra money. That's why I discussed with Grandpa Zhou to help Guozhuang and Zhaozuan prosper together. To manage it better later, we decided to make Kaoshan village the main focus and unite Guozhuang and Zhaozuan to form a cooperative model that integrates planting, production, and sales. Everyone will form a community of shared interests, cooperating in production and management, and helping each other." Duke Ronghua nodded repeatedly. Luin borrowed the concept of cooperatives from her past life, but it was different now due to the changing times. Through this organization, she aimed to unite the 3 villages. Not only with mushroom cultivation, but she also planned to source materials for soybean oil, pickled vegetables, grapes, and roses from the cooperative. The crops she needed were already being arranged by Village Chief Xiao, and there were also collaboration projects with other cooperatives in nearby counties. Mr. Fan said he has promoted it throughout the county, and it's been effective. "Yes, Uncle, Mr. Fan is very capable and genuinely works for the people of Lin County. He is a good official. Based on the overall situation in Lin County, he found suitable projects for them. Some cooperatives raise large livestock together, while others raise chickens and ducks, and some plant fruit trees. My canning workshop has signed a cooperation agreement with 2 fruit tree planting cooperatives." When it comes to business, Luan is full of confidence. Her past experiences can finally be applied little by little in this era. After all, being here means she must achieve something. Her fate is in her own hands, and her inherent stubbornness and determination drive her to keep moving forward. Even though she has regained her identity as a noble lady, Luan does not want to be a delicate lady who does not engage in any work. She knows that having confidence, which ultimately comes from having money, gives her a voice. At this point, it was completely dark. Since she would teach the workers how to make canned goods tomorrow, Luan, along with her uncle and cousin, stayed at the farm. The Duke of Rong thought for a moment and asked, "Do your parents have a chance?" What does your mother think? He recalled how his sister showed no emotion when they talked about Rong Jue, and he felt uncertain. Rong Jue was still eagerly waiting for the moon to return home in the capital. My mother hasn't told me anything, but I naturally hope my parents can rekindle their relationship. However, my mother stayed with the Wang family because of me living without dignity for 10 years. Uncle, do you know what despair feels like? It's like being trapped in a dark abyss with no light, feeling pain to the point of numbness. Luin turned her head to look out the window and continued, I respect my mother's choice. No matter what decision she makes, I will support her. Fate can be cruel. The Duke of Rome sighed lightly. Trust your mother. I will support her choice as well. No matter what happens with the Rong family, your mother is my Lu family's daughter, and I will ensure she never suffers again. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, everyone woke up. Aunt Hua had already prepared breakfast: thick millet porridge, golden scallion pancakes, crunchy pickled vegetables, fragrant braised meat, and oily salted duck eggs that made everyone's mouths water. Young Master Lu once again ate until his belly was round. The Duke of Rong shook his head helplessly, while Luan smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. Young Master Lu was determined to continue indulging himself. Not long after they set down their chopsticks, the estate manager Lu He and the manager of the canning workshop, Sanjiang, arrived. The canning workshop was fully prepared. Luan wasted no time and took her uncle and cousin to the canning workshop. The workshop was spotless, with workers wearing matching uniforms, hats, and masks to cover their mouths and noses. These hats and masks were specially ordered by Luan. Uncle, this is a hat that covers all the hair, and this is a mask that covers the mouth and nose, she explained. Is this for cleanliness? Yes, everything that goes into people's mouths must be absolutely clean. If there's even a tiny mistake, it could harm the reputation of Xiangyang Farm. If the brand is damaged, it will be hard to rebuild. That's why Luan was very strict about hygiene. From Lu He down to every worker, everyone followed her standards closely. Luan allowed people to learn at their own pace, but she would not tolerate anyone disregarding the rules of the farm. A month ago, when Luan was still in the capital, there was a worker at the Zhuangzi pickling workshop who spat on the ground. The supervisor caught him and fined him half a month's wages. The worker was unhappy and brought his family to Lu He. His mother caused a scene in the workshop and accidentally knocked over a jar of pickled beans. Without hesitation, Lu He took them directly to the county office. The worker not only lost half a month's wages but also had to pay for the jar of pickles and was dismissed from the workshop. After that incident, nothing similar happened again. The workshop had strict rules but offered good benefits, and everyone took pride in working at the Xiangyang Farm workshop. This was Luan's incentive policy. Rewards and punishments were fair and transparent, which motivated everyone to work hard. Pears and peaches had already been harvested, especially peaches, which do not last long and become unusable if they get too soft. Luan peeled the clean peaches, removed the pits, and cut them into equal-sized pieces. Then, she soaked them in salt water to enhance their sweetness. The jars for canning were custom-made, ceramic containers. The peach jars had a pink peach blossom design on a white background, while the pear jars were a light green with a white pear blossom design, looking very elegant. The small jars had been sterilized with boiling water. After a short while, she filled the jars with the soaked peach pieces, added an appropriate amount of sugar, and some cooled boiled water, then placed the lids on without sealing them tightly. She put the jars in a large steamer over high heat for 15 minutes. Finally, she sealed the jars and stored the finished products in the cellar. Luan taught the process very carefully, and the workers learned diligently. After just one demonstration, everyone remembered how to do it. In the future, we will also collect oranges to make orange preserves. Preparing oranges is a detailed task. We must remove all the white pith from each segment, as it affects the taste. We need to pay attention to every detail. Don't worry, miss. We will do a great job. The workers replied in unison. Thank you all for your hard work. When the preserves are ready to be opened, all of you will be the first to taste the fruit preserves.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed heartily, feeling proud. No matter how wealthy someone was, only the people from Xiangyang Farm would get to taste the first batch of preserves. Young Master Lu was now truly impressed by his sister. Her combination of kindness and authority was remarkable. With Sanjiang overseeing the workshop, Luan felt at ease. The Sanjiang of the canning workshop, Chen Fei from the distillery, and the core workers of the workshop were all talented individuals brought in by Dafeng. Luan knew that these people came from the valley and were very loyal. She did not interfere with anything at the winery. The profits from the wine were significant and were entirely managed by Dafeng and Chen Fei. The workers busily started their tasks, and batches of finished canned goods were sent to the cellar for storage. Luan had not left the estate for the past 2 days. Duke Rong returned to the village first, while young Master Lu stayed behind to go back with his sister. That evening, Sanjiang rushed in, saying, "Miss, there's bad news. 10 cans are missing from the cellar."
What?
Was the count correct when we put them in the cellar? I checked the count with the head steward, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, and there are no signs of the cellar door being forced open. Luan thought for a moment. Could it be an inside job? Sanjiang seemed to think the same. "Miss, let's not make this public yet. I'll investigate personally." He felt very frustrated that this happened right under his nose. Don't rush. Investigate quietly, without alarming anyone.
Pretend you don't know about this.
The cans must have already been taken out of the estate, so check on the nearby households as well. Within a day, Sanjiang found out that the person who stole the cans from the estate cellar was connected to her, specifically to the young master of the house. This person was Wang Dagning, the uncle of Wang Fugue. Luin was furious. This guy was skilled at picking locks and was quite experienced. He was well aware of the grievances between the Lu and Wang families, and seeing the Lu family's success made him envious. However, Wang Dagning knew that the Lu family was not to be trifled with. Lu Yu was the sister of a high-ranking official in the capital, and even the county magistrate showed respect to the Lu family. In Xiaojing village, where Wang Dagning lived, there was a young man working at the farm who casually mentioned the canned goods workshop. Wang Dagning became curious about the taste of the cans. He was not thinking clearly at all. Even if he was tempted, he shouldn't have stolen from the estate. Wang Dagning thought that since he was Wang Fugue's uncle, he could take a few cans without consequence. So, he waited all day and sneaked into the estate at midnight to take action. Luan, furious, led a group to Wang Paozi's family home in Xiaojing village, where she found Wang Dagning. He was happily eating the canned goods when he unexpectedly encountered Luan. Caught in the act, Wang Dagning felt nervous but forced a smile, saying, "Anan, I'm your uncle Mu Yang's relative. What brings you here?" Luan sneered. "Who do you think you are to claim you're my brother's uncle? Sanha, let's settle this with money, cash for goods, or I'll report you to the authorities." "All right, miss, 1 jar costs 300 coins. A total of 10 jars will be 3,000 coins. Luan, are you trying to rob me?" Wang Dagning shouted loudly, "I am Mu Yang's real uncle. This is his gift to me. You have 2 choices. Pay the money or go to the county office and face charges for theft. You can pick either one. There's no room for negotiation." "Dagning, you foolish spender, I'll teach you a lesson." Wang Xiaotsue, who was Wang Daning's sister-in-law, rushed over, panting. Wang Pozi's parents passed away early, and when Zhou entered the family, Wang Daning was only 7 or 8 years old. She raised him like a son. Although Wang Daning grew up without any skills and Zhou didn't like him much, his actions embarrassed her greatly. The Lu family is not what it used to be. Why provoke Luan? Anan, it's Daning's fault. Please let it go and give me the goods, Zhou said, slapping him. Wang Daning had no choice but to go inside and bring out the remaining unopened jars. He had eaten 3 jars, leaving 7 untouched. In the end, Luan collected the money for 3 jars and took the rest back. Before Luan could walk far, she heard screams from Wang Daning's yard. Zhou's sons were beating up their uncle. For the safety of the village, relying solely on the patrol team was not enough. Wang Daning was just a petty thief. If they encountered a truly dangerous criminal or someone skilled, the patrol would be ineffective. So, Defeng decided to secretly bring in a few guards from the valley. Only Luin and Defeng knew about this. Even Lu He was unaware, and normally, you wouldn't know where they were hiding. After sorting out the village matters, Luin returned to Kaoshan village with her cousin. The family sat in the living room chatting. Luin was discussing the success of Duowei Bakery with her mother. The bakery was doing exceptionally well, especially with their birthday cakes, which were one of a kind. They also offered bread, flour cakes, osmanthus cakes, pea cakes, and animal-shaped cookies that children loved. Luin's pastries were unique and unlike anything in the current era of Dachi. Not to mention birthday cakes and bread, the osmanthus cake appeared in the late Ming dynasty, while the pea cake originated from the Qing palace. The begonia cake, shaped like a begonia flower, also comes from the Qing dynasty. These pastries were also the favorites of Luin in her past life. Being a food blogger is not easy. She knows how to talk about food and how to make it. Luin discussed with her mother about introducing 2 new types of pastries. At that moment, Qingyi hurried in. "Miss, someone from Chen's family in Xingdefeng has sent an invitation for you to visit." Xingdefeng? Oh. Luin remembered it was the first pastry shop in the county, and she had been there before. The snacks were quite delicious. "And I wonder what Mr. Chen wants?" Lu Yu asked. Luin shook her head, but she had her suspicions. "Mother, don't worry. Xingdefeng has a great reputation. Although we don't have much contact with Mr. Chen, his family has been in business for many years and is well regarded in the county. Besides, there are prominent figures in the county. Even if they don't know my uncle's identity, Mr. Fan accompanied my uncle last time and didn't hide anything. These people are well informed, and anyone who can have the county magistrate accompany them must have a respectable status. So, don't worry, I'll find out tomorrow." Lu Yu nodded, and the two continued discussing the matters of Duowei Xiaofeng. The next day, Lu and only took Qingyi to Chen's residence. As soon as the servant saw Luin, he ran inside to announce her arrival. Shortly after, the steward of Chen's family came out to welcome Luin in. Upon reaching the main courtyard, an energetic elderly man walked out. This was Chun Fong, the head of the Chen family. Luin had met him once before, just exchanging simple greetings without further conversation. "Greetings, Grandpa Chun," Luin said. "With age and status, respect is important." Grandpa Chun laughed heartily. "It's been a while. Have you returned from the capital?" The Chen family had been in business for many years, not only with Xingdefeng but also in other trades, so they had their sources of information. Luin had connections with the county magistrate, and as an adopted daughter of the Chu family, she was related to the Lu family, who had visitors from the capital last time. This news was hard to keep secret. "Grandpa Chun, I just returned after finishing my business," Luin replied with a smile. Once inside, the servants served fragrant tea, and then withdrew. "Grandpa Chun, may I ask why you called for me?" Luin asked directly. "Anin, you know there are only 2 pastry shops in Lin County, Duowei Xiaofeng and Xingdefeng. In business, strength matters. Duowei Xiaofeng's pastries are very unique. To be honest, my kids love them, and my wife insists on having some every few days, haha. She says the snacks from Xingdefeng are too hard for her teeth." Old Mr. Chen laughed as he spoke. "Grandpa Chen, Xingdefeng is an old brand, and their pastries are genuinely good. The honey cake, date cake, and chongyang cake are especially delicious. My mother loves the snacks from Xingdefeng. I'm not flattering you, just speaking the truth. And I believe you. Xingdefeng has been passed down from my grandfather's generation, built on years of hard work. However, when it comes to uniqueness, Duowei Xiaofeng is still ahead. Grandpa Chen, my Duowei Xiaofeng excels in innovation, but Xingdefeng has deep roots. A food culture relies on heritage and tradition to thrive." Hearing this, old Mr. Chen felt a spark of inspiration. What a promising young person Lu Xiaodong is. It seems his eldest son's idea was right. Building a good relationship with the Lu family would help the shop grow. Collaborating with them is the best path forward. With this thought, old Mr. Chen made up his mind. "Child, to be honest, Xingdefeng has a loyal customer base. However, since Duowei's Xiaofeng opened, our business has been affected. The Qin family is serious about business, relying on reputation and real quality to win customers' love. In terms of innovation, we can't compete with Duowei Xiaofeng. Old Mr. Chen's point resonated with Luan. She understood that while Xingdafeng's pastries were good, they hadn't introduced new styles in recent years. For a brand to remain relevant over time, it must not only strive for excellence in its products, but also adapt to changing consumer habits and trends by introducing new products that meet customers' needs. This is very important. Brands that lack innovation will see their market shrink and eventually be replaced. Many century-old brands have slowly disappeared from public view, which is truly a shame. Grandpa Chun, everyone experiences aesthetic fatigue. Just like when we eat at home, when times are tough, having a meal is enough. But when life gets better, we want to change things up for our meals. So, innovation is indeed crucial for a shop's development. An old man and a young girl were chatting happily in the room. The old man, Mr. Qin, was increasingly shocked. The Wang family was truly blind to give up such a wonderful child. He wondered if the Wang family would regret it when the child soared to great heights in the future. However, Mr. Chen was feeling quite pleased at the moment and thought that Xingda Workshop must collaborate with Duowei Workshop. "Then, I have an idea, and I wonder if you agree," he said. Luin smiled. "Grandpa Chen, please go ahead." Sighing, Mr. Chen bit his lip. For the sake of the shop's future, he was willing to set aside his pride if the girl would agree. "Child, do you think Xingda Workshop could sell a few types of pastries from Duowei Workshop? I know the recipes are the lifeblood of the shop, and I don't want the recipes. I just want to buy from you and sell them in my shop to attract our old customers." As he said this, Mr. Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he was taking advantage of the younger generation. There was no choice. The shop's income had sharply decreased lately, and he couldn't let the hard work of generations of the Qin family go to waste. He had to try, and if Luan didn't agree, he would just have to see how things went. After hearing Mr. Chen's words and noticing his awkward expression, Luan couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa Chen, a single flower doesn't make spring. When all flowers bloom, the garden is full of spring." Duowei Workshop never intended to monopolize the market. We believe in diversity. Besides, my goal is not just to stay in Lin County. I want to expand Duowei Workshop throughout the entire Diqi. So your suggestion for collaboration is exactly what I plan to do next.
Great.
Well said, Luan, Mr. Chen exclaimed, slapping the table enthusiastically. Suddenly, the door to the main room was flung open, and a young man in a royal blue outfit rushed in, arms outstretched to shield Luan. "Dad, please don't get angry. If the deal doesn't go through, let's keep our kindness. Don't make it hard for the girl." Both Mr. Chen and Luan were taken aback. The young man was Chun Jiran, the eldest son of the Qin family. Luan quickly realized that Uncle Chen had misunderstood. He only heard Mr. Chen banging the table and didn't know what had happened, which made her laugh. Mr. Chen was also surprised and then burst into laughter. Chun Jiran was confused. What was going on? Just a moment ago, his father was banging the table, and now he was laughing. Was his father losing his mind? "You little rascal. And I were having a great conversation, and you barged in and startled us." Chun Jiran's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Dad, I thought you were angry with that girl." "What am I angry about? I was having a great chat with Anan. She just said, 'A single flower does not make spring. 100 flowers blooming together fills the garden with spring.' That was such a good saying that I got excited and slapped the table. And I didn't scare you, did I?" Luan quickly waved her hands. "Grandpa Chun, I enjoy talking with you. I want to learn from you, so please don't keep any secrets." Hearing this, Grandpa Chun smiled widely, leaving Chun Jiran stunned. It turned out his father could smile. Seeing his eldest son's expression, Grandpa Chen narrowed his eyes. "What kind of look is that? Dad, you should smile more often. Otherwise, the house will always feel cold, and Mom will complain about you even more." Luan laughed so hard her shoulders shook, and Grandpa Chen's eyes sparkled with joy.
Stop joking and sit down.
"I'm discussing how to cooperate with Enan." Upon hearing this, Chun Jiran straightened up. Most of the Chen family's business was managed by him, while Grandpa Chen handled Xingdafeng. Chun Jiran was also skilled in business. Not only had Xingdafeng's revenue sharply declined, but it was also a place where Grandpa Chun had invested a lot of effort over the years. Even if the shop closed, the Chen family had other businesses. However, Chun Jiran felt for his father and thought about the possibility of collaborating with Lu Xiaodong's family. Luin understood Grandpa Chen's thoughts as well. Grandpa Chen, here's my idea. The birthday cakes and pastries from Duowei Xiaofeng are the core products and will only be sold there. You mentioned wanting to sell some of Duowei Xiaofeng's pastries at Xingdafeng, which is feasible. Additionally, the pastries from Duowei Xiaofeng sold at Xingdafeng will only be from the Duowei Xiaofeng in Lin County, ensuring that Xingdafeng has exclusive rights. I will also allow Xingdafeng to use the special packaging with our logo. And that's not a problem. After we cooperate, Xingdafeng will set up a separate counter for Duowei Xiaofeng's pastries, and the packaging will definitely be from Duowei Xiaofeng. Otherwise, customers might think we are imitating Duowei Xiaofeng, and our staff would have to explain. Chun Jiran understood immediately and expressed his agreement. Next, they confirmed some details of the collaboration. Grandpa Chun, after I go back, I will draft a cooperation agreement and bring it to you tomorrow. Once you confirm everything is correct, our cooperation will officially begin. Good child. Thank you for being willing to help Xingdafeng. Grandpa Chun was genuinely happy. Grandpa Chun, Uncle Chun, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Yes, a pleasant cooperation. The group celebrated their successful partnership with tea instead of wine. After discussing the business, Luan wanted to leave, but Grandpa Chun insisted she stay for lunch. Anin should stay for a meal. My father is truly happy today. The Xingda workshop has been in our family for 4 generations, and now, thanks to Duowei Xiaofeng, the Xingda brand is thriving again. This is very important for the Chen family. Luin understood the value of the Xingda brand. While it benefited from Duowei Xiaofeng also gained from Xingda's long history, so she felt it was a win-win situation. The meal was enjoyable, and Grandpa Chen surprisingly drank too much, leading to some teasing from Grandma Chen. After returning from the Chen family, Luin shared the news about the collaboration with her mother, Lu Yu, who readily agreed. Anin did very well. The Xingda workshop is a century-old establishment, and our partnership is mutually beneficial. With Xingda's reputation, Duowei Xiaofeng's name will rise even higher. Duke Rong Lu Rufeng, understood this clearly. Uncle is absolutely right. Mother, the Chen family has currently selected 6 types of pastries from Duowei Xiaofeng, and they will regularly introduce new products. We will specify this in the contract. We also need to hire more pastry chefs, and I plan to have all the waitstaff work in the pastry workshop. We will buy another house in the county. Leave the house buying to me and don't argue with me about it. Duke Rongwa Lu Rufgang made the decision, and Luan accepted it, knowing it was her uncle's intention. After chatting with her mother and uncle for a while, Luan returned to her room to quickly draft the contract. The collaboration with Xingda Workshop gave Luan new ideas. She originally planned to open several direct stores for Duowei Xiaofeng within the Great Qi territory. Partnering with a reputable and well-known establishment like Xingda could effectively promote Duowei Xiaofeng's products. It was similar to franchising in her past life, with both overall and individual product offerings. Soon, Luan finished drafting the contract. Suehua, bring me the family ledger. Suehua was meticulous and managed the family's accounts. Luan taught her a straightforward and simple way to keep records, which saved time and effort while being very clear. Suehua brought the ledger, and Luan began to review it carefully. Miss, the workshops are doing well. A few days ago, you mentioned wanting to buy a lot of land. I heard from Manhwa that there is suitable land in Xixian, which is closest to us. However, it's mostly sandy soil, and if we plant crops there, the yield won't be very high, so the land has been left unused. I don't plant wheat or soybeans. Do you remember the bags of sweet potatoes that Mao Chun brought last time? Suehua nodded. Of course, you said they would be useful. Miss, should we use that sandy land to grow sweet potatoes? Luan nodded. It's certain that sweet potatoes and potatoes are not grown into Qi yet, but these crops have high yields and can serve as food. Luan had previously asked Mao Chun to keep an eye out for these two crops. The merchants at the inn don't just operate within Qi. Mao Chun indeed found an opportunity when a merchant who had been to Annan brought back some crops. While chatting, Mao Chun learned that the merchant had sweet potatoes, which Luan had been thinking about, so he bought them all and gave the merchant a generous payment for confidentiality. Thus, the sweet potatoes ended up in Luan's hands. The loose, deep, and well-drained sandy loam is very suitable for the growth of underground tubers, resulting in larger and better quality sweet potatoes, making the sandy land in Qixian just right for this. Have Dafu and Lu come over tomorrow evening. The sweet potato matter is extremely important, and Luan feels at ease only when it's handled by the capable Dafu. The winery is managed by Dafu, overseeing everything from grape picking to purchasing, wine production, and sales. Even Sheng has put Dafu under Luan's name. Dafu is now Luan's chief steward. After reviewing the accounts, Luan finished all her work for the day. Tomorrow, she only has two tasks: signing the cooperation agreement with Xingde Workshop and buying land in Xixian. After breakfast the next day, Luan took the cooperation agreement to the Chen residence and successfully signed the agreement with Xingde Workshop for Duowei Xiaofeng. Next, they just need to wait for Xingde Workshop to set up a special counter for Duowei Xiaofeng, after which Duowei Xiaofeng will withdraw the selected pastries from Xingde Workshop and the cooperation will officially begin. These matters will be handled by the manager of Duowei Xiaofeng, and since Xingde Workshop is also in the county, it will be very convenient to pick up goods from the main store of Duowei Xiaofeng. In the evening, Dafu and Lu He arrived at Kaoshan village. Luan explained to the two about buying land in the neighboring Qi County and mentioned that sweet potatoes need to be planted soon. During this time, the land should be prepared for planting, as sweet potatoes grow slowly and take a long time to mature. It usually takes 2 to 3 months from planting to harvesting the tubers. If the growing period is not long enough and the temperature drops later, it can result in smaller sweet potatoes and lower yields. As the saying goes, if sweet potatoes are planted late, they will be as thin as sheep's whiskers. After listening to what the girl said, De Fong nodded repeatedly. Miss, when do we start planting the seedlings? Lu He, who was skilled at working the land, was very excited to hear that sweet potatoes could be a food source. The common people fear going hungry. He had experienced famine in his childhood and knew well what it felt like to be hungry. Tomorrow, we will prepare the land for seedlings. You will handle this personally, and we need someone to guard the seedling area, as this crop will be very important for me in the future. I understand, Mississippi, don't worry. I will surround the seedling area with a fence and have De Mao and the others watch over it day and night. Luan handed De Fong the silver notes for buying the land, instructing him to buy as much as possible. While Liansheng was fighting at the border, she would ensure the safety of the rear. Once the sweet potatoes were harvested in large quantities, if everything went well, she would surely gain recognition in the court, making future tasks easier. Although her biological father, maternal grandfather, and even her adoptive father's family held significant positions, Luan was not someone who would leave her fate in the hands of others, even if they were her closest relatives. No matter the world, she was an independent individual. Moreover, she had the ability to have a say at any time. Especially in this society, relying on men for money was not Luan's style. De Fong understood the girl's intentions. He was now committed to her and would ensure everything was done properly. Luan did not discuss the sweet potato seedlings with others, not because she didn't trust her mother and uncle, but because it was still in the early stages, and there was no need to draw too much attention. After Lu He returned, he prepared the seedling field in just half a day. After lunch, Luan went to the farm. Planting sweet potato seedlings is different from planting potatoes, as it requires whole tubers. If cut into pieces, they are likely to rot. Fortunately, the sweet potatoes that Mao Chun found were of good size and relatively uniform, making excellent seed stock, and none of the bags of sweet potatoes were wasted. Miss, how long will it take for these seed potatoes to sprout? Old Man Dong asked if he had ever seen a crop that could be used as food in his lifetime, and he was quite excited. After planting sweet potatoes, they usually sprout in about 10 days, depending on the current temperature. After a month, we can cut the seedlings and move them to the fields. The sweet potato plants can take root in about 3 days. Although the growing period for sweet potatoes is longer, their yield is very high. Luin learned that the current wheat yield in Dachi is about 1 stone per acre, which is roughly 120 pounds. Compared to modern times, this is still quite low. However, given the era, a yield of around 1 stone is already good. She hopes that sweet potatoes will bring her unexpected rewards. Even though a few bags of sweet potatoes don't seem like much, the vines grow quickly, and after being cut, they can continue to grow. If stored properly, these vines can be saved for planting next year. Hearing this from the girl made Old Man Dong and the others feel more at ease. Whole sweet potatoes can be planted, and the vines can also be used. The key is the high yield, which can be several times that of wheat. Sweet potatoes are truly a great crop. Oh, if only sweet potatoes had appeared earlier, many people wouldn't have starved during the years of famine. My distant nephew died of starvation during those hard times, Old Man Dong said, feeling sad about his nephew. Uncle Dong, our lives will get better. If we work hard, our descendants will have an easier time. During this period, we need your and Manager Lu's help to take care of the seedling field. Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on the seedling field, Old Man Dong assured her. They all understood the importance of sweet potatoes. If they succeeded in planting them at Yang Farm, the entire Dachi could grow them, adding another food crop that is crucial for the people's lives. After arranging the sweet potato seedlings, Luan returned to Linglong residence, waiting for news from Dafeng. The next day, Dafeng returned. As soon as Luan entered Linglong residence, she saw the smile on Dafeng's face, and her heart felt relieved. Everything was settled. Indeed, Dafeng explained the land purchase in detail, and it went very smoothly. The county magistrate of Qi County was very cooperative. Upon hearing that Luin was from the Lu family of Lin County, the magistrate immediately took Dafeng to see the wasteland, knowing that Lu Xiaodong's family was the adopted daughter of the Chu family. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Qi County does not know who Duke Rong is. Otherwise, he would be quite surprised. Moreover, Luin is reasonably purchasing the wasteland. This sandy land has been unused for many years, and selling it to Luin not only brings in money for the county, but also establishes a connection with her. This is a win-win situation that the county magistrate cannot miss. Although the county magistrate is capable, he is not foolish. Effectively utilizing land that has been idle for years counts as an achievement for him, so he is very pleased. This large area of wasteland is quite substantial, measuring around 400 to 500 acres. While it may not be as much as the fields of Xiangyang Manor, it is still a significant amount. Since it is wasteland, good farmland is worth 8 taels of silver per acre, and this wasteland is valued at a reasonable price. There is also an unowned small hill nearby, which was included in the purchase. Miss, we have hired the workers to clear the land. They started this morning, and they're also taking care of the small hill, so it won't delay the planting of seedlings. The hillside on the sunny side of the small hill is quite flat. I think it would be suitable to build a house there. When you come here, you will have a place to stay. The hill is small, with only some common trees. But, miss, what should we name this estate? Living towards the sun and following the light, let's call it Zhuguang Manor. Dafeng, I have arranged most of the matters here. In a few days, I will accompany my mother to the capital, and I will leave everything in your hands. Thank you for your hard work.
Miss, don't worry.
I understand. I won't take too long. If anything comes up, write to me promptly. Also, if there's anything with Liansheng, let me know right away. If he needs money, just ask Cuehua directly. Luan has given all the necessary instructions. With 2 estates and about 15 to 1600 acres of land, although it is still not enough, Luan does not want to waste any more time. She needs to accompany her mother to the capital to settle some matters, and then she will return to farm, buy land, open shops, and make money. She will not stay in the capital. This is her home, and her career is here. No one can hinder her from making money. If anyone tries to stop her, she will confront them. Duke Rong has also heard about his niece buying several hundred acres of land. It seems his niece is truly becoming a landowner. Rong Jue is still hoping to keep his daughter in the capital. If he tries to stop an in from making money, she might just set fire to the Rong residence. Duke Rong stayed in Kaoshan village for almost 10 days. What he saw and heard left him very impressed. County Magistrate Fan accompanied the Duke and the young master to several key cooperatives. All of this was thanks to his little niece, and Duke Rong was very proud. Lu Yu also tidied up her home. On this beautiful day, she took her 2 children and left Kaoshan village with her brother. Lu Yu had told her daughter that she wouldn't stay in the capital. She had lived in Kaoshan village for over 10 years. Although there were some bad memories, it was still home for her and her children. Luan wholeheartedly agreed. On the journey, they did not rush. Luin, along with her friends in blue and purple clothes, chatted happily, and with little Mu Yang, who loved to talk, the trip was lively and fun. That day, they arrived at Luzhou Prefecture. Luzhou was also a large prefecture with 4 counties and a bustling city. By the time they arrived, it was nearing evening, and the streets were lined with shops. At the entrance of inns and restaurants, young attendants called out to attract customers. Young Master Lu Huanping searched for a suitable inn, and they finally chose the Sifu Old Inn. With many family members, Lu Huanping directly booked a small courtyard. The inn staff warmly welcomed them inside. This inn was quite nice and very clean. After a quick wash, they went to the dining hall and requested a private room. Luin and her friends, along with several guards, sat in the main hall. The enthusiastic waiter first brought them tea and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Please tell us about some of your Luzhou specialty dishes," Duke Rong said. "Sure. First, let me introduce you to Chow Chow chicken. It is said that when Chow Chow stationed his troops in Luzhou at Ziyajin, he became bedridden due to overwork. The chef, following the doctor's advice, added traditional herbs to the chicken, making it a medicinal dish. After eating it, Chow Chow's health improved, and he often enjoyed this dish, which became known as Chow Chow chicken or Xiao chicken. Then there's Wushan tribute goose. It is said that the king of Wu was a clean and honest official, loved by the people. The locals made marinated goose with delicious seasonings as a tribute, and the king was very pleased. From then on, Wushan tribute goose became famous. And there's Feishi old hen soup. Is this Feishi old hen soup from the Feishi area? Luan asked curiously. You are right, miss. Below Luzhou, there are the counties of Feidong and Feishi. The locals have a saying, "From Feidong to Feishi, I bought an old hen." This soup dish is truly delicious with fresh broth and tender meat. Everyone laughed as the young waiter passionately introduced the dishes. Based on your recommendation, let's order these special dishes and add 2 vegetable dishes as well. All right, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. The waiter, encouraged by the words of the nobleman, quickly stepped away. On the table, there were not only tea and water but also a few small plates of dried fruits, and everyone began to chat. The nobleman introduced his sister and the children to the local customs of Luzhou. Luzhou is famous for its history as the battle city of the 3 kingdoms and the birthplace of Bao Gong. It has a pleasant climate and beautiful scenery, and it has always been an important military stronghold. Luin listened with great interest. She knew that Luzhou is the ancient name for modern Hefei, which was the political, economic, and cultural center of Anhui in ancient times, with a rich historical background and cultural significance, witnessing nearly 1,000 years of historical changes since the 3 Kingdoms period. Especially during the Sui, Tang, and Northern Song dynasties, it was the administrative center of the Luzhou region. As everyone was enjoying their conversation, the food was served, and just as the waiter said, it smelled wonderful. Luin savored each bite. Luzhou cuisine is one of the 5 representative dishes of Huizhou cuisine. It is not as bold as northern dishes or as sweet as southern dishes, but focuses on salty and fresh flavors, highlighting the natural taste, with an emphasis on cooking techniques and nourishment. She wanted to enjoy it thoroughly, especially since her cousin Lu Huanping mentioned that after the meal, he would take her and little Mu Yang to see the night scenery of the city. Just as they were halfway through the meal, a commotion outside caught their attention, mixed with the sound of a woman crying. Was something wrong? Lu Huanping immediately stood up and quickly went outside, returning shortly after. It's a child who has something stuck in his throat. The waiter has gone to call a doctor. Luin anxiously asked, "Is it a fishbone?" "No, there are no fish on the table." "Oh no!" Luin exclaimed, pushed her chair back, and ran outside. If the child wasn't choking on a fishbone, it might be something like a bone, and they couldn't waste any time. Seeing Anan run out, everyone followed her. The hall was already in chaos, with the shopkeeper anxiously pacing in circles, while a woman was holding a 6- or 7-year-old boy, whose face was red, clearly struggling to breathe. The woman kept patting the child's back and forcefully checking the child's mouth, making it hard for the child to breathe.
"Stop it!"
Luan shouted, startling everyone. Pushing through the crowd, Lu Anen approached the child. "Quick, give me the child." The woman, who looked to be around 30 and was in tears, instinctively held the child tighter.
"Who are you?
"What do you want?" "Don't touch our young master." A maid and 2 other women dressed as servants blocked Luan. They didn't recognize her, and the young master was the only heir of the Xue family, so if anything happened, they would be in trouble. "Where is the doctor? Why isn't he here yet?" The woman cried out again, holding the child who was gasping for air, with a red face that was starting to turn purple. "If you don't want anything to happen to the child, give him to me," Luan urged. "Qingyi,
Take the child."
Although Qingyi didn't know what Luin was planning, she obeyed quickly and snatched the child away. The woman and the maids panicked and tried to grab the child back, but the others blocked them. The woman, with red eyes, cried out continuously, "Yuger, if something happens to you, how will I explain it to your grandmother? The Xue family has only one heir, my son. My daughter knows medicine. So stop causing a scene." Lu Yu shouted, and the woman finally quieted down. Luan didn't have time to deal with them. Without hesitation, she had Qingyi support the child. She hugged the child from behind, made a fist with one hand, and placed her wrist on the child's abdomen, quickly applying pressure. In just a few moments, the child opened his mouth and coughed out a piece of food. The child then cried out loudly.
"Yuchat, ma yutat."
The woman rushed over and hugged the child, who also cried out for his mother. The crowd in the hall finally sighed in relief. The shopkeeper nearly had a heart attack. If something had happened in his shop, he wouldn't be able to keep it open. "Thank you, young lady, for your help," the shopkeeper said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he hurried to express his gratitude. Luan waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, the woman stopped crying, straightened her clothes, and approached Luan. "Thank you for saving my son's life. Yuger, come thank your savior." Yuger stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sister, for saving my life. There's no need to be polite. Just be careful when eating in the future, so you don't choke again," Luan said with a smile. "You are nodded vigorously, sister. I remember." The lady looked at Lu Yu again. "Madam, my name is Qingyi. My husband's family name is Xue. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." "It's all right. We are all mothers, and in such situations, it's natural to be anxious and forget other things. As long as the child is fine, that's what matters." Lu Yu naturally wouldn't hold it against her. At that moment, a young attendant rushed in, missing one shoe and almost falling over as he entered. Shopkeeper, Dr. Wang isn't here. What should we do?" Someone in the hall laughed, and soon everyone joined in, leaving the young attendant confused. "It's okay. This young lady knows medicine, and the young master is fine now," the shopkeeper quickly said. Hearing this, the attendant felt relieved and let out a sigh, sitting down on the floor and breathing heavily, exhausted. The Xue family? A direct line for 10 generations? The Duke of Rong Jue had just heard the lady mention the Xue family, and his mind started to turn. Could it be that Xue family? "Excuse me, young lady, what method did you just use?" Something got stuck in the throat, And that method worked really well. I thought I could just use my hands to get it out. A middle-aged man in the crowd asked. Everyone in the hall was very curious. They had never seen such a treatment method before. Luin thought for a moment and said, "This is a first aid method. If something gets stuck while eating and you can't cough it out, or if you feel like you can't breathe, we can make a fist with one hand and place the other hand on the wrist, positioning it just above the navel, and then apply pressure to the abdomen. This will push the air up and help dislodge the object." Luin tried to explain in simple terms. This method is actually the modern Heimlich maneuver. As she explained, she had Qingyi assist her, and everyone in the hall quickly understood. Earlier, Madame Xue tried to use her hands, but you couldn't see where the object was. The child was very uncomfortable, and the more you poke, the more you might push it in, which would be troublesome. Oh, I see. No wonder the young lady didn't want to poke it. Luin took this opportunity to educate everyone on the Heimlich maneuver in detail. This method is not suitable for all ages. For very young children like those around 1 or 2 years old, this method cannot be used. Everyone nodded in agreement, and a few people even started to practice the technique. Before, Luin had not discussed this with Qingyi and the others, but this time they learned it too. She suddenly thought that both Brother Sheng and second Brother Chu were at the border, where the most needed skill was first aid. Qingyi and her team of secret guards also needed this knowledge. When she had time, she would organize the information and consult her master about it after returning. It would be best to compile it into a booklet so that the secret guards in the valley could learn it, and then arrange for someone to send it to the border, which would surely help Liansheng and the others. After Luin finished teaching everyone the first aid methods, they all dispersed. Back in the private room, they had not finished their meal when the innkeeper came in. "Sir, Madam, I truly apologize that you did not enjoy your meal. I will have the staff bring out new dishes, and this meal will be on the house. If it weren't for the young lady's quick action today, if something had happened to that child in the inn, my business would be ruined," the innkeeper said sincerely. Duke Rong did not refuse, as his niece had indeed helped the inn a great deal. Soon, the staff brought out hot dishes again, and everyone continued to finish their meal. After eating, they returned to the small courtyard. Lu Huanping was about to take his sister and brother out to explore the city when a guard came in to report that Madame Xue was asking to see them. Before long, Madame Xue entered with Yugur, accompanied by a maid carrying a delicate box. "Madame Xue, please sit. My surname is Liu, and this is my elder brother," Lu Yu said, realizing she hadn't introduced herself earlier due to the earlier chaos. Madame Xue was quick-witted and understood immediately. This lady's surname was Liu, and she did not mention her husband's surname, indicating that she likely had no ties to her husband's family. "Madame Liu, Mr. Liu, thank you for not disturbing our meal earlier. To be honest, I only have Yugur as my only son. If anything were to happen to him, not only would I be devastated, but so would my mother-in-law," Madame Xue said, her eyes reddening. Lu Yu gently patted Madame Xue's arm. "Yes, children are precious to their mothers. Yugur is very fortunate. There's no need for you to be upset, Madame Xue." Madame Xue glanced at the maid, who quickly stepped forward. "Madame Liu, you are truly blessed to have such a wonderful daughter. I do not have a daughter myself, and usually lack things that young girls like. This double-sided embroidered piece is something I found a few years ago by chance, and I would like to give it to your daughter. Please don't refuse, or I will have to make you go kneel," she said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt it would be difficult to decline such a generous offer. "Madame Xue, you are too polite. Anyone in this situation would lend a hand, especially since Mayanen is learning medicine from her master and should help out." The group started chatting. Yugur, along with Xiao Muyang, Xiao Kongping, and the little guard Zhuang Zhuang, gathered together. Yugur was very curious about Zhuang Zhuang, who was quite impressive. The three little ones played happily like little monkeys, while she kept an eye on them. "Sister Liu, I am older than you. Since we have met, it must be fate. There's no need to keep calling me madam. I'll take the liberty of calling you sister instead." Madame Xue was also quite straightforward. Lu Yu smiled, "Sister Chung, then I won't be formal. Madame Shui was also heading to the capital, so they were on the same journey. Lu Yu and Madame Shui hit it off well, feeling like they had known each other for a long time. "Is your husband Lord Shui Ziyang?" asked Duke Rong Jue. "How does Master Lu know?" "I live in the capital, so I naturally know about things here." Madame Shui was momentarily surprised but quickly understood. The Lu family in the capital, Master Lu, the newly titled Duke Rong Jue. Madame Shui suddenly stood up, surprised, and said, "You are the Duke?" Duke Rong Jue nodded. "Sister Chung, please sit down. This is my older brother. He is not a stranger." Lu Yu hurriedly urged Madame Shui to sit. "Sister Chung, are you leaving the capital to visit family?" "Ah, sister, here's the thing. My husband was recently appointed to the capital as the deputy minister of the Honglu Temple. My in-laws came with him first. I took care of things at home, then returned to my family with the children, and that's how I ended up here meeting you." The Shui family was also a reputable family, but no one had held a position in the capital before. After Shui Ziyang entered government service, he started as a county magistrate and then became a deputy. He was known for his integrity, and although his recent appointment seemed like a demotion, it was actually a significant position in the capital. Luin thought to herself that the Honglu Temple was similar to a modern foreign ministry. Madame Shui's husband had indeed moved from local to central government, which was a promotion. "Sister Lu, once I settle in the capital, I will visit you at the Duke's residence. I don't know many people in the capital. Will you be staying here or returning to Lin County?" Madame Shui truly wanted to befriend Lu Yu, and Lu Yu understood her intentions. "Sister Chung, I will return to Lin County after finishing my business in the capital. There are still the farm and the shop to manage at home. Even though my daughter has been taking care of things, as her mother, I can't just leave everything to her. While I am in the capital, you can come visit any time. Then it's settled. I will visit you at your home. If you return to Lin County and I miss you, I will bring you Gur to find you." The two mothers became closer as they talked. Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, sighed inwardly. "Rong Jue, you think it's easy to get my sister back to the Rong residence? I respect her choices anyway." Madame Shui spoke up, and Lu Huanping couldn't take his brother out since his sister had gone out to play. Fortunately, the Duke agreed they could spend a day playing in the city tomorrow. Seeing it was getting late, Madame Shui decided it was best not to disturb them further and suggested leaving. Lu Yu invited Madame Shui to join them on the way. With the Duke and his guards, as well as Qingyi and Cixi, the journey would be much safer. Madame Shui accepted the invitation. Yu Gur, who had gotten a little choked up, was scared and wanted to follow the Lu family sister. When she saw her mother preparing to leave, the child, being very well behaved, ran to Madame Shui's side. As they were about to leave, the little one hesitated. Madame Shui smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Yu Gur? Tomorrow we won't be traveling, and the day after, you can go with your Aunt Yu. You can even invite Mu Yang to play tomorrow." Yu Gur's little face turned red, and with big blinking eyes, she shyly said, "Mom, I want to say something to Sister Anan." "What do you want to say to your sister, Yu Gur?" Luan asked with a smile, as she also liked the sweet and sensible Yu Gur. Yu Gur hesitated for a moment, her small hands fidgeting together, her serious little face standing straight in front of Luan. "Sister, you are a girl. If you hug me, I will take responsibility. When I grow up, I will marry you."
Crash.
Lu Huanping slipped and bumped into the door frame, seeing stars. Everyone froze in place, and the room fell silent. Luan blinked, looking confused at the little one in front of her, completely lost. The others were equally stunned. Madame Shui's mouth dropped open. "Is this my son? Can I say I don't know him now?" Duke Rong thought, "Su Liansheng, a little kid wants to compete for your daughter." Lu Yu remarked, "My daughter is loved by everyone, blooming like flowers." The guards exclaimed, "Someone is trying to take advantage of my family's son-in-law. I want to see the excitement. Are you going to be my sister's secondary husband?" Little Mu Yang's voice rang out. It was unclear who laughed first, but soon the room erupted in laughter. Luan doubled over, holding her stomach, shaking with laughter. The others in green couldn't laugh out loud, struggling to hold it in. Only Lu Rufu, the Duke of Rong Jue, remained calm, though his lips twitched uncontrollably. Madame Shui covered her face with her hands, wishing she could escape from her silly son. Yet, Uyghur asked little Mu Yang seriously, "Why would I be a secondary husband? I want to marry Sister Anan. I'm not a secondary husband. Because I already have a brother-in-law. You can't marry my sister, so you can only be a secondary husband. But my brother-in-law is tough. He knows martial arts, and you can't beat him." Little Mu Yang was worried, feeling there were too many things to consider. The others were about to roll on the floor with laughter. They couldn't hold it in any longer. The two mothers, unable to listen to the two kids' serious nonsense any longer, pulled their silly sons away. Madame Shui pressed a handkerchief to her eyes, looking at her foolish son. She couldn't help it and finally burst into laughter, not caring if the Duke of Rong Jue laughed at her. "Mom, what if I can't beat Sister Anan's husband? Is it too late for me to practice martial arts?" Uyghur was a bit worried. Marrying Sister Anan seemed difficult. Madame Shui bit her lip hard, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. She forced herself to calm down. This son was hopeless. She would definitely tell Shui Jiang to send this unfortunate child to school for proper guidance. "Uyghur, you appreciate Sister Anan's life-saving kindness, which shows you are a grateful child. That is a way to save someone that requires physical contact. Your Sister Anan is a healer, and in her eyes, you are a patient. Besides, you are only a few months older than Mu Yang. You little rascal, you want to marry Sister Anan? She is so exceptional, and she is already promised to someone." "Mom, isn't it said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body? You little rascal, have you read nothing? That is something women say. A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body, and if you can't repay it, you should work hard in the next life." Lu Yu was beside them, tapping little Mu Yang on the head, wondering what he would say next. Yue turned his eyes and ran over to Luin, saying, "Sister Anan, in my next life, I'll work hard for you." Madame Shui didn't want to watch her silly son anymore and thought anyone who liked him could take him. Luin held back her laughter, bent down, and looked seriously at the little boy in front of her. "Yue, what do you call me?" "Sister Anan." "That's right, I'm the sister, and you're the brother. Sisters help their brothers. You don't need to work hard for me. I hope you and Mu Yang can grow up happily and do what you love. Do you understand?" Yue nodded vigorously. "I understand. Sister Anan, I want to learn martial arts. I'll find a teacher to practice."
But you still can't beat my brother-in-law.
He started practicing martial arts when he was 2. Lu Yu quickly covered little Mu Yang's mouth, wondering how these two kids got into martial arts. Duke Rong thought it was funny how little Mu Yang smoothly called out brother-in-law. "Humph. That little rascal Su Liansheng, I haven't even seen him yet. When he comes back, I will definitely give him a good talking to." Far away at the border, Liansheng had no idea how much trouble he would face, with the whole family waiting to deal with him. Madame Shui shook her head helplessly. "Sister Yue is a bit silly, so don't take it to heart. Sister Chung, you're right. My child is also a bit clueless, just speaking his mind," Li said with a laugh. This unexpected little moment brought everyone joy and brought the two families closer together. With this distraction, by the time Madame Shui left, it was already close to 9 p.m. Everyone went to wash up and rest, preparing to explore Luzhou City the next day. The next morning, after breakfast, Yue came running again. Yesterday, little Mu Yang and Yue secretly made plans to go shopping together, while their mothers planned to visit a jewelry store. Luin naturally wanted to check out women's shops, visit a pastry shop, and see the natural sights of Luzhou. So, she went with Qingyi, Lanyi, and her cousin. Duke Rong happened to have a school friend in Luzhou, so he went to visit him. Lu Yu had Zi and Xixi with her, and Duke Rong kept the head guard to ensure the safety of Lu Yu and Madame Shui's children. Except for Luin's group, everyone else returned to the inn after lunch, needing to rest well for their journey the next morning. Madame Shui also took Yue home, but Lu Yu was worried since her daughter hadn't returned yet. Lord Rong was comforted, with Ping Ger accompanying Anan. "You don't need to worry. Qing Yi and Lan Yi are also very skilled." Lu Yu finally felt relieved. "If you really don't want to stay in the capital, then stay a bit longer. Otherwise, if you return to Lin County, Who knows when you'll come back next time? Thinking about his sister, whom he had finally found, not wanting to stay in the capital made Lord Rong Jue feel uneasy. Brother, I want to go back and take a look. After all, I was born and raised in the capital. I miss sister-in-law and Yan too, but I really don't want to stay here too long. Also, my past with Rong Jue is over. Even if my name is still in the Rong family tree, it has been 10 years. Luin looked out the window, paused for a moment, and then said, in 10 years, we have changed a lot. I have Muyang now. Even if Rong Jue doesn't care, I do. I am still a woman. Enin has said that this world has many expectations for women. I can't get over my feelings, and I don't want to make Muyang suffer. I don't know what the future holds, but right now, things are good. After saying this, Luin lowered her head, turning the teacup in her hands, and fell silent. Lord Rong Jue didn't want to pressure his sister. He would let things happen naturally. As long as his sister was happy, he could protect her and the children for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Luan was busy exploring the streets, enjoying the higher living standards in Luzhou compared to Lin County. Her inns, Wenxiang Pavilion and Duowei Xiaofeng had branches in Suzhou and Songjiang, but they still fell short of her goals. This time in the capital, she had a clear purpose. News from the capital indicated that the location for the 4th Wenxiang Pavilion had been chosen, just waiting for Luan to design the storefront. This new shop was larger and would offer not only perfumes and scented creams for women but also custom handbags, lingerie, sleepwear, and more. With many wealthy people in the capital, Luin aimed for a high-end market, making Wenxiang Pavilion a premium shopping destination for women. Especially with items like handbags and lingerie that were not available in this era, Luin was full of enthusiasm. By the time Luin returned, it was almost dark. As she entered the courtyard of the inn, 2 little ones rushed out like little cannonballs. Big sister. Enin's sister. Luin reached out to catch the 2 little ones, and Mrs. Xue and Luin exchanged smiles. If all went well, they would reach the capital in about half a day. On this day, Luin deliberately took little Muyang and her mother to ride in the same carriage. Mother, you don't need to worry. Just follow your heart. My brother and I will always be with you. Since yesterday, Luin noticed that her mother seemed lost in thought. After all, her mother grew up in the capital, got married, had children, and then suffered a terrible fate. The capital holds many beautiful memories for her mother, but it is also a place of sorrow. After years apart, returning to the capital must bring back a mix of feelings. Moreover, she has to face her grandfather and the Rong family, especially her biological father, Rong Jue. Seeing the worried look in her daughter's eyes, Luin gently patted Enin's head. Don't worry, I can handle it. No matter how difficult it gets, it won't be worse than the 10 years with the Wang family. Enin, I won't return to the Rong family. I can't let your grandfather and the others make things hard for us. Mother, no matter what you decide, I will respect your choice. Luin smiled. I won't stop you, after all. You are part of the Rong family. Your father is a good man, but we missed 10 years together. The moon has its phases, and people experience joy and sorrow. Not everything can go as we wish. After saying this, Luin leaned back in the carriage and closed her eyes. Enin remained silent, while Xiao Muyang obediently snuggled in his sister's arms. He knew that the uncle from the Rong family was his sister's biological father. He also knew that both his mother and sister had suffered at the hands of bad people over a decade ago, which led them to the village. He understood that both his mother and sister loved him, and he listened to them.
Aunt, we are almost at the inn.
Let's take a break. We will reach the capital in about an hour, came Lu Huanping's voice from outside the carriage. This inn was not a place for just anyone. Only officials or those delivering documents could rest there, eat, and change horses. With the sign of the Duke of Rong, the inn would certainly provide a warm welcome. The group got out of the carriage, and the horses needed some water and feed. Upon hearing that the Duke of Rong had arrived, the innkeeper quickly came out to greet them. I greet you, Your Grace. The innkeeper held a low-ranking position, but he showed great respect upon seeing the Duke. The Duke nodded, and everyone entered the inn. The innkeeper personally arranged resting rooms for them. Just as they settled in with a cup of tea, someone else arrived. Coincidentally, it was Xue Jiang, who had come to welcome Madame Xue and her son. The Duke of Rong did not recognize Xue Jiang, as he had only recently been assigned to the capital and had no prior connection with the Duke before his departure. Madame Xue and her son were resting inside when a maid came to report that the master had come to take them. Madame Xue quickly came out of the house when she heard her husband had arrived.
Dad.
When Uyghur saw his father, he ran over and Xue Jiang happily picked him up. The father and son shared a warm moment. How was your journey? Your mother has been thinking about you for days, Xue Jiang asked his wife, Cheng. The trip went smoothly, but Uyghur almost had an accident in Luzhou City. What? What happened? Xue Jiang became anxious. Uyghur was the only child in the Xue family, and if anything happened to him, it would worry his mother greatly. Madame Xue then explained in detail what happened in Luzhou City. The Duke was also at the inn? Of course. Uyghur and I traveled with the Duke from Luzhou, which made the journey much easier. I had endless conversations with Sister Lu, and your son almost became a side husband for an inn, haha. Madame Xue couldn't help but laugh at this. After hearing his wife's story, Xue Jiang also laughed, thinking about his silly son. Madam, I will go greet the Duke first. After we return home, we will choose a good day to visit. After chatting with his wife for a while, Xue Jiang didn't waste any more time and went to the courtyard where Duke Rong and his party were resting. Official Xue Jiang pays his respects to the Duke. Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, reached out to support Xue Jiang.
There's no need for formalities, Official Xue.
I thank the Duke again for saving my son's life. After settling in at home, I will bring my mother, wife, and children to visit. Your wife and my sister are already close friends, and your son and my little nephew have become good friends too, so we don't need to be too formal, Duke Rong said with a smile. Xue Jiang had heard from his wife that she and Lu Yu had become friends, and his silly son was getting along very well with the Lu family's young master. Xue Jiang was not a narrow-minded person. On the contrary, he was quite clever. The Duke was approachable and a respected scholar, likely to be a future high official. For a fifth-rank official like him to catch the Duke's attention was quite fortunate. Jiang thanks the Duke. Duke Rong truly admired Xue Jiang. Although they had no prior connections, it didn't mean the Duke was unaware of the officials in the capital. Having risen from a county magistrate to his current position, Xue Jiang was known for his integrity and honesty, making him a person worth befriending. After chatting with Duke Rong for a while and personally thanking Lu Yu and Luan, Xue Jiang took his leave. Because Xue's mother was at home waiting for her grandson, he couldn't stay long. Since they were already in the capital, he had the chance to visit the Duke's residence. The Duke of Rong was a top scholar in his time, and his knowledge was impressive. Xue Jiang had heard his father talk about him, but had never met him. Now that his wife had become friends with the Duke's sister, the two families would be much closer. Madame Xue also came to say goodbye to Lu Yu and left with her husband to return home. Uyghur and Xiao Muyang, the two little ones, held hands and looked at each other with teary eyes, as if they were parting forever. Xue Jiang looked up at the sky in silence, realizing that his son seemed a bit foolish. He understood that his son was a sincere child, and the young master of the Lu family was also genuine. Madame Lu's two children were very different. Luin was clever and didn't seem like a 13-year-old at all, with a bright future ahead. Xue Jiang took his wife and son back to the capital first, while the Duke and his companions rested for over half an hour before leaving. An hour passed quickly. Luan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out to see the city gate ahead. The tall city gate had the words Jinling prominently displayed, showcasing the capital's grandeur and prosperity. Mother, we're almost at the city gate. Luan turned to her mother. Lu Yu also leaned out to look. The city walls looked just as she remembered. It had been 11 years since she left Jinling, and today she finally set foot on this land again. Since regaining her memory, the name Jinling had constantly appeared in her mind. This was the place where she was born and raised. How could she forget it? Mother, sister, this is the capital. The city gate is so tall and big. Xiao Muyang exclaimed, peering out of the window with curiosity. Lu Huanping rode ahead, wearing the duke's emblem. The guards recognized him and let them pass without checking. Luin suddenly felt a gaze following their carriage. However, her intuition told her that this gaze was not hostile. In fact, it felt quite warm. She looked around but didn't see anyone. Luin smirked, her eyes full of mischief, thinking that something interesting was about to happen. Luyu didn't notice the change in her daughter's expression. Her thoughts were quite restless at the moment. She wondered if she could stay calm when she saw her father and how she would handle the situation. After all, his mother passed away because of him, and she and her daughter suffered unfairness for 10 years. These things cannot be erased with just a few words. The Duke's residence is located on Wayland Alley in Chessboard Street, where many officials live. The alley is very quiet. Lu Huanping had already sent someone back to their residence to inform his mother. At this moment, Madame Su, along with Lu Huanyan and several maidservants, was waiting at the front gate, and Madame Su was very excited. As the carriage approached, Luyu felt emotional seeing the familiar streets and trees that reminded her of the past. "Aunt, we are almost home." Outside the carriage, Lu Huanping's voice was heard. Upon hearing her nephew's voice, Luyu took a deep breath and gently wiped away her tears. Luan couldn't comfort her mother. Some things her mother had to face herself, and she couldn't avoid them. At the gate, Lu Huanyan supported her mother's arm and occasionally stood on her tiptoes to look down the alley. Before long, a carriage slowly approached. "Mother, it's my brother. Aunt and the others have arrived." After saying this, Lu Huanyan ran ahead. "And sister?" Lu Huanyan reached the front, jumping and calling out. She really missed her sister Nan. "Mother, it's my cousin. I'll go down first." Saying this, Luan pushed open the carriage door and jumped down before the carriage had even stopped. "Cousin!" The two girls hugged each other and laughed joyfully. "Aunt, I am Huanyan." Lu Huanyan did not forget her aunt in the carriage. Zi had already opened the carriage door and helped Madame Su down, while Lu Huanping stepped forward to carry little Muyang down. Luyu looked at the little girl in front of her, a child she had held when she was small. Tears filled her eyes as she reached out to touch Lu Huanyan's face, saying, "Huanyan has grown up." Lu Huanyan wiped her tears and stepped forward to support Luyu, saying, "Aunt, let's go home." The group then walked toward the Duke's residence. Madame Su quickly walked down the steps, trembling as she called out Yuer. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luyu looked up suddenly, and before she could speak, tears fell again. Coming toward her was her sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, Yuer." Madame Su hugged Luyu tightly, and all the words turned into tears as the two sisters-in-law shared their pain. Madame Su cried so hard that she could barely open her eyes, while the children wiped their own tears nearby. "Quickly let my sister inside." Duke Lu Rufeng stepped forward to comfort them. Only then did Madame Su stop crying, saying, "Let's go home." After speaking, she took Luyu's hand with one hand and pulled Xiao Muyang with the other, and the family walked into the mansion. After Luyu got married, her courtyard was kept intact. Madame Su had arranged for it to be tidied up and had personally added many things. At that time, Qi Yanren really liked that courtyard and had been thinking about wanting it. Finally, when Luyu got married, she suggested to the De Qi family that she wanted to move in. The De Qi family then asked Liansheng about this request, but soon Madame Su found out and caused a scene. Madame Su blocked the entrance to the courtyard and said bluntly, "What's this? Your mother occupies my mother-in-law's courtyard, and your daughter wants to take over Ruyu's courtyard? How is that fair? Don't forget, this is the courtyard of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rong Jue, not your Qi families. Qi Yanran is a Qi, not a Lu." The De Qi family was furious and called for Liansheng. Madame Su was not afraid at all. "Father, if you agree, I will go out and tell everyone to judge this. An outsider wants to occupy the courtyard of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rong Jue. People might think Qi Yanran is your biological daughter." Madame Su's words displeased Duke Rong Jue Liansheng. But she was right. With so many courtyards in the mansion, Why did Qi Yanran insist on living in Ruyu's courtyard? In the end, Qi Yanran did not get to move in. Moreover, Madame Su registered everything in the courtyard, down to a flower pot, and had the servants check the inventory every 10 days or so. The Daiqi family was furious. They even wanted to secretly take the good things from Luyu's courtyard but were thwarted by Madame Su. After the Daiqi family faced consequences, Lu Rufing took control of the entire Duke of Rongjue's mansion, and Madame Su reorganized the whole residence, even preparing courtyards for Luin and Xiao Muyang. Luin was very touched by her aunt's thoughtfulness. Lu Yu was even more grateful, as she hadn't seen her brother and sister-in-law for many years, yet they still cared for her as they did back then. Sister-in-law, you have worked hard all these years. We are family, so we don't need to be polite. A sister-in-law is like a mother. This is what I should do. You have suffered so much. It's hard for us in the capital to compare to your hardships. Madame Su truly cared for her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I want to see him later. Lu Yu hugged Madame Su's arm and gently rested her head on her shoulder. Madame Su knew who she was referring to. All right, I will go check the kitchen first and call you later.
You can rest for a bit.
After all this time, even though there was no rush, it was still uncomfortable. It also allowed Lu Yu to calm her emotions. When Lu Yu entered the residence, the old Duke, Lu Cheng, naturally heard the news. However, his health was still not good, and he spent most of his time resting in bed. Madame Su advised the servants not to let the old Duke get too excited. She arranged for her aunt and the others, saying she would bring them over. Lu Cheng was aware of his condition, so he obediently waited in the courtyard. As for Lu Rujiang, with the efforts of the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Heng, Lu Rujiang was successfully sent away to another place. Having been away from the capital for several days, it was unlikely he would return for years. The old Duke was very clear about this situation. However, he felt helpless. The entire Duke's residence was in the hands of his eldest son. Keeping Lu Rujiang alive was already the greatest concession from him. Thus, he couldn't let his eldest son truly turn away from him, but the old Duke also understood that a gap had formed between them. Besides, he was well aware of how Lu Rujiang had treated his eldest son's family in the past. Now, the old Duke had given up on Lu Rujiang, a son born out of wedlock, and the current Duke, who would be the future Prime Minister, weighed heavily on his mind. The old Duke knew which was more important. Madame Su instructed an older servant in the courtyard to take good care of her aunt. The servant, named Zhou, had been with the residents for many years. Rest assured, Madam, I will take good care of our young lady, Zhou said, wiping her eyes. Although Lu Yu had been away for many years, Zhou still called her young lady out of habit. Lu Yu entered the room, while Luin went to her own courtyard. Little Muyang was still young, so Lu Yu decided to let him stay in the same courtyard with her. Yi went to arrange their luggage. Miss, why don't you lie down for a while? Zhou said softly. No, you go ahead with your tasks. I want to see him soon. After all, he is my father. Zhou sighed. She felt a bit resentful towards the old Duke. A good family had been torn apart because of him. Not long after, Luan ran over. Big sister. Little Muyang, seeing his sister, ran over excitedly. The little one was still getting used to the new environment. Don't be afraid. Uncle said, we are home now. Since we are home, it's just like being in our own house. Everything will be the same as before, and we don't have to worry about anyone else. The residence is filled with Uncle's people. Luin smiled like a little fox. Lu Yu looked at her daughter, and her anger faded a bit. After a while, Mrs. Su returned, and the two women took the children to Old Man Lu's courtyard. Lu Cheng had been resting and was feeling better. However, after being sick for so long and facing such a big, he still spent most of his time in bed. If he didn't see Lu Yu for a day, he felt unsettled. Old Master, the young lady and the little young master have entered the residence. The lady said she would come to see you soon, the old servant Sihai reported. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng struggled to get out of bed. Sihai quickly stepped forward to advise, Old Master, don't rush. You should rest well first. Once you're fully recovered, you can move around as you wish. No, I must get up quickly. I feel much better, Lu Cheng insisted. Sihai had no choice but to help the old master get dressed and put on his shoes. When Mrs. Su and Lu Yu arrived at Lu Cheng's courtyard, they ran into old man Lu hurrying out, with the old servant nervously following him. Lu Yu looked up. After many years, the elegant man she remembered now had gray hair. He had lost the vigor of his youth and looked like an elderly man. Lu Cheng gazed at the young woman before him, his daughter. "Yue, you're back." Lu Cheng's lips trembled as he reached out his hands unsteadily. Lu Yu felt a mix of emotions, but remained silent. Seeing this, Mrs. Su sighed. "Why are you out? You should be resting while you're sick. I've been worried about Yue for many days." "Where? Was your journey all right? With my brother by my side, how could anything be wrong? Or are you hoping for my troubles?" For some reason, Lu Yu felt uncomfortable, and her words came out differently than intended.
Liu an quietly thought beside Xiao Mu Yang.
To be honest, Luin had never felt close to her grandfather, and Mrs. Su was a bit taken aback. Lu Cheng realized his daughter was upset, and it was all his fault. "Yue, I was wrong. I regret it. If I hadn't been so foolish and blind, your mother wouldn't have left so early, and you and your brother wouldn't have suffered so much." Lu Cheng was in tears, truly regretting his past. "What good is your regret? Can my mother come back? Can the 10 years of suffering for Anan and me just disappear? We almost died in Kaoshan village. Do you know about this?" Lu Yu said, tears streaming down her face. "Sister-in-law, I'm tired." After saying this, she left without looking back.
"Yue."
Lu Cheng pounded his chest in frustration. "That aunt, I'll go talk to my mother," Luan said as she took little Mu Yang to chase after her mother. Seeing this, Madame Su had to say, "Father, my younger sister just returned.
"Give her some time.
You should go rest, it's getting late. The child is with your grandson Lu Mu Yang." Only then did Lu Cheng calm down. "Tomorrow, let the 2 children come. I will prepare a gift for Mu Yang." "All right, but make sure to bring out something special," Madame Su said with a smile. Lu Cheng then let the old servant support him back to the house. After calming the old man, Madame Su returned to Lu Yu's courtyard. At that moment, Duke Rong Jue, Lu Rufeng, and several children were present, and Lu Yu sat in a chair with a serious expression. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Everyone understood that Lu Yu needed to express her feelings. Keeping them bottled up was not good. "Let's eat first. After dinner, you can have a good sleep. Mu Yang, tomorrow your aunt will take you to see your grandfather," he said. "He has gifts for you. Your grandfather isn't feeling well, so he won't join us for dinner."
Mu Yang nodded obediently.
Luan understood her mother's feelings. 10 years of living without dignity couldn't be brushed aside with just a few words. She felt the same way. If it were easy to forgive and let go, everyone could find countless reasons for their past mistakes. Sighing, Luan thought about how her father wouldn't bring good news either. If her mother saw her father, would she lose her temper? Luan shivered at the thought. "What's wrong, sister?" Little Mu Yang asked, coming closer. "Oh, it's nothing, haha," Luan replied awkwardly with a laugh. Lu Yu seemed to sense something and turned to look intently at Luan. This made Luan nervous. Let's go eat. I'm so hungry." Luan quickly picked up little Mu Yang and dashed out. Lu Yu snorted softly and muttered, "Little traitor." Duke Rong Jue, Lu Rufeng chuckled, knowing what his sister meant. During the family reunion dinner that evening, everyone was quite happy, and Lu Yu managed to adjust her mood. Tomorrow, the whole family would visit the Lu family ancestral hall, and Lu Yu would take the children to see her own mother. Several uncles in the family know that Lu Yu has returned to the capital. They will all go to the Lu family's ancestral hall tomorrow and then gather at the Duke of Rong's residence. Luan did not return to her own courtyard that night. She wanted to stay with her mother and chat with her. After they finished tidying up, they leaned against the headboard of the bed together. "Mom, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If others haven't experienced hardship, they shouldn't judge us. Even if someone says we are unfilial, so what? They are not us and haven't gone through what we have. As long as we are true to ourselves, that's enough. I want you to live happily. Luin didn't want her mother to live in hatred forever. Letting go doesn't mean forgiving. Perhaps not hating someone means they have become insignificant, and that is true letting go. Luyu sighed on the way back. I thought a lot. Your uncle also said your grandfather truly regrets it now, but we can't go back to the past. I felt so frustrated at that time, and my anger just flared up. Mom, I understand. They say killing is just a matter of striking down, and after the chief family faced justice, I threw their bodies into the mountains to feed the wolves. I don't care if others say I'm heartless. Even if I turned their bones to dust, it wouldn't ease my hatred. However, look at Lu Rujing and Rong Jue. They're still alive. That means I must live well. I want to reach the peak of my life, and one day, I want them to look up to me and fear me. They will surely hate me, but so what? They can't get rid of me. Living is the greatest torment for them. Luyu chuckled. What are you thinking, little one? All right, it's fine. I'm not that stubborn. Luan laughed, but she was too quick to be happy. Luyu narrowed her eyes. Does Rong Jue know about our return to the capital? Tell me the truth. Luan rolled her eyes and playfully leaned her face closer to her mother. Mom, before I left the capital, my dad specifically reminded me. I'm a good child. I can't lie to my dad, right? Luyu poked Luan's head playfully. Don't think I don't know. You've been in touch with your dad since you came back. I won't stop you. He is your biological father, and he loves you very much. But for me and him, that's in the past. You don't need to worry about adult matters. Focus on your own life. Luin shrugged her shoulders. Dad, you need to work hard. I've done my best. The next day, Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, took his whole family, except for the sick old master, to the ancestral hall of the Lu family in the southern village outside the city. Lu Sanbua, Lu Wubua, and other family members were already waiting at the hall. When Luyu saw her third and fifth uncles, she quickly greeted them. Lu Sanbua's wife had passed away 2 years ago, but Lu Wubua's wife, Fong, was still alive. Fong took Luyu's hand and cried, You finally came home. That's wonderful. Fifth aunt, I'm sorry to have made you worry, Luyu replied, quickly pulling over little Mu Yang. Luan had met the family before, but it was Mu Yang's first time. Little Mu Yang clasped his hands and greeted each elder, which made Fong hug him and cry again. Seeing his wife in tears, Lu Wubor felt heartbroken. He stepped forward and said, Don't cry. The kids will often be in the capital, and you can see them whenever you want. Look, your crying is making the children cry too. Let's all stop crying. Fong finally calmed down. Once inside the ancestral hall, Luyu knelt before her mother's memorial tablet and cried out, Mother, your unfilial daughter, Yu, has returned. I miss you. Luyu sobbed loudly. The others also shed tears, and Luan and little Mu Yang bowed to their grandmother. Luyu cried for a while. Madame Su helped her up, saying, Little sister, you need to be strong. Mother will be at ease knowing you are well. She will surely bless us. Don't be sad, or it will make her sad too. Luyu stopped crying. After leaving the ancestral hall, they all returned to the Duke's residence, as it had been many years since Luyu had seen them. The Lu family had always been close. Lu Sanbua and Lu Wubua were cousins of Lu Cheng, who was the sixth in line. They had never had a falling out until the matter with the Qi family caused some tension among the brothers. Madame Su went to prepare the meal, and everyone sat down to talk. You don't feel wronged. Your fifth uncle, and I know you have suffered greatly. Lu Cheng is just being foolish. With the Qi family facing consequences, he realizes how wrong he was. Even if you can't go back to how things were, he is still your father, and he is getting older now. Luyu understood that her third uncle meant well, and she didn't want to disrespect her elders, so she nodded in agreement. After the meal, they talked for a while longer before parting ways. Then Mu Yang, go see your grandfather. Luyu sighed softly and stood up, even though she couldn't fully accept him without reservations. All right, mother. Luin understood her mother's thoughts. Some things still needed to be done, especially since there were many members of the Liu family. Moreover, if they completely cut ties, her uncle in the court could be vulnerable to criticism, and those old-fashioned officials could be very harsh. So, the few of them went to Liu Cheng's courtyard. Madame Su did not follow this time. To be honest, she also felt resentment towards her father-in-law's actions. However, as the head of the duke's household, she needed to maintain appearances, especially since the great Qi valued filial piety. Old Master Liu had eaten very little earlier, and his daughter's strong reaction yesterday made him feel even more sad and guilty. He didn't expect his daughter to forgive him so quickly. He feared she would eventually leave him, as the root of all problems lay with him. He shouldn't have been biased. He shouldn't have been blind to the truth. He shouldn't have pushed his children away. He especially shouldn't have pressured Rong Jue to marry Qi Yanran after the Qi mother and daughter plotted against her, taking advantage of the Rong family being suppressed by the late emperor. He already had a rift with his eldest son, and if his daughter didn't forgive him, he would truly be alone. "Old master, our young lady and young master have come to see you." The old servant happily ran in, his eyes squinting with joy. Upon hearing that his daughter and the children had arrived, Liu Cheng immediately perked up. "Quick, help me up. Sihai, is my hair messy? Should I change my clothes? Will Ryua think I look bad?" As Liu Yu was walking to the door, she suddenly paused upon hearing the conversation inside. Luan noticed her mother's stiff movements and stepped forward to push open the door. "Yuer, come in quickly. And Mu Yang, come in." The few of them stepped into the room. "Sit down quickly. Don't just stand there. Mu Yang, come here, and let your grandfather see you." Liu Cheng, with tears in his eyes, reached out to little Mu Yang. "Hello, grandfather, I am Liu Mu Yang. Your grandson bows to you." After saying this, little Mu Yang respectfully bowed 3 times to Liu Cheng. "Good boy, get up quickly. Sihai, hurry and bring me my best tea leaves, some snacks, candies, and the jade pendant I prepared for Mu Yang." Sihai quickly got busy with the servants. Liu Cheng held little Mu Yang, who looked just like Ryua. He would surely grow into a handsome young man. Little Mu Yang obediently let his grandfather admire him. At that moment, the old servant Sihai also brought many delicious treats, and little Mu Yang looked at his mother. Liu Yu softly said, "Go ahead and eat." Xiao Mu Yang finally started to eat, and tears of joy filled the eyes of old Master Liu as he smiled. Liu Yu and Luan remained silent, while Xiao Mu Yang quietly ate his food, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Old Master Liu cautiously observed his daughter's cold demeanor and moved his lips. "You heir, why don't you stay here? This is your home." He owed his daughter so much and wanted her and the children to stay with him so he could slowly make up for lost time. "No, I'm a married woman, and what's done is done. My home is not here," Liu Yu replied, turning to look out the window. Old servant Si Hai stood outside the door. He had been with the old master for most of his life. He couldn't interfere in the matters of the family, but it was clear that old Master Liu had created this situation himself. He could see that the Duke and Duchess had already grown distant from him. If it weren't for the Liu family, the Duke would have sent him away to live in retirement long ago. "You heir, I don't ask you to forgive me right now. I know I've made many mistakes. Just give me a chance, please." Old Master Liu began to cry. Seeing his grandfather in tears, Xiao Mu Yang put down his food. Luan stepped forward, picked up Xiao Mu Yang, and turned to leave the room. Si Hai noticed the young lady carrying the young master out and heard the old master crying, but he felt helpless. Liu Yu looked at her father, who was crying, and slowly said, "Because of you, not just Mu Yang, how much suffering haven't and I endured. We nearly died out there. Ever since my mother left, we've grown apart. It's not that I abandoned you. You gave up on me long ago. Besides being my father, we can never return to how things were." After speaking, Liu Yu stood up, slowly turned around, and walked out step by step. Liu Cheng raised his hand, but let it fall weakly. He had no words to say. He saw the distance in his daughter's and granddaughter's eyes and noticed the unfamiliarity in his grandson's gaze. This must be a punishment from heaven. He deserved it. The bitter wine he brewed himself could only be drunk alone. He couldn't blame anyone else. Lu and carrying her brother, did not leave the courtyard. After Lu Yu came out, she looked at the old servant Si Hai and said, "Thank you, Uncle Si Hai. Please take care of him." Si Hai bowed and then entered the house. "Mom?" Luan approached, looking at her mother with concern, knowing that her mother must be hurting inside. "Don't worry, mother's fine. He is still my father, but we really can't go back to how things were. I will fulfill my duties, and the rest is as it is." Lu Yu slowly walked out of Liansheng's courtyard with her son and daughter. As she reached the gate, she looked back at the courtyard, thinking she probably wouldn't come back here again. Soon, Lord Lu Rufeng and Lady Su learned about what happened in the old man's courtyard, and they couldn't ask Lu Yu to do anything more. "Little sister, don't be too yourself. Just follow your heart." Lu Rufeng felt very sorry for his sister. Although his life in the mansion had been tough, it was still much better than what his sister and mother had faced. If he couldn't fully let go, how could his sister and in the end, it was hard to accept. "Mother, I'm going to the shop to check things out. I won't be back tonight. I'll go find father directly." Liansheng has sent word that there are some matters to discuss with father and the others. Lu Yu nodded. She had found a lead, and now her daughter and Liansheng had an important task ahead, to seek justice for Duke Jingyuan. Lu and took Qing Yi and Lan Yi and left the house. The three of them first arrived at the Forget Worry Tavern. As soon as Bado saw his young lady, he was overjoyed. He had not let her down. The tavern was doing very well. Now, one had to book 5 or 6 days in advance to get a table. Bado and his team were extremely busy, and if it weren't for the curfew in the capital, they would be working non-stop at night. Of course, there were also nobles who arranged to meet at night, but they came secretly. If caught by the patrol, it would take a lot of explaining. Bado took his young lady to the tavern's backyard, served her favorite fruit juice, and brought out some fruits and snacks before fetching the tavern's account book. Although Forget Worry Tavern was small, it was fragrant and offered various snacks and seasonal fruit dishes that no one had ever heard of, making it a popular spot for the wealthy. Some guests suggested expanding the tavern, but Lu An disagreed. She wanted the allure of something that was hard to get. Now, the tavern had a professional bartender who mixed various fruit wines into fruit cocktails. This term sounded quite fresh. Many had tried to imitate it, but they all failed. The imitations tasted terrible and were ultimately abandoned. Even the crown prince often visited Forget Worry Tavern. There were also envious people secretly inquiring about the owner behind the tavern. After some inquiries, I found out that she is the long-lost daughter of the second son of the Rong family and also the niece of the newly appointed Duke of Rong. Those who were envious could only feel jealousy. They truly dared not have any thoughts, fearing that the second son of the Rong family would ruin them. So, no one dared to provoke the Forget Worry Tavern. After finishing the accounts with Bado, Luin then went with Bado to the new shop that Bado had just bought. It was a 2-story small white building with a little courtyard. The small white building was inside the yard, which was not large, but very exquisite. The small white building was hidden behind a tall pomegranate tree, which was currently in full bloom. Luan couldn't help but smile. Bado could tell that his girl was very pleased with the new shop. Sure enough, Luan said, "Add a chicken leg for Bado, and make it a big one." After looking at the small white building, Luan already had a renovation plan in mind. Back in the backyard of the tavern, Luan asked Qing Yi to bring out paper and pen, and she began to draw. Bado went to busy himself in the front, while Qing Yi and Lan Yi stayed by Luan An's side. Soon, the revised plans for the inside and outside of the small white building were completed, and Luan made some small adjustments to the previously drafted execution plan. Lan Yi, come and familiarize yourself with the execution plan for the small white building.
Huh.
Lan Yi was taken aback. You can't always just be my guards. Qing Yi, I don't expect much from you. If you can't wield a weapon, you might as well hang around. From now on, you will manage the fragrant pavilion in the capital. I believe you will do well. The burden on you is heavy, and you must support this business. Lu and looked at Lan Yi with determination. Lonnie steadied her mind and solemnly took the booklet from Luan's hands, saying, I will follow your orders, miss.
Congratulations, Lani.
You're now the manager. Please take good care of us.
Vingi tiset playfully.
You know, the young lady has never treated us as servants. She has always regarded us as sisters. While I'm not by her side, Granny Jean can't follow her everywhere. You need to be very alert. If the young lady loses a single hair, you'll see how I deal with you. Qing-yi stuck out her tongue. Don't worry, Lonnie. If anyone bullies the young lady, they'll have to get through me first. Qing-yi's expression turned serious, and a fierce aura radiated from her. Luan smiled. Although Qing-yi and the others had not been by her side for long, they truly cared for her. Rather than saying she was their master, it would be more accurate to say she was their sister. She certainly would not overlook their talents. Lan-yi, I will have the old lady choose 2 more girls to follow you. Some tasks can be given to them. Also, send a message to Gao Qing to bring the prepared staff. The clothing workshop needs to be set up quickly. The embroiderers from Bado have already arrived. I will give you the clothing designs later. Make sure to manage the embroiderers well. Otherwise, if the designs get leaked, we will lose our advantage.
Don't worry, Mississippi.
I have my own ways to keep the embroiderers quiet. As for how Lan-yi would do that, Luan didn't concern herself with it. Lan-yi, coming from a background of secret guards, had her own methods. Miss, Granny Jean has arrived. Bado knocked on the door and said from outside, Please invite Granny Jean in. The door opened and Granny Jean walked in quickly. Granny. Luan rushed over. Granny Jean reached out to catch the little girl. Granny's little girl is back. I missed you so much. Granny, I missed you too. Luan hugged Granny Jean, wiggling like a little caterpillar in her embrace. Granny Jean couldn't stop smiling. Granny Jean knew that her young master had entered the city yesterday evening and had gone to the Liu family ancestral hall this morning to pay respects to Madame Min. She patiently waited and didn't come over until she couldn't hold back any longer, leaving the Rong residence for a small tavern. At this moment, Luan was clinging to Granny Jean like a child, and the 2 of them shared a warm moment. Miss, Lord Rong knows that Madame has come to the capital. This morning, he asked me when you would return home. I had to say that you hadn't mentioned it. Lord Rong didn't ask anything else, so the old master and the young master probably don't know. Granny, I will return to the Rong residence today, but my mother will not go. Yes, after 10 years, many things can change. Although the Rong residence only recognizes Madame as the wife of the second branch, rumors can be frightening. With Madame's character, she certainly wouldn't want the Rong residents to be caught up in gossip. Moreover, the political situation is a bit delicate. If someone uses this matter to attack the Rong residents, it will definitely put them in a difficult position. Granny, it's not an if. It's certain that someone will do this. My uncle and my father both hold significant military power. The 4 camps in the capital and the Tiger Bend camp are like sharp blades in the Emperor's hands. There are already people who are envious. Furthermore, with Empress Li still in the palace, the Li family's influence remains strong. So, I will discuss this matter with my father. Granny Jean nodded in approval. Her young master was very perceptive. With her in the Jingyuan Marquis' residence, along with young master Liansheng, the Marquis' house would surely rise again. By the way, Grandma, I have arranged for Lani to take over the Wenxiang Pavilion in the capital. Please help her by assigning 2 young girls. We want to make the Wenxiang Pavilion a high-end shop. High-end? Grandma was a bit confused. She had never heard this term before. Oh, high-end refers to wealthy people, those who spend a lot. I see. Grandma Jean thought for a moment and said, Let's have Chunya and Chun Miao come. These 2 are reliable, smart, and will definitely assist Lonnie well.
Thank you, Grandma.
Grandma Jean waved her hand and added, Let's add 1 more person here. Let Liu Yi take Lonnie's place. Liu Yi arrived in the capital a few days ago.
Please arrange it as you see fit, Grandma.
Luin entrusted Grandma Jean completely, so she wouldn't question these matters. If she worried about everything, she would wear herself out, so she would delegate appropriately. After chatting a bit more with Grandma Jean, Luin took her and Qingyi back to the Rong residence. Lonnie stayed behind to manage the Xiao by Lu matters. What she didn't expect was that her conversation with her father almost made him lose his temper. Aside from Rong Jue, no one else in the Rong residence knew that Liu had arrived in the capital last night. When Luan returned home, her aunt, Mrs. Lin, was surprised. "You're back? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "Aunt, my mother and I arrived last night. It was too late to disturb the family. This morning, I went to the Liu family ancestral hall, where my third uncle and others were present. My mother was feeling a bit unstable, so I didn't dare to leave. Please don't blame me for returning so late." How could Mrs. Lin blame Luin? "What are you saying? How could I blame you? When will your mother return?" Mrs. Lin still asked. Her own second son was eagerly waiting. He was almost turning into a stone of longing for his wife. "Aunt, my mother won't be back for a while. I don't know how she'll decide in the future. People can be cruel. Although our family won't look down on my mother, she has missed 10 years with my father, and there's also my younger brother. My mother says my father is a good dad, but she won't let the Rong family be criticized. In the future, my brother and younger brother will get married, and she doesn't want anyone gossiping behind her back, so I respect her choice." Who dares to gossip behind her back? The door to the room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The door was kicked in, and Rong Jue stormed in, looking furious. "Anyone who dares to gossip behind my back, I will pay a visit to their whole family." "Rong Lair, what are you doing? You're scaring my precious granddaughter. Just wait until I deal with you." Rong Lauda stepped forward and slapped him. "My wife doesn't want me anymore. I'm going crazy." At this moment, Rong Jue looked like a raging tiger, his eyes bloodshot, ready to break down the door if he had a knife. "Dad, I miss you so much." Luin suddenly rushed over and hugged her father's arm, genuinely afraid he might lose his mind. "Daughter, your mother doesn't want me anymore." Rong Jue complained to his daughter with a pitiful expression, feeling more miserable than bitter herbs. Had his wife really abandoned him? Rong Lauda and Rong Yu didn't want to see Rong Lair anymore. They couldn't let his wife change her mind. What was the point of him still being around? And don't mind him. If he makes mistakes, he must face the consequences. "My second daughter-in-law is Lu Riyue, so come here to your grandfather." Rong Lauda shot a fierce glare at Rong Lair, then turned to smile warmly at his granddaughter. Luin decisively abandoned her father. "Grandfather, have you been taking the medicinal meals I prepared for you? And, uncle, have you been soaking in the medicinal bath?" "Oh, yes, I'm enjoying it. The medicinal meals are great. I sleep well and feel energetic every day." Rong Lauda smiled widely. Rong Yu also laughed, and "That medicinal bath recipe is wonderful. I've been recovering from my old injuries and can run to the border now."
Ha ha ha.
Madame Lin saw her uncle's silly expression, then looked at Lair's sorrowful eyes and her father-in-law's amused smile. This family was easy to read for her little niece. And her own sons. Whenever they mentioned their sister or younger sister, their eyes sparkled with excitement. No, she felt excited too. Her little niece even customized beauty tea for her. Her uncle said his skin had improved a lot, and Madame Lin felt she was glowing. Fortunately, she remembered she had to prepare dinner, so she left the room while a few people talked. "Dad, I think we should first respect my mother's choices. Everyone is an independent individual and has the right to choose their own path. Secondly, you and Uncle are too noticeable right now. Our Rong family is highly regarded by the Emperor, but that also creates many enemies. The power dynamics in the capital are complex, especially with the Empress Dowager and the Li family. Even a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Many eyes are watching our family. We can't rush things and put the Rong family in a difficult position. This is the last thing my mother wants to see. So, Dad, if you care about Mom, you will be reunited in the future. After all, she won't marry anyone else." Rong Jue's eyes lit up. "Did your mother say she won't marry again?" Luin rolled her eyes at her father.
What?
"Do you want her to marry someone else? You ungrateful child. Is that what I meant?" I have always cared for your mother. No one can take her place. Even if we can't be together in this life, we should be buried together after we die." After saying this, Rong Jue pressed his lips together and looked out the door. Yue loves crabapple trees, and the Rong family has many of them. Luin also looked at the tall crabapple tree outside. "Dad, why are you being so sentimental? If Mom doesn't come back to the Rong family, why don't you just go find her?" "Silly." Luin wrinkled her nose in disdain. "Hey, you ungrateful little one, is that how you talk to your father? Has your kindness been eaten by a dog?" Rong Jue raised his hand as if to swat at his little daughter. "Grandfather, my dad is hitting me." "Rong Lar, how dare you hit my precious granddaughter?" The elder Rong immediately stepped in. Luin shook her legs proudly, enjoying the scene, while Rong Yu added fuel to the fire, cheering for their father. Just then, Mrs. Lin returned from the kitchen and saw the commotion. She shook her head helplessly. "Lar, I'm going to visit Ryue tomorrow." Anan is right. Once the political situation stabilizes and we deal with the Li family, you and Ryue will be reunited. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Rong Jue said, bowing deeply to his elder sister-in-law. "And I just feel sorry for your mother. Once everything is stable, your grandfather will personally go to the Duke's residence to bring her home," the elder Rong declared. Luin felt very happy inside. In other families, they would know about their mother's struggles, but would never let her return for the sake of family reputation. "Thank you, grandfather," Luin said sincerely, lifting her little face to express her gratitude. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Lin went back to her tasks. The mischievous boys would be home from school soon, and she needed to hurry the kitchen along. Luin then brought up an important matter. "Grandfather, there is important news from Brother Liansheng. Quick, tell us." The elder Rong became serious, and Rong Yu and his brother sat up straight. Luin shared everything about Furong and Zhang Qiao. Now, Furong's family and Zhang Qiao's grandson, Zhang Xiaoshan, are being protected. They will be brought out to testify at the right time. Great! The day of justice for the Lord is not far away. Anan, be sure to tell Liansheng to ensure their safety. Grandfather, don't worry. They are safe now. What about the Li family in the army? The elder Lord Rong asked his two sons. My brothers Jingji 4th Camp and my Tiger Camp have no Li family members planted in them. Second brother Chu has dealt with a few of the Li family's relatives. The defense in Baiqing is under Ding Chun, who is a longtime friend and a fellow disciple of mine. He has replaced several important positions held by the Li family to avoid their suspicion, leaving a few low-ranking officials behind, but they won't affect the overall situation, so we will keep them for now. This handling is excellent. Be careful. The Li family might act desperately, and they still have the Prince of Virtue as a trump card. Luin listened carefully as her grandfather and the others analyzed the political situation. The Prince of Virtue? He must be the one who led Furong to betray the Jingyuan Marquis' residence back then. However, over the years, the Prince of Virtue has not made any major mistakes and has kept a low profile. In dealing with people, one really cannot do without the virtue of being wise. Many officials still support the Prince of Virtue. In the palace, Empress Li also favors the Prince of Virtue. The Emperor has tried several times to move against him but has not succeeded, and since the prince hides so well, the Emperor finds it difficult to act. One must admit that the Prince of Virtue is truly skilled in strategy. Little sister, Anan. Everyone in the room recognized the voice immediately. He has really been through a lot these days, successfully putting himself on the path of being a charming young man, and he seems to be going further and further, making it hard to pull him back. Xiao, who is guarding the door, quickly greeted, "Third Master, you have arrived." Yes, yes. I must say, little Xiao, I like you just the way you are. Look at those muscles, that strong waist, those long legs, TSK, TSK. Little Xiao shivered with goosebumps and stepped back, looking terrified at the gentleman in front of him. You little rascal, get in here. Rong Jue shouted angrily. The charming third master felt his legs go weak and stumbled inside. Everyone in the room saw the flamboyantly dressed Chu San'er tumble in and struggled to hold back their laughter. Only Luan laughed uncontrollably. Elder Lord Rong shook his head helplessly. This Chu Sanner is truly a character. Chu San simply stayed on the ground, crossing his legs. Sister, I was going to pick you and Anne up, but I only found out from the messenger that you arrived in the capital last night. Third brother has been thinking of me. I entered the city last night and went to see my grandmother early this morning. Many relatives came, and I just returned for a while. By the way, third brother, I will visit grandfather tomorrow. Luin was referring to Lord Chu. All right, I will tell grandfather. He has mentioned you several times. They chatted for a while longer. Madame Lin sent someone to invite everyone to dinner. A few mischievous boys returned for a bit, while their sister was talking with the elders, so they didn't disturb them. When they met, they surrounded Luin with great affection and made quite a commotion. It was rare that the elders did not scold them. The boys all agreed that their sister was their protector, and they needed to hold onto her tightly. Meanwhile, in the Duke of Rongjue's residence, the family finished dinner and went to rest. Little Mu Yang insisted on following his older cousin. Young Master Lu really liked this little brother, but Lu Yu sent the two of them away, taking Zhuang Zhuang along. After Lu Yu finished washing up, she sat down under the light, preparing to sew a robe for her older brother. Just as she picked up the needle and thread, she heard Zi outside quietly shout, "Who goes there?" Then the sound of clashing swords was heard. At that moment, the guards in the residence rushed over. "Miss Zi, stop. This is the Marquis of Dinghua, the young lady's father." The guards shouted in confusion. Zi had been by Lu Yu's side and had never seen Rong Jue before. In the middle of the night, someone was climbing over the wall into the lady's courtyard, and as a shadow guard, she couldn't let any suspicious person go. "My lord, I apologize," Zi said, cupping her fist. Rong Jue waved his hand. The commotion in the courtyard naturally alarmed Duke Lu Ruffing and his family, who all rushed over. "Isn't that the Marquis by the wall?" "My lord, it's not good to climb over walls at this late hour." Duke Lu Ruffing crossed his arms and looked coldly at Rong Jue. What a rascal! Instead of using the front door, he climbed over the wall. Does he think he's a thief? It's not even midnight yet. Rong Jue looked at his brother-in-law's anger and casually brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, responding boldly. Lu Ruffing shot him an annoyed glare. He turned to tell the children to return to their courtyard, and Lu Huanping quickly took his younger siblings away. Madame Su did not leave. She glanced at Rong Jue and stepped into the house. "My lord, this is my sister's courtyard. Please, let's talk in the study." "I want to see you where." "You? I want to see you where." Rong Jue emphasized his tone. "I'm telling you, Rong Liar, you've gone too far. You need to give my sister some time, right?" Lu Ruffing really wanted to kick Rong Liar a few times. Who gave him the idea to climb over the wall in the middle of the night? Rong Jue rolled his eyes at Lu Ruffing. The way he rolled his eyes was just like Luin, truly a father and daughter. "Where, I know you're here. We missed 10 years. I don't want to miss the rest of my life. Heaven has given me a chance to make up for my mistakes. We are not divorced. You are still my wife, the mother of my daughter. Mainin has not had a father for 10 years, and I want to give her a complete family. You don't need to worry about Lu Muyang, he is innocent. The debts of the Wang family have nothing to do with him. I will treat him as my own. Yue, please give me a chance." At this moment, Lu Yu was already in tears, throwing herself into her sister-in-law's arms and crying loudly. This man had put aside all his dignity and pride. How could she still hate him? They were both victims, and with a child by her side, there was still a glimmer of hope, no matter how difficult it was. But what about him? In the large general's residence in Baiqing, he faced lonely and cold days and nights. Everyone in the yard heard Lu Yu's cries, and Zi secretly wiped her tears. Don't cry. If you don't want to see me, I will leave right away. I told my daughter that in this life, I will watch over you from afar, and when I die, I want us to be buried together." Lu Ruffing wanted to beat Rong Liar up. Why talk about dying? My sister just came back and Rong Liar is so clueless. All right, stop shouting. Can't you hear my sister crying? Come on, let's go have a drink. As Lu Ruffing said this, He went to pull Rong Jue. Rong Jue sat down on the ground. Big brother, my life is so hard. Father doesn't care, mother doesn't love me, and my wife doesn't want me anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Duke Rong looked at Rong Jue, who was sitting on the ground and howling. This guy was really hard to watch. This must be Anan's idea. Since ancient times, strong women fear clingy men. He was using all the tactics of crying, scolding, and throwing a fit. Madame Su in the room couldn't hold back anymore and covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Yue, look at him. What is he doing? Lu wiped her tears and peeked through the window. Well, was that man rolling on the ground really Rong Jue? She knew this man. No matter how fierce he was on the battlefield, he was careless about small things. He could go days without washing his face, but at home, he changed his clothes every day, and his white undergarments were worn only once. At this moment, he was actually rolling on the ground. Rolling? This scene is quite shocking. Mrs. Su saw her younger sister with her mouth wide open, as if she could fit an egg in it, and forgot to cry, realizing that Rong Jue's plan was about to succeed. Sure enough, Lu couldn't stand it anymore. Sister-in-law, make him get up. A grown man acting like a street woman. How could Anan suggest such a silly idea? You noticed this was An's idea too? Mrs. Su replied with a smile. No one else could come up with this but that girl. Rong Jue, do you really think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't shown my power? After saying this, Lu stood up and strode out of the room, and Mrs. Su quickly followed her. Rong Jue, get up. Lu shouted, startling Lu Rufeng. What happened to her? Today is quite lively. Both of them seem to have gone crazy. Rong Jue looked at the angry woman in front of him, and tears fell down his face. Wife. Lu looked at the man with swollen eyes. After 10 years apart, he still looked the same as she remembered, but now he seemed more composed and sharp. Rong Jue stared at her, noticing that the scar on Lu's face was gone, her skin smooth and delicate, completely unlike a mother of 2 children. Rong Jue cried, and then smiled. Wife, I missed you. Missed you, my foot. I'll beat you up. After saying that, Lu moved, kicking and hitting while scolding. The slaps made Lu Rufeng wince. In his memory, his sister always spoke softly. Was this loud and angry woman really his sister? Mrs. Su also watched with wide eyes. Z stood far away, looking up at the moon. Huh, why is there no moon tonight? No one in the yard stepped forward to stop them. Everyone agreed that letting the sister, wife, vent her feelings was better than keeping them bottled up. So, a few spectators stood in the yard, watching the drama unfold. While they were busy watching, no one noticed that on the wall, led by Luin, a row of little heads was watching with great interest. Mom, don't hurt Dad's face. You can hit him anywhere else, just leave his face alone. Luin, I'm your real dad. You dare yell at my daughter? I'll beat you to death. Late at night, Rong Jue returned to the Rong residence with a bruised face, looking quite fierce. His older brother, Rong Jue, was waiting for him at the door. As soon as Rong Jue saw his younger brother's face, he immediately became unsettled. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed his little niece winking at him, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Dad is waiting for you. After saying this, she turned and left, and no one saw the expression on the elder Rong's face, which was a bit twisted. The main courtyard of the elder Rong was brightly lit. Madame Lin was there with her eldest son, Debao. The second son sneaked off to the Duke's residence and hadn't returned late at night. How could the family feel at ease? It wasn't that they were afraid of Rong Jue doing anything bad, but they worried that Lu Rufeng might beat him again. Lu Rufeng really dared to take action. Last time, he had hurt the second son. A few people entered the main hall one after another. Inside, they immediately saw Rong Jue, whose face was bruised and swollen. Debao jumped up and exclaimed, Second uncle, how did you get beaten again? Madame Lin looked at her son, whose mouth was curling up in a grin, and quickly held him down, fearing that if the second son got angry, he might kick her son out of the capital. Rong Jue shot a cold glance at Debao. Debao finally realized and cautiously backed away like a quail. Luin, Go stand by the wall as punishment. Rong Jue, sitting in a chair with a stern face, pointed at his ungrateful daughter, who obediently went to stand by the wall, not forgetting to wink at her cousin. Debeo sneaked over like a thief. What are you doing? Why punish my precious granddaughter? Elder Rong slammed the table and shouted. My wife hit me, and she didn't intervene. She even said not to hit my face. Anywhere else is fine. Rong Jue pointed to his own face, lamenting, My wife only hits me on the face. Madame Lin couldn't help but chuckle, and soon Elder Rong burst into laughter, while Rong Yu laughed so hard he stomped his feet. The two little ones standing by the wall laughed so hard they were hitting the wall. So, you were hit by Jue? Elder Rong wiped away tears of laughter and asked. Rong Jue nodded. I deserve to be hit by my wife. She cried until her eyes were swollen, and no one, including my elder brother and sister-in-law or this ungrateful girl, helped me. They just stood by directing. It's good that no one helped. They didn't join in to beat you up, which shows they still have some respect for you. If it were me, I would have brought the whole family to beat you. Rong Jue lowered his head. Dad, I was wrong. As long as you can vent her anger, I don't care how she hits me. Ainan's mother is thinking of the family, which is why she is deliberately giving you the cold shoulder. Don't let her efforts go to waste. The world is often unfair to women. You need to understand her difficulties. There are still many days ahead. Elder Rong sighed. Madame Lin went to get the medicinal oil, and the second son has to attend the grand court meeting tomorrow. It would be embarrassing to show up with this face. Luin carefully took the oil and applied it to her father's face, trying hard not to laugh at his unfortunate appearance. Go ahead and laugh. I won't punish you too much, Rong Jue said, looking at his daughter helplessly. He had always cherished her and couldn't bear to be harsh. Luin giggled and asked, Dad, are you really going to the court like this tomorrow? Yes, I am. I feel good about it, Rong Jue said proudly, lifting his head. Everyone turned to look outside, not wanting to see such an eye-catching sight. Sure enough, the next day, Rong Jue swaggered into the court with a brightly colored face. When the ministers saw him, they wondered, what happened to the Duke of Stability? It was quite unusual. The top expert of the Qi dynasty, who could be his match. Was there a new talent from the martial world? They hadn't heard of it. Regardless of their faction, everyone stared at Duke Rong Jue with wide eyes. The emperor has arrived. With the chief's loud announcement, the ministers quickly suppressed their curiosity and knelt down. Welcome, Your Majesty. The current emperor, Renzong, sat firmly on the throne and said in a deep voice, All rise. The ministers stood up. Dear officials. As Renzong was about to address them, he caught sight of Rong Jue and widened his eyes in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Everyone in the hall followed the emperor's gaze and focused on one person who was looking quite pleased with himself. In the capital, nothing could escape the emperor's notice unless he chose to ignore it. He was well aware of the Lu family's situation and had ordered a thorough investigation into the culprit. He also knew that Lu Yu and her two children had come to the capital. Renzong had a curious heart. He wanted to see the Duke's misfortune and sent his spies to keep watch. Coincidentally, they witnessed Lu Yu confronting Rong Jue. When the spies reported back, the emperor couldn't sleep for half the night from laughing. The esteemed Duke of Stability, the great general of Wu Zhao, had been beaten. What a remarkable story. However, Renzong also understood how difficult it was for a woman and her young child to be in such a situation. As a man, Rong Jue should have protected his wife and children, so it was only fair that Lu Yu got her revenge. Thinking of this, Renzong chuckled heartily. Seeing the emperor smile, everyone else also let out a sigh of relief. Some people in the Leaf family wanted to criticize Duke Dinghua for his inappropriate appearance, thinking it offended the emperor. But when they saw the emperor happily smiling, they quietly kept their mouths shut. It seems the emperor truly likes Rong Lao heir. After the grand court meeting, Emperor Renzong indeed called Rong Lao heir to the study. Emperor Renzong couldn't hold back his laughter and asked Rong Lao heir what was going on. Rong Jue had nothing to hide. He didn't want to hide anything. There is nothing in the world the emperor doesn't know. only things he doesn't want to know. After hearing everything, Emperor Renzong felt sympathy for Rong Jue. Duke Dinghua, good things take time, but be careful of what people say. Some matters cannot be rushed. Fortunately, your daughter has recognized her roots. I heard your daughter, at such a young age, has taken on the responsibility of supporting the family and is doing well in business. She truly carries the Rong family spirit. You flatter me, Your Majesty. That child is naturally interested in business and has a bold personality. She's not the type to stay quietly at home. I owe her a lot, so I let her be herself. Emperor Renzong smirked. Duke Dinghua, your smile is so wide it almost reaches the back of your head, yet you're trying to be humble with me. I truly believe you, but it's only natural for a father to be happy when his child succeeds. The court encourages serious business people. Earning money through hard work is commendable. The third son of the Chu family is also a businessman. Earlier, when there was a flood in Liansheng, I heard that they called on the merchants of Songjiang to donate, and Suzhou followed suit. The disaster relief funds from the court haven't arrived yet, but the situation for the victims has stabilized. Your daughter is remarkable. Hearing the emperor praise his daughter made Rong Jue feel very pleased. His smile grew wider, creating a strangely colorful expression on his face. Emperor Renzong lightly coughed. Duke Dinghua, stay calm. You shouldn't be this happy. My eyes are starting to hurt. The serving them secretly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. The two talked for a while longer. In the end, the emperor reminded Rong Jue to keep a close watch on the Li family. After more than an hour, Rong Jue finally left the study. The next day, Luin's aunt Lin, the wife of Rong Yu, came to visit the Lu residence. There was nothing to hide about Lu Yu's return to the capital. The noble families in the capital have their own sources of information, and what needs to be known will be known. Everyone was guessing whether Lu Yu and Rong Jue would rekindle their relationship. After all, when they were at the Lu family, Rong Laudaran had made his stance clear in front of everyone. In the Rong family genealogy, Lu Yu is still recognized as a daughter-in-law, while Xiao Qi is merely a concubine and does not appear in the family records. So, the noble families in the capital are watching closely. When the two sisters-in-law, who were once as close as sisters, met again, they couldn't help but shed tears. Lady Lin held Lu Yu's hand and said, Ruyue, I'm sorry for what you've been through. Your father has always felt guilty and has sent people to look for you for years, but there has been no news. The family thought you and Anin were gone. Big sister, it was just fate. I won't blame you. Everything is in the past. Now that I have the children with me, I am doing well, Lu Yu replied softly. She truly no longer held any grudges and would cherish the days ahead. Do you and the second brother still have a chance? Lady Lin asked, expressing her true feelings. To be honest, the second brother had his struggles too, and as the eldest sister-in-law, Lady Lin naturally hoped for his happiness. Lu Yu lowered her head. After a long pause, she said, Big sister, we missed 10 years together. I have Muyang now, and he doesn't need to feel guilty. I just want to be with the children. Lady Lin sighed inwardly. It seemed that the second brother's pursuit of love would take a long time. Ruyue, when the children grow up, they will have their own lives. I believe they want you to be happy. Besides, Muyang is still young, and your father is an important part of his upbringing. I won't pressure you, but I hope that once things settle down, you can give the second brother a chance and also give yourself a chance so the children can have a complete family. Lu Yu's eyes turned red. She knew this all too well. But as a woman, the humiliation she endured during those 10 years with the Wang family remained a heavy burden in her heart. All right, let's not talk about those troubling matters. I heard that Anin is planning to open a shop again. That girl is quite the clever one. Lady Lin quickly changed the subject, not wanting to add too much pressure on Lu Yu. Mentioning Luan made Lu Yu smile, and she had so much to say. Ever since that serious illness, she has grown up so much. She wants to start a business, and while I can't help her directly, I fully support her. Xiangur is also a good kid. These siblings are determined to become the richest in Qi. Yes, children can grow up in an instant. You are truly blessed, Lady Lin remarked with deep emotion. I heard that the Forgetting Worries Tavern requires reservations at least 7 or 8 days in advance. Otherwise, you won't get a spot. Last time, Anin took us there. No wonder so many people go. There were many things I had never seen before, and even my father liked the drinks at the tavern. In a few days, Anin said there will be some wine for sale, all made from grapes at our own sunlit farm. I will bring some home for everyone to taste. That sounds great. We are really lucky to have Anin. She always thinks of her family first. She is such a thoughtful child, Mrs. Lin sincerely praised. The boys in the family rushed home from school and ran to their sister's yard. Anin is like the favorite in the family.
Aunt.
Just as they were talking about her, Anin's cheerful voice rang out from outside. She came into the yard with little Muyang. When Mrs. Lin arrived, Muyang was not at home, and it was her first time meeting the child. Anin led Muyang into the house. Mrs. Lin saw a child about 5 or 6 years old, looking like Luyu, with bright black eyes. Muyang, greet your aunt, Luyu quickly instructed little Muyang.
Understood. And Muyang respectfully said, and Muyang grets out.
Good boy, come here, and let me see you, Mrs. Lin said. Little Muyang obediently walked up to Mrs. Lin. She reached out to pat his little head. What a good child. You can come to play at your sister's house. There are several older brothers there. The youngest is 2 years older than you, and you can play together. Little Muyang nodded. Thank you, Aunt. Mrs. Lin quickly took out a gift she had prepared for Muyang. I know you are learning medicine with your master, so I found this for you. I hope that after you finish your studies, you can heal people and become a true healer. Saying this, she handed a small cloth bag to little Muyang. And this set of stationery. Muyang took it and opened the small cloth bag to find a delicate jade wrist pillow. He didn't know its value, but Anin and Luyu recognized it. Blue mountain worm jade? Muyang, quickly thank your aunt. Sister-in-law, this stationery set is already wonderful, but this jade is too precious. Luyu felt a bit embarrassed. Muyang is your child, so he is our child too. I personally chose the stationery set, and this jade pillow is a gift from my second son, Mrs. Lin joked. Luyu didn't know what to say, but felt touched. Rong Jue was telling him that he wouldn't underestimate Xiao Muyang. Muyang, this jade pillow is made from Lan mountain worm jade, which is very expensive. Its main benefit is to calm a mind. When placed under a patient's wrist, it helps in accurate pulse diagnosis. Do you understand?
Xiao and Muyang nodded vigorously.
I understand. I will study hard with my master and become an excellent healer. Thank you, Aunt, and please thank Uncle Rong on my behalf. After saying this, Xiao Muyang bowed to Madame Lin. This child, no need for such formalities. Madame Lin reached out to pull Xiao Muyang closer and lovingly patted his little head. Aunt, when my brother and younger brother come back from school, let them join us too. Tonight, we will have grilled lamb skewers, Luan said excitedly. Grilled lamb skewers? Madame Lin asked, puzzled. Oh, it's what we often call fanji. The meat is cut into evenly sized pieces, skewered on bamboo sticks, grilled over charcoal, and then sprinkled with fine salt, cumin, and chili powder. Luin knew that barbecuing was common in Dachi, with grilled chicken or other meats, but cumin was quite rare and not very expensive. This cumin was bought by Mao Chun from merchants. Moreover, lamb was not something common people could eat often, let alone beef. In ancient times, where agriculture was prioritized, it was forbidden to slaughter working oxen for food. Illegally killing an ox could lead to imprisonment. Killing a government ox results in 1.5 years of hard labor, showing the importance of oxen at that time. The lamb was also sourced from the versatile Bado, and Luan had long been craving it. Madame Lin was naturally pleased. She was eager to spend more time at Lu's residence and quickly sent a maid home to relay the message. The maid understood the lady's intention. It was indeed to inform the young masters, but more importantly, it was to inform the second master. Soon it was evening. Madame Su, the wife of the Duke of Rong, brought everyone to Qingsong courtyard. Old Master Lu Cheng did not appear. His relationship with his daughter had begun to improve over the past few days, which made him happy. However, He was recovering and couldn't eat grilled skewers, so he stayed back to enjoy his medicinal meals in the courtyard. The young master Lu Huanping and the eldest son of the Rong family were already anxious. Lu Huanyan was so eager that he was almost jumping up and down, personally urging the servants to quickly bring the barbecue items to the courtyard. The barbecue items were specially ordered according to Luin's request, and the charcoal was high-quality silver silk charcoal, which produces no irritating smoke. Lamb, chicken wings, steamed bread slices, homemade sausages, a few jars of fruit wine, and refreshing side dishes were all laid out on the long table by the servants. The chef, Chef Nio, and his apprentices were eager to start, as professional cooks couldn't miss such a great learning opportunity. Under the careful training of the young lady, Chef Nio had learned many new dishes recently. Of course, these dishes had already appeared in the third young master's restaurant. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Luan put on her apron and began her grilling journey. The lamb skewers sizzled over the charcoal, and after flipping them a few times, she sprinkled them with fine salt, cumin, and a bit of chili powder, releasing a delightful aroma. Xiao Muyang, Xiao Kongping, and the youngest son of Rong Jue, 7-year-old Chun Ge, were already licking their lips. Chun Ge even gulped loudly, making Madame Lin's eyes widen in surprise. Chef Nio learned quickly. As a professional, he soon got the hang of it and made sure to grill non-spicy skewers for the children. Luan placed her grilled skewers on a plate. Zi promptly brought them over and placed them in front of Madame Guogong, Madame Lin, and her own lady. The mothers were no longer shy. At this point, pretending to be modest was pointless. As for the children, their mothers didn't pay them any mind since they were being looked after. Even Lu Huanyan grilled a few chicken wings herself, not to mention Lu Huanping and the older kids. Everyone enjoyed eating together. Zi was very thoughtful. To maintain the image of the three ladies, she carefully removed the meat from the skewers and placed it on the plates. The three ladies happily picked up their chopsticks to taste the food. While everyone was grilling enthusiastically, the servants and guards in the household also got to enjoy some of the grilled food after Chef Nio finished cooking. Lu Huanyan and Luan sat together. Just as Huanyan was about to speak to her sister while holding a skewer, she accidentally glanced up and saw a head popping up over the wall, nearly causing her to drop her skewer. "Mom, there's someone on the wall." Huanyan didn't dare to shout, but a few people nearby heard her. "Don't be scared, Sister Huanyan. That must be my second uncle," Chun Ge said with his mouth full, not even looking up as he continued to battle with his skewer. Everyone turned their heads to look at the wall, and sure enough, a head popped up, carefully peeking into the yard. The area by the wall was darker, but the yard was brightly lit, enough to see clearly. Mrs. Lin covered her face with her hands, feeling very embarrassed. "Can't you just use the front door? Why do you have to climb over the wall at night?" Mrs. Su chuckled, and Luyu shook her head. Seeing her father's expression and her mother's helplessness made Luan lose her appetite for the meat skewers. Luyu noticed her daughter looking a bit down and felt bad, so she turned to Zi and whispered a few words. Zi quickly went to Chef Nio and got a large plate of grilled meat skewers and a small jar of fruit wine, then turned to head towards the wall. Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, was busy with something and had not returned to the residence yet. The guards at Duke Rong's residence were strict, and if it weren't for Rong Jue, no one would dare to enter. The people in the yard understood that the guards had let Rong Jue in, and the Duke was probably waiting outside. Zi, however, did not go through the gate. She called out to the lord by the wall, lightly jumped up, and handed the items to Rong Jue. Looking outside, she saw her Duke standing in a small pavilion with his hands behind his back. "Lord, this is what the lady asked me to bring." Rong Jue recognized Zi, and when he heard it was from his wife, he felt touched. He gratefully took the meat skewers and fruit wine and swaggered over to the pavilion. "Can't you use the front door? Why do you have to sneak in like a thief? If I hadn't come back in time, the guards would have stopped you." Lu Rufeng scolded Rong Jue without holding back. Rong Jue respected his brother-in-law and didn't argue back, focusing on eating and drinking. The skewers needed to be eaten hot, otherwise, they wouldn't taste good when cold. Seeing that his punch had no effect, Lu Rufeng ignored him and picked up a skewer to eat. At that moment, Xiao Muyang came close to his mother and quietly said, "Mom, Uncle Rong is outside. I want to thank him. I really like the gift he gave me." Lui was taken aback. Looking into her son's bright eyes, she felt a pang of sadness. This child had never received any fatherly love, and she felt guilty. "Go ahead, let your sister take you," Lu Yu said gently. Luan, who had been listening to her brother and mother, immediately put down her fruit wine and led her brother out of the yard. Outside the Qingsong courtyard, Luan saw her father and uncle happily drinking and chatting in a small pavilion. Luan led Xiao Muyang into the pavilion. "Dad, my brother really likes the gift you gave him. He came to thank you," Luan said first. This was also the first time Rong Jue formally met the child. Xiao Muyang clasped his little hands and said, "Hello, Uncle Rong. I really like the gift you gave me. I will treasure it and learn medicine well from my master, so I can support my sister in the future." Rong Jue was pleased to see this strong bond between the child and his daughter. "Muyang, a great doctor must be a person of kindness. They must be wise and honest. I hope you can become a true healer who helps not only your sister, but also the people in need." "Thank you for your guidance," Xiao Muyang said seriously. The siblings didn't stay long before leaving. Luan returned with chicken wings, roasted buns, and a small bowl of mixed vegetables for her father and uncle. Eating just meat can be overwhelming, so a little salad helps balance it out. "Why did the Emperor call for you today?" Duke Lu Rufeng asked quietly. "The Emperor wants me to keep an eye on the Li family. It seems he doesn't want to wait any longer. Perhaps taking the initiative will make the Li family reveal more of their secrets." "They have been unusually quiet lately," Luan replied. "Is there any news from the wise king?" "He is certainly involved in this Suho matter, but it also relates to the Li family and the Empress Dowager," Lu Rufeng said, feeling a headache coming on at the thought of the wise king, who is difficult to deal with. The wise king is as quiet as a mouse, truly embodying the meaning of wise. A biting dog doesn't bark. He is indeed well trained by the Empress Dowager, Rong Jue said, throwing away his bamboo skewer with a frown. The wise king is not someone who accepts fate easily. He will likely take action. Perhaps a big storm is coming to the capital. We need to be prepared. Even that child is risking his life at the border. The key witness from back then has been found. We just need one opportunity now, Lu Rufeng reminded Rong Jue, who understood well. Luan listened carefully without interrupting, but her mind was racing with thoughts that needed to be addressed soon. Luan didn't expect her master to arrive so quickly. One day, Luan took Qingyi and Lvy to the little white tower. It's impressive how capable Lanyi is. In just a few days, the fragrance pavilion in the capital will officially open. Around noon, Anin planned not to return home for lunch, but unexpectedly, Z arrived. "Miss, Master Li has arrived and is already at the Duke's residence."
"What?
"The master is here?" Luan quickly set aside her work, gave a few instructions to Lanyi, and hurried back to the Duke's residence. Master Li was in the guest hall. Duke Rong was resting today and was chatting with Master Li, while Lu Yu and Muyang were also present. "Master, you arrived so quickly," Luan said joyfully as she entered. Li smiled. "You mentioned the battlefield first aid manual in your letter. This is an important matter, so I thought it best to come in person. The workshop at home is being overseen by Taohua and Ingzi, so there's no need to worry. If the battlefield first aid manual is published, it will not only help Liansheng a lot, but many soldiers at the border will benefit too." "Battlefield first aid manual?" Duke Rong Lu Rufeng raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. "Isn't there a military doctor in the camp? Do we really need a first aid manual?" "Uncle, there are military doctors, but their numbers are far from sufficient. When a battle breaks out and many soldiers are injured, no matter how skilled the doctors are, they cannot handle the overwhelming number of wounded. If soldiers know some first aid methods, it will not only relieve the doctor's burden, but also significantly reduce the number of deaths in critical situations." Luan understood the battlefield of the cold weapon era well. If soldiers were injured and did not receive timely treatment, it could lead to infections, pus, and decay, and there were no antibiotics in this era. Therefore, spreading battlefield first aid methods is essential. Duke Rong Lu Rufeng finally understood his niece's intention, and do you have a plan? Luan nodded. She turned to her master. Master, soldiers are not doctors. The first aid manual will provide them with a few simple and easy-to-learn methods: stopping bleeding, bandaging, splinting fractures, transporting the injured, artificial respiration, and CPR. There are indeed records in medical books about placing a bamboo tube in the patient's mouth and having someone into it for rescue. Anan, is this what you mean by artificial respiration? Li'er also recalled having seen such records before. You're right, Master, but we can't expect soldiers to carry bamboo tubes with them. In emergencies, we will use mouth-to-mouth resuscitation directly. Li'er nodded. This was the first time he had heard of such a method. However, Duke Rong said seriously, Anan cannot teach those soldiers about artificial respiration. Lu Yu naturally agreed. How could her daughter personally demonstrate such a thing? Absolutely not. Luan understood that this era had its own rules. She could showcase her talents and ambitions, but she must also respect the customs of the time. Of course, I won't let Anan teach. I will guide them myself. Although Master Li was a former Imperial physician and only saw patients, he still believed in maintaining boundaries between men and women. Mother, uncle, don't worry. I will create a manual with illustrations and detailed explanations, and I will also recruit a group of apprentices. I want to form a health team. They don't need to be expert doctors. We don't have time to train them extensively. They just need to know some basic medical knowledge and first aid methods. Oh. The elders were quite surprised. A health team? That term was quite new. Duke, madam, you don't need to worry. I will oversee this. Anan's idea is excellent. Master Li fully supported his apprentice. With Master Li present, Duke Rong Lu Rufeng and his sister Lu Yu felt at ease. Master, here is the first aid manual I drew up a few days ago. Please take a look. Luan took out the completed first aid booklet. Master Li took the booklet and opened it, reading aloud, "Blood is a vital substance for life. In past wars, half of the deaths were due to severe bleeding, and a quarter of those who died did so within a short time after being injured. Therefore, stopping bleeding is the top priority in battlefield rescue." Good, very good. Master Li slapped the table. Anan, if this first aid manual can be distributed in all the military camps, we can significantly reduce soldier deaths. My girl, even though you won't practice medicine in the future, you can still save lives. I, Li Qian, am truly fortunate to have you as my apprentice. Master Li was extremely happy, his eyebrows nearly lifting with joy. With such an excellent master, how could I bring shame to you? Luan playfully winked. Master, I will work hard too. Little Mu Yang chimed in, raising his small hand. Master Li reached out to pat his little apprentice's head, proudly saying, In my life, having you two disciples makes it all worthwhile. Master, I have another idea. Luan had been thinking a lot these days. Although she focused on traditional Chinese medicine in her past life, her mentor's partner, who was also her mentor's wife, was a well-known surgeon. So, she learned quite a bit from her. She was comfortable with tasks like cleaning wounds, stitching them up, and removing lipomas. However, she wasn't skilled in larger surgeries since she didn't study Western medicine. In battlefield first aid, it's important to have some tools. In her past life, there were first aid kits, so she was considering making an ancient version based on the current conditions. She wanted it to be small and easy to carry, like a waist pouch or a crossbody bag. Luan said, Master, I want to create a first aid kit that can be easily carried on the waist or slung over the shoulder. It should hold items like hemostatic powder, clean cloth strips, needles, mulberry bark thread, and disinfecting alcohol for use in emergency situations. Is alcohol just liquor? Duke Rong asked curiously. Alcohol can be thought of as the strongest liquor. It can't be consumed. It can only be used to clean wounds to prevent infection, Luan explained plainly. I haven't heard of any shops selling alcohol, Lu Yu said, puzzled. There isn't any in the shops. We can only take the strongest liquor and distill it repeatedly to evaporate as much water as possible, increasing its purity for cleaning wounds, Luan replied. She then asked Qingyi to bring a small jar of strong liquor that had been distilled under her guidance a few days prior. Master, uncle, this is the distilled liquor. You can taste a little but not too much, she said. Yi immediately took it, intrigued, poured a little into a teacup, and drank it down in one go. Master, you shouldn't drink it like that. Luin uncovered her face, feeling her master's impatience. That's strong liquor. After taking a sip, Yi felt a warmth in his chest. Duke Rong also tried it and grimaced. It was indeed strong. With a flushed face, Yi was particularly excited. Disciple, why do we need needles in the first aid kit? And mulberry bark thread? Could it be? Yi suddenly jumped up, spinning in place, then walked up to Luan with bright eyes, looking at his beloved disciple. Disciple, is it really true? Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, and Lu Yu were all confused. Little Mu Yang blinked his big eyes, looking adorably confused. How could he not understand what Master and Sister were saying? Luan smiled. Master, it's true. If we stitch up the big wound, it will heal faster and reduce the risk of infection. Master has only read about it in the medical texts but hasn't done it. Can you do it, apprentice? Luan nodded. Master, I have been guided by the king of... I can do it.
Liu left heartily at least.
Soon, the master and apprentice decided on the design of the first aid kit and the supplies it would contain. Of course, the special powder for stopping bleeding was Li's exclusive formula. Girl, have you made any progress on finding apprentices? Luan replied quietly, Master, I have gathered the people. They are from the valley. The adults understood immediately. These individuals were orphans of soldiers or officers lost in the past war, brought to the valley by the leader. Master, their relatives fought bravely on the battlefield for the Great Qi. They are descendants of soldiers, and protecting the country is in their blood. Yu has sent 30 apprentices. I have a small farm outside the city, and everyone is settled there. If there are no issues here, we can start training in 2 days.
Good.
Yi slapped the table. The sooner, the better. Girl, after training, I will take them to the western border. Master, I want to go with you. I haven't met Brother Chu yet. Luan was determined to visit the border. She needed to see Liansheng to feel at ease. The dangers of battle were never mentioned in Liansheng's letters, but she knew he must have faced many hardships and injuries. Luan's decisions were always firm. Although Lu Yu felt reluctant, she knew she couldn't stop her daughter, so she chose to support her. Master, sister, I want to go too. Little Mu Yang ran up to Yi. He wanted to grow up quickly and be as outstanding as a sister, so she wouldn't have to struggle so much. Mu Yang, the western border is very far and you are still too young. Lu Yu naturally disagreed with her son going. If he were a few years older, she wouldn't stop him, but he was too young. Mother, even though I'm small, I'm the only boy in the family. The teacher says that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The master is going to the front. How can I hide at home? Besides, the burden of the family shouldn't fall solely on sister. Just because I'm young, should I sit back and enjoy the benefits? Mother, I must go. All right, my son from the Lu family. The Duke of Rong agreed wholeheartedly. Boys should go out and gain experience to grow quickly. Although my sister's family is stable, Mu Yang is still young, but he must not lack determination. He cannot always rely on his sister and mother for protection. Giving children more opportunities to experience life will help them see the different things and people in the world. Seeing her son's determined gaze, Lu Yu finally nodded. Thank you, mother. Little Mu Yang smiled widely. The first aid manual and kit, along with the battlefield medical team's details, have been confirmed. The Duke's residence already has a bookstore, so the printing of the manual was entrusted to the Duke. This is a good thing for the country and the people, so the Duke naturally supports it wholeheartedly. The first aid kits will be made by the embroiderers from the Jingqing Fragrance Pavilion, and they will also have matching uniforms with battlefield medical team embroidered on the back. Yu personally brought people over. He also selected some key members from the secret guard camp, as these first aid skills are essential for them to master. The Chini and Levayu will also learn alongside them. Everyone cherishes this rare opportunity. For the past 2 days, Master Li has been locked in the courtyard, and no one knows what he's doing. Not even Luin or little Muyang is allowed in. Fortunately, everyone knows that Master Li is surely working on something important, so they're not overly worried. On the 3rd day, when everyone was about to go to the farm, Master Li finally came out of the courtyard. When he appeared, everyone was startled. "Master, your hair is completely white. And your face." Luin was so surprised she almost jumped up. If it weren't for his eyes and expression confirming it was her master, she would have thought someone had swapped him out. The Duke of Rong and others were also shocked. What happened to Master Li? They say that Wu Zixu turned white overnight after passing through Xiao Pass. What has Master Li encountered? "Master, what happened?" Duke Lu Ruffling asked. "Duke, although I have left the Imperial Hospital and been away from the capital for many years, I do not wish to have any ties to the past. I am just Li Qian from Lin County, the teacher of Unin and Muyang. Many years ago, I became a disciple of the divine Dr. Tsang Er and was his last student. My master passed away many years ago. Back then, I traveled with my master under the name Bai Lao. Now, I will return to the world under that name, and from now on, there will be no more Li Qian." "Master." Luinen's eyes were red. If it weren't for her, Master would still be living a carefree life in the mountains, not getting involved in the chaos of the capital. But now, for her sake, Master had changed his appearance and jumped back into the city's circle. "Silly girl. Master is ultimately a healer. Helping others is a promise I made long ago. You don't need to feel guilty. Master, can your hair go back to how it was?" Little Mu Yang hugged Master's leg, her big eyes filled with concern. "No, this is Master's unique formula. These skills will be passed down to you siblings in the future. Now, let's go." After saying this, Mr. Li, no. Now he should be called Old Bai, turned and walked briskly toward the gate. The Duke of Rong also did not have duties today and specifically wanted to follow along, as he was very interested in the field medical team. The group hurried to the small village. Originally, Luin wanted to visit the old gentleman, Mr. Yuan. She had sent Qing Yi to the old man's small village yesterday, but there was only a gatekeeper there, and the old gentleman and his 2 servants had already left without a trace. The Duke of Rong said that Mr. Yuan had never liked the capital. If it weren't for the emperor, he wouldn't have come to the city. Now that the emperor had taken control of the court, Mr. Yuan didn't need to worry and had retreated back to the mountains. Luin felt quite regretful, but knew there would be another chance to meet the old gentleman in the future. The group quickly arrived at the village, and when Eryu saw the young lady, he hurried out to greet her. "Greetings, Mississippi, greetings, Duke of Rome. Eryu, let me introduce you. This is my master, Old Bai. The training in emergency skills will be taught by both master and me."
Eryu was puzzled.
Old Bai? The young lady's master? Wasn't her master Mr. Li? When did she take on another master? However, Eryu remembered the rules of the secret guards. He shouldn't ask questions that weren't meant to be asked. The young lady's words were always right, so he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Eryu greets Old Bai." Old Bai, Mr. Li, nodded in approval and followed Eryu into the village. Eryu led the way, but his eyes were sharp. As he observed Old Bai's walking posture and silhouette, he couldn't help but feel amused. Mr. Li didn't expect that his disguise would be recognized by the secret guard leader, Eryu. However, Eryu wouldn't say anything. This was Old Bai, a completely new version of Mr. Li. The group entered a large courtyard in the village. This courtyard had been renovated and was spacious, serving as a training area. Long tables and benches were neatly arranged in the room. The wall of the room has a chart of acupuncture points and a life-sized bronze figure used for acupuncture. The courtyard is also paved with clean blue bricks, making it a suitable place for practical training and exercises. Including the hidden guards, 43 students sit neatly on their benches, eagerly waiting for their teacher, filled with hope for a new life. When Luin and her master entered the room, everyone turned to look at them. Eryu had already informed them that Luin would be their future leader. The Duke of Rome did not enter, as he feared that seeing him might make the young people feel uneasy. Instead, he quietly listened from outside. The students in blue and green also took their seats. Aries stood in front of everyone and said loudly, "This is our young lady, Luin, and this is her master, Old Bai. This training will be conducted by both Old Bai and the young lady." "Greetings, young lady." "Greetings, Old Bai," everyone said in unison. Luan raised her hand to signal everyone to sit down. "Everyone, as Aryu has already mentioned, starting today, you will all be part of the battlefield medical team, and each of you will also be a warrior. We will protect our homeland and our loved ones in a different way. If you are afraid of going to the battlefield, you can speak up now. I will not make it difficult for anyone. However, once you decide to stay, there will be no regrets or turning back. I hope those who choose to stay will cherish this opportunity. If you do not pass the final evaluation, you will be eliminated. I want you to truly enjoy this work. If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Only by enjoying it can you fully commit." "Miss, we like it." "Yes, miss. My mother told me to follow you closely so that one day I can also help heal others." Everyone began to speak excitedly. "Good. Then let's work hard together, without regrets and without retreat." "No regrets, no retreat. Let's strive together." Their loud voices echoed in the courtyard. The Duke of Rome, who had been outside, smiled as he listened. "Now let's invite my master, Old Bai, to explain some basic knowledge." Old Bai's master was the legendary healer, Mr. Tsong-er. "Mr. Tsong-er? Young lady, I've heard my grandfather talk about him. He was a legendary healer in our great Qi."
Oh my.
"My family must be so proud. If my grandfather knew I was learning medicine from the disciple of a legendary healer, would he be so happy he'd come dancing out of the ground?" Luan uncovered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiao Muyang smiled widely, and everyone laughed heartily. Old Bai Li shook his head with a helpless smile, cleared his throat, and the room fell silent as eager eyes turned towards him. Before long, Old Bai's Li voice filled the room with a rhythmic tone. In the Imperial study of the capital, Emperor Renzong stared at the items on the desk for a long time, while Duke Rong Jue stood calmly beside him. If Luin were here, she would see a first aid manual and a first aid kit on the desk. There was no reason to hide the things her daughter had worked hard to create. It was better to present them openly to the emperor rather than have him find out later. "This is a good thing for the country and the people. My daughter should be rewarded by the court for her efforts." After discussing with Duke Ronghua, Rong Jue brought the finished products to the palace early in the morning. "Rong-er, did your daughter come up with this?" Emperor Renzong asked. "Your Majesty, this was my daughter's idea, and her master helped her with it." "Who is your daughter's master?" "Old Bai, the disciple of the renowned Dr. Tsong-er."
What?
Emperor Renzong stood up and quickly walked out from behind the desk. "The disciple of the renowned Dr. Tsong-er? Is that the same Old Bai who was praised by him?" Rong Jue smiled awkwardly, wondering if a master would really praise their student like that. Seeing Rong Jue's confusion, Emperor Renzong explained, "You might not know the details from your time at the border. Dr. Tsong-er was not only incredibly skilled, but also very eccentric. If he didn't take a liking to you, it didn't matter who you were. Conversely, if he liked you, he would treat even a beggar for free. It is said that he had very few disciples in his lifetime, only 2, one of whom is Old Bai. Although Old Bai is not very old, only in his 30s, no one has seen him since the doctor passed away. Some say he has gone into seclusion. I didn't expect your daughter to catch Old Bai's attention." Rong Jue was surprised.
Li yet truly had hidden talents.
"Your Majesty, Old Bai was once by your side, but you did not appreciate him. Your young wife drove Old Bai away out of personal anger. Otherwise, how could my daughter have met him?" "Your Majesty, I think your young wife." The Emperor Renzong no longer paid attention to Rong Jue and continued speaking. "After the great doctor passed away, I wanted to find his apprentice, but a talented person is hard to find, as if they vanished from the world. Many years ago, I was fortunate to meet the great Dr. Tsong-er once, but I never had the chance to see him again. Your daughter is truly lucky. Your Majesty, you flatter me. My daughter just happened to catch the eye of Elder Bai. Rong Lair, that's not quite right. The Emperor waved his hand and continued, this child is good. This first aid manual and kit are important. You have led troops for many years, so you know their value. Yes, so this girl has gathered a group of apprentices, all orphans, and she wants to form a battlefield medical team to teach them first aid methods. Then they will go to the western border, where her adoptive brother Chu Rue is stationed. She and her apprentices want to spread first aid knowledge on the battlefield. Is that true? The Emperor's eyes lit up, and his smile grew wider. I don't know if it will work. This child has big ideas and says training starts today. You. Rong Lair, you are making me anxious. This is a wonderful opportunity. With Elder Bai in charge, how can it not succeed? The Emperor hurriedly paced in the Imperial study. Right away, immediately. You and Rong Lauda gather the military doctors from your camps and go quickly. Someone, hurry and send a decree for Director Pei of the Imperial Medical Institute to take everyone for training. By the way, where is it? Your Majesty, Elder Bai and the others are at the Taohua Manor outside the city, which I prepared as a dowry home for my daughter. Rong Jue quickly left the Imperial study and rushed to the Tiger Ben camp. He also sent someone to his elder brother's camp, which was already prepared and just waiting for the notification. As a result, the training session, which initially had over 40 participants, quickly grew to more than 100 in just half a day. There wasn't enough space inside, so some people stood at the door. Even Director Pei listened very attentively. Soon, the Grand arrived at Taohua Manor with the Emperor's decree. The 5 characters' battlefield medical team were written in the Emperor's own hand. Everyone cheered, and Luin knelt down to receive it with both hands. This was a decree from the Emperor, officially recognizing their battlefield medical team. What no one expected was that the battlefield medical team had a successful debut, gaining fame in the western border and saving thousands of soldiers' lives. Luan also did not anticipate that Emperor Renzong had considered her for a marriage proposal. She almost became the 6th prince's wife. However, upon further inquiry, the Emperor learned that Lu Yu had already arranged a marriage for Luan. Emperor Renzong was a wise ruler, but how could he take someone else's fiancée for the sake of his own son? This matter was left unresolved. However, Rong Jue learned about it and was grateful for his wife's foresight. He did not want his daughter to fall into the royal trap, fearing he might eventually rebel. The battlefield medical team received the Emperor's approval, which was a significant achievement. Even Director Pei praised Luan. Old Bai openly stated that the formation of the battlefield medical team, along with the first aid manual and kits, was the work of his apprentice. This made everyone exclaim, who says women are inferior to men. What excited everyone even more was the appearance of Old Bai, the closed-door disciple of the renowned Dr. Tsong. Director Pei and Old Bai felt they had met too late and enjoyed a lively conversation, with Old Bai not hiding his brilliance as he had in the past at the Imperial Hospital. His proud nature was just like that of Tsong. People admired him even more, believing that a great doctor must have a strong character, and he had the talent to back it up. Old Bai quickly established himself. What made others envious was that both children from the Lu family had become his disciples, and with Old Bai's character, he only took 2 disciples in his lifetime, making it impossible to sway him with wealth. Many noble families were frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. Old Bai was simply that confident. In Lin County, the Leaf family received a secret letter from the younger brother. From then on, there was no longer a Li Qian in the world. Only he and Old Li knew the truth. Old Li was very clear-headed about the situation. He told his eldest son. The second son pretended to be mad for 5 years. Although the Emperor is wise, matters concerning the royal family are serious. All those close to the noble were executed, and the second son was expelled from the Imperial Hospital. If he hadn't pretended, he would have been in constant danger. Let's do as the second son suggested. A few days later, news spread that Li Qian had fallen off a cliff while gathering herbs. The Li family held a low-key funeral, hiring a mother and her 2 children to impersonate Lu Yu and Luan. Since Li Qian had never married and had no wife or children, it was easier to handle. From then on, there would be no more Li Qian in the Li family. Lu Yu shed tears upon hearing the news. She could not let the second master die without an heir, and since he had no intention of starting a family, she adopted Lu Muyang as a son, ensuring he would care for the second master in the future. Meanwhile, as the battlefield medical team underwent intensive training, the Xiangxiang Pavilion in the capital also opened its doors. This grand opening created a huge sensation in the city. It's not because of the skincare products like creams and masks from Wenxiang Pavilion, which are also available at Sanchao's Yujij, but because of the women's lingerie and bags from Xiaobela. Yes, it's the lingerie and women's bags. In ancient times, women's underwear included items like chest wraps and belly bands, but they didn't have the styles we see today. Luan wanted something unique to stand out. The introduction of lingerie completely changed the perception of noble ladies and young women, sparking their desire for beauty. Some ladies even bought dozens of sets, and they were certainly not cheap. These lingerie pieces also made their way to the royal palace. Luan specially designed 12 flower goddess lingerie sets for the queen. Since there is a flower festival in the common folk, the queen, as the mother of the nation, naturally needed to wear flower goddess lingerie. And there was only one set of this kind in Deqi. The queen was delighted, and Emperor Renzong accompanied her to Xiaobela, unknowingly giving Luan a significant boost in support. The bags were just as impressive. In ancient times, most people used bundles or pouches hung at their waists for carrying items, but Xiaobela's bags were eye-catching. They were made from satin and cotton, featuring ethnic-style handbags for women and girls, with smooth bamboo or jade handles. Luan was also considering leather materials for the next step. At the same time, a budget-friendly student bag was launched at Liansheng's general store. Designed for students attending academies, it resembled modern backpacks. The interior had special pockets for holding brushes and inkstones, neat and attractive, made from durable, thick fabric. When the student bag was released, the young masters and several children, including Lin's niece's son, each got one and took them to the academy, causing quite a stir. The students nearly overwhelmed the general store's counter. Luan's name and her ability to attract attention once again shocked the noble families in the capital. However, even though they were envious, no one dared to cause trouble. After returning home, the heads of these noble families sighed as they looked at their daughters, wondering why their children couldn't compare to Luan's success. But Luan didn't worry about that. She had Lan Yi overseeing Xiaobela's business, while she focused on the health team. With over 100 people, including doctors from the Imperial hospital, Luan felt immense pressure. Apprentices were manageable, but the doctors were all skilled, and thankfully, Master Bai was there. In recent days, Master Bai had worked the doctors hard, making them lose quite a bit of weight, yet they still looked at him with admiration, as if they were seeing gold ingots. "Miss, there's been an incident." Qingyi ran in, sweating heavily. "What happened?" Today, Luan had just finished training the students, and now it was time for the master to explain the human acupuncture points. Five Wolves was ambushed on his way back from the western border. He was attacked and got a deep cut on his shoulder. The incident happened not far from our village and was discovered by the hidden guards, who brought him to safety. The hidden guards had never seen Five Wolves before. He was originally sent by Rong Jue to protect Liansheng, so he naturally became one of Liansheng's people. The hidden guards under Liansheng all wore unique markings, which is why they recognized him and came to his aid. Qingyi knew Five Wolves well. "Hurry up." After saying this, Luan quickly left the training room, with Qingyi and Lvi following closely behind, carrying a medical kit. Five Wolves was in a small courtyard nearby. The cut wasn't life-threatening, but it was deep enough to see the bone. The hidden guards had already treated his wound. However, since the cut was so deep, they had discussed suturing wounds during training, but they had only practiced on small animals and had never done it on a person, so they were worried about making a mistake and asked Qingyi to call Luan. Luan arrived quickly. Without saying a word, She immediately cleaned her hands with high-proof distilled alcohol. Seeing Luan about to treat him, 5 wolves tried to refuse, but Luan gave him a cold look. "Stay still and stop talking." 5 wolves immediately fell silent. Qingyi and Lvi assisted on the side, while several doctors, curious, came over to watch. Luan didn't have time to pay attention to them. She was busy working. She moved quickly, explaining as she sutured, and soon completed the entire process. The wound was stitched up perfectly, looking nothing like the gruesome sight it had been before. As she finished, one of the doctors quickly stepped in to help with the bandaging. "Go change your clothes, eat something, and come to the study," Luin instructed before washing her hands and leaving. The hygiene team continued their training, and the incident with 5 wolves didn't disrupt them. The doctors who had come to observe were discreet and kept quiet. In the study, it wasn't long before 5 wolves arrived, accompanied by Yu. Lvi returned to assist Bai Lao, while Qingyi stood guard at the door. "Now tell me what happened. Who ambushed you?" Luan asked. "Miss, they all had their faces covered, and I couldn't tell from their clothing, but one of the men in black didn't have an Adam's apple." Luan frowned and whispered, "A man without an Adam's apple. Could he be A? My subordinate also thinks he must be A. He is very skilled. If it were just a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't have been hurt. There were 5 of them in total. Did Brother Sheng send you back for something important?" The 5 wolves shifted his shoulders. The wound was not hurting as much now. "The letter from the young lady to the young master mentioned going to the border. The young master was worried about you and sent me to bring you back. I also have a secret letter from the general." "Oh, is it from my second brother?" Luan asked. "Yes." "Did they ambush you outside the capital because of my second brother's letter?" The 5 wolves thought for a moment and replied, "It's very possible. The young master sent me back without any letter, just instructed me to return to the capital and go to the border with you. I only have the general's secret letter." "Who is my second brother's letter for?" "It is for the Marquis. Please forgive me, but I must present the secret letter to him in person." Luan understood the implication. Although the Duke of Dingwa was her father and the 5 wolves was one of Sheng's men, he wouldn't show her the letter, and she wouldn't ask for it either. "Please rest for a bit, and then we will return to the Rong residence together. By the way, did the hidden guards leave any traces when they acted?" "Don't worry, everything has been cleaned up. Only the man without an Adam's apple escaped. The others were all killed. People like that won't reveal anything. The bodies have been treated with corpse-dissolving liquid, and unless something unexpected happens, the one who escaped will likely go mad. He was hit." Luan nodded and had Qingyi bring some food for the 5 wolves. The 5 wolves had been traveling day and night and had been injured. Even the strongest body would struggle. Luan did not mention this to her master. In the evening, she left the small estate and hid the 5 wolves in the carriage, returning to the Rong residence. Rong Jue had just entered the residence when Yao reported that the young lady had arrived, along with the 5 wolves. Rong Jue raised an eyebrow. How did the 5 wolves return to the capital? Once the two entered the study, Rong Jue asked what had happened. The 5 wolves explained the entire process in detail and presented the general's secret letter to the Marquis. Rong Jue took the letter, opened it, and frowned after reading it. "Father, what did my second brother say?" Seeing her father's expression was not right, Luin asked. "Your second brother suspects there is a traitor among them." After reading the secret letter, Rong Jue burned it. "Is the traitor beside my second brother someone who has colluded with the barbarian royal court?" Luin knew that the western region was close to the barbarian royal court, which had been restless in recent years, eyeing the wealth of the Great Qi. If it weren't for the fear of the Great Qi's army in the west, they would have already reached out with their claws. Rong Jue shook his head, denying Luan's guess. "They are connected to someone in the capital, but I don't know who exactly. Besides the Li family and the virtuous king, who else in the capital is interested in the military? My second brother has removed a few people that the Li family had placed in the military. Could that have made them alert? That seems likely. And Bao, you and Elder Bai must be very careful when you arrive in the western region. Our families are not on good terms with the Li family, and the emperor takes the battlefield sanitation team very seriously. This time, he specially sent the second prince to accompany you for support. The 4 grand eunuchs beside Emperor Renzong are powerful figures, serving as his key protectors. Their unique names are quite remarkable: Grand, Second, Third, and Fourth. Emperor Renzong is indeed very concerned about the battlefield sanitation team, which is why he sent the second to accompany them throughout the journey. I won't write back to your second brother. Tell him I will find out who in the capital is involved and to be cautious. He can rest assured that I am here in the capital. Luin nodded and noted it down before leaving the study with Wu Lang. 2 days later, all members of the battlefield sanitation team successfully completed their training, with no one leaving. Everyone was eager and ready for the journey ahead. No matter how reluctant Lu Yu was, she couldn't stop the children. She could only wait at home for their return. On this sunny day, the battlefield sanitation team set off. Not only did Emperor Renzong send the second, but he also dispatched 20 Imperial guards, ensuring a safe journey. Little Mu Yang was too young this time, so he didn't bring Xiao Kongping, but see she came along. Mu Yang and his guardian sat in the carriage, while Luan couldn't stay still inside and occasionally ran alongside the horse. As for the second, being highly skilled, the carriage was merely a formality for him. Thus, there were only 3 carriages for passengers. The others were filled with medical supplies, and all members of the sanitation team and the Imperial Guards rode horses. They traveled quickly, as this was not a leisurely outing. Aside from meals and necessary breaks, they spent all their time on the road. That day, the sky was somewhat overcast, indicating that it might rain soon. Not far ahead was the inn, so everyone quickened their pace and finally arrived before the rain started to fall. The innkeeper received the news early and knew that the second prince was arriving, so he hurried out to greet him. At this moment, light rain began to fall outside. Everyone entered the inn, and the innkeeper personally arranged accommodations for the second prince, the Lu siblings, and Mr. Bai, while the other staff took care of the remaining guests. Since the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, everyone had to take a break. The journey had indeed been tiring. Luan requested a suite, with Qingyi and Leviu staying in the outer room while she occupied the inner room. Little Mu Yang followed his guardian, and Cixi stayed next door. Qingyi brought hot water, and Luan took a bath and changed into clean clothes. After resting for a while, everyone gathered in the main hall, just in time for lunch. The inn's meals were simple, lacking in fancy dishes, so Luan borrowed the kitchen to prepare some meat porridge for the second prince and her master. Throughout the journey, Luan took great care of the second prince, who was one of the emperor's most trusted aides and deserved special attention. Of course, the second prince was also grateful in return. He had not interacted much with the Lu family before but had heard that Luan was young and very clever. Not only was she skilled in business, but she also organized a battlefield medical team, earning high praise from the emperor. The second prince was curious about her. As the journey progressed, he noticed that she was meticulous in her work and genuinely kind, without any pretense. Unlike them, who had developed a cold heart in the ruthless palace, Luan and her brother's sincerity gave the second prince a different feeling. Once the meal was ready, the second prince came down from his room upstairs. However, while descending the stairs, Luan noticed that he looked a bit uncomfortable. Sitting in a chair, the second prince instinctively rubbed his knee. Luan didn't ask in front of everyone but later approached her master after the meal. After listening to his young disciple, Mr. Bai said, "If we rule out old injuries, it might be rheumatism. It can flare up in rainy weather." "Master, we didn't encounter rain on the journey, and the second prince's leg seemed fine before. It's only today, with the rain, that I noticed his reaction. It's nothing serious. I'll go take a look." With that, Mr. Bai stood up and went to the second prince's room. Bai Lao directly asked the second master if his leg was bothering him, especially when it was cloudy or rainy. This question made the second master very excited. Even though he was a favored person in front of the emperor, who was Bai Lao, he was the disciple of the famous Dr. Tsang Er, the little divine doctor. Before setting off, The old prince had invited Bai Lao to check his pulse 3 times before Bai Lao finally went with a serious face. The old prince was not angry at all. Instead, he happily said that a divine doctor has his own personality. Bai Lao was even more arrogant than Song back in the day. Now, Bai Lao stood right in front of him, asking about his leg condition, and the second master felt like he was surrounded by bubbles of happiness. Bai Lao actually asked about his illness personally. The second master felt like he might be dreaming. How could Bai Lao not guess the second master's thoughts? Second master, are you going to let me see it or not? If it weren't for that girl and asking me, do you think I would be here for fun? After saying this, Bai Lao turned to leave. The second master rushed forward and grabbed Bai Lao's arm, saying yes. We want to see. Bai Lao rolled his eyes and let the second master roll up his pant leg. After examining it, Bai Lao took out his gold needles and quickly treated the second master's legs. Your leg issue has been there for a while. You need acupuncture and a medicinal ointment for some time. While it won't completely cure it, you won't feel discomfort on cloudy or rainy days. Hearing this, the second master felt overjoyed. Divine Doctor, if I can avoid discomfort, I am already very happy. Thank you for your hard work.
Bai Lao note that's a lie.
After a cup of tea, he removed the needles and called a guard over, tossing a medicine packet to him. Find a wooden bucket for the second master to soak his legs in. The water should cover his knees, and 15 minutes will be enough. With that, he left. The guard blinked and muttered, Divine Doctor Bai Lao is really quite arrogant. The second master shot a glare at the guard, saying, Of course. Bai Lao is the disciple of the famous Dr. Song and his most favored disciple at that. He has the right to be proud. Sigh. Our ancestors are smiling down on us. The old prince invited the divine doctor 3 times, and now the divine doctor comes to treat our leg issue. Thank goodness for that girl from the Rong family. She is truly a good child. Seeing the happiness on the second master's face, the guard quickly ran off to prepare hot water. Meanwhile, Bai Lao returned to his room, where Luin was practicing acupuncture on Xiao Muyang. This time, Jean Mama and Xiao Confronting stayed at home. Although Shi followed them, Xiao Muyang insisted on not having Shi take care of him. Xiao Muyang not only wanted to take care of himself, but also took on the responsibility of caring for his adoptive father. Luan let Shi step back and just watch, as she hoped her brother would grow up quickly. In fact, old Bai didn't need him to take care of him, but Xiao Muyang woke up the earliest every day to bring hot water for his adoptive father to wash up. As a disciple and the adoptive son of his master, it was his duty to care for him. Old Bai was also worried about hurting the child's feelings, so he allowed him to do some light tasks. Master, how is the second uncle? Luin asked as soon as her master came in. He indeed has old cold legs. We will use acupuncture, medicinal baths, and apply ointment. While it may not cure him completely, it will help a lot when it rains in the future. Here, girl, take a look at this prescription. Old Bai handed the prescription for the ointment to Luin. There are a few herbs we have on the cart. For the others, have someone go to the nearest town's pharmacy to gather them. Okay. Luin took the prescription and went out to find Qingyi. Without hesitation, Qingyi took the prescription, put on a raincoat, and left the inn. It was almost dark when Qingyi returned. Miss, I went to 2 towns, but I couldn't find Yan Huang Lian. The shopkeeper said this herb grows on cliffs and is hard to pick. They haven't had it for a long time. Seeing that Qingyi's hair was wet, Luin urged her to wash up and change clothes to avoid catching a cold, then took the prescription to find her master. Old Bai said if it's really not available, then we can skip it, but the effect will be slower. Master, let's not process the herbs for now. If it stops raining tomorrow, we will continue our journey and try our luck at the next stop. If we still can't find it, we will use the herbs we have to make a remedy. After the master and disciple made their decision, they each went to rest. The next day, it was indeed a sunny day. After everyone had breakfast, they packed up and left the inn. On the way, Luan observed the surroundings while traveling. As they got closer to the western region, the mountains increased. At noon, with no villages or inns in sight, They found a small grove to rest. Not far away was a forest. Luin and thought about checking it out, hoping to find Yan Huanglian. So she instructed Lu Yi to stay behind and took Qingyi with her. After everyone had rested for a while and Luin and still hadn't returned, Old Bai began to worry.
What was that child doing?
Bai Lao scolded Wu Lang harshly. Wu Lang felt wronged. The girl said to take a break, and being a man, he couldn't just stare at her. In that short time, the girl left with Qingyi. Seeing Bai Lao getting angry, Lu Yi was frightened. Carefully, she approached and said, Bai Lao. The girl went with Qingyi to look for Yan Huanglian. It's missing from the second prince's prescription, which will affect the medicine's effectiveness. The girl wanted to try her luck in the nearby mountains. She asked me not to tell you, but you can rest assured that Qingyi is with her. Rest assured? Yan Huanglian grows on cliffs. Even if she finds it, how will she collect it? The cliffs are so high. What if something goes wrong? Lu Yi was stunned upon hearing this. The girl hadn't mentioned that Yan Huanglian grew on cliffs. If she had, Lu Yi would have stopped her. I'm going to find the girl. With that, Lu Yi ran off, followed by Wu Lang and Cixi. The second prince, hearing this, became anxious. This child went out to find medicine for his leg. Oh no! What if she gets hurt? How will I explain this to Duke Dinghua? Without thinking of anything else, the second prince dashed off, quickly disappearing from sight. Fortunately, not long after, everyone who had run off returned. Seeing the master's gloomy face, Luin tiptoed over to him. She tugged at his sleeve, saying, Master, don't be angry. I know I was wrong, but I found Yan Huanglian, hee. With that, Luin took out the Yan Huanglian from her bag and handed it to the master with a smile. Finally, Bai Lao sighed. You can't just go to the cliffs like that in the future. If you do, you must tell me. What if something goes wrong? Your mother would be so worried, and your father wouldn't be able to handle it. Luin nodded repeatedly. Bai Lao poked her little head, knowing that this little disciple had gotten a bit too adventurous. The second prince quickly added, It's all our fault. Our family's leg has caused the divine doctor and Miss Enin to worry. Thankfully, Miss Enin returned safely. Otherwise, we would have to face the duke. The second prince was one of the 4 grand princes in front of Emperor Renzong. When had he ever been so good-natured about admitting fault? The group of Imperial guards looked on in shock. Bai Lao decided to let it go. Luin smiled and said, There's no need to be polite, second prince. If you hadn't stayed in the capital, you wouldn't have faced this trouble. Ultimately, it's for our sake. I'll prepare the herbs tonight, and I guarantee you'll have them by tomorrow. The second uncle felt warm inside as he looked at the bright smiling girl in front of him, and his gaze softened. This child held a sincere heart, which cracked open his cold heart that had been shut for years, allowing a ray of light to shine in. Old Bai could clearly see that his little disciple was quite skilled. With the second uncle's support in the capital, his disciple had more security in the city. Luin didn't waste any time. When they reached the next inn, she worked through the night to prepare the herbs. After a sleepless night, by dawn, she had finished making the ointment for the second uncle. Qingyi and Lvi stayed up with her all night, but when Luin told them to sleep, they stubbornly refused, so she let them be. In the morning, the 3 girls came out of the room with panda eyes, startling everyone. Big sister, what happened to your and Qingyi's and Lvi's eyes? Little Mu Yang asked curiously. Young master, the young lady didn't sleep all night. She was making the ointment, Qingyi replied with a yawn. The second uncle heard this and said, Miss Enin, what should we say about this? It's fine, second uncle. I can catch up on sleep in the carriage later. Your legs can't be delayed. Just be grateful to have my disciple, second uncle. My child is truly wonderful. Old Bai praised her wholeheartedly, just like the famous Dr. Tsang Er had praised him in the past. The second uncle nodded repeatedly. Little Mu Yang ran up to the second uncle. The little guy had been chatting with him often lately, and the second uncle was becoming kinder. The guards felt like they were living in a dream. Second uncle, you need to listen. If you do, your legs won't hurt anymore. The second uncle reached out, and patted little Mu Yang's head. He remembered what the child had said a few days ago. "Second uncle, when you get old, come to the mountain village. My sister and I will take care of you." The second uncle thought that if one day he could no longer hold a knife, he could indeed go to the mountain village. He could live in a simple grass house, raise a few chickens, and even if he only had plain porridge for every meal, he would be content. Luin was unaware that her care along the way, especially during the herb gathering on the cliff, had deeply touched the second uncle, bringing back a long-lost sense of warmth to him. That day, they finally arrived at the western border. They still had half a day's journey to the western camp, and coincidentally, there was a small village ahead with a dozen families. The scouts returned from the front. "Miss, there is a small village ahead. Let's take a break at the threshing ground outside the village, have some food, and rest for a bit. We can continue our journey and reach the western camp by dusk." Luan nodded. She turned to the second uncle. "Second uncle, there is a small village ahead and we are not far from the western camp. Can we take a moment to rest and eat something before continuing?" "Sure, and you can decide," the second uncle replied gently. The second uncle had started calling her Nin, which made the palace guards reassess her status. They realized they should never provoke this young lady, or the second uncle would be the first to defend her fiercely. There was food prepared in the carriage. The village chief worried that the young men and women wouldn't know how to cook, so he arranged for a few village women to help them. Luan welcomed this and asked Wu Lang to pay them a little extra. She still cooked for the master and the second uncle herself, as the second uncle had grown accustomed to her cooking. Luan made noodles, and there were diced meat and spicy sauce from the Laston's kitchen. The warm noodles, topped with spicy meat sauce and cucumber strips, were enjoyed by Bai Lao and the second uncle, who were soon sweating from the heat. They also had a bowl of hot noodle soup, which was very comforting. After a quick 15-minute rest, everyone packed up and set off again. After about half an hour, they saw a group of people rushing towards them. Wu Lang was at the front. He took a closer look and turned his horse towards Luan's carriage. "Miss, it seems the general's men have come to meet us." Just as he spoke, the group reached them. The leader called out, "Is Miss Nin here?" Luan got down from the carriage and walked forward quickly. "Yes, I am Luan." The leader dismounted and stepped forward. "Miss, I am Gao Ping, the captain of the general's personal guard. The general sent me to you to the camp." "Thank you, Captain Gao. Please lead the way," Luan replied. Gao Ping nodded and got back on his horse. Luan also mounted her horse, and everyone followed Gao Ping towards the western camp. They finally arrived at the western camp just as the sun was setting. It was Luan's first time seeing a real ancient military camp. The tent stretched for miles, surrounded by deep trenches and tall walls, with flags waving above the camp gate. Outside the camp, a tall general stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing him, Luan suddenly remembered a saying, "One man holds the pass, and 10,000 cannot open it." "Miss, the general has come personally," Gao Ping said as he turned around. As everyone approached, Second Master Chu turned his head, his eyes sharp like swords, radiating a strong aura of authority. Luan jumped off her horse and quickly stepped forward. To make it easier to enter the camp, she had changed into boy's clothes, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, looking like a delicate young boy. "Little sister and greets you, second brother." The young girl wore a big smile on her face. Second Master Chu's eyes brightened. After being surrounded by rough men every day, he was finally happy to see his sister. "Little sister, there's no need for formalities." 5 wolves helped Old Bai down from the carriage and also lifted little Muyang down. After greeting her second brother, Luan quickly ran to the last carriage. "Second uncle, we have arrived at the military camp." The carriage door opened, and second uncle leaned out with a big smile. "Oh, girl, we finally made it." After saying that, second uncle jumped down from the carriage and said to Old Bai, "Thank you, divine doctor, for your hard work. We have finally arrived." Luan smiled with her lips pressed together. To her, her master seemed like a great savior, someone she wanted to be with all the time. Second Master Chu stepped forward. "Chu Rue greets you. Uncle, Divine Doctor. Thank you for your efforts on the journey. General Chu, no need for such courtesy. We are family, family, second uncle replied with a big smile, leaving second master Chu a bit stunned. Family? When did this happen? One of the four great uncles in front of the emperor. When did second uncle become so approachable? Second master Chu was filled with deep confusion. Old Bai also smiled. General, you are too polite. With second uncle protecting us and the emperor's guards, the journey was very smooth. While they were talking, Luin pulled little Mu Yang over. Mu Yang, this is second brother. Quickly greet him. Little Mu Yang cupped his small hands. Mu Yang greets second brother. Haha, good boy, you'll grow up to be a strong man, second master Chu said, lifting little Mu Yang up. Uncle, Divine Doctor, please come inside. Everyone followed second master Chu into the military camp. Gao Ping went to arrange the medical team and guards, while Luan and the others went directly into the big tent. 5 wolves completed their task and returned to the cavalry camp to report. The guards brought everyone hot tea. Uncle, Divine Doctor, we really don't have good tea in the camp. Please forgive us. Chu Eri felt a bit embarrassed. The conditions in the military camp were indeed not as good as in the capital. The second uncle waved his hand, saying, "Oh, General, you flatter me. Our family has come from tough times. The early days were much harder than this, so it's no problem." Everyone laughed heartily. Luin then explained her purpose for this trip in detail to her second brother. After hearing her, Chu Eri clapped his hands and laughed. That's great. I didn't expect the battlefield medical team to choose the Western Front for their first mission. I have already selected the first group of trainees, 500 in total. It's impossible for the 100,000 troops to all be trained by the battlefield medical team. We will train the key personnel, and they can then go to each camp. You and the Divine Doctor can do spot checks. This is a matter of life and death, so they won't dare to slack off. That sounds perfect. You really think ahead, second brother. Luan smiled and winked. You little trickster. No wonder your grandfather wrote to me, insisting that I take good care of you. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble when I go back, haha. Chu Eri couldn't help but laugh. When he mentioned grandfather, he was referring to the elder of the Chu family. After chatting for a while longer, Chu Eri arranged for everyone to rest, saying that food would be sent to the tents. They didn't hesitate and left to their respective places. To take good care of their young lady, Qing Yi and Lu Yi stayed with her. Qing Yi brought hot water, and Lu and washed up quickly. Before long, Lu Yi brought a food box, which was specially prepared for their young lady by the kitchen. Chu Eri's thoughtfulness made Lu and very touched. After finishing her meal, Luan took a long box, with Lu Yi staying in the tent and Qing Yi following her, and they headed to Chu Eri's main tent. Gao Ping was standing outside. Upon seeing the young lady, he hurried inside to report. Then Lu and entered the main tent. Qing Yi stayed outside with Gao Ping. Second brother. Chu Eri was looking at battle reports behind his desk. When he saw his sister enter, he put away what he was holding, turned around and smiled, saying, "Why aren't you resting early? Were you tired from the journey?" "I'm not tired. I've already recovered." Chu Eri poured a bowl of hot water and handed it to Luan, speaking gently. Liansheng is temporarily away. He took some people to scout the barbarian tribe's lair. He'll be back in a few days, so don't worry. This kid is quite capable. Luin took the bowl and took a sip. With you, second brother, I naturally don't have to worry. She then casually handed the long box to Chu Eri. Second brother, this is a gift from me to you. Let's see if you like it. Chu Eri smiled, reached out to take the long box, and opened it. Inside lay a sword, and he immediately recognized it as a soft sword.
Good sword.
Do you know its name, sister? Little Red, Luan calmly replied. Chu Yi almost fell to the ground. Why is it called Little Red? Because I didn't know its name. I just made one up. However, Mao Chun said it's a good sword, but he didn't know the name either, and I don't understand. Luan shrugged her shoulders. She really didn't know much about swords. Mao Chun knew a little and only said it was good. without explaining why. When the sword was given to her, she casually placed it in a small storage room, and even her father didn't know about it. Before this trip, she remembered it while looking for gifts in the storage room. Chu Eri had given up on expecting much from this sister and shook his head helplessly. This is the spirit snake sword from 100 years ago. If you look closely at the blade, doesn't it look like a snake? Luin leaned in to take a closer look.
Oh.
There really was a vividly lifelike little snake coiled around the blade, appearing almost alive. I didn't notice. After Mao Chun brought it, I just set it aside. This time I thought I should bring something since only you are at home, so I took it along. Anyway, Mao Chun said it was hard to find. Hard to find? Silly girl. It's priceless. It's rare. The wise king searched for this soft sword for 7 years and couldn't find a trace of it. Haha, I never expected it to end up in your hands. Truly, the heavens are kind.
Zu lauket heartily.
Luan proudly shook her head. Brother, I am also half a disciple of the king of, so it seems this sword is destined for you. As long as you don't mind. Mind?
Chu tappet Yuan ans Forehead.
How could I mind? I just hope your older brother and third brother don't get jealous. Haha. Chu Eri flicked his wrist, and the spirit snake's sword flashed with a white light, suddenly emitting a sound like a dragon's roar. The light in Chu Eri's eyes grew brighter. It was clear he loved the sword, and with a whoosh, the sword's wind swept across, actually slicing a piece off the desk. Chu Eri couldn't help but shout, "Good sword." Luan's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Wow, Little Red is amazing. This sister was impossible." Chu Eri wanted to knock some sense into this clever little girl. Spirit snake, not Little Red, you wasteful girl." Chu Eri huffed in frustration, while Luan laughed shamelessly nearby. Qingyi and the captain of the guards, Gao Ping, clearly heard the commotion inside. Soon, 2 heads poked through the tent entrance, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. "General, may I take a look at the spirit snake?" Gao Ping asked eagerly. Qingyi rolled his eyes in disdain. "Captain Gao, you're drooling." Gao Ping wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stared intently at the spirit snake sword in the hands of Second Master Chu. Second Master Chu raised his chin proudly. "Step outside, and you can see it properly." They all moved to an open space outside the tent. With one hand on the sword, Second Master Chu swiftly drew an elegant arc in the air, accompanied by a dragon's roar, filling the air with a chilling aura. His swordplay was as swift as the wind and as fierce as thunder, and the spirit snake seemed to come alive. As Second Master Chu moved, bright light flashed, and a sharp current of air filled the space with an undeniable authority. Several deputy generals gathered around, astonished by the spectacle. Finally, Second Master Chu finished with a beautiful flourish, and the spirit snake let out another dragon's roar.
Wow.
Everyone clapped in appreciation. "General, what is the name of this sword?" Gao Ping asked excitedly. "It's called the Spirit Snake. It's a gift from my sister." "Do you all have sisters?" Second Master Chu shamelessly inquired, lifting his chin. Gao Ping and the others exchanged glances, wanting to complain but unsure how to respond. "General, even if we had sisters, they couldn't compare to yours," one deputy general said helplessly. Second Master Chu nodded seriously. "That's absolutely true." Gao Ping and the others felt defeated. The general was too much. Seeing his subordinates' reactions, Second Master Chu's smile grew wider until he burst into laughter. To cheer them up, he tossed the spirit snake to Gao Ping. "Here, you all try it." Gao Ping caught it excitedly, wanting to show off his skills, but the spirit snake was uncooperative, flopping around like a wet cloth. The other deputy generals were curious and took turns trying it. Even Qingyi couldn't resist giving it a go, but the spirit snake remained still and nearly grazed Qingyi's arm. "The spirit snake recognizes its master, so you can't control it," they heard a cheerful voice from behind. It was the second prince, smiling as he stood there. Not only him, but Bai Lao also arrived with Xiao Muyang, and Shi followed closely behind. Qingyi quickly handed the limp spirit snake back to Second Master Chu. Second Master took the spirit snake and gave it a gentle shake. The spirit snake immediately stood up, as if ready to accompany its master into battle. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, the second uncle explained, "It is said that the spirit snake was forged by the famous sword master, Windbeard. However, shortly after its creation, it was stolen and seemed to vanish from the world. 20 years ago, the sword suddenly reappeared, causing a huge stir in the martial world. Many skilled fighters fought fiercely to claim it, but those who managed to get the sword could not use it and ended up getting hurt instead. This led to the belief that the spirit snake was waiting for its true master. The kind prince also spent a lot of money searching for the spirit snake, but unfortunately, he found nothing after many years. Now that the spirit snake is in second master's hands, it must be fate." Everyone nodded in agreement. Old Bai added, "That's right. Second master is destined to have the spirit snake, and it has found its true owner. Congratulations." Second master laughed heartily. "Thanks to the good wishes from uncle and old Bai. This was brought to me by Anan. I'm just lucky to have her help." Luan smiled brightly. "I don't know the sword's history or its name, so I named it Little Red." Little Red? Upon hearing this, second uncle burst into laughter, and everyone joined in, chuckling loudly. "You silly girl. If Windbeard knew that his hard-forged spirit snake sword was being called Little Red, he would surely rise from the ground to confront you." Old Bai playfully pointed at his little disciple, laughing heartily. After chatting for a while, everyone decided to rest, as they needed to be well prepared for the training starting early the next morning. Luin still had something to tell her second brother, so she followed second master into the big tent. "Second brother, my father saw the letter that Five Wolves brought back. For safety reasons, he didn't let me bring it back. He asked me to tell you that everything in the capital is under his control. That's why I didn't inform you right away." Second master understood immediately. "Are you curious about how everyone reacted when Five Wolves returned with you? Do you think the journey back to the capital will be smooth for Five Wolves?" Second master nodded. He had indeed thought about it. "Are you not worried that if Five Wolves can't enter the capital, the secret letter might end up in the wrong hands?" Luin looked at her brother with a sideways glance. He seemed quite carefree, or was he just completely trusting of Five Wolves? "The Five Wolves were trained by your father and are the best shadow guards. If they can't safely enter the capital, I will have no one left to rely on. I can't just wait for that kid Liansheng to come back. By then, it will be too late. So, I believe the Five Wolves will succeed. Sister, what do you think?" In the short time that Lord Chu had interacted with Luin, his intuition told him that this girl was special. After all, what kind of person was the second prince? To put it bluntly, anyone who could survive in the palace must have extraordinary skills and be very clever. The four grand eunuchs were like four deadly weapons in the emperor's hands, emotionless and with hearts as hard as stone. But when he saw the way the second prince looked at Luin, it was clear that he regarded her with the affection of an elder for a younger one. Thinking of this, Lord Chu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Luin watched as her brother seemed lost in thought, frowning one moment and smiling the next, even shaking his body. Was he having a fit? "Brother!" Luin suddenly pushed Lord Chu.
"Huh."
Only then did Lord Chu snap back to reality and quietly ask, "Anan, how did you win over the second prince?"
"Huh."
Is he not worried about the traitor anymore? However, Luin still explained everything that had happened on their journey. Lord Chu stroked his chin and said, "The second prince has very strong legs. They are quite impressive. Brother, let's focus on the important matters." Only then did Lord Chu stop thinking about the second prince. "Brother, your Captain Gao Ping was the first to meet the Five Wolves. He was very happy to see them and genuinely cared about their journey, so he can be ruled out. Later, when you met us at the camp entrance, you were standing with a few generals. One of them, I don't know his name, was tall and thin, with a black mole on his left earlobe. When he looked at the Five Wolves, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he quickly regained his composure, I noticed it." Lord Chu furrowed his brows. knowing exactly who Luin was talking about, his close friend Feng Shan. "And are you sure? Brother, this general must have a good relationship with you, right?" Luin was very clever. Years of experience in the business world had given her a keen eye. She could read even the smallest gestures and expressions. So, with just a moment of hesitation from the second brother, she guessed that this person must have a close relationship with him. Mr. Chu nodded slightly. "The general you mentioned is Feng Shan. He is your grandfather's student, and we grew up together. I have never doubted him." Luin understood the feelings of the second brother. It was like being betrayed by a close friend in her past life, which would definitely be a shocking experience. "I hope I'm wrong, but brother, I still think it's best to observe quietly. You don't have to use your people. I can use mine. Even if I'm wrong, the worst that can happen is that General Feng might complain that I don't understand things. After all, I'm young, so it's understandable if I don't think things through." Mr. Chu was not one to hesitate and agreed immediately. He didn't ask how his sister would do it. He figured she was young and would handle it her way. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, the medical team began their training. After the training, Ryu took the secret guards back to their camp in the valley. The remaining 30 team members were divided into 10 small teams, with 3 members in each team, each responsible for training 100 soldiers. Soldier training was more straightforward than medical training. Bai Lao and Luin personally inspected the teams. The camp was bustling with activity. With so many people, Bai Lao and Luin were very busy, while Cixi closely followed Xiao Muyang, and Qing Yi and Lu Yi stayed with their young lady. However, when Luin had free time, she would wander around the camp. Everyone knew this young girl was the general's adopted sister and the cherished daughter of the duke, so they treated her very kindly. The second uncle also sent a group of palace guards to the training camp, claiming it was to broaden their knowledge and learn some skills. The guards obediently followed along and practiced seriously. Although Luin seemed to be wandering aimlessly, she was actually observing with purpose and managed to notice a few things. She found that General Feng liked to sit on a large rock in front of his tent. He wouldn't stay long, just about the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, and he would leave. This happened several days in a row. Sometimes it was after lunch, and other times it was in the evening. Luin suddenly remembered a TV show she had watched where a traitor would hide messages under a stone by a big tree outside the village. General Feng also liked to rest on this large rock. Could it be? "Hello, General Feng." Seeing Feng Shan again, Luin approached him with a cheerful smile. Feng Shan turned his head and saw Luin, smiling. "Oh, it's Missinin. You've worked hard these past few days." "It's not hard at all, General Feng. Compared to the brothers at the Western camp, this little bit of hardship is nothing. They guard the borders year-round for the peace of the people of Dachi. If anyone is working hard, it's them." Luin considered that she should call these generals brothers since she was related to the Chu family. The camp is definitely not as comfortable as the capital. Miss Nen is not afraid of hardship, coming to the Western camp in person. The brothers are very grateful. Luin shook her head shyly and asked, "Where is General Feng from? How is your family?" Feng Shan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Luin to chat with him about family matters. He replied gently, "I'm from Dengfeng, but my parents and my wife and children moved to the capital years ago. They're all well. General Feng has been away for so long. Your wife must be working hard taking care of the elderly and the children. The wives of soldiers are truly remarkable. It's not easy for their seemingly delicate shoulders to bear the weight of the family." As she spoke, Luin carefully observed Feng Shan's reaction. Feng Shan's eyes were filled with concern, and she noticed a fleeting struggle in his gaze. "Your wife must be a virtuous woman. She must hope for your safety. Given your age, your children should be about my age, right?" Luin was sure that if General Feng was a good husband and father, his thoughts would be with his wife and children. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Feng Shan looked up at the distant rows of tents, his affection evident in his eyes. "I married late. I have a son and a daughter who are twins. They are only 8 years old this year, and I haven't seen them in 5 or 6 years. General Feng must be a good father. No matter how many years you are away, They will remember you. Your siblings are waiting for you to come home. You are their pride. Feng Shan lowered his head, lost in thought. Luin was not in a hurry. She had said what she needed to, and now it was up to Feng Shan. If the traitor truly was him, she hoped he would reconsider. Otherwise, no one could save him. The next evening, as expected, General Feng sat on the large rock for a while. After he left, Qingyi floated over like a ghost. Qingyi hid in the darkness outside General Feng's tent, dressed in black, blending completely with the night. After half an hour, a shadow moved quickly toward her. The shadow approached the stone, reached out to grab something, and without looking, stuffed it into his clothes. Then, he cautiously glanced around before using his agility to leave. However, the shadow did not realize that someone was following him. The shadow was very skilled and familiar with the camp's surroundings, successfully avoiding the patrolling soldiers and quickly exiting the camp. His speed was incredible, and he dashed away like the wind. About an hour later, he arrived at a small village. This village was the same one the medical team had passed on their way to the battlefield. Outside the village was a small forest, and the shadow entered it, seemingly planning to rest for a while before continuing his journey. He found a flat spot, sat down, and was about to take a sip from his water pouch when he heard someone speak. "Hey there, enjoying the scenery at night?" The shadow jumped, and the water pouch fell from his hands. Reacting quickly, he stood up. He wanted to draw the sword from his back, but before he could move, he suddenly found himself unable to move. At that moment, torches lit up around him. Master Chu, holding a spirit snake sword, stood not far from the shadow. With the torchlight, he could see the shadow's appearance, a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The shadow looked down with difficulty and noticed a small arrow, about the size of a child's hand, lodged in his arm, which was what had rendered him immobile. The shooter was Qingyi.
Speak. Who are you?
Perhaps I will spare your life. Master Chu's face showed no emotion, but inside, he felt a mix of confusion and betrayal from a brother-in-arms, leaving him momentarily dazed. I won't say anything. The middle-aged man closed his eyes. Master, asking him like this won't get us anywhere. Hand him over to Qingyi. The middle-aged man shivered. He realized that the woman speaking was also from the secret guard and was not to be underestimated. A chill ran from his heels to the top of his head, freezing him to the core. Master Chu nodded. Qingyi and her team had trained this brat, and the secret guards had their ways. Qingyi stepped forward and grabbed the middle-aged man. Master, don't look. It might hurt your eyes, she said, walking into the woods for a distance. However, Master Chu was skilled in martial arts and had keen hearing, so he could still hear the commotion clearly. Before long, cries of anguish echoed from within. Just kill me. Just kill me.
Kill you?
Dear aunt, you haven't had enough fun yet, so how could you bear to kill me? You're really a coward. If you can't handle this, how dare you come to the western camp? At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely soaked, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. A wave of heart-wrenching pain swept over him, and he felt too weak to even bite his tongue. The poison hidden in his teeth had been forcefully removed by the demon in front of him. Did he no longer even have the right to end his own life? The man regretted it. He felt he had lost all dignity. Aunt, please, just let me die. The middle-aged man kept begging for mercy, but the woman in green completely ignored him. I think it's time for the third method now, since I've already tried two. Do you think it would be fun to dig out this kneecap? After saying this, she placed her hand on the man's knee, feeling around. Where should I start to dig quickly? I said, Dear aunt, please spare me. I have children at home. The man cried out loudly. Not only did Lord Chu feel pain in his legs, but he also felt sore all over. This girl was too ruthless. Lord, ask him. If he dares to say anything false, I'll dig out his kneecap. The woman in green stepped back with a serious expression. Lord Chu approached the middle-aged man, looking down at him as if he were a dead man.
Who sent you?
Who did you meet in the camp? How did you pass messages? When did this start? Lord Chu asked several questions in one breath. The middle-aged man leaned against a tree, his hands shaking and his teeth chattering, taking a long time to catch his breath. My name is Zhang Li, a native of the Li family. The Western camp has eliminated several talented young men from the Li family, and the Prime Minister was furious, so he sent me here. I met General Fengshan. After saying this, the man lowered his head. Now that he had started speaking, the rest came out much easier. Lord Chu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his sister's guess was correct. He had been biased from the start, excluding someone he had grown up with and who was also a student of his father. How long have you been working with Fengshan? How did you get connected with him? Half a year ago, my family's young lady accidentally saved a person on the street who happened to be General Feng's wife. The Prime Minister then asked her to befriend Mrs. Feng, and out of gratitude for saving her life, Mrs. Feng gradually started to associate with my young lady. The Prime Minister saw that the time was right and sent a message to General Feng, asking him to help the Li family in exchange for the safety of his family. However, General Feng kept making excuses. So, the Prime Minister sent his daughter to a safe place, and only then did General Feng agree to cooperate with the Li family. What is your goal? The defense map of the Western camp. The middle-aged man closed his eyes tightly. Mr. Chu almost spat out blood, gritting his teeth and saying, "Did he provide it?" "Yes, over a month ago, I obtained the defense map." There was also a man named Wu Lang returning to the capital. The Prime Minister received news in advance and tried to intercept him, but this man was too strong. The people sent after him failed and were killed, leaving only one person who was left in shock and couldn't remember who he was. Who was the one that escaped? He was from the palace. Mr. Chu asked a few more questions and, seeing that the middle-aged man had nothing else to say, he stopped. "General, why does the Li family want our defense map?" Gao Ping asked in confusion. "To create the next Duke Jingyuan." The woman in blue muttered softly. Gao Ping stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and exclaimed, "General?" Mr. Chu pressed his lips together, his face dark with anger. He never expected that his childhood friend would push him into such a dire situation. "Take him with us. We're going back." Mr. Chu turned and left the grove. When they returned to the camp, they did not disturb anyone. Mr. Chu sat behind the desk, lost in thought. After a while, he said, "Prepare some food and drink, and invite General Feng over." Gao Ping was a bit confused about the general's intentions. Since they already knew that Fengshan was a traitor, they should have detained him, so why was the general preparing food? Was the general planning to poison him? Suppressing his doubts, he nodded and left the main tent, while the woman in blue returned to her own tent, as the next steps were beyond her control. Before long, Fengshan was invited to Mr. Chu's main tent by Gao Ping. Gao Ping stood guard at the entrance, and Fengshan trusted him. Meeting in the middle of the night was common, so there must be urgent military matters to discuss. Otherwise, the general wouldn't have called him at this hour. As soon as Fengshan entered the tent, he was a bit confused. The general was inviting him for drinks? What day was it today? On the table were plates of braised meat, peanuts, and a jar of wine. The food in the military camp was usually simple. He wasn't picky about the drinks and food, but he wondered what the general was planning to do at this late hour.